Fang Ruotang, an inconspicuous, sickly girl residing in the Prime Minister's residence, one day finds herself entangled with a charming little creature known as the Backtracking Mirror, which reveals to her a multitude of hidden secrets. It claims that the Prince of County is hopelessly enamored with her, willing to become a clandestine lover for her sake, that the Crown Prince will seize her by force, and that a young prince would even conspire against the throne for her. The once top scholar would even become her devoted servant. It asserts that these men would fall in love with her, living and dying for her, as if they would recklessly bang their heads against the wall. She muses to herself, questioning the credibility of this little creature. Could it be that her grandfather's political adversaries have sent it to deceive her? Chapter 001. Are you thinking of eating feces? In early March, the peach blossoms are in full bloom. Today marks a splendid occasion for flower appreciation, as the Grand Princess has issued invitations to all officials of the third rank and above, along with their eligible daughters. Naturally, Fang Ruotang, being the granddaughter of the current Prime Minister, is among those invited. Yet, she, a mere sickly girl in the Prime Minister's mansion, is the destined heroine of this world, a legendary figure capable of influencing the trajectory of this small realm. Such an absurd notion is hard for her to believe, yet the little mirror speaks with conviction. It knows secrets buried deep within others, which compels her to entertain its claims. Moreover, the mere fact that a small child is communicating with her in her mind is enough to pique her curiosity. Thus, she finds herself increasingly open to the strange circumstances surrounding her. However, the current situation is somewhat intricate. Fang Ruotang hides behind a tree, craning her neck to glimpse the small pond ahead, uncertainly inquiring of the little mirror. You say the Prince of County is so deeply in love with me that he would cause chaos for my sake? Is that true? It seems rather implausible, doesn't it? Indeed, it is true. The little mirror responds cheerfully. But I don't even know the Prince of County. He should be unaware of my existence, as we have never spoken. Are you mistaken? After all, her frail health has kept her from attending such gatherings in the past.
Impossible.
Absolutely impossible. He was your man in the previous life, and he cannot bear to part with you, which is why he has followed you into this realm. Fang Ruotang. That sounds even more unbelievable. Unbeknownst to them, three distinguished gentlemen, each with their own unique charm, stand not far away in a pavilion. When they see Fang Ruotang, a young girl, sneaking into their vicinity, they instinctively wish to avoid entanglement and conceal themselves, not expecting to overhear such a conversation. Dressed in red, Gu Nancheng teasingly raises an eyebrow and remarks, "Do tell, when did you find such a little lady? Why not bring her out for us to meet? This is rather impolite, isn't it?" The Prince of County shoots him a glance of disdain before turning to the silent Crown Prince, who is gazing intently in the direction of the girl. Should we capture her for questioning? Let us wait a moment longer. The man clad in ceremonial robes possesses an aura of authority that dissuades ordinary individuals from meeting his gaze. He furrows his brow as he speaks, his profound eyes revealing nothing of his thoughts. Meanwhile, Fang Ruotang remains unaware that she has narrowly avoided a fate of imprisonment and brutal interrogation. She continues to argue with the little mirror. Honestly, why is the Prince of County taking so long to appear? In this brief moment, I've already been bitten by mosquitoes multiple times. Forget it, I shall no longer wait. You claimed he would fall for me at first sight. I shall validate that in the garden shortly. Straightening her dress, she takes a few steps forward when suddenly, a chorus of alarmed exclamations erupts in her mind.
Ah!
The Prince of County is coming. He is approaching with the Crown Prince and the young prince. Fang Ruotang halts in her tracks, raising her eyes to see three tall, handsome men striding towards her. All three of them are your men. They will fall in love with you, living and dying for you, as if they would recklessly bang their heads against the wall. Engrossed in admiring their appearances, Fang Ruotang is caught off guard by this statement, causing her to stumble and fall. The three men before her instinctively step back, as if avoiding a plague, allowing her to fall to the ground. Ouch! Fang Ruotang gasps in pain, momentarily disregarding her dignity as she sits on the ground, rubbing her sore spots while continuing to argue with the little mirror in her mind. Seriously, are you out of your mind? What makes you think I could possibly captivate all three of them at once, compelling them to bang their heads against the wall for me? Are you trying to set me up for failure? Although she is the youngest legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's family, she is neither as noble as her legitimate sister nor as talented as her half-sister. The only aspect in which she surpasses them is her physical stature, which is a concern for their mothers, who fear their sons might become hopelessly infatuated. I speak the truth. You must be dreaming. Open your eyes and see clearly. One is the crown prince, one is a young prince, and one is a minor county prince. It is true in the future. The crown prince will seize you by force, the young prince will conspire for you, and the minor county prince will willingly become a clandestine lover. For you, Fang Ruotang erupts in a torrent of curses, oblivious to the three men across from her, whose expressions have darkened considerably. I have fallen prey to your wickedness. Could it be that your grandfather's political enemies have sent you to deceive me, hoping I would err and implicate my family? You are shameless and despicable. The little mirror remains silent. Suppressing her anger, Fang Ruotang slowly rises and respectfully greets the three men, avoiding their gazes yet acutely aware of their scrutiny upon her. Seizing the opportunity before they can speak, she discreetly retreats. Gu Nancheng clicks his tongue. I find myself unable to speak in her presence. I intended to refute her claims, yet upon opening my mouth, I felt a suffocating sensation, as if I were on the verge of meeting the emperor of the founding. The crown prince and the prince of an county experience a similar struggle. It seems this is a secret that she must not uncover, remarks the prince of an county with a wry smile, glancing knowingly at the crown prince. Gu Nancheng, with a flirtatious demeanor, lightly nudges the prince of an county and quips, "Why don't you sacrifice your looks to investigate further? Why don't you go?" The prince of an county retorts, casting a disdainful glance at Gu Nancheng. "Let us not forget, you are also one of her admirers." Gu Nancheng's expression shifts to one of incredulity. The crown prince, his dark eyes scanning between the two, unconsciously fiddles with the ring on his thumb, stating in a low voice, "Since we cannot directly inquire about her feelings, it would be inappropriate to apprehend her for questioning." The prince of an county chuckles softly, casting a resigned glance at the crown prince, understanding his intent, and does not oppose the notion. After all, he himself is also keen to uncover the truth. As the three approach the garden archway, they overhear the laughter resonating within, and as they draw closer, the prince of an county and Gu Nancheng discreetly step back. The guests rise to greet the crown prince. Be at ease. Today, I have come to appreciate the blossoms at the invitation of the prince of an county. Feel free to enjoy yourselves without restraint. Before the crown prince's words can fully settle, a youthful voice resonates. The crown prince possesses a countenance that is truly serene. I never anticipated his demeanor to be so amicable. One wonders if the crown prince has any intriguing tales to share. The most intriguing tale about the crown prince is that he will seize you by force in the future. I advise you to submit to him quickly. If not, you could at least share his bed a few more times to secure his favor. That way, we could earn points to unlock the marketplace. Do not forget, a year from now, De Jong will experience a severe drought lasting 3 years, leading to barren lands and widespread starvation. Chapter 002, Using Him for Rewards. It turns out that everyone is still astonished, pondering who possesses the audacity to interrupt the crown prince while he speaks. However, upon hearing the subsequent words, their expressions turn pale, many unable to contain themselves, nearly revealing their shock to the crown prince. The faces of those present grow ashen, and they glance around, seeking the source of the voice. The crown prince casts a quick glance and realizes that everyone can hear Fang Ruotang's thoughts, but his attention remains primarily fixed on her inner voice. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. What is there to fear in listening? After all, those 6 men were yours in a past life. You have immersed yourself in this realm, and they have come in pursuit of you. Do you believe that if you were to take your own life now, those 6 would immediately regain their memories and tear apart this world to find you? Could you at least concoct a plausible tale? I am but one individual. How could I seek out 6 men? Do you take me for a child of 3? Is 6 a considerable number? You are unaware of how many men would go to great lengths merely to catch a glimpse of you, even risking their very lives. These 6, having shattered their souls to follow you into this realm, are willing to endure death countless times." Fang Ruotang grew increasingly convinced that the little mirror was speaking nonsense. This proclamation did capture the attention of the 3 male protagonists, yet its veracity awaited further confirmation. "The crown prince, the young prince, and prince N are not suitable. Perhaps you should consider Minister Yi. He is a scholar from a humble background and has now risen to the position of Minister of Revenue. With your status, marrying him would be more than adequate. However, This is the least favorable option, for according to calculations, after marrying Minister Yi, the other five will gradually fall in love with you, leading to a fierce competition that would hasten the destruction of this already ravaged world. No. In your narrative, what kind of delusional romantic minds do these six possess? Are they all addled? When the nation is in peril, instead of striving to uphold the state, they engage in endless conflict over a single woman? Open your eyes and observe, do they truly seem like the type to go mad over a woman? Please, do not be absurd. TSK, if you do not believe me, then try it. Do you think I jest when I say that Prince N will become her consort in the future? Fang Ruotang could not help but glance at Prince N. Their eyes met, and though she could not decipher the meaning, a sudden sense of alarm surged within her. Oh, fear not, they are indeed rare souls, romantic minds who shattered their essences to follow you, the price of which was the weakening of their souls and the loss of their memories. However, each has inscribed a mark upon their souls, ensuring they cannot harm you. If you doubt this, allow Prince N to stab you. You. When did the Crown Prince arrive? I did not notice. Oh, while Fang Ruotang continued her murmurs with the little mirror, the gazes of others fell upon the dagger in the Crown Prince's hand. Some had witnessed the entire event. It is indeed true. A cacophony of disbelief reverberated through the crowd as they turned their incredulous eyes toward Fang Ruotang and the other three male protagonists. Though the purpose of today's flower viewing was ostensibly to showcase Prince N, not all present were enamored with him. The Crown Prince had already chosen a Crown Princess, yet the selection of concubines remained unmade, and the young prince's courtyard was entirely vacant. Numerous ladies in attendance cast their eyes upon these two, initially considering Fang Ruotang's claims to be mere folly, unable to voice their rebuttals. But upon witnessing the Crown Prince's personal demonstration, where even a single strand of her hair could not be severed, the realization dawned that perhaps everything was indeed true, causing the expressions of nearly all the ladies present to turn grave. Seeing the situation unfold, the princess realized the flower viewing could not continue. The banquet was hastily concluded, and aside from the bewildered Fang Ruotang, the others departed the princess's residence with heavy hearts. Soon after, Fang Ruotang's peculiar situation spread throughout the capital, reaching even the emperor in the inner palace, who summoned the crown prince. Realizing the matter had not been exaggerated, he pondered with interest the elixir of health that extends life by 20 years and grain yielding 3,000 pounds per acre. What a difficult choice, the emperor inquired of the crown prince. What are your thoughts? Your servant has no particular thoughts at present. The emperor shot the crown prince a disdainful glance, expressing his contempt for his lack of discernment, and instructed, first, annul the engagement with the Li family. Your servant obeys. Dissolving the engagement was straightforward. He held no interest in the Li family's daughter, who likely did not wish to marry him either. Reports from his secret agents indicated she was involved with another man, and they maintained a mutually non-intrusive relationship. Subsequently, in front of the crown prince, the emperor dispatched secret agents to the prime minister's residence, accompanied by a decree. Upon receiving the decree, Fang Ruotang appeared utterly confused, her large eyes filled with innocent bewilderment. Grandfather, what is the role of the court attendant? Why has the emperor suddenly conferred a title upon me? The prime minister gazed at his granddaughter, a myriad of words trapped within him, ultimately coalescing into but a single sentence. From tomorrow onward, you shall accompany your grandfather to court. When you arrive at the court, think little, see little, and merely record what the emperor says verbatim. Do not ponder the matter further, nor should you ever speak ill of the emperor in your heart. I understand, grandfather. Fang Ruotang readily assented, and the following day she followed her grandfather to court, her spirits high due to the novelty of the experience. As the prime minister, his arrival at the grand hall coincided with the gathering of officials for the morning assembly, with only a handful arriving later. Among them were the crown prince and several princes. During this morning assembly, the officials greeted Prime Minister Fang with enthusiasm, regardless of their faction or political stance. This is court assembly. It feels akin to a bustling marketplace. As Fang Ruotang's thoughts echoed, an oddly tense silence enveloped the scene for a moment, just as the crown prince and several princes approached. Chapter 004. Changing conditions. As the assembly knelt in unison, Fang Ruotang obediently followed suit, her mind wandering to her grandfather's words about the duties of the court recorder. A role meant to document the emperor's daily affairs. But I'm standing outside the hall. How can I possibly hear what the emperor says? She pondered. Oh no! I've forgotten my writing supplies. How could my grandfather let me come unprepared on my first day as an official? Standing at the forefront of the officials, Prime Minister Fang's expression twitched. The emperor's intention to bestow a title upon Fang Ruotang was unmistakable. He would not allow her first day to be without purpose. Unfamiliar with the proceedings, it was only with a gentle reminder from a senior official that she stepped forward, hesitantly making her way to the center. Straightening her posture, she thought, wow, how exceptional am I to be an official on my very first day. The emperor truly has an eye for talent. Of course. Otherwise, why would he appoint you? Came the internal dialogue. True, she conceded, engaging in a private conversation with her reflection. The prime minister, unable to endure her distraction any longer, gestured subtly to remind her of the gravity of the moment. Fang Ruotang glanced over, but failed to grasp the urgency. Fortunately, the emperor spoke up, directing her to stand beside the court recorder and learn from him. Without hesitation, she complied, restoring order to the morning assembly. How does it feel standing here? Do you not feel a burgeoning sense of responsibility, a desire to strive for the welfare of the people? Not at all, she replied candidly.
How can that be?
It simply is. As a favored daughter, with a dignified elder sister and a remarkable half-sister, I prefer to enjoy my life without burdens. Besides, my health has always been delicate. My parents have vowed to care for me forever, prohibiting my marriage. Then why not seize the opportunity to secure the emperor's favor? With his status, he can have whomever he pleases, and your task would be easily accomplished. Fang Ruotang nodded slightly in agreement. That won't work. I can only bind to you. No one else can fulfill the task. And your emperor is fated to perish within a year. Then there's nothing to be done, she sighed dramatically, feigning helplessness. After a moment, the gravity of the statement struck her. The emperor is to die? Unbeknownst to her, since her earlier dialogue with her reflection, the hall had fallen eerily silent. Particularly after the mention of the emperor's imminent demise, not a soul dared to breathe. With the court officials casting furtive glances between the emperor's darkened visage and the Navi Fang Ruotang. Indeed, the emperor's health is critically compromised. He may last a year at most. Would you not wish to save him? It would be a significant deed, perhaps even earning you a noble title. Not interested. Think it over. You stand to gain nothing. Look ahead. The fifth figure behind your grandfather is the striking Yi Shilang. Do you not feel your heart stir? Surely, you are not immune to such allure? Curiosity piqued, Fang Ruotang raised her gaze, meeting Yi Shilang's eyes. He was youthful, appearing only in his 20s, with a gentle countenance and refined features that exuded an inviting charm. Quite handsome. But do not think you can deceive me into making a mistake. That is not the point. The emperor is gravely ill, yet you do not persuade me to seduce the crown prince to save his father, but instead suggest I pursue Yi Shilang? Her reflection, adopting a mockingly mature tone, retorted, Did you not say yesterday that if you were to sleep with him, the crown prince and others would forcibly claim you? That is irrelevant. As long as you do not marry Yi Shilang, they will believe they have a chance, and will not go mad. Enough. I feel as though you are treating me like a fool. How dull. Is the morning assembly always this tedious? When two families quarrel, it falls to the emperor to adjudicate. Do you have any gossip? Another day passed without Fang Ruotang being swayed. Her reflection, undeterred, continued. What gossip would you like to hear? Anything really. With enthusiasm, her reflection began. Minister Chen of the Ministry of Revenue possesses a golden chamber and has a peculiar habit of sleeping with gold bricks every night. Is he truly that wealthy? Indeed, he embezzled a substantial amount of silver. Last year, when the ministry allocated funds for the Jiangnan dikes, they are now perilously unstable. If they collapse, countless families downstream will be rendered homeless. Suddenly, Minister Chen prostrated himself on the ground, a movement so exaggerated that even Fang Ruotang, lost in thought, noticed. What is he doing? Did he mention something? Nothing that I know of, but Jiangnan is currently experiencing torrential rain. If the levees collapse tonight, it could result in thousands of casualties. What? Is it really that serious? Do you have a way to save them? I do not, but you can.
Do not yet.
In matters of life and death, how could I possibly save anyone? Truly, if you were to seduce the crown prince now, I could immediately contact the county magistrate of Wugu to organize an evacuation for the people. You are morally coercing me. I have said I possess no morals. Your tactics cannot sway me. At that moment, an official stepped forward to accuse Minister Qin of corruption, prompting the emperor to act swiftly, issuing an order for his arrest and instructing the imperial guards to raid the minister's residence. In mere moments, the efficiency was astonishing. I suddenly realized that the court operates with remarkable speed. Why did my grandfather often appear troubled, taking days to enact a decree? Perhaps your grandfather lacks the ability to execute matters efficiently? That makes sense. Prime Minister Fang shot a vexed glance at his granddaughter before stepping forward to report the torrential rains in Jiangnan and express his concerns regarding Minister Chen's malfeasance and the potential failure of the dikes he oversaw. Grandfather, your concerns are valid, but even worry is too late. They will collapse tonight, and thousands will perish in this deluge. You claim you can contact the magistrate of Wugu. How exactly? By opening the marketplace, which contains communication talismans that can relay the emperor's orders directly. With a generous offering. A sound transmission talisman can facilitate dialogue between here and there. You cannot expect that. I will not seduce them. Request something else to open the marketplace. No one should undertake a mission of such magnitude on their first try. It should progress from easy to difficult. Then you must kiss each of the 6 of them. 1 kiss each. Fang Ruotang erupted in a flurry of expletives, barely managing to suppress her fury. What kind of lewd spirit are you? Speak plainly. Are you sent by one of my grandfather's political rivals, aiming to ruin my reputation and tarnish the Fang family's name? Chapter 005. The Crown Prince plays along. Fang Ruotang's argument with her reflection left the assembly in a daze, all eyes darting between her, the Crown Prince, and Yi Shiling. Some even daring to approach the Crown Prince, tentatively suggesting, how about this? I will take their hands, and you open the marketplace to help me convey the message. What do you think? That does not fulfill the conditions for opening the marketplace, the little spirit replied weakly. Fang Ruotang huffed, mentally arguing with it. I do not care. If you agree to assist me with the task, I will proceed. If you do not, the casualties in Wugu will fall squarely on your shoulders. You will be labeled a murderer, responsible for the deaths of countless innocents. Moral coercion, who is not capable of that? The reflection, tearfully conceding, agreed. Fang Ruotang seized the moment, exclaiming in her mind, You see, you were able to open the marketplace without me having to complete the task. Yet you insist on complicating matters and leading me into wrongdoing. You are not a benevolent spirit. Because I have drawn upon a fragment of my origin power, the strength of my essence directly impacts the peace of this realm. If I were to dissipate, this world would be doomed. Fang Ruotang recoiled, panic creeping in, mingled with guilt. What should we do? Hurry and complete the task, so I can recover, Fang Ruotang said, her eyes darting between the Crown Prince and Minister Yi. When the court session ends, I will discreetly follow Minister Yi, pretend to stumble, and seize his hand. What do you think? All right, that's settled, came the reply. But I've purchased a talisman. How do I contact the magistrate of Wugu County? I don't know how to speak to him. Moreover, how can I convince him of my intentions? No worries. Just give everything to your grandfather, and he will take care of it, was the reassuring response. Little mirror, you are truly clever, Fang Ruotang said, feeling the pressure as she noted. Why isn't the court session ended yet? If it doesn't conclude soon, I will miss my chance. Just then, the emperor announced the end of the court session. Fang Ruotang internally celebrated, and as the emperor stepped out of the grand hall, she stealthily approached Minister Yi. With everyone in the court able to hear Fang Ruotang's voice, they deliberately blocked Minister Yi's path to prevent his escape, while also enjoying the spectacle, hesitating to leave. What's wrong? Little Mirror asked anxiously, fearing that Fang Ruotang might regret her plan at such a critical moment. Such a large crowd. Minister Yi was momentarily distracted by her tone, and his fingers trembled slightly. This small pause went unnoticed by Fang Ruotang, who composed herself and internally shouted, I'm coming. In an instant, Minister Yi slowed his pace, his arms still, lest Fang Ruotang fail to grasp his hand accurately. Just as she was poised to reach out, she heard a playful shout from behind, causing her to falter. Why, is it the Crown Prince? Who told you to be so clumsy? You fell so far from Minister Yi that you couldn't even touch his sleeve. Thankfully, the Crown Prince was nearby to catch you. Quickly, grasped the Crown Prince's hand. Fang Ruotang, her face flushed, reached for the Crown Prince's large hand resting on her waist and stammered, Thank you, Your Highness." The Crown Prince glanced down at the girl so close to him, her blushing cheeks accentuated by a hint of baby fat, making her appear particularly charming. Her clear, watery eyes revealed her thoughts candidly. Is this enough? The Crown Prince looked down at her small hand clasping his, pale fingers gently squeezing. Oh, I'm so sorry. Fang Ruotang hurriedly released her grip and stepped back, her nervousness causing her to stumble. The Crown Prince instinctively wrapped his arm around her, pulling her close. The warmth and fragrance of her presence enveloped him, a sensation he had never experienced before. Once she steadied herself, he immediately released her and took a step back. Miss Fang, be careful. Forgive me, Fang Ruotang said, her face burning with embarrassment, wishing to disappear into the ground. Let us go. Oh, what? Startled, Fang Ruotang instinctively looked for her grandfather. And upon seeing the crowd surrounding them, she shrank back, quickly hiding behind her grandfather. Grandfather Fang, exasperated, gazed at his troublesome granddaughter, wishing her to behave. Understanding the reason behind her antics, he wasn't truly angry but cast a discontented glance at the Crown Prince, feeling as if a precious dish was being spoiled. On their way back to the minister's residence, the Crown Prince unceremoniously shared a carriage with the grandfather and granddaughter. Thankfully, the carriage was spacious enough to avoid feeling cramped. However, Fang Ruotang was oblivious to such concerns, her attention focused solely on the marketplace. To purchase items, you need points. Your points are insufficient. Why do I need points? What are points? Completing tasks earns you points, Little Mirror explained softly, as Fang Ruotang listened, fuming. Hurry. It's a great opportunity. Pretend the carriage hits a bump and fall into the Crown Prince's arms. That's 10 points. What nonsense are you talking? How can I fall into the Crown Prince's arms without crossing my grandfather? Opportunities like this are fleeting. 100 points for a vitality pill. Once consumed, all ailments vanish and you'll no longer suffer from heart troubles. Little Mirror displayed the page, and Fang Ruotang's heart raced. Though her condition wasn't dire, the suffocating pain was distressing, especially since the physician warned it might affect her lifespan. Longevity pills. Do you not want to give one to your grandfather? And your grandmother? She loves you the most. Let us do it. Fang Ruotang declared, her principles abandoned, tempted by the generous offerings of Little Mirror. With a cunning glint in her eye, she planned her next move, unaware that the two conversing about state affairs were actually focused on her. Minister Fang felt a mix of emotions. He didn't want his granddaughter to throw herself at the Crown Prince, but desired the vitality pill. After nurturing her meticulously for years, he knew how her health faltered with seasonal changes. Life and health took precedence over everything else. Realizing this, he decided to play the role of an accomplice. Tang, I have matters to discuss with Neo Air. You sit opposite. Neo Air, the coachman, naturally took the front seat while the three of them sat inside the carriage. The Crown Prince occupied the center, with Minister Fang to his left and Fang Ruotang seated next to her grandfather, near the door. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Ruotang stood up, deliberately swayed, and fell into the Crown Prince's embrace once more. Task completed, reward, 10 points. Fang Ruotang exclaimed with delight. Let me see what I can exchange for 10 points. Minister Fang, with a complex expression, reached out to pull Fang Ruotang from the Crown Prince's arms.
Sit properly.
Fang Ruotang beamed at her grandfather, then turned to the Crown Prince, saying nonchalantly, I hope I didn't bump into you too hard. The Crown Prince merely glanced at her without much expression. Fang Ruotang, unfazed, eagerly browsed the marketplace, only to feel frustration rise when she realized she couldn't afford anything she desired. With a tilt of her head and a playful roll of her eyes, she exclaimed, Little Mirror, we've just met, and you're a product of a higher civilization. Don't you owe me a greeting gift? Of course. Fang Ruotang was taken aback by Little Mirror's generosity. Receiving her starter gift pack, she could hardly contain her excitement, leaving the Crown Prince and Minister Fang speechless.
Wow.
So many items. Thank you, Little Mirror. You're so kind. 1 vitality pill, 1 beauty pill, 1 strength pill, 1 longevity pill. Just hearing the names of these pills, Fang Ruotang could guess their effects. First, take the vitality pill to treat your illness, then the strength pill to rebuild your physique. When the time comes, using the cleansing pill will be easier. Your grandmother's condition is not serious. She will recover in a few days. Focus on your own health and don't waste resources. Fang Ruotang grinned at Little Mirror, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She realized that while Little Mirror urged her to entice men, it wasn't he overly demanding, and there was a hint of kindness toward her. If she consumed the pills first, Little Mirror might not readily offer more in the future, but if she shared them with her family, she believed Little Mirror would likely reward her again. A longevity pill grants 10 years of life? Can you give me a few more? I want to share with my grandfather, grandmother, and great-grandparents. There are quite a few family members, and 1 pill, 1 tea suffice. Little Mirror. Fang Ruotang nudged Little Mirror in her mind. Seeing it remained silent didn't he discourage her. She planned to coax it later for more treasures. All right, I'll give this longevity pill to your grandfather first. Can I let my second brother take the cleansing pill? He walks with the imperial sword, possessing formidable martial skills, and his physique should be able to endure the agony of cleansing the marrow. Although the Prime Minister is a civil official, his eldest grandson has chosen the path of a military officer. Traditionally, there exists a division between civil and military officials. Nonetheless, his elder sister-in-law is the daughter of a general. Fang Ruotang murmured all the way, meticulously arranging several medicinal pills. The Prime Minister felt a mix of pride and concern, as well as a sense of awkwardness, especially since the Crown Prince was seated in the same carriage with them. He heard her little schemes clearly, disregarding the other pills. Which minister would not eagerly present the longevity elixir to honor the emperor? The Prime Minister genuinely feared that the emperor might become enraged if he learned of this matter. Upon arriving at the Prime Minister's residence, Fang Ruotang seized her grandfather and pulled him aside. The Prime Minister's brow furrowed. He feared that his innocent granddaughter would demand he consume the longevity elixir right then and there. Stealing a guilty glance at the Crown Prince, he remarked, "I treat you as my granddaughter, yet you perceive me as a fool? During our journey here, did a deity not reveal something to you? Am I not aware?" With a complex expression, the Prime Minister glanced at Fang Ruotang and pinched his nose, reluctantly playing along with her far-fetched act. "A deity informed me of the situation in Wugu County and bestowed upon me 2 treasures, a sound transmission talisman and an object transmission talisman, instructing me to hand them to you. The deity said to use them directly, and the specifics are for you to explore." After delivering her message, Fang Ruotang patted her behind and departed, leaving the Prime Minister speechless, desiring to inquire further, but finding no opportunity. His granddaughter, despite being born amidst a celestial spectacle, had indeed caused quite a stir before her arrival. Diagnosed with a heart condition from birth, she appeared somewhat simpler than the average child as she grew. Consequently, he and his second son, along with his second daughter-in-law, had refrained from pressuring her to study, merely hoping for her health and happiness. Yet, unexpectedly, everything changed overnight. With the fate of the entire De Yong and even humanity resting upon her shoulders, filling the Prime Minister with dread. Several ministers were currently in the deliberation hall, and before their arrival, he had already assigned disaster relief officials to gather supplies. Although it was the first time the Emperor had encountered the sound transmission and object transmission talismans, he displayed no excessive alarm. In the presence of the ministers, he personally inscribed a decree, placing the decree and sound transmission talisman onto the object transmission talisman, causing them to vanish without a trace. The magistrate of Wugu County, despite initially panicking and consuming a pot of tea to calm his nerves, now obediently followed the Emperor's orders like a marionette, not daring to question further. With the situation in Wugu County temporarily managed, reports arrived regarding the investigation into the Minister of Revenue, revealing a vast amount of gold, silver, and official funds unearthed from his residence. With irrefutable evidence, the Emperor immediately sentenced the Minister of Revenue to execution and entrusted the Crown Prince with full authority to investigate the case, ensuring severe punishment for any officials guilty of corruption. After concluding state affairs, the Emperor suddenly inquired, "Prime Minister Fang, what are your thoughts on the Crown Prince?" The Prime Minister's heart sank, feeling somewhat displeased, yet unable to display it. He candidly reminded, "The Crown Prince is indeed excellent. Miss Li is intelligent and graceful. A fitting match for him. The Li family has been a prominent clan for centuries, producing numerous high-ranking officials and literary figures, holding significant status among scholars. Miss Li had long been promised to the crown prince, awaiting an auspicious day for their wedding. While his family may not possess the same depth of heritage as the Li family, he had never intended to marry off his sixth child, and now it was even less likely that he would allow his granddaughter, who bore divine power, to enter the Eastern Palace as a concubine. The emperor raised an eyebrow, his expression unchanged, as if he had merely made a casual remark. He then resumed discussions on other matters of state. Meanwhile, the crown prince, deep in thought, absently turned the jade ring in his hand, contemplating various ideas. Little Mirror was dissatisfied that she had given the pills to her grandmother and urged her to complete tasks to earn points for rewards. Disbelieving Little Mirror's claims, she was astonished to learn that it could allow her to witness their previous lives. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. Time flowed swiftly. The curtain released by Little Mirror in Fang Ruotang's mind had darkened. The former and current selves bore a resemblance of 6 or 7 parts. Initially, she thought her heart condition in this life was tragic, but she discovered that in her previous life, her condition was even more severe. And her mind was not particularly sharp. She barely lived past 18, succumbing to an untimely death. For the first 16 years, she was confined at home, despite her parents' and brother's utmost affection and the presence of various tutors. They even tried to introduce her to girls of her age as friends.
Yet,
she was not happy. She despised the cautiousness of those around her and the friends who pretended to comply with her while secretly harboring jealousy and pity. It was only later, upon meeting friends online and following their advice to create an account for chatting and singing, that she gradually found joy. In the online world, no one treated her as a fragile doll, nor did they think her foolish. Most who admired her did so for her enchanting voice. And many older brothers and sisters regarded her as their little sister. During that time, the crown prince and his companions became her top supporters, even organizing a grand online meeting on her 18th birthday. Perhaps due to the restrictions of her previous world, although the crown prince and his companions cherished her, they refrained from expressing love before she turned 18. Her sudden death, caused by a winter rainstorm, took her life without warning. She remained uncertain about what would have transpired between her and the crown prince had she lived. However, Little Mirror showed her what occurred after her passing. After her death, her parents and brother were indeed heartbroken, yet they eventually emerged from their sorrow. Conversely, the crown prince and his companions encountered accidents, departing from this world one after the other within a week. Do you now believe my words? They came for you. Fang Ruotang's expression darkened, her gaze cast down, her eyes reddening as she spoke with a hint of nasal tone. I feel like a monster. Little Mirror paused, evidently confused. What are you saying? Fang Ruotang wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Isn't it true? Everyone's fate should be in their own hands. In my previous life, although they cared for me, they each had their own lives. Upon my sudden departure, they might feel sorrow like my parents and brother, but after grieving, they should be able to stand up and lead their lives well. How could I just die without reason like a plot twist in some story? It's utterly disgusting. Little Mirror understood Fang Ruotang's sentiments, feeling both proud and delighted. I seem not to be too clever in this life either. Fang Ruotang pursed her lips, acknowledging that, compared to her previous life, she was somewhat better, yet she had to admit that among her family's children, she was the slowest learner. Though her family never directly told her this, over time, she had come to realize it. Before you entered this realm, they foresaw the great calamity awaiting this world. However, in adhering to the heavenly laws of this realm, they could not retain their memories and thus cast me into your form, borrowing my strength to assist you. Should the heavenly order of this realm be destroyed, while Fang Ruotang would not perish entirely, it would leave a substantial burden on her already limited spirit. Although their lives were infinite, they still understood how to choose between a millennium and 10,000 years, hence the price they paid to cheat fate.
Ah,
so you are theirs. No wonder you always urged me to find them, Fang Ruotang exclaimed, finally comprehending why Little Mirror insisted on binding the emperor, even against his will. Little Mirror pouted, "Humph. You favor them, so I shall abandon you." Little Mirror cried in grievance. "I did not. I will always be the best with you." "You are not. You never give me medicine to cure my ailments. I did. But my grandmother took it. The small mirror choked slightly, on the verge of tears. Who could he blame? He reluctantly took out the Peiyuan pill and the strengthening pill. Fang Ruotang, with an expression of cleverness, took the medicine, swallowing it directly with the warm tea in the room. The Peiyuan pill had a faint fragrance, melting in the mouth, neither bitter nor unpleasant, even slightly sweet. She smacked her lips, not quite discerning the flavor. After it settled in her stomach, her body felt warm and comfortable. Could this be the cure for my ailment?
Wow.
You're amazing. A simple pill has relieved me of pain that has troubled me for 16 years. Do you have a prescription? The small mirror looked at the not-so-bright yet calculating Fang Ruotang, utterly bemused. This is a pill from the realm of cultivation. The prescription would be of no use to you. It differs from ordinary prescriptions, and the physicians of this world cannot comprehend it.
Oh.
Fang Ruotang paused, no longer fixated on the prescription. She inquired about the realm of cultivation and learned that she hailed from a world of higher order than the realm of cultivation itself. If this small world evolves successfully, it might establish a passage to the realm of cultivation, allowing ordinary people with spiritual roots to embark on the path of cultivation. During this time, she consumed the strengthening pill. Upon ingestion, she felt an overwhelming sensation as if her body might explode. The pain was intense, yet not enough to render her unconscious. Enduring through it, Fang Ruotang broke into a sweat, and when she stood again, it felt as if she were walking on clouds. Reborn anew. After such a tumultuous experience, Fang Ruotang swiftly drifted into slumber. Due to the inquiries she made while the strengthening pill took effect, she barely remembered much. However, her shadow guard retained every detail, and once she was asleep, these dialogues found their way to the Emperor's table. The Emperor's expression was a complex mix of emotions, tinged with joy. That night, he summoned the Crown Prince to speak, but what transpired between them remained a mystery. The following day during court, the Crown Prince's gaze was unwaveringly fixed on Fang Ruotang. Oblivious to the attention, Fang Ruotang excitedly chatted with a small mirror. Is it really that shocking? Does he enjoy watching his wife being taken advantage of? At her words, the entire hall fell into silence, except for one individual whose face paled, cold sweat pouring from him. How shameless!
How could he do such a thing?
His wife is the legitimate daughter of the Inspector Chow, the most dignified and proper person. If this becomes known, she will not be able to survive. Scoundrel! A sudden roar erupted in the hall as an official struck another with a ceremonial tablet. Chapter 008. A blessing in disguise, did you not know? Fang Ruotang looked at him in astonishment, wondering if he, too, had been daydreaming during court. Enough! The Emperor's voice thundered with authority. Those pretending to intervene quickly dispersed, while Inspector Chow adjusted his official hat and knelt forcefully, crying out, Your Majesty, I beseech you to uphold justice for your humble servant. What has happened? Fang Ruotang nudged the attendant beside her. The attendant, with a stern demeanor, numbly replied, This is Inspector Chow. The one he just assaulted is his son-in-law, Deputy Minister Do. Fang Ruotang's eyes lit up, having just read their gossip. She now witnessed it firsthand and couldn't help but mentally complain to the small mirror. Oh my, is there no limit to depravity? What sort of man who has spied on his neighbor's widow bathing can be considered good? Such a person actually managed to become a scholar and gained the favor of his superiors, climbing the ranks. This scoundrel, let alone being an official, is unworthy of being human. I must see if there is anything I can expose about him.
Ugh.
He is no human. To climb the ranks, he allows so many men to sleep with his wife. No, I cannot tolerate this. I want to slay him. Fang Ruotang looked around, searching for a suitable weapon. The Chancellor could no longer restrain himself, stepping forward to scold her in a low voice. What are you doing, swaying about like a monkey? With tears welling in her eyes, Fang Ruotang cried, Grandfather, the daughter of the Chow family is too pitiful. Can I even speak of this? If this gets out, her reputation will be ruined, and she will not survive. The court fell silent, leaving only the sound of Inspector Chow's suppressed sobs. He wished he could kill Deputy Minister Do, but he also felt a surge of anger towards Fang Ruotang. Though she had not spoken, her thoughts were transparent, and he feared for his daughter's future. Please rise. The emperor rubbed his temples, feeling powerless. After listening to Fang Ruotang's heartfelt thoughts, he noted that she had not accused Deputy Minister Dou of any crimes, indicating that despite his moral failings, he might not have been entirely unfit for his official duties. Surely, the emperor could not execute a subject over personal matters. Casting a glance at Fang Ruotang, the emperor wished for her to refrain from unnecessary thoughts. It was quite burdensome. Your Majesty, I must expose Deputy Minister Dou's moral failings. He has dishonored my daughter and is unworthy to be a man. I request permission for my daughter to return home. Deputy Minister Dou, do you have anything to say? The emperor's expression turned cold as he gazed at Dou. Dou dared not utter a word, his body aching all over. Not even daring to grunt, he simply admitted his wrongdoing and sought the emperor's mercy. Though such moral failings were not the gravest concern for those in power, a man treating his lawful wife in such a manner was indeed disgraceful. Furthermore, Dou had long been perceived as a devoted husband, and no one would have imagined his private conduct was so shameless. Thus, I shall take action and grant Inspector Chow's request. From this day forth, men and women shall marry without any ties. As the emperor made his pronouncement, Fang Ruotang was not idle. Small mirror, you are so capable. Can you assist Miss Chow? I fear she may not survive. Of course. Her life and her family's are far more important. Can you help her forget the past? Fang Ruotang's eyes brightened as she proposed. Are you suggesting burying one's head in the sand? Fang Ruotang pouted, her mood soured. The small mirror, realizing that neither the emperor nor the princess could stir Fang Ruotang's compassion, noticed that Miss Chow might prove beneficial to her plans. If she gave away the pill, Miss Chow would undoubtedly take on tasks for her family. Isn't her despair rooted in feeling unclean? If you gift her the cleansing pill after purification, no one will be purer than she. You must be mad. Is that the same kind of cleanliness? Besides, I want to keep this for my second brother. Do you not wish to help her? We are all women. I sympathize with her and want to help. But such a precious pill must be reserved for my family first. I can assist her later if I have extras. Fang Ruotang pouted in displeasure, her eyes darting around the court officials. Why did Inspector Chow disclose Deputy Minister Dou's situation in such an idiotic manner during court? Is he trying to ruin his own daughter? Inspector Chow struggled to catch his breath. Why did he create such a scene in court? It was no longer a secret, and had there been even the slightest possibility of concealment, he would never have revealed it. If you save her, she will live. If you do not, she will perish. Why can you not comprehend simple words? Do you enjoy moral coercion? Moreover, the cleansing pill is exceedingly precious, and I only possess one. How could I give it to her? I sympathize with her, but I do not know her. Fang Ruotang felt a pang of discomfort, unable to contain her anger. The cleansing pill was not a necessity for her second brother, and the small mirror's suggestion could indeed save Miss Chow's life, yet she was reluctant to part with it. She had never been so stingy before. What is it worth? To you it is a trinket you toss about daily, and even after 10 years, you could not exhaust them. I have prepared you tens of thousands. Did we not agree that your intellect is lacking? Why is it so difficult to persuade you? The small mirror was taken aback by her reprimand, responding in a soft, pitiful tone. What did you say? Fang Ruotang blinked her eyes, as she seemed to have heard something extraordinary just moments ago. No way, Xiao Jingzi replied, her spirits low, unaware that she had already revealed too much. Fang Ruotang, with her wide eyes, tentatively asked, if you assist Miss Chow, will I be able to undertake tasks under certain conditions in the future? Really? Indeed. You can't deceive me. If I have to do tasks later, I expect my points back. Holding the newly acquired cleansing elixir, Fang Ruotang feigned disinterest, murmuring a few words. It turned out she had not been imagining things after all. She lowered her head, fiddling with the elixir, occasionally bringing it close to her nose to inhale its fragrance. The entire hall held its breath, unable to suppress the covetous expressions that emerged. Unlike the emperor and the crown prince, the ministers, aware of Fang Ruotang's naive disposition, knew she would eventually bestow one upon them, for in this era, imperial power reigned supreme. Quickly give her the cleansing elixir. Aren't you afraid that public opinion will force her to her demise? Once she consumes the elixir, no one will be able to coerce her. She will transcend her mortal existence, able to retain knowledge effortlessly and master martial arts at an astonishing pace. Even if she desires nothing more than a peaceful life, her offspring will be far more intelligent and perceptive than ordinary mortals. Who among the common folk wouldn't wish for exceptional descendants? Coughing, Lord Yongchang inquired, Chao Yushi, what do you think of my new son? The speaker was the Marquis of Yongchang. In his youth he was capable, but alas, his family had yet to produce a noteworthy heir. As he aged, the decline of the Yongchang estate became increasingly evident. Otherwise, given his age, he could have long enjoyed a leisurely retirement at home. Chao Yushi regarded the Marquis with a complex expression. The Marquis's face flushed with embarrassment. He felt this was somewhat improper, yet the continuation of his family's prosperity was of utmost importance. Moreover, Miss Chao was not at fault in this matter. In any case, with the current situation, even the crown prince would find himself reduced in stature. With Fang Ruotang present, the dynamics between men and women were bound to undergo a monumental transformation. Following this incident, Miss Chao not only extricated herself from a quagmire but also reaped tangible benefits. If the celestial path succeeded, she would be the first to embark on the journey of cultivation in this world. If it failed, the most inconspicuous advantage would be that she could give birth to a prodigious child. Despite the old-fashioned demeanor, the tangible benefits were evident, and many would desire both. The Marquis, with a thick skin, was the first to voice such sentiments. Chapter 009. The Malodorous Cleansing Elixir. After the court adjourned, Fang Ruotang contemplated having her mother send an invitation, requesting Miss Chao to visit for a discussion. Though Chao Yushi was known for his integrity and uprightness, as a father, he could not help but dote on his daughter. Without regard for appearances, he promptly invited Minister Fang to dine at their home. Minister Fang readily accepted, and the two generations made their way to the Chao residence in a carriage. Xiao Jingzi, I have come to realize that I am truly a harbinger of good fortune. Whatever I wish for seems to materialize, Fang Ruotang exclaimed. Xiao Jingzi mused, some things are better left unsaid. Ultimately, she decided to remain silent and let her be happy. According to tradition, upon visiting, Fang Ruotang would typically pay her respects to old Madame Chao first. However, Chao Yushi did not send anyone to announce their arrival and instead led Minister Fang and his granddaughter directly to the garden pavilion. He hurried to the backyard and briefly explained the situation to his wife, causing Madame Chao to faint from the shock. Fortunately, the household physician was present. After administering 2 needles, she regained consciousness, only to burst into tears, lamenting, "Oh, my poor daughter. How can I endure this?" Chao Yushi quickly recounted the matter of the cleansing elixir. The miraculous nature of Fang Ruotang was no longer a secret, especially since she had been present at the Grand Princess's banquet. Is it true? Madame Chao wiped her tears and clasped her hands in gratitude, declaring, Miss Fang is truly a benefactor to our family. Once this matter is resolved, I will surely visit the temple to offer a longevity tablet in her honor. To be revered daily. Chao Yushi was momentarily speechless, surprisingly refraining from opposing his wife's superstitious inclinations. When the 3 family members finally met, the couple mulled over their thoughts but found themselves at a loss for words. It was instead Miss Chao, upon noticing her mother's swollen eyes and her father's troubled expression, who was filled with concern. Having dined well, Fang Ruotang was contemplating how to present the cleansing elixir to Chao Yushi, persuading him to administer it to Miss Chao. When she saw both of them approaching, I have some matters to discuss with Minister Fang. You accompany Miss Fang, Chao Yushi instructed. Miss Chao was momentarily bewildered. There were other unmarried sisters at home, and given the significant age difference, over 10 years, she had never interacted with Miss Fang before. Despite her confusion regarding her parents' intentions, Miss Chao, always sensible and courteous, suppressed her doubts and graciously welcomed Fang Ruotang. Whatever Miss Fang offers, you must consume it, were Madame Chao's only instructions before she led Fang Ruotang to the backyard. Knowing her daughter well, Madame Chao understood that no matter the circumstance, she would not disgrace the family in public. However, when it came to personal matters, she found it difficult to voice her concerns.
Miss Gao,
Somewhat rigid in demeanor and not one to easily smile or engage in frivolity, appeared older than her actual age, resembling a woman in her 30s. Having been married for a decade without children, her brows bore the weight of many worries. After all, given her circumstances, even Lord Doe was hesitant to allow her to conceive, secretly administering medication to prevent it. Chao Jia. Miss Chao was taken aback by this address. After more than 10 years of marriage, she had been referred to as Madame Doe before her husband received a prestigious title, which elevated her to the status of Lady Doe. How can I persuade Miss Chao to consume the cleansing elixir? Would it be strange to simply present it? Surely she wouldn't refuse? If she refuses, it would be her own folly. Then it would not be worth the effort, and we must respect her choice. Really? Fang Ruotang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Though Xiao Jingzi had inadvertently revealed their strategy moments ago, this was not a pressing matter. She felt sympathy for Miss Chao, but also wanted her family to benefit first. Perhaps it was a case of wanting yet not wanting. Therefore, should Miss Chao decline, she would not press the issue. Fang Ruotang's thoughts were delightful, yet upon observing Miss Chao's stern expression, she furrowed her brow. Such a person could easily succumb to self-imposed despair, even without external gossip. Miss Chao gasped. Could she be afflicted with an incurable illness like the Grand Princess? Yet, how could Miss Fang, who had been unable to save even the Grand Princess, produce a life-saving remedy for her, given their lack of prior acquaintance? This is too troublesome. I must devise a plan. What if I masquerade as a celestial being? This way, others will seek me out rather than me having to force them to take medicine. Right now, it feels as though I am poisoning them. Fang Ruotang pouted, decisively committing to her scheme. Chao Jia. To be honest, I have received guidance from a celestial being and possess knowledge of matters unknown to others. In her youth, Miss Chao had not favored overly exuberant individuals, but now, as she aged and without children of her own, she found herself drawn to the vitality of a spirited young girl like Fang Ruotang. Observing Fang Ruotang's earnest concern for her, a flicker of a smile passed through her eyes, for she saw in her a delightful young lady and wished to alleviate her burdens. No wonder I found Miss Fang so ethereal. It turns out she has been guided by celestial beings. I apologize for my earlier presumptions, she replied, her smile genuine. Does Miss Chao seem somewhat less astute? Fang Ruotang noted the slight fissure in Miss Chao's perfect smile. I sense a connection between us. Here, I have a celestial elixir. I shall bestow it upon you. Fang Ruotang produced the cleansing elixir with flourish. Miss Chao hesitated for a moment, recalling her mother's admonitions, before decisively placing the elixir in her mouth. Fang Ruotang, having never used the cleansing elixir herself, was unaware of its effects, and after setting aside her reluctance, her curiosity took precedence. Does it take effect so swiftly? Surely, Miss Chao will not suffer any ill effects. The process of refining the marrow is indeed excruciating. The Chao family must think I have poisoned her. I should make my escape. The Prime Minister himself is eager to witness the effects of the marrow-refining elixir, and with the Crown Prince and others present, there is no chance of leaving. He pretends not to hear Fang Ruotang's words. Ignored, she mutters incessantly, fearful of being imprisoned. At that moment, her small mirror is only adding to the chaos, continuously urging her to get closer to the Crown Prince. The Prime Minister and the others are troubled by the noise, but cannot silence Fang Ruotang. Fortunately, it is not long before a maid arrives to report on Miss Chao's situation, affording everyone the opportunity to witness it firsthand. However, despite their curiosity, they maintain decorum and stop before Miss Chao's courtyard. As they approach, an indescribable stench assails them. Chapter 010. Like her servant Ugh. Fang Ruotang cannot help but retch. Internally lamenting, you didn't mention the marrow refining process would be so foul.
Ugh.
My heavens. Of course, it stinks. All the impurities in her body will be expelled. Moreover, Miss Chao has been unable to conceive for years because she has been fed contraceptives by Minister Doe, and her health has deteriorated. If it weren't for this marrow refining, she would never be able to become a mother in this lifetime. What kind of foul man is Minister Doe? I must have a serious talk with my grandfather to ensure he exposes Doe's misdeeds and has him demoted or executed. Though he may bribe his superiors and engage in favoritism, I've investigated, and he hasn't committed any grave offenses warranting death. His greed is minor and within the Emperor's tolerance.
Bah.
I will have my grandfather contact several ministers to petition against him. Even if we cannot execute him, he must be demoted. As for Inspector Chao, he should be more proactive, After all, he is Miss Chow's father, and this matter falls squarely within his expertise. Inspector Chow's expression is complex and strange. His earlier antics in court were aimed at having the emperor demote someone directly. However, upon hearing Fang Ruotang speak of the marrow refining elixir, he refrains from pursuing Minister Do, for the elixir is of utmost importance. Once this opportunity passes, it is uncertain whether Fang Ruotang's intentions will allow his daughter to benefit from it. Thus, he diligently invites everyone to his residence, seizing the chance while Fang Ruotang is fervent to ensure he secures the tangible benefits.
Quickly step back.
The Crown Prince is delivering goods. He is right behind you. Embrace him for 10 points. Think of the marrow refining elixir. Go for it. No way. What if he doesn't catch me? It's my first meeting with him, and I'll fall at his feet without him even glancing my way. He certainly won't save you. This elixir isn't cabbage. If there's more, I'll use it on my family first. If something as tragic as Miss Chow's situation arises again, don't expect me to share. Saving you would make me seem like a saint, and not saving you would weigh on my conscience. Receiving a marrow refining elixir for free pains Fang Ruotang, especially since her small mirror acts like a greedy merchant, demanding 10,000 points for one. Completing a task earns her merely 10 points. It may be ages before she acquires another. Inevitably, she will have to barter with her small mirror again. Fortunately, with a little coaxing, the small mirror always relents. As she calculates in her mind, she glances back, confirming the Crown Prince's position. With a somewhat exaggerated gasp, she slowly begins to step back. The Crown Prince's stern visage briefly flickers with complexity. If he were not privy to Fang Ruotang's inner thoughts, he would be disinclined to partake in this charade. To embrace her in such a manner, thereby allowing her to gain the upper hand, would render him somewhat foolish. Miss Fang, the Crown Prince exclaims, as he dramatically catches the stumbling Fang Ruotang. He gazes down at her, noticing her eyes darting about, clearly concocting some mischievous scheme. Yet, beyond her easily readable expressions, her inner thoughts are even more candid. Wow, the Crown Prince's chest is so firm. Do you think he looks like those male deities you showed me yesterday when he takes off his shirt? Of course. If I could get my hands on the Crown Prince's nude portrait, I would share it with you.
Great.
The Crown Prince tightens his grip around Fang Ruotang, and she suddenly feels a powerful embrace, lifting her slightly off the ground. Bewildered, she gazes at him, tilting her head in confusion, appearing utterly innocent and adorable. Who would suspect that she is internally negotiating with her small mirror for the Crown Prince's nude portrait? The Crown Prince, with a darkened expression, admonishes Miss Fang. Some things are best left unseen, do you understand?
Oh.
I sense that if I inquire further, I will be in pain beyond just my waist. Crown Prince, my waist is about to break. Fang Ruotang winces, trying to pry away his hand, encircling her waist while simultaneously haggling with her small mirror. Quickly, I held his hand again. He embraced me. That's more challenging than me embracing him, and I even felt his firm chest. Add more points for me. Fine. Let us make it 100 points. The small mirror is generous, and Fang Ruotang beams with joy. The Crown Prince finds it rather peculiar. This product of a more advanced civilization seems to lack decorum, at least in Fang Ruotang's presence, where it appears rather casual. Oh, 100 points. I can buy another elixir now. What should I get this time? While Fang Ruotang remains in the Crown Prince's embrace, he does not release her, and she does not wish to extricate herself, even lazily leaning against him. The Prime Minister observes the two, locked in their oblivious embrace, and he can ascertain that the Crown Prince indeed desires to court his precious daughter. Regardless of the Crown Prince's intentions, it all seems to revolve around self-interest, leaving the Prime Minister feeling quite displeased, though he dares not show it. Don't try to fool me. Isn't it just the combined effects of a Peiyuan pill, 2 longevity pills, and a rejuvenation pill? That totals merely 400 points. The small mirror responds, that holds some truth. And with you acting this way, it's difficult to keep track. Let us just say 100 points. Otherwise, I might lose count, and that would be quite troublesome. All right then. The small mirror is somewhat bashful, but generous. Fang Ruotang feels indifferent, yet those present cannot help but ponder. This advanced civilization's creation is not merely Fang Ruotang's personal servant, is it? Why does it seem so obedient to her? It appears to compel her to undertake tasks in exchange for points to redeem various pills, but in reality, it feels akin to indulging a child in play. Of course not. The human body has its limits. The natural order has its laws. 300 years is the maximum. Contemplating this, Fang Ruotang casts a disdainful glance at the crown prince, then realizes they are still entwined. She blinks a couple of times, momentarily disoriented. Why is the crown prince holding me? You fell into his arms just now, and he has been cradling you ever since. Fang Ruotang muses, that could be possible. TSK. I cannot look favorably upon a man who seeks to marry after tarnishing a woman's reputation. With that, Fang Ruotang pushes the crown prince away, raising her chin with an air of disdain. The crown prince's fingers, gently rubbing together, itch as he gazes at the haughty little girl before him, feeling an inexplicable urge. Chapter 11. The supreme master of the nation. From the moment the prince was born, he was cold-hearted and emotionally detached. Even his father and mother, who nurtured him, found it challenging to sway his feelings. Yet, when he held the young girl before him, a wave of comfort washed over him, nearly prompting a sigh of contentment. This sensation was intense, akin to a long-lost fragment of himself finally discovering its counterpart. During their previous embrace, his emotions had also surged dramatically, but he had attributed it to the novelty of such closeness with a maiden. After all, he was a normal man, experiencing the typical responses that come with awakening each day. This was merely his first time holding a girl, so a bit of excitement was to be expected. However, this was now the third time he had cradled the young girl in his arms. Given his temperament, which was not far from being as tranquil as a still lake, he ought not to react like a youthful lad. With a decision already made, his resolve only strengthened. If the future was to unfold as the young mirror had foretold, he must act swiftly to seize the initiative. After all, he was accustomed to being domineering. The prince's gaze was fixed intently on Fang Ruotang, noting her lack of alertness as she peered into the courtyard of Miss Zhao. The sight of the maid bustling about with water prompted him to call out, inquiring whether Miss Zhao was prepared to receive guests. Her curiosity was undeniable. The maid had already noticed the throng of officials, led by her father, gathered at the courtyard entrance, though she was oblivious to the reasons behind it. Before long, Miss Zhao emerged, transformed, her skin radiating a luminous glow, her hair as dark as ink. The years of worry had erased the fine lines that once graced her eyes, making her appear as youthful as a 17 or 18-year-old girl, albeit somewhat nervously standing before the crowd. Father. Upon seeing her father, Chao Yueti's earlier anxiety dissipated. She had caught a glimpse of herself in the bronze mirror amidst the astonished looks of her maids and was equally taken aback. This is astonishing.
Miss Gao.
How have you suddenly regained so much youth? Did you encounter some extraordinary fortune? Those present were discerning. Yet it required a catalyst for Fang Ruotang to openly reveal the matter. Chao Yueti served as that catalyst. At her father's urging, she glanced at Fang Ruotang and, seeing her unperturbed demeanor, recounted how she was a celestial being who had bestowed upon her an elixir. Fang Ruotang stood tall, resembling a child playing house, waving her hand and proclaiming to the crowd, I was fortunate to receive guidance from an immortal and thus acquired a touch of celestial affinity. She deliberately spoke little, attempting to exude an air of ethereal grace. However, the little mirror continually urged her from within, reminding her to disclose the matter of the Tao's evolution. For the salvation of this realm could not rest solely upon her shoulders. In this age of decline, plagued by calamities and misfortunes, Fang Ruotang pouted, yet recognized the gravity of the situation. It was not the time for her to feign indifference. As she opened her mouth, reciting the words as if memorized, she followed the mirror's prompts, nodding towards the prince once they finished. This is the situation at hand. The prince's austere countenance softened slightly, almost betraying a smile. The young girl's attempt to appear grand had missed the mark, leaving her somewhat discontented. The other ministers present shared a silent consensus. They believed the elixir seemed quite easily acquired by Fang Ruotang, at least from their perspective, as if this product of advanced civilization held a special favor for her. Is there any way to obtain the elixir? The prince inquired. The little mirror immediately urged her, quickly inform him, let him be your consort. If he agrees, I shall ensure a bountiful harvest for him. You have but a year to prepare. Do not delay, for many lives are at stake. Fang Ruotang suppressed the mirror's insistence within her thoughts. She fabricated words, and after a moment of silence, the prince broke it, stating, "If the celestial being has further instructions, Miss Fong Lu must relay them faithfully, regardless of the cost, as long as it secures the celestial's assistance." The prince's words were a clear indication. He believed that if he did not articulate himself adequately, the young girl might not comprehend. Yet, at that moment, Fang Ruotang remained oblivious, having intentionally concealed the mirror and its tasks, thus failing to interpret the prince's intentions in that regard. However, the other seasoned politicians in attendance understood. Aside from the irate Prime Minister Fang, the remaining officials wore expressions of relief, previously fearing the prince's reluctance to yield, but now it seemed favorable. The commotion had reached its climax. Rising before dawn to attend court, she felt weary and drained, thankful for having consumed a vitality-enhancing pill the previous day. Otherwise, her original constitution would hardly withstand such exertions. "Are you leaving already? Will you not exchange a few words with Chow Yuedi? Will you not accept her as a disciple?" "I shall not. It is too troublesome."
Very well.
"I see her aptitude leaves much to be desired. If you choose not to accept her, so be it. I had thought you would bestow upon her the cleansing elixir, indicating your regard. Prior to this, I did not know her. What could I possibly value in her? Your disinterest is understood. It is simply her misfortune." Yet the other astute figures present were well aware. That afternoon, invitations to a banquet fluttered into Fang Ruotang's courtyard like snowflakes, accompanied by the emperor's decree. In summary, Fang Ruotang had been promoted, ascending from a mere attendant to the esteemed supreme master of the nation, her stature soaring dramatically. Elated, she longed to boast about her fortune and, with the mirror's assistance, carefully selected several banquets to attend. On the following day, she rose early to attend court, her household womenfolk also forcing themselves to awaken, eager to witness her extraordinary transformation. Unfortunately, she, who had been exhilarated by the early morning court sessions for 2 days, now found herself in a stupor, needing to be lifted into the carriage and then into the court hall. Upon entering, Prime Minister Fang noticed an additional chair beside the emperor and wore a look of complex emotions. As the grandfather stood, his granddaughter took a seat behind him. Chapter 12. Gratitude for the infatuated prince. The young girl appeared languid and unkempt, a demeanor the prince would typically disdain in a woman. Yet her half-asleep expression struck him as somewhat endearing. He approached with measured steps, while Prime Minister Fang assumed a stance of vigilance. The prince remained silent, merely casting a glance at the Prime Minister and effortlessly drew the young girl before him. Fang Ruotang, having suffered from a heart ailment since birth, had never been constrained by her family and had grown wild and free. Thus, in front of others, she resembled a 5- or 6-year-old child clinging to her grandfather, feeling no sense of impropriety. "What are you doing?" Her arm was held gently by the prince, and she spoke in a soft, sleepy tone. The prince's hand slid down to grasp her small hand, subtly squeezing it twice, appreciating the delightful sensation.
Sit here. Ah?
She gazed up at him, bewildered. "Am I allowed to sit here?" During court sessions, only the emperor sat upon the dragon throne. Even the prince stood at the lower end. Was it permissible for a newly emerged figure like her to have a seat? Fang Ruotang found the situation rather miraculous. "Well, if you're tired, you may sleep a little longer." Fang Ruotang eyed the prince skeptically, nudging the little mirror in her mind. Has he changed? Is he becoming more infatuated? You are attractive and can present the elixir. Is it not natural for him to be drawn to you? Fang Ruotang pondered for a moment, realizing the truth of the matter. Instantly, she straightened her back and joyfully gazed at the crown prince, thinking to herself, what excellent taste he has. Of course, even a blind person would admire you. Your beauty is irresistible. Your taste is commendable as well. In this dynamic between master and servant, one dared to speak while the other dared to listen. The crown prince was momentarily taken aback, feeling an unfamiliar fondness arise within him, as this was the first time a young lady had made him find joy merely in listening to her words. The other ministers in the court could hardly contain their laughter, with some even approaching Prime Minister Fang to inquire how he had raised such a pure and innocent granddaughter. Prime Minister Fang cast a sidelong glance at them, acknowledging that his little sixth miss, though exceptionally beautiful, was afflicted with a heart condition. The entire household cherished her deeply. Who could bear to impose societal conventions upon her? He had already resolved to keep her at home, unmarred by the complexities of the world, allowing her innocence to flourish. After all, Fang Ruotang's thoughts were not particularly convoluted. Before long, the emperor arrived. Fang Ruotang attempted to rise, but the crown prince gently pressed her shoulder down. She glanced at him and pouted her lips, her large eyes conveying the message. You made me sit, remember? If the emperor scolds me later, you must help me. The crown prince found her straightforwardness remarkably endearing. Even without hearing her innermost thoughts, he could guess her intentions. A chair was suddenly added in the grand hall, and who would dare speak without the emperor's command? Such privileges were merely to delight the young lady, for only her happiness would lead to favorable outcomes. The first matter the emperor addressed upon entering was to express gratitude for the elixir bestowed by the newly appointed national master, followed by a series of rewards. Among the treasures of gold and jewels, the most significant was a grant of land, along with the privilege that she would no longer need to kneel before the emperor in the future. Fang Ruotang joyfully expressed her gratitude, realizing that her lack of emotion upon being named national master yesterday was due to the absence of rewards. Today, however, was a different story. This emperor is quite benevolent. Did my grandfather not bestow the longevity elixir upon him, thereby altering his fate and extending his life by 10 years? Not necessarily. Typically, the longevity elixir can prolong life by a decade, yet your emperor has foolishly consumed poison created by sorcerers, and his health is already failing. Really? Fang Ruotang glanced furtively at the emperor and earnestly addressed her small mirror. I believe he does not look like a man on the verge of death. The potions crafted by sorcerers contain toxic substances like mercury and cinnabar, and even women's menstrual blood is added. Consuming any of these would be lethal. Upon hearing that menstrual blood was involved, Fang Ruotang could hardly face the emperor. The emperor himself felt nauseated, and upon concluding court, he ordered the sorcerers to be dragged out and executed. The emperor's preferences are quite peculiar. Perhaps we should gift him a cleansing elixir to prolong his life. My grandfather once mentioned that the emperor is a diligent ruler. Having him is certainly better than allowing the crown prince to ascend the throne. Look. The crown prince has only just begun to take an interest in me, which seems rather unsettling. The crown prince glanced at the little lady who was mentally critiquing him, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. The emperor raised an eyebrow at him, silently thanking him for his romantic musings, which had brought him a cleansing elixir. The crown prince frowned, fully aware that it was his father who had urged him to win the favor of the sixth miss from the Fang family.
All right.
You strive to fulfill your tasks. I have. Just now, the crown prince held my hand for quite a while. Surely that merits a cleansing elixir? Moreover, this is to save the emperor. By saving him, many others will be saved. Very well. You shall have it. The ministers observed. See. I told you. This elixir is easily obtained. Fang Ruotang, having received the cleansing elixir, wasted no time in presenting it to the emperor, as he had just bestowed upon her numerous gifts. A matter of reciprocity. However, after handing it over, she felt a pang of concern, urging the emperor to find a less populated place to consume it, as it would undoubtedly emit a foul odor. The emperor had not only learned about the elixir's effects from his hidden guards, but had also witnessed the results of Chao Yu's flute being brought into the palace the previous night. Thus, at this moment, no matter what Fang Ruotang said, the emperor was pleased. He was unbothered by the odor, for he could endure it. With matters to report and no need for a formal audience, the ministers were dismissed. Chao Yushi, not wishing to appear oblivious, stepped forward, as it was his duty to oversee the conduct of the officials. When Deputy Minister Dou fell into his hands, having insulted his daughter, the matter had lingered overnight for the sake of the cleansing elixir. If he delayed any longer, it would reflect poorly on him. Chao Yushi took a step forward, declaring, I wish to impeach Deputy Minister Dou Sun for disregarding human decency, engaging in bribery and corruption, abusing his power, and allowing his family to encroach upon the lands of others. All eyes in the court fell upon Chao Yushi's voluminous report. Dou Sun felt a sense of inevitability wash over him. The emperor was in high spirits, glancing at Dou Sun as if he were a piece of refuse. The eunuch presented the report, and without verifying its contents or granting Dou Sun a chance to defend himself, the emperor swiftly demoted him to a position in the most desolate county, effectively reducing him to a mere 9th-rank official. Do Sun's face turned as pale as a ghost as he accepted the decree. He had not risen to this position by being foolish. It was clear the emperor wished to be rid of him, and no amount of pleading would change that. Chapter 13. The daring young lady. Moreover, in an effort to eavesdrop on Fang Ruotang's thoughts, the emperor had been unusually diligent these past few days. Whereas he usually adhered to the old customs of attending court every 3 days. Will you be visiting the Wei Yuan Marquis' residence? As the emperor departed, Fang Ruotang prepared to leave as well, only to be stopped by the crown prince, who wished to speak. I shall accompany you, he declared. Very well. Fang Ruotang responded with apparent delight, even as another voice echoed in her mind. The crown prince is rather clingy. Indeed. The crown prince gazed down at the seemingly contradictory young lady before him, having never experienced such a moment of silence in his 19 years. Invite the crown prince to dine. Have him feed you vegetables and earn 10 points. All right. Fang Ruotang looked up at him. May I invite you for a meal? The crown prince would not harbor any ill feelings over such trivial matters. He had long since learned of her extraordinary abilities and, combined with the early explanations from Prime Minister Fang, understood her unique circumstances. She was no ordinary girl, and thus, he could not hold her accountable. All he could offer was boundless tolerance. Having received the crown prince's consent, Fang Ruotang squeezed her pouch filled with herbal medicine and dashed excitedly toward Prime Minister Fang. Prime Minister Fang shot a glance at the crown prince. Since recognizing the crown prince's intentions toward his granddaughter, he had lost some of his reverence for him. Feeling somewhat disdainful, the crown prince, being a man, should not dine alone with her. Moreover, as a gentleman, it would be improper for him to let her pay. Who decreed that men must always cover the expenses when dining with women? This was utterly unreasonable. As she spoke, Fang Ruotang took matters into her own hands, directly snatching the pouch from her grandfather. Upon inspecting its contents, she discovered 100 silver note, some small change from the rewards, and a few gold leaves. Having rarely ventured outside, Fang Ruotang was unaware of the purchasing power of silver. But she perceived the sum to be quite substantial and eagerly presented it to the crown prince. Is this enough for our lunch? Indeed, it is. The crown prince recognized her intentions, taking her hand in his, their intimacy forming a secret joy within him, an emotion that had come upon him quite unexpectedly. He gently caressed the back of Fang Ruotang's hand with his fingers, the subtle fragrance emanating from her being unlike the overpowering floral scents of typical young ladies. Instead, her scent was sweet, reminiscent of candy. He held my hand. He held my hand again. Am I to be rewarded? The suggestion from the small mirror. If hand-holding is no longer feasible, find another, or perhaps go hold hands with Lord Yi, prompted Fang Ruotang to instinctively lift her gaze in search of Lord Ye's figure. However, her attention was quickly captivated by the crown prince. After their meal, they intended to visit the Wei Yuan Marquis' residence. Your attire may not be quite suitable. I shall accompany you to the Yuchong Pavilion for a look. Yuchong Pavilion? I wish to go. I have never been there, Fang Ruotang exclaimed. After visiting Yuchong Pavilion, we can head to Jinyu Mantang to select some jewelry. Wonderful. Fang Ruotang tilted her small face up, brimming with joy. As they conversed, their hands intertwined intimately. The ministers left behind, along with Lord Yi, gazed at their retreating figures. Others, while slightly envious of the crown prince, understood who Fang Ruotang was, the golden doll capable of producing elixirs. They longed to ingratiate themselves, but found no opportunity. Should you delay any longer, you may find your chances dwindling. The crown prince will not tolerate any competition. Those watching the scene were unperturbed by the unfolding drama. Lord Yi wore a warm expression, yet no one could discern his thoughts. Yuchong Pavilion comprised 3 levels, with the uppermost floor dedicated to nobility. Naturally, the crown prince led Fang Ruotang directly to the 3rd floor, where they discovered others already present. A gentle-looking lady was measuring garments against a young woman while lamenting, "It is all your father's fault. Look at you now, with that unsightly black and yellow complexion. These delicate colors are beyond your reach. I had prepared outfits for you long ago, but you chose to wield swords and ruin them. Now, in a rush to buy new clothes, what suitable options remain?" The young woman, clad in martial attire, bore no resemblance to her gender from behind, standing significantly taller than the average maiden, only slightly shorter than the crown prince. "Someone has arrived," remarked a girl with a bright voice, immediately drawing the attention of the previously nagging lady to the newcomers on the third floor. Upon recognizing their presence, she promptly approached and bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness," she said, adjusting her garments as she stood beside her mother. "Your servant has seen the crown prince." The young woman was El Xingnan, the legitimate daughter of the Wei Yuan Marquis. Unlike typical young ladies, she inherited her father's innate strength from birth. Her father, a martial man, raised her as his eldest son, taking her to battlefields at the tender age of 11 or 12, where she even earned military accolades. She was the second woman, after the eldest princess, to enlist in the army and hold an official military position. Wow, what a beautiful young lady! Fang Ruotang blinked her starry eyes at El Xingnan. El Xingnan raised her brows slightly, observing the small girl who, despite not speaking, emitted a charming aura. She is the legitimate daughter of the Wei Yuan Marquis. Oh, then I shall be dining at her house later. Indeed. Her mother has invited many young men from the capital, hoping to find her a worthy match. That seems rather challenging. As Fang Ruotang spoke, El Xingnan assumed she looked down on her like an ordinary person, and her previously warm gaze dimmed slightly. Such an exceptional young lady. Does a suitable man even exist? El Xingnan paused, her eyes sparkling with amusement. She was confident she surpassed most men, yet the world's scrutiny often irked her. While she did not feel inferior, she grew weary of dealing with such judgments. Her mother is wasting her efforts. She may never marry. Being independently beautiful is quite fine. She and I will both remain unmarried. What do you think of befriending her? Fang Ruotang, raised with the belief that marriage was unnecessary, saw no issue in remaining single, rather relishing the idea. That is acceptable. Her character is commendable. However, unlike you, she is the only child, and if she does not marry, the Wei Yuan Marquis' lineage will end, and their hereditary title will cease. Quite unfortunate. Is it that dire? Are there no suitable young men for Sister El? Indeed. The heir of the Duke's residence, Shen Yu, is rather withdrawn, and to the average eye, he may seem unfit, as he is frail and often requires a wheelchair. Show me his information. Fang Ruotang continued her silent conversation with the small mirror while the other three present remained undisturbed, and the servants nearby could not hear her inner thoughts.
Oh my.
I unilaterally agree to this match. It must be secured. I insist that Shun Yu marry Sister El. This is a case of reality mirroring fantasy. They are perfectly matched. Fang Ruotang's thoughts echoed loudly, causing discomfort to the three present. El Xingnan glanced at the crown prince, knowing that the Shin family was related to him. Shen Yu was his cousin. He was typically aloof, and due to Shen Yu's frail condition, the two rarely crossed paths, let alone became acquainted. Sister El, I am Fang Ruotang, the sixth daughter of the Prime Minister's residence. You may call me Ruotang or Fang Xiaolu. El Xingnan, of the Wei Yuan Marquis' residence. Looking at the bright-eyed girl before her, El Xingnan felt her previous words might have seemed cold, and she paused before adding warmly, "It is a pleasure to meet you.
Fang Xiaolu.
Are you here to choose dresses? I believe Sister El looks splendid in her current attire." Fang Ruotang exclaimed, enthusiastically wrapping her arm around El Xingnan's.
El Xingnan,
taken aback by the closeness, felt lightheaded from the sudden affection. Most noble ladies found her rough due to her martial upbringing, and having accompanied her father to the frontier from such a young age, she lacked opportunities to connect with girls her age. This was the first time she felt such warmth from another girl, eliciting an involuntary smile. "What are you doing?" El Xingnan glanced at her empty arm, feeling the warmth diminish, and similarly turned to the crown prince. "We have selected garments and still need to visit Jinyu Mantang for jewelry. And then we must dine at Jinyu Tower. Time is rather pressing. Moreover, Madame L and the others are the hosts today, and I imagine they have many matters to attend to. We should not delay them." Considering this, Fang Ruotang decided not to intrude any further, lifting her small face to say, "Sister El, I shall not be a bother. I will visit your residence later." "Good, I shall await your arrival," El Xingnan replied, noting the crown prince's displeased gaze, which sparked a hint of amusement within her. This crown prince, whom she had last seen as cold as ice, now displayed a lively demeanor, engaging in conversation. Fang Ruotang was soon captivated by the array of exquisite garments, and the crown prince's selections pleased her greatly. After trying on several, she chose her favorite, a pink cross-colored skirt that enhanced her already charming appearance, adding a touch of vivacity. By the time she finalized her choice, El Xingnan and the others had already departed. Despite the Marquis's grand intentions, reality proved harsh. They had come out to shop for clothes due to the lack of suitable garments at home, but how could ready-to-wear shops cater to someone of El Xingnan's height? When the crown prince settled the bill, the shopkeeper informed him that the Wei Yuan Marquis's residence had already paid. The crown prince's expression darkened slightly, revealing his displeasure. Fang Ruotang, however, remained elated, tilting her face up and exclaiming, "Sister Elle must really like me, right?" Upon their first encounter, the prince gifted me a dress. He merely tugged at the corner of his mouth, remaining silent, yet assertively handed over the silver, commanding the shopkeeper not to charge the several dresses to the account of the Wei Yuan Marquis mansion. Following this, he took Fang Ruotang to Jin Yu Mantang to select jewelry. Whatever caught Fang Ruotang's eye, the prince had it wrapped up, sending items not needed at the moment to the prime minister's residence. Fang Ruotang, possessing a childlike disposition, was enamored with glittering treasures. Thus, she selected quite a few pieces. After their purchase, she glanced shyly at the prince. Raising an eyebrow, the prince awaited her next words. Fang Ruotang playfully huffed, "You must like me very much." The prince was momentarily taken aback, feeling a hint of mischief arise within him. Should it not be the other way around? Fang Ruotang's eyes widened as she counted on her fingers. Of course not. Look at you. You've bought me clothes and jewelry. It's evident you like me. If I liked you, I would be the one buying gifts for you. The prince seemed somewhat convinced. Then, if you treat me to lunch, does that mean you like me as well? Fang Ruotang pondered for a moment. Poor prince. I shall refrain from revealing that I am merely here to reap rewards from him. After all, he is quite charming.
Very well.
Enough of this. He already knows. The prince replied. Their spirits were distinctly different as they arrived at Jinxiolu, an establishment owned by the young prince, which always reserved a room for the prince throughout the year. What would you like to eat? You can order anything, the prince inquired. Fang Ruotang picked up the menu, filled with dishes her family forbade her from having, particularly the spicier options. While the prince did not fully understand Fang Ruotang's preferences, he had grasped a decent portion of them. His slender fingers tapped on the menu, indicating, "These are off-limits." Fang Ruotang pouted. Those were precisely the dishes she wished to try. Due to her frail health during childhood, she often struggled for breath, and despite numerous palace physicians' efforts, her condition did not improve. Eventually, a renowned healer from the streets diagnosed her heart ailment as not so severe, attributing her years of weakness to her family's indulgence. From that point on, her family ceased to coddle her, allowing her to frolic around the mansion, which surprisingly led to her health improving day by day. But I want to try. Fang Ruotang's eyes sparkled with mischief as she instinctively understood how to charm the prince, pinching his sleeve with 2 fingers and pleading, "Let me have a taste and I shall like you, all right?" The prince's heart skipped a beat, and just as he was about to respond, the young prince arrived uninvited, wearing a devil-may-care smile. Who do we have here? Sneaking around, flirting with young ladies. The prince's previously softened demeanor instantly reverted to his usual icy composure, resembling an untouchable snow lotus upon a mountain. Fang Ruotang's spirits lifted upon seeing the newcomer, for points beckoned to her, and her little mirror echoed in her mind like a groundhog, squeaking, "He-s here. He-s here. He brings points." The young prince's playful smile faltered slightly as he regarded the beaming Fang Ruotang, feeling an unexpected shiver run down his spine. "Do you mind if I join you?" he casually remarked, settling down without regard for the prince's sour expression, for by virtue of their standings, the prince ought to address him as uncle. "Go on. Flirt with him. Hold his hand, and you'll get 10 points. You make me sound rather indecent. What's there to fear? He might just rebel for you." The prince raised an eyebrow toward the young prince, momentarily forgetting this detail. The young prince shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, as if to say he would not acknowledge what had not transpired. "I have heard numerous rumors about the national master lately. I wonder how true they are. Might the national master demonstrate a bit of his prowess?" The young prince took the initiative, extending his hand toward Fang Ruotang and playfully teasing her. Once, a master foretold my fate, claiming I would have no wife or children. Is that true? Am I allowed to touch?
Go on.
What are you hesitating for? Fang Ruotang blinked and placed her little hand atop the young prince's large palm. After a moment's thought, she realized it felt awkward and instead held his hands, exploring them with curiosity. The young prince was momentarily taken aback, his ears warming, as the innocent girl's actions sparked unintended thoughts. Your hands feel delightful, she exclaimed, unabashedly exploring his fingers, eventually intertwining her digits with his, followed by a firm grasp. The young prince felt a jolt within, clearing his throat in a subtle reminder. The prince observed the entire scene, his expression darkening as he disapprovingly separated their hands. Fang Ruotang remained oblivious to the underlying tension, wholly focused on her task. Unaware of the silent contest between the prince and the young prince, engrossed in a bargaining session with her little mirror. I not only held the young prince's hand, but thoroughly explored every inch of it. Surely that's worth more than 10 points. The little mirror retorted. Just say what you want. I demand the sweet potatoes you mentioned. No refusals, otherwise I shall cease my tasks. Fang Ruotang threatened in her mind. Just for holding the young prince's hand? That's rather. I don't care. I want them. If necessary, I'll sleep with one of them and one need to redeem my rewards from you. The little mirror seemed to have no counter to Fang Ruotang's determination, perhaps unwittingly treating her words as a decree. To the prince and young prince, it appeared as if Fang Ruotang had playfully bullied the little mirror into submission. Shouldn't you be more concerned about yourself? Sweet potatoes can wait. The little mirror offered, speaking sincerely. Fang Ruotang fell silent for a moment, her thoughts turning heavy. Though the failure of celestial evolution is not my fault, in the future you see, the prince and others will vie for my favor, disregarding the people's welfare, exacerbating disasters, and causing untold suffering. I do not wish to be a woman who brings calamity to the nation. Very well. In that case, provide me with more, so that I may cultivate them on a large scale and distribute them to various counties before calamity strikes, granting the common folk a chance to survive. Agreed. Unbeknownst to her, Fang Ruotang pressed her advantage with the little mirror, ultimately securing a vitality-enhancing pill. Hee, I'll give this pill to Sister L later, and then she can marry the young Master Chen. How delightful, the prince remarked, while the young prince added, indeed, the well-fed cannot comprehend the hunger of the starving. With the medicine secured, the two were somewhat taken aback by Fang Ruotang's casual generosity, yet they refrained from objection, recognizing that it was her possession to bestow as she wished. Moreover, for someone to earn Fang Ruotang's favor and freely offer her medicine was a talent in itself. At the very least, with the little mirror's oversight, anyone receiving the medicine must be a good person who also cared for Fang Ruotang. Did they discern anything? The young prince waited until Fang Ruotang's thoughts became less turbulent before inquiring, as if the pause was meant for her to organize her words. Fang Ruotang, though not a fortune-teller, had a knack for bending rules. With the little mirror present, ordinary individuals could not escape her scrutiny. Tell him not to fear. Although he may not marry you, you can still bear him 10 or 8 children. I possess various pills for childbearing, gender selection, and fertility enhancement. Do you take me for a fool? I shan't bear children, especially since I have a heart ailment. Before she could finish, the little mirror interrupted. Your heart condition has been cured. It no longer poses an issue. Your current physique is only slightly inferior to those who have used the cleansing pill. The prince and young prince may appear more robust, yet internally, they are not as healthy as you. Besides, I can provide a painless childbirth pill, making delivery as simple as a bowel movement. Enough. How utterly repulsive. I'm merely offering suggestions. Here's the deal. All you need to do is bear a child, and whatever you desire, I shall provide. Fang Ruotang turned her face away, unwilling to be swayed. She did not wish to conceive now. After all, Xiao Jingzi had already fulfilled her wishes with just a few persuasive words. Moreover, she was no longer the same person she was in the past. She had acquired a wealth of knowledge from the previous world. She understood the risks associated with early childbirth, including potential complications that could endanger her life. Although Xiao Jingzi would safeguard her, she had no desire to bring a child into the world prematurely. She was still a child herself, Why would she bear another? Glancing at the young prince, who awaited her response, Fang Ruotang found herself at a loss for words. Just then, the waiter arrived with their dishes, and she hastily replied, "Everything is quite good." The young prince couldn't hide his amusement, though a hint of exasperation lingered. The girl was too easy to read. During their meal, Fang Ruotang and Xiao Jingzi exchanged a few words, ultimately deciding that she should be forthright about the sweet potato matter. Thus, after finishing their lunch, the three of them headed straight to the palace. They chose a spacious area, and Fang Ruotang promptly revealed the sweet potato. This remarkable transformation astonished both the prince and the young lord, who were accustomed to grand spectacles. It was simply too wondrous. Had they not exercised restraint, they would have tugged at Fang Ruotang's sleeve to see if there was some hidden magic within. Fang Ruotang was always one to take decisive action. Having handed the sweet potato to the prince, she left the subsequent matters to him and hurriedly exited the palace to visit the Wei Yuan Marquis's residence. The prince was unable to leave and could only glare at the young lord who followed, silently warning him not to overstep. So you're protective of your food? You're clever, but I'm not foolish either. The young lord chuckled softly to himself. Having recognized Fang Ruotang's genuine feelings, regardless of whether love was present at that moment, he deemed it prudent to keep her close. On the way to the Wei Yuan Marquis's residence, the young lord listened to the incessant chatter and found their banter quite entertaining. Despite her childlike demeanor, Fang Ruotang possessed a grand vision. From the information he had gathered, her intelligence was below average. Perhaps it was this lack of worldly cunning that accentuated her kindness and beauty. Is the young prince smiling at you because he has developed feelings? Fang Ruotang glanced at the young lord, whose countenance was naturally expressive. At that moment, he appeared even more enamored. Is it so soon? Indeed, it is a fondness inscribed upon the soul. Fang Ruotang was bewildered yet profoundly moved. Upon reaching the Wei Yuan Marquis's residence, the young lord was the first to leap from the carriage, not waiting for the servants to provide a stool. He stood beside her, extending his hand. As soon as her hand touched his, he gently pulled her into his embrace, elegantly lifting her down from the carriage, even spinning her around. At that moment, several carriages arrived, halting nearby. Witnessing the young lord's ostentatious display, the men felt a pang of jealousy, while the women gazed on with envy. Fang Ruotang rested her hands on the young lord's shoulders, staring dreamily into his beautiful phoenix eyes. His sudden movement had startled her, and her heart raced wildly. He's flirting with you. The young lord's charming smile faltered slightly. He embraced me. Can I earn points for that?
Oh.
Fang Ruotang pursed her lips and patted the young lord's shoulder, indicating she wished to be set down. There was nothing to exchange in return. She would not fulfill his request. Just then, a melodious voice, as clear and bright as a lark, interrupted Fang Ruotang's thoughts. She looked up to see her carriage approaching, and the first person to descend was her eldest cousin. Elder sister, Fang Ruotang exclaimed joyfully, bouncing over. Since the Guaguosi temple was located in the mountainous outskirts, the women of the household had not taken her with them to pray, considering her frail health. After all, she could hardly manage the climb. It had been 5 or 6 days since she last saw her sister. A new target has emerged. Fang Ruotang nearly stumbled in her excitement, but her elder sister, Fang Xingtang, caught her just in time, preventing any embarrassment. Is it young Master Rome? He has arrived, walking on clouds. Upon hearing her sister's unfiltered thoughts, Fang Xingtang instinctively looked up and spotted young Master Rome, usually aloof as a flower on a high peak, standing a distance away, appearing somewhat hesitant. The position they occupied was rather fortuitous. Anyone wishing to enter the Wei Yuan Marquis's residence would have to pass by them. Go for it. Embrace him, quickly. Fang Ruotang's expression turned fearful as her inner voice shouted in panic. Are you out of your mind? Young Master Rong is my future brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? Do you understand what that means? He is my sister's man. Don't worry, if you rush in, he will be yours to seize.
Seize him?
Fang Ruotang cursed vehemently. Fang Xingtang transitioned from shock to calm in mere moments, her brow furrowing. Where did you learn such a vast vocabulary of curses? It's rather excessive, she thought to herself, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Why are you being so fierce? Xiao Jingzi's voice sounded pitiful. It's just a man. If you express your feelings, Your elder sister will surely yield. From what I understand, she genuinely cares for you. Fang Ruotang's gaze met young Master Rong's chilly eyes, causing her to instinctively avert her gaze. The foreign voice residing within her sister seemed overly presumptuous. Under normal circumstances, she would never consider relinquishing her fiancé, especially after waiting 20 years to marry him. However, if her sister were truly desperate to marry young Master Rong as an elder sister, she could not simply watch her sibling suffer. Moreover, considering her sister's frail health, she had no reason to blame her for creating such a commotion. Surely some rogue man had lured her into mischief. You will not succeed. I could never do anything to betray my elder sister. Why are you so stubborn? You are the one who is wicked. You want me to seduce my future brother-in-law, tarnishing my reputation? What about my other sisters? The Prime Minister's household was not solely composed of her. Although her third sister, her biological sibling, had married 2 months prior, marriage did not absolve one from their responsibilities. Furthermore, her fourth sister from the main branch remained unmarried, and as a daughter of a concubine, she faced challenges in securing a suitable match. She could not jeopardize her fourth sister's prospects. Even if the prince was entangled with a grand cause, generally, no one would speak ill of her as long as she possessed valuable resources. But having an unclear relationship with her own brother-in-law would be a breach of familial ethics. What respectable girl would not hold her own brother-in-law in esteem? Why do you care so much? Just ask your elder sister if she would permit you to take her fiancé.
See what she says.
Fang Ruotang gasped for breath, her face flushed with indignation. Fang Ruotang, observing her sister's distress, hurriedly supported her, unaware that Fang Ruotang had already recovered. Are you unwell again? Where is your medicine? You should take a pill right away. Fang Ruotang shook her head, grasping Fang Ruotang's arm while inwardly scolding Xiao Jingzi. Look at how kind my elder sister is to me. How could you suggest I betray her? Do you have no heart? If Xiao Jingzi were human, he would certainly express a dramatic pout, but alas, he could not. A single beauty elixir will ensure your elder sister's eternal youth. Why not ask her if she agrees? Superficial. My elder sister would never agree. Fang Ruotang's gaze flickered as she looked at the fiercely arguing Xiao Lu, feeling that some matters could indeed be negotiated. She was not entirely sure what kind of medicine could be produced from the item on Fang Ruotang, but she had a general understanding, particularly of the renowned Shisui Dan. Add another Shisui Dan, she thought, as Xiao Jingzi mentioned it. Fang Ruotang blinked her eyes and turned to look at young Master Rong, silently apologizing to her fiancé, blaming Xiao Lu for offering too much. Ahem. Fang Ruotang cleared her throat and was about to speak when a young girl in a tender yellow dress approached. The girl had a round face, and her smile revealed 2 charming dimples, making her particularly endearing. National Master, what do you think of my fiancé? She asked, pointing at a nearby youth who had been watching the commotion. The boy, initially taken aback, soon realized and turned crimson, feeling a mix of anger, urgency, embarrassment, and annoyance. Chapter 017. The Proud Young Lady and the Lowly Horseman. Fang Ruotang ceased her quarrel with Xiao Jingzi, looking perplexed at the girl before her, and followed her gesture. Though she did not comprehend the girl's intent, she politely nodded, acknowledging that he was quite good. I'll give him to you. The girl's face lit up with expectation, her intentions obvious to everyone present. She clearly wished to exchange this marriage for a Xiandan and Shisui Dan. Her commotion caused the other young ladies, already engaged, to stir restlessly. For the allure of the rejuvenating Xiandan and Shisui Dan outweighed any feelings for a fiancé who inspired little affection. Which girl would not desire eternal youth and beauty?
Huh?
What does she mean by giving him to me? Fang Ruotang tilted her head in confusion. I don't know, but whatever her reason, you should refuse. He is neither as handsome as the young prince nor as powerful as the crown prince. What use is he? I don't want him. He is truly useless. Unworthy of the National Master's attention. The fiancé's previously embarrassed expression turned into one of furious redness, wishing to explode on the spot. But what if they, like the earlier girl, ended up embarrassing themselves? Actually, your elder sister's fate does not lie with young Master Rong, but with her horseman, Xiao Jingzi suddenly stated, drawing the attention of everyone to the horseman beside the Fang family carriage. A collective gasp ensued. The horseman was tall and strikingly handsome, exuding a presence that was anything but servile, resembling a warrior, particularly with his eyes. Those were not the eyes of a commoner. Xiao Jingzi, how dare you insult my elder sister? Fang Ruotang was genuinely incensed. While she could overlook the teasing of her future brother-in-law, the notion of pairing her esteemed sister with a mere horseman was intolerable. Her sister was exceptional. Even the proud young Master Rong did not deserve her, let alone this lowly horseman. Young Master Rong had indeed proposed to withdraw, but Fang Shengtang had not acquiesced, expressing her willingness to wait. And thus 3 long years had passed. I have not insulted your elder sister. If she can truly win the heart of this horseman, it would be a great blessing. Others ascend to the heavens through numerous tribulations. One misstep can lead to demise. She merely needs to secure this horseman, Xiao Jingzi continued. Do not underestimate the horseman. He is among the most esteemed in this realm, second only to you and the crown prince. He was originally a celestial lord, visiting this world to undergo a trial of love. Do you understand? Let me put it this way. Everything you do now is to facilitate the evolution of the heavenly path, to connect this realm with the world of cultivation. Soon, the people of your realm will be able to venture into the cultivation world in search of the great Tao. You are powerful, yet your dimension surpasses that of this horseman. The cultivation world is too lowly for you. Its inhabitants cannot even fathom your existence. However, the horseman is different. The ancient beings of the cultivation world may recognize him. And what does this imply? It means that your family, through your elder sister's connection, could thrive in the cultivation world, establishing schools and sects. Do you understand? After Xiao Jingzi's speech, Fang Ruotang felt as though she had consumed a grand feast, leaving her somewhat dazed. Not only she, but everyone present eyed the horseman with fervent interest. The horseman suddenly sensed the gazes upon him, feeling a slight heaviness in his heart, though his expression remained neutral. Instinctively, he looked towards his young lady, who tilted her head, her gaze curious and focused, igniting a warmth within him. The horseman's background was exceedingly formidable, and although Fang Ruotang quickly regained her composure, she remained obstinate. What do you mean my sister will have many rivals? A man's chastity is his greatest asset. If he lacks this virtue, he is unworthy of my sister. Not quite. The horseman's trial of love is centered on your elder sister. Every time she dismounts, she can tread on his back. How could he possibly be interested in anyone else? Cough, cough. The crowd erupted in a series of peculiar coughs. Fang Xingtang's face flushed crimson as she suddenly pinched Fang Ruotang's cheeks, exclaiming in irritation, "Hurry inside." The proud young lady and the lowly horseman. Doesn't this setup evoke any emotions? Do you understand the sensation of striking a man and bringing him to a peak of excitement? Tell me, isn't such a wild premise captivating? Fang Ruotang's mind felt empty, clearly swayed, her expression dazed, gazing at Fang Xingtang as if under the influence of a potent beverage. One can only say that humanity is thus realistic. At this moment, Fang Xingtang felt more embarrassment than anger. After all, no young lady could accept her romantic affairs being discussed so openly. She genuinely wished to decide for her elder sister. Yet if only the celestial being's status in this realm were more illustrious, she would dare to encourage her grandfather to marry her sister to him without fear of consequences. While Fang Ruotang pondered Fang Xingtang's situation, others who were eavesdropping shifted their attention. The purpose of today's banquet was well known, and all eyes fell upon El Xingnan, who had been standing at the entrance, observing the commotion for quite some time. El Xingnan approached Fang Ruotang with a composed demeanor. I've been waiting for you for so long. Why are you standing at the door? Come inside. The house has prepared many pastries. I don't know what you like, but if you have any favorites, let me know, and I'll make sure to prepare them for your next visit. Chapter 018. Third sister did not marry well. Upon seeing El Xingnan, Fang Ruotang cast aside her concerns for Fang Xingtang. After all, she believed that no matter whom Fang Xingtang chose, her life would not be lacking in quality. It was not a significant matter. Fang Xingtang furrowed her brow, scrutinizing El Xingnan. Though they were of similar ages, their families were of differing statuses, one literary and the other martial, and they had no previous interactions. Without deliberate reminders, she might not have even known of El Xingnan's existence. Al Shengnan met Fang Shengdang's gaze and offered a friendly smile. After all, Fang Ruotang could not compare to her position in Fang Ruotang's heart. The two sisters had often schemed against each other over Xiao Lu in their childhood, and now, a girl who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere was capturing Fang Ruotang's attention. If Fang Ruotang were to learn of this, she would surely find it amusing. As she contemplated the matter, Fang Ruotang arrived, accompanied by her in-laws. Originally meek and following her mother-in-law, upon seeing Fang Xingtang's composed demeanor, she could not help but smile widely. The Fang sisters, inheriting the family trait of feigning modesty, appeared dignified and virtuous in public, yet their true nature was less certain. Big sister, sixth sister, Fang Ruotang's voice rang out, causing Fang Xingdang to tighten her grip on her handkerchief slightly. She turned with a gentle smile. Little sister has arrived. Following this, she performed a respectful greeting to Madame Xia, while the fourth sister, Fang Ruotang, who had been silently observing, also acknowledged the elder. Since Fang Ruotang's marriage, they had not seen each other for over 2 months. Fang Ruotang, filled with joy, exclaimed, "Third sister," and immediately broke free from Al Shingnan's grasp, flitting towards Fang Ruotang like a jubilant bird. While Fang Ruotang was accustomed to Fang Ruotang's childlike antics, her mother-in-law clearly disapproved, her feigned smile diminishing, revealing a hint of displeasure. The bond between Fang Shengtang and Fang Ruotang was not frail. On the contrary, the affection among the Fang sisters was profound. Sixth sister, do not block the entrance. Let Aunt Xia enter first, Fang Xingtang instructed. In the past, when sixth sister clung to third sister, she would intervene to reclaim her. Typically, Fang Ruotang would not allow this, but at that moment, the sisters exchanged a glance. Fang Ruotang, noticing her mother-in-law's expression from the corner of her eye, felt a surge of annoyance, yet maintained her composure, smiling as she gently nudged Fang Ruotang. Be a good girl and follow your big sister. We shall gather again shortly. Fang Xingtang had merely stepped out to offer incense and was unaware of Fang Ruotang's recovery, nor that Fang Ruotang had been married for over 2 months. She still treated her as a fragile child, coaxing her gently. As she watched her in-law greet El Xingnan and lead her daughter and Fang Ruotang into the residence, the facade of tenderness on Fang Xingtang's face began to crack. The Weiyuan Marquis' residence had invited numerous families today. However, those from the Prime Minister's household, who were clearly unsuitable for alliances, sent their younger generation to partake in the festivities. This was not exclusive to the Prime Minister's household. Most other families followed suit, though some, like the Xia family, clearly brought their daughters to seek suitable matches. Yet, even in the absence of elders from the Prime Minister's household, the Xia family, being relatives, offered them not even a glance, which was genuinely infuriating. Fang Xingtang was not the only one enraged. Fang Ruotang, following her mother-in-law, felt her smile fade upon seeing her sisters. Big sister, let us enter as well, Fang Ruotang whispered, acutely aware that they stood at the entrance, under the scrutiny of many eyes. Should they display any discontent, the repercussions would not fall on them, but rather on third sister. Both Fang Xingtang and Fang Ruotang, recognizing Fang Ruotang's lingering gaze on Fang Ruotang's retreating figure, were concerned she might voice her thoughts, exposing their family's affairs. Just as Fang Ruotang was about to call out to distract Fang Ruotang, the latter's inner thoughts echoed, I do not like Aunt Xia. She is so rude. My big sister and fourth sister greeted her, and she ignored them. Fang Ruotang, Fang Ruotang, very well, thank you. Now everyone knows the Xia family looks down upon the Prime Minister's household. Are there still immortals like the coachmen who have endured tribulations? I wish for my third sister to marry over there, then she too could ascend as an immortal. Do you think this is a cabbage? The mirror reflected disbelief. Is that not possible? But I do not like third sister's mother-in-law. Previously, when Madame Gao was unwell, she threatened my third sister to marry for good fortune, implying our Fang family's daughters possess ill-fated destinies, leading to discord with future in-laws. How amusing. I have heard of those who bring misfortune to fathers, mothers, husbands, and children, but this is the first time I have heard of someone who could skip over parents to bring misfortune to future in-laws. If they fear being cursed, they should not seek an alliance with our family. They are unwilling to part with the power of the Prime Minister's household while wanting to have it all. How disgusting. These complex thoughts did not initially occur to Fang Ruotang, but she overheard her aunt and mother discussing such matters. What noble lady would marry simply to bring good fortune? As if she were royalty? When the Xie family first proposed the match, the Prime Minister's household was displeased. However, third sister refused to let her family suffer. Considering that after big sister's engagement, the parents of the young Master Rong passed away in quick succession. If her engagement followed the same tragic path, it was clear what the world would say about the daughters of the Fang family. Third sister endured this hardship for the sake of her elder and younger sisters. Your third sister's mother-in-law is indeed not a perceptive person. Is that so? You feel the same way. However, your third brother-in-law is quite good. He truly cherishes your sister and protects her at home. Although he cannot defy his mother due to filial piety, he has resisted pressure regarding taking a concubine. Your third brother-in-law remains devoted solely to your third sister. She is quite satisfied with him. Is that so? Fang Ruotang's voice brimmed with regret. Yet the other ladies present held a different perspective. What married woman did not face trials from her mother-in-law? They feared being tormented by their mothers-in-law while wishing for an understanding husband. In truth, Fang Ruotang's situation was already commendable. Even Fang Ruotang, upon hearing this, sighed in relief and exchanged a glance with Fang Ruotang. The two sisters flanked Fang Ruotang, providing her no time to dwell on familial concerns. While eavesdropping on the affairs of others was thrilling, one must keep their own business closely guarded. Fang Ruotang had a hearty appetite, and after being seated by her two sisters, she was fed from both sides, leaving her no time to ponder other matters. Yet, despite her small appetite, having been raised in a household that emphasized strict control over meals, she quickly filled up. Once satisfied, she began chatting with the mirror, steering the conversation away from her sister's affairs. As Fang's sisters breathed easier, they grew curious about her thoughts. Why hasn't the young Master Shen arrived yet? He wouldn't miss this, would he? He will appear, but the Countess does not have her sights set on him. He is bound to miss out with Miss L. Ridiculous. As long as I am here, they will not miss their chance. Fang Ruotang muttered internally, all the while endeavoring to enlighten the mirror about the intricacies of romance. Whether the mirror understood was uncertain, but the expressions of those present turned crimson as they eagerly awaited the entrance of the male lead. Chapter 19. The sweetness of the scene. Under the eager anticipation of the crowd, young Master Shen made his entrance. As he arrived, the atmosphere fell silent for a brief moment. Young Master Shen appeared bewildered, glancing down at his attire. Though made of fresh fabric, its hue lacked vibrance. He harbored unspoken hopes regarding General L, but had never imagined pulling such a radiant woman into his mire. Thus, he had come today merely to catch a glimpse of General L and to see what manner of man would stand beside her in the future. Is this truly young Master Shen? Indeed.
Wow.
He is so handsome. Yes, undeniably handsome. A man whose beauty seemed almost unreal. Shen Yu abruptly lifted his head. Having been sheltered from the world, and was not informed by the Duke of Cheng'en's household regarding any potential acquisition of the Peiyuan Dan from Fang Ruotang. Thus, he was caught off guard when the mirror revealed his deepest secret. Did you think young Master Shen attended in a wheelchair merely for the sake of familial ties?
No.
It is love, because of love. Wow, he loves her so much. I really like him. Fang Ruotang cradled her face in her hands, once again immersed in the romance of others. Shen Yu scanned the room, finding no need to search carefully, as everyone seemed to convey a mutual understanding through their glances. His gaze landed squarely on Fang Ruotang. I can hardly fathom the joy General L must feel, having young Master Shen in her embrace during intimate moments. His gloomy countenance turned crimson as he cast a bewildered glance at Fang Ruotang, a girl he did not recognize, perplexed as to how she could possibly know the deepest secret buried in his heart. Moreover, what did her words truly mean? A flicker of hope ignited within Shen Yu. Yet when he opened his mouth, no words escaped. Instead, he felt as though he were suffocating. He thought of expressing his feelings in her presence, but the gentle cadence of her voice urged him to breathe slowly. Once he regained his composure, he gazed at her again, feeling as though a bright moon illuminated the space around them. In a fluster, he grasped the armrest of his wheelchair, yearning to flee, his face flushed with embarrassment. LV Shengnan, with a smile dancing in her eyes, had been observing Shinshitsi for some time before finally approaching him. This man, astonishingly, mirrored the sentiments expressed by Fang Ruotang, resonating with each beat of her heart. She admitted to being captivated by appearances, her preferences in men diverging from those of ordinary women. Perhaps due to her own experiences, she favored delicate figures, much like the one before her. Someone she felt she could easily dominate. Their gazes intertwined, electrified with an undeniable connection. "Oh my, I love watching beautiful things. Bring me more." A voice chimed, teasingly suggesting that they had already consummated their union. "Is that how rounding works?" Another interjected. "I don't care. Just look at how LVGA looks at Shinshitsi. It's as if a dog is fixated on a bone, filled with possessiveness." With a slight narrowing of her eyes, LV Shengnan turned her attention to Fang Ruotang, searching for a metaphor, unsuccessfully. Shinshitsi, nervously biting his soft lips, called out timidly, "LV Xiaojun." "Call me Nian Nian," she replied. Originally, she had not been named Shengnan. Her mother, after suffering complications during childbirth, could not conceive again, and her father, opposed to taking a concubine, left their lineage seemingly extinguished in the eyes of others. After enduring much gossip, her father, in a fit of anger when she was 5, changed her name. Her original name had been endearing, and her parents still used it affectionately. Shinshitsi's cheeks flushed anew, his lips moving silently as he whispered, "Nian Nian." His voice was so soft it was nearly inaudible, but LV Shengnan, possessing sharp hearing and standing close, caught his murmured words. "You pronounce it beautifully," she remarked, her eyes sparkling, causing Shinshitsi to become captivated. She, the one who occupied his heart, had ascended from the moon, radiating light and approaching him with a beaming smile. Although he could not comprehend why, tears welled in his eyes, and his vision blurred. LV Shengnan squinted slightly, her gaze fixed intently on Shinshitsi.
Indeed.
A man's tears serve as a woman's stimulant. LV Jia is becoming increasingly peculiar. Should we not take our leave? What if LV Jia loses control and desires to devour Shinshitsi whole? It would be inappropriate for us to spectate. Fang Ruotang muttered to herself. Yet she had already risen and inched closer, stretching her neck, eager to witness their poignant exchange up close. "You needn't mind me. Please continue," she insisted, waving her hand dismissively. LV Shengnan, bemused, instructed her attendant to take Shinshitsi to the flower pavilion for a rest, stating she would join them shortly. Accustomed to commanding troops, she momentarily forgot to consider Shinshitsi's feelings, realizing only after speaking that it might have been inconsiderate. However, when she glanced at him, she was met with an unguarded expression of profound affection, overwhelming enough to momentarily take her breath away. Shinshitsi, caught off guard by her gaze, averted his eyes in a flurry, his hands nervously fidgeting. Suppressing the flutter of her own heartbeat, LV Shengnan maintained her cheerful demeanor as she instructed her attendant, leading Fang Ruotang back to the gathering. Fang Ruotang cast a lingering glance at the retreating Shinshitsi, pondering that if he were not able to hear her thoughts, one might mistake her feelings for him. Observing the emotional exchange, she recalled the Peiyuan Dan. "LV Jia, what do you think of Shinshitsi?"
"Handsome," she replied.
"As the national teacher, you can read fortunes, correct?" LV Shengnan raised an eyebrow, a smile concealed in her eyes, already guessing Fang Ruotang's next words. "You and Shinshitsi are destined to be together. Your union will bring immense happiness. If you fail to connect, you will face a solitary existence in this lifetime." I am not speaking idly. From what the little mirror has revealed about the future, during this banquet, Shinshitsi only stole a few glances at LV Jia, while she remained oblivious to his presence, leading to their natural divergence. Subsequently, LV Jia departed to the frontier, and when news of her demise in battle reached Shinshitsi, already frail, he succumbed to blood loss that very night. Such a tragic tale. Fang Ruotang lamented, her heart heavy, while LV Shengnan felt the weight of her own heart constricting for the ill-fated couple, though thankfully, the events had yet to unfold. As a woman of formidable strength, hearing of her destined conclusion with Shinshitsi tightened LV Shengnan's chest, especially with so many sensitive young ladies around her, some already dabbing at their eyes with handkerchiefs. In Chapter 20, the Duke of County seeks medicine. "LV Jia, this is Peiyuan Dan, a gift for you. It can cure all ailments. Keep it for your protection. Fang Ruotang was not blindly playing matchmaker. Did you not say it was a wedding gift for LV Xiaojun and Shinshitsi? Indeed. If LV Jia has feelings for Shinshitsi, she would naturally gift it to him. But if she does not, I cannot impose a Peiyuan Dan upon them simply because I enjoy their company. In truth, they are well matched. Although Shinshitsi is physically weak, he possesses remarkable talent. Perhaps it is his affection for LV Xiaojun that has driven him to study numerous military texts. If they were to marry, their partnership would flourish, with Shinshitzi's intellect serving as an adequate military strategist. LV Shengnan raised an eyebrow, recalling the bashful young man from earlier, who, surprisingly, did not appear to possess such prowess. I agree, though I believe they will end up together. The way LV Jia looked at Shinshitsi reminded me of an elder sister eyeing exquisite garments, determined to possess them. Whenever she displays such a gaze, she never fails to acquire what she desires. Fang Ruotang, engrossed in the unfolding drama, was caught off guard when she realized it also involved her, her expression stiffening in embarrassment as she cast a reproachful glance at her sister. Xiao Lu, come here. LV Xiaojun is the host today and will surely be busy. After delivering your gift, do not disturb her.
All right.
Fang Ruotang replied, waving at LV Shengnan. LV Jia, you go ahead. I'll take care of myself. LV Shengnan found Fang Ruotang's adorableness endearing and could not resist ruffling her hair. Due to their height difference, it was a natural gesture. Once Fang Ruotang walked away, LV Shengnan was surrounded by a throng of admirers. The ladies who had just mourned for her and Shinshitsi were now enviously clamoring for information about the potential alliance between the Wei Yuan Marquis residence and the Ngui Duke's manor. What if they do not form an alliance? Then, what of the Peiyuan Dan? LV Shengnan adeptly handled their inquiries, feeling the warmth of the Peiyuan Dan in her hand. Who would not be tempted by a miraculous pill that could cure all ailments? She too felt the urge to keep it for herself. Yet she understood Fang Ruotang's generous intent was to secure a future for her and Shinshitsi. Contemplating the man whose eyes sparkled with affection for her, she felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of dimming those bright eyes. Oh, LV Xiaojun and Shinshitsi must take care of each other. As El Shengnan's decision became resolute, the young women surrounding her reminisced about their love story, each altering their words. After much effort, El Shengnan finally broke free from the throng of admirers and made her way toward the flower pavilion, her smile unwavering. However, upon catching sight of the expectant man within the pavilion, all lingering reluctance for the Peiyuan Dan vanished completely. At the table, Fang Ruotang noticed El Shengnan's departure and speculated that she must be seeking to engage in romantic discourse with the young Master Chen. She yearned to follow and eavesdrop.
How could she not understand?
Fang Xingtang was equally perplexed. Wherever she went, tranquility seemed elusive. She firmly restrained Fang Ruotang, quelling her restless desires. If you cannot bear to witness others in love, then why not pursue it yourself? The young prince and young Master Rong are both present. Choose one. Fang Ruotang, eager for gossip, had almost forgotten the existence of the two young men. The young prince was amiable, while she had scarcely cast a glance at young Master Rong. Was he looking for me? The young prince, ever the charmer, leaned slightly forward, a beaming smile fixed on his face as he focused his gaze on Fang Ruotang. In truth, Fang Ruotang had been searching for young Master Rong, as her last serious encounter with him had occurred many years prior. For nearly 6 years, young Master Rong had been in mourning, rarely venturing out, leaving Fang Xingtang with no opportunity to see him, let alone Fang Ruotang, his future sister-in-law. No, I'm not looking for you, Fang Ruotang replied candidly. The young prince feigned a wounded heart, dramatically clutching his chest. Little Ruoro, I have been by your side all along, yet you have not spared me a glance. You have truly disappointed me. Fang Ruotang gazed at the young prince with her large, expressive eyes, bemused. The others present, seemingly engrossed in their own affairs, were nonetheless acutely attuned to the unfolding drama, their voices lowering in anticipation. The young prince's affections are rather overbearing, a voice echoed in her mind, as the onlookers cast sympathetic glances at the suddenly dazed young prince. Moreover, his demeanor towards me is unsettling, she mused. Is he hoping I would grant him an elixir? Is he unwell, or is a family member ill?
No. Oh,
Is it not for medicine? Yet he seems insincere.
why?
Isn't he like the crown prince? Not quite. I can sense a difference. Upon further reflection, Fang Ruotang found herself unable to articulate her thoughts. The little mirror beside her was baffled, perceiving all 6 of them as remarkably similar. The young prince jested. Our little Lu has always been a recluse, only recently starting to venture out. Fang Xingtang's words went unnoticed as the young prince contemplated the distinction between himself and the crown prince. They had grown up together, born on the same day. While he could not claim to fully understand the crown prince, he was certain that the latter was not easily swayed by emotions, particularly not within such a brief span of 3 or 4 days. Why can the crown prince feel, yet I cannot? Just then, Princeton approached, sensing the unusual atmosphere. After consulting a friend and learning of the situation, he hesitated. He had refrained from appearing before Fang Ruotang due to ongoing medical consultations at home. But like her inner thoughts indicated, not even ordinary physicians could ascertain the cause of the princess's ailment. Only Master Li had diagnosed her condition, yet could do nothing to remedy it. Prince N has arrived, the little mirror announced suddenly, drawing attention to him. After a moment's hesitation, he made his way toward Fang Ruotang. I have heard that the National Master possesses an elixir that can cure all ailments. My mother, having fought in wars in her youth, suffers from a lingering illness. Might the National Master be willing to grant me this remedy? He paused, implying that he would pay any price to procure it. Fang Ruotang had not forgotten the princess. But with only 5 months left to her life and their recent lack of contact, she had not sought the little mirror for the medicine. Just as she was about to ask, the little mirror interjected. He is hinting at wanting to sell himself for the medicine. Agree to him. Quickly. Fang Xingtang, holding a cup of peach blossom wine, nearly choked upon hearing the little mirror's blunt words, losing her composure. Fang Ruotang fumbled to hand her sister a handkerchief while simultaneously bickering with the little mirror in her mind. Be quiet. That's inappropriate. TSK, that's precisely his intent. You can't possibly misunderstand. Prince N is far too dignified to act as you suggest. Do not tarnish his reputation. He is someone who would become your concubine for love. What dignity is there in that? Don't be deceived by appearances. Coughing violently, Fang Xingtang glanced at Prince N in alarm, incredulous at the implication. Is my sister truly capable of such feats? Be careful, dear sister. Take your time. I won't steal your food, Fang Ruotang said, exuding understanding toward her oblivious sister. Fang Xingtang, feeling a bit stiff, wiped her mouth and sat up straight, sensing that this was not the time for eating. It was far too stimulating. Once assured her sister was well, Fang Ruotang redirected her attention to Prince N, who awaited her response. I currently have no medicine, she stated, watching as Prince Anne's expression dimmed. Tilting her head earnestly, she continued, however, rest assured, I will find a way to obtain the elixir to save the princess. For she is the princess. A princess who is willing to forsake wealth and comfort for the sake of her country and its people. She is deserving, is she not? What do you desire? Grant me the Peiyuan Dan. With the little mirror not falling for her antics, Fang Ruotang assertively extended her hand. I mentioned there are no points left. You must complete a task. I want the Peiyuan Dan. You need to complete a task.
But Yuan Dan.
The two began to argue. Prince N nearly interjected, willing to cooperate with the task, as he had heard that the crown prince had already acquiesced, and that it was merely a simple act of holding hands, nothing too daunting. Yet Fang Ruotang offered him no opportunity, engrossed in her dispute with the little mirror. Fine. I will complete the task. I will hold Prince N's hand, and you shall give me the Peiyuan Dan. The little mirror responded, holding hands is too simple. And just holding hands. It doesn't count with the crown prince. I have never held Prince N's hand, and if you don't agree, I shall cease all tasks henceforth. Very well. The little mirror lamented, I have it so hard. The onlookers who witnessed the entire exchange between Fang Ruotang and the little mirror couldn't help but wonder who had originally spread the rumor that Miss Fang Lu was not particularly intelligent. Was she not rather clever? Masterfully maneuvering the little mirror, had it been anyone else, they would have long since capitulated to the task. For who could resist the elixir in the little mirror's possession? Fang Ruotang lifted her sparkling eyes, gazing intently at Prince N for a moment before suddenly leaping up. her left foot stepping over her right as she lunged toward him. Princeton had been observing her every move, so he noticed her intentions immediately.
Consequently,
When the young prince attempted to intervene, he swiftly blocked him, wrapping his arms around Fang Ruotang and sidestepping the intrusion. The young prince scoffed derisively. It was amusing how, upon first encountering Fang Lu, they had treated her as though she carried the plague, yet now they eagerly rushed to assist her in completing the task, refusing to allow any disruption. Fang Ruotang clung tightly to Prince N's waist, and as she steadied herself, she playfully patted his rear before grasping his hands. The motion was fluid, leaving Prince N momentarily stunned, and by the time he processed what had just transpired, he felt a warm flush where she had patted him. "All right, give me the medicine." I just hugged Prince N, and I even patted his bottom and held his hand. "Therefore, you must not only give me the Peiyuan Dan, but also deduct the points I owe. Understood?" The swift exchanges unfolded as Little Mirror, feeling a mix of grievance and obligation, reluctantly produced the medicine. Fang Ruotang, with a sense of delight, accepted the Peiyuan pill, wrapping it in a pristine handkerchief before extending it to Prince Anjuan. "Here, give this to the eldest princess, and her ailment shall be alleviated." Upon observing the pill in her hand and the astonished gaze of Prince Anjuan, who hesitated to accept it, she pondered with her not-so-bright intellect. "Do you mean the type of cleansing pill intended for the emperor? Can you exchange it for a cleansing pill?" "Of course not." Fang Ruotang anticipated this response. After all, Little Mirror had previously emphasized the significance of the cleansing pill, unlike the Peiyuan pill, which she could obtain through mere tricks without the need for tasks. "Give it to me. Hurry, I've already boasted, and I cannot let my words fall to the ground." Little Mirror exclaimed in frustration, yet with a hint of indulgence. Fang Ruotang placed another pill on the white handkerchief. At that moment, Prince Anjuan's gaze shifted toward her, revealing a childlike innocence in his eyes, a result of being well-protected and untroubled, evoking an irresistible desire to draw closer to her. Fang Ruotang, unable to decipher the meaning behind Prince Anjuan's look, found it strange. She hastily wrapped the two pills and thrust them into his hands. Suddenly, Prince Anjuan smiled, beginning to understand why he would be unwilling to part with her, even if he were to share his future with another. With his ethereal demeanor akin to a celestial being, Prince Anjuan's usual gentle detachment captivated many young ladies.
now,
As he deliberately exuded charm with a captivating smile, even the oblivious Fang Ruotang stole a few extra glances. "Prince Anjuan has a truly enchanting smile," she mused inwardly while identifying the two pills for him. Prince Anjuan carefully wrapped one in his handkerchief for distinction. "Thank you, esteemed National Master, for the medicine. I wonder when you might be free to visit our residence? Since our last meeting, my mother has often spoken of you." Fang Ruotang held a deep admiration for the eldest princess, who was the first female general recorded in official history since the founding of the dynasty. Both she and young Master Chen, who had suffered poor health from a young age, revered the valiant warriors who defended their homeland, inspiring Fang Ruotang to insist on obtaining the medicine from Little Mirror. "Excellent. I too admire the eldest princess. Once she recovers in a few days, I shall pay her a visit." "Very well, my mother, and I shall await your esteemed presence." Fang Ruotang tilted her head, perplexed by her feelings toward Prince Anjuan. Why does it feel so peculiar to see him smile and speak this way? What feels peculiar? Little Mirror, who had been sulking, perked up immediately. "I feel somewhat apprehensive about meeting his gaze." "Young lady, you have fallen in love." "Really?" Fang Ruotang gazed at Prince Anjuan with innocent bewilderment. Suddenly, the young prince beside them emitted a cold chuckle, feeling slighted. "So everyone can, but I cannot. Is that it?" He was indignant, for he vowed to be a man who would rebel for Fang Ruotang in the future. He asserted that he had no interest in the throne, and should he ever rise in rebellion, it would not be for power. His sacrifices were far more substantial than Prince Anjuan's role as a mere consort. As the commotion from the young prince drew Fang Ruotang's attention, she glanced at him but quickly averted her gaze, inciting his frustration. Prince Anjuan lowered his eyes, a smile flickering across his features. Yet, at that moment, he chose not to exploit their friendship, showing kindness instead. "Esteemed National Master, shall we take a stroll in the garden?" "Wait, let me ask." Fang Ruotang boldly inquired of Little Mirror. "Are points awarded?" Yes, yes, hurry and cultivate your feelings. Make sure they are substantial. Little Mirror affirmed. Fang Ruotang suddenly recalled her elder sister's stay at the Hugua temple and, without hesitation, explained, Elder sister, I have already consumed the Peiyuan pill provided by the immortal, and my heart ailment has been cured. I can now run and jump without issue.
So, do not worry about me.
Fang Shengtang expressed little surprise, having gleaned from their previous conversation that Fang Ruotang was benefiting from her interactions with Prince Anjuan. Thus, she did not impede her. Your younger sister is quite naive. I hope you will take care of her. Of course, it is my duty. However, Miss Fang Lu is innocent and kind-hearted. You flatter me too much. Thank you, fourth sister. You are the best. A light cough escaped Fang Shengtang's lips, seemingly casual. Fang Ruotang immediately sweet-talked her. Elder sister is the very best. Fang Shengtang raised an eyebrow, her eyes filled with playful reproach. Fang Ruotang lowered her head, chuckling softly. Having grown accustomed to Fang Ruotang's whimsical remarks and the family's endless competition for her affection. As Prince Anjuan led Fang Ruotang away, the young prince, unwilling to relent, trailed closely behind, shamelessly vying for her attention. Do you enjoy pastries? I know a tea house with delightful pastries and tea. Shall I take you there tomorrow? Are there points?
Yes. Good.
Fang Ruotang paused before agreeing, while the young prince feigned ignorance regarding her ulterior motive for points. He continued enthusiastically, I know of many delicious places. I shall take you to them when I find the time. Fang Ruotang, having previously suppressed her culinary desires, was now eager to savor the world's delicacies. Esteemed National Master, in private settings, calling you that feels a bit awkward. Please just call me Fang Xiaolu. It feels strange to call you National Master. Prince Anjuan responded smoothly, very well. You may also call me by my name, Cui Shirshu. Gu Nanchen, the young prince interjected quickly. When Fang Ruotang addressed Prince Anjuan by name, she refrained from being so casual with the young prince, saying directly, you are, after all, the young prince. It would be inappropriate to call you by your name.
Huh.
The young prince scoffed, both amused and irritated, standing in the middle as he questioned, is it acceptable to call him but not me? Fang Ruotang gazed at the young prince with wide, innocent eyes, aware that despite his adoption, he was still the late emperor's youngest son. It was precisely because he had been adopted that he was denied the throne, making him the object of affection from both the late emperor and the current one. In the eyes of the current emperor, even the crown prince was not on par with the young prince, who would dare to address him by name. Save for the empress and the emperor? After considering it, Fang Ruotang replied, I shall first consult with elder sister. The young prince chuckled in amusement. It's merely a name. What's the harm? Fang Ruotang turned her back to the young prince. Unperturbed, the young prince relented. Fine, if you want to call me by name. What should you address me as, given that I am older than you? Fang Ruotang hesitated. Little uncle? Though the young prince was youthful, he held a higher status. Prince Anjuan chuckled softly, casting a teasing glance at the young prince, and approvingly remarked to Fang Ruotang, correct, but you need not address him as little uncle. You may simply refer to him as little uncle. Little uncle? Fang Ruotang pondered this relationship for a moment before comprehending it. She realized that the young prince was the crown prince's little imperial uncle, and also the younger brother of the eldest princess. Having untangled the familial connections, Fang Ruotang felt overwhelmed. Little Mirror, you are terrifying. Their relationships are so intricate, so complicated, and yet you expect me to develop feelings for both of them? Neither the young prince nor Prince Anjuan had anticipated this turn of events, and upon Fang Ruotang's inquiry, they exchanged uncomfortable glances, averting their eyes from one another.
Cough.
However, it is impossible for any one of them to voluntarily relinquish their position. After all, despite the absence of affection, there are still vested interests at play. Moreover, they have already verified the authenticity of Fang Ruotang's words, and none dare to gamble on the future. What if it turns out to be, as Xiao Jingzi said, a deep love? If they abandon their current standing, they may find themselves without a place beside Fang Ruotang in the future. Wouldn't that leave them with no refuge even to weep? Therefore, while they did not confer, they reached a tacit agreement in their choices. Fang Ruotang, resembling a wilted flower, listlessly followed the two as they meandered through the garden. Suddenly, She heard the voice of her third sister. You are her elder sister. If you speak, how could she refuse you? Surely, you do not wish otherwise, do you? Is it proper for you to act like this as a daughter-in-law? Do you want me to tell Jin Yen to divorce you? Fang Ruotang's expression remained indifferent, as if she were impervious to the words thrown at her. After all, she had long known what her mother-in-law was like, a simple country woman, illiterate, who had once saved her father-in-law after he suffered a brain injury and lost his memory. It was years later that he regained his memory, but by then, he had already married Xie Jinyan. The Xie family did not wish to acknowledge such a daughter-in-law, yet could not resist the integrity of Lord Xie and the fondness of the old lady for her intelligent and sensible grandson. For the sake of her grandson's reputation, they had to begrudgingly accept this union. However, Madame Xie was far from presentable. Lord Xie did not even dare to grant her a title, and yet, she continued to be the source of ridicule in the capital. In the past, when people mentioned the Xie family, they would regard them with admiration. Now, the first thought that came to mind was the coarseness of Madame Xie. I simply refuse to comply. You once pressured my sister to bring joy through misfortune, and now you threaten her with divorce? What can you do? At worst, we can part ways. And I am certain I can find a man far superior to Xie Jinyan for my third sister. Fang Ruotang's inner thoughts echoed abruptly, prompting Fang Ruotang to glance around, only to spot Fang Ruotang, the young prince, and the Anjuan Wang. She was startled and hurried forward to pay her respects, but Madame Xie disregarded her, believing that by controlling Fang Ruotang, she could dominate the entire Fang family, and unleashed her ire on Fang Ruotang. How disrespectful of you, child. You clearly lack manners. What kind of upbringing did your family provide? The eldest daughter does not serve her mother-in-law, and the younger daughter is completely unruly. Mother! Fang Ruotang called out sharply, her expression darkening. The young prince, having shed his previously carefree demeanor, stepped forward and unexpectedly summoned two individuals from the shadows. Teach Madame Xie what is appropriate to say and what is not. Fang Ruotang's face, darkened with anger, faltered slightly, but as she glanced at her irate little brother, she shifted her stance without uttering a word. The prince commanded the guards to strike Madame Xie, a blow that was tantamount to striking the Xie family itself. Logically, as the new bride of the Xie family, Fang Ruotang should have intervened, but since Madame Xie held her in contempt, as well as her maternal family, she felt no inclination to intervene. Typically, when Madame Xie imposed rules upon her, Fang Ruotang was indifferent, for whenever her mother-in-law troubled her, she would retaliate against Xie Jinyan. However, Madame Xie had crossed a line by cursing her beloved little brother. He had never endured such humiliation. If Xie Jinyan dared to confront her over this matter, she would simply follow her brother's suggestion and return home. With this understanding, Fang Ruotang not only refrained from intervening but instead took a step back to observe the unfolding drama. Sister-in-law, you must stop them and clarify that it is all a misunderstanding. Mother did not intend to offend. Xie Xiaoyan hastily released her mother and anxiously grasped Fang Ruotang's arm. Fang Ruotang disdainfully shook off her grip. This younger sister-in-law was someone she deeply disliked. Perhaps having grown up in the shadow of Madame Xie, she had adopted all her faults. It was one thing to show her no respect as a sister-in-law, but she was also shallow and greedy, always pilfering from her whenever she visited her courtyard. Though the Xie family was not an affluent household, they were nonetheless a family of scholars, with numerous successful candidates among their ranks and several officials currently serving in the court, while the descendants of the Xie clan were scattered and generally held low positions. The family's profound heritage remained intact. Xie Xiaoyan, being the legitimate daughter of the household, had grown up in luxury and lacked nothing. Yet it baffled Fang Ruotang how she had developed such a predatory disposition. The guards moved swiftly, executing their orders with precision. Humph! Fang Ruotang scoffed, once again shaking off Xie Xiaoyan's hand. Madame Xie could only bemoan her fate, as she had handed over household management to Fang Ruotang upon her marriage. It was also for this reason that after 20 years of marriage, Madame Xie, who had never touched the key to the pantry, harbored resentment towards her, occasionally seeking to cause her difficulties. Enough, cease the violence. Fang Ruotang was indifferent, while Fang Ruotang absorbed Xie Xiaoyan's words. The prince raised his hand, and the guards immediately released their hold, retreating to the sidelines. Madame Xie screamed in pain, clearly not comprehending the prince's directive. He frowned, troubled by her ignorance. How can a lady of the household be so utterly foolish? Do you not realize who Fang Ruotang is? She is a revered national teacher, held in high regard by the current emperor. Should I not take care of this matter? My brother will surely send someone to handle it. With this thought, the prince grew impatient and waved his hand dismissively.
Get out.
After uttering this command, he summoned his guards once more, instructing them to keep watch and expel the two women.
Prince.
Xie Xiuyan exclaimed, aghast at the prospect of being thrown out in public. How would she save face? Especially at such a crucial moment in her matchmaking endeavors, what respectable family would still consider her after this? Madame Xie continued to moan in pain, wishing to hurl insults, but upon witnessing the prince's stern countenance and the guards poised to strike, she dared not act out, directing her ire instead towards Fang Ruotang. Fang Ruotang furrowed her brow, for the first time regretting her marriage to Xie Jinyan. Do not bully my sister. If you dare to mistreat her again, I will have the emperor punish you. The emperor has my elixir. If I ask him to punish Madame Xie, he should not refuse. Madame Xie, upon hearing Fang Ruotang's thoughts, instinctively opened her mouth to curse. But the Anjuan Wang swiftly silenced her with a pebble that struck her lips, causing them to swell instantly, followed by a spurt of blood and two shattered front teeth. The Anjuan Wang disdainfully reminded her, hurry and close your mouth. Throw them out and tell the Xie family to seek justice at the princess's palace if they wish. The young prince, dissatisfied, interjected, I struck her. Why should you take credit? Inform the Xie family that if they have complaints, they can come to the prince's residence, and I shall host them properly. With her mouth sealed, Madame Xie could not utter a sound, while Xie Xiuyan stood petrified, shrinking back in fear and no longer daring to plead for mercy. Fang Ruotang did not truly feel that her life in the Xie family was miserable, for Madame Xie wielded no real authority there. Thank you, young prince. Thank you, Anjuan Wang, for swiftly coming to the aid of my little brother. I apologize for the trouble you experienced. Fang Ruotang offered a few comforting words to Fang Ruotang, and upon seeing her cries diminish, she turned to express her gratitude to the young prince and Anjuan Wang. Both men assured her it was of no concern and, with genuine care, encouraged Fang Ruotang, saying, do not cry. If you continue, your eyes will swell. The Anjuan Wang truly believed that Madame Xie's outrageous behavior was a result of the Xie men not educating her properly. He had no intention of pursuing a quarrel with the woman, yet he could not confront the men of the Xie family. However, he did not anticipate that just as the incident involving Fang Ruotang unfolded, her protective guards were hastening toward the palace, and the emperor, upon receiving news, promptly summoned the Xie father and son to the palace for reprimand. Upon learning of the situation, the crown prince immediately set aside his affairs and personally went to the Weiyuan Marquis's residence to retrieve them, conveniently arriving as the banquet was concluding. He caught sight of the young prince and Anjuan Wang trailing behind Fang Ruotang and, with a mere glance, discerned their intentions. Is everything all right? Upon hearing of your mistreatment at the Weiyuan Marquis, I hastened to your side. The attendant, El Shengnan, was momentarily taken aback, as she was unaware of this incident. How could one truly allow the reputation of Miss Fang San's family to be tarnished? Otherwise, even if Miss Fang was in the right, she would appear unreasonable. Madame Xie has bullied me, Fang Ruotang pouted, her lips forming a delicate line as she lamented her plight. Both the young prince and the Anjuan Wang cast sidelong glances at her, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Although they had intervened at the moment, Fang Ruotang had not expressed her grievances to them. Now that the crown prince had arrived, she voiced her complaints.
What?
Is the crown prince's standing in her heart different? Both the young prince and the Anjuan Wang could not help but ponder this, their gazes towards the crown prince tinged with curiosity. Chapter 024. Reluctance, yet not much. I shall assist you in dealing with her, I declared. I will speak to the Empress Mother shortly, requesting her to summon Madame Xie into the palace for admonishment. The crown prince, concerned that Fang Ruotang might not comprehend, elaborated that as a man, it was not proper to chastise a subject's wife directly. Is it possible to prevent her from residing in the Xie household? She bullies my sister. Fang Ruotang inquired innocently, yet with a hint of cruelty. Fang Xuezong was taken aback. She understood that Fang Ruotang intended for Madame Xie to be moved to another residence. Fang Xuezong quickly interjected, gently shaking her head. Let my sister resolve this matter herself, shall we? Fang Ruotang pouted, begrudgingly agreeing. Very well, but if she bullies you again, you must inform me. My relationship with the Crown Prince is quite good. He can help us. Fang Xuezong glanced at the Crown Prince, coaxing Fang Ruotang until she relinquished her insistence on expelling Madame Xie from the Xie residence. The Crown Prince did not express any intention to intervene. He trusted that the Xie father and son would make their own decisions. After all, while he could afford to show leniency for Fang Ruotang's sake, his father would not be so forgiving. If a precedent were set, anyone could exploit familial ties to act recklessly before Fang Ruotang, and Madame Xie would inevitably become the scapegoat. Little 6, sitting in the carriage, the Fang sisters had already been waiting for some time, peering out at the entrance for someone who had yet to arrive. Fang Ruotang immediately turned toward the sound, spotting her elder sister waiting by the carriage, while the coachman, unsure if the young lady would disembark, had already knelt beside the carriage. It seems he truly enjoys being tread upon by my elder sister. I never agreed to persuade her. Do not be foolish. Before your elder sister came out, at least 10 young ladies and several coachmen had flirted with him. No fewer than 5 young ladies deliberately dropped their handkerchiefs before him. If your elder sister does not act soon, she might lose him. Fang Ruotang's eyes widened in astonishment, while Fang Shengtang also gazed curiously at the coachman. The coachman, sensing their scrutiny, raised his eyes to meet Fang Shengtang's gaze. Hesitantly asking, Miss? Fang Ruotang, simple-minded, was alarmed by the words of the small mirror and rushed to the coachman's side, looking down at him. You belong to my elder sister. You cannot be taken by other young ladies, do you understand? The coachman, having had little opportunity to converse with the 6th miss, was taken aback by her reprimand. Although he did not grasp her intent, he had never contemplated leaving the elder sister. Rather, he had always worried that she might dismiss him. I understand, he replied. This matter has already been discussed with me by Yuxing, Fang Shengtang interrupted. Though her sentiment differed from that of the small mirror. One must be devoted. If one loves someone, it must be wholeheartedly. Otherwise, it is irresponsible. Fang Ruotang puffed her cheeks, glaring at Yuxing. Yuxing was taken aback, kneeling in fright. Miss, spare me. He had concealed his feelings well. Yet somehow the 6th miss discerned the thoughts of a lowly person like him. Fearing that the elder sister would despise him and send him away, he felt as though his heart were being cut. Fang Shengtang cast a reproachful glance at Fang Ruotang, lightly chiding her. Be quiet. Fang Ruotang pouted, sulking as she retreated, muttering, I am only looking out for my elder sister. Though the elder sister could be indifferent, others must not take what was not theirs. The Crown Prince, having been absent previously, was unaware of what had transpired. Was not Miss Fang the betrothed of young Master Rome? You may rise. I do not blame you. Fang Shengtang said uneasily, wishing to avoid discussing such matters in public, especially with so many spectators around. The surrounding carriages were all eavesdropping. Yuxing, surprised, met the elder sister's gaze, noticing not only a lack of disdain on her face, but also a hint of shyness, which filled him with joy. Yet guilt soon followed. A person of such celestial grace as the elder sister should not be secretly admired by someone as lowly as him. It felt like a stain on her purity. Reflecting on past moments, he realized that he had indeed allowed her to tread upon him. In the past, when he had accompanied the younger sister on the elder sister's carriage, he would always prepare a stool for her after she dismounted. Fang Xuezong was astonished by this scene, rendered speechless. She had previously sensed Yuxing's feelings and conveyed them to her elder sister. Though the elder sister did not express disdain, she had not indicated affection either. The elder sister did not seem to feel violated. As her younger sister, she certainly would not interfere in the matter. Yet, having been married for merely 2 months, how could such a significant issue arise? Did they have mutual feelings? Did the family know? What of the elder sister's engagement? Fang Xuezong's mind raced, filled with anxiety. Fang Shengtang coaxed Fang Ruotang to seek out their aunt, seizing the opportunity to quickly explain Yuxing's background. Fang Xuezong was taken aback and then resolutely declared, Elder sister, you must not be foolish regarding such an opportunity that has presented itself. Regardless of your feelings, you must pursue it. quickly break off the engagement with young Master Rong. Though it may be regretful, we cannot afford to refuse such a fortuitous chance. Fang Xingtang hesitated. In truth, young Master Rong was not an issue. For according to Little Six sentiments, he belonged to her. Fang Xuezong queried in confusion. Fang Xingtang recounted the matter of the 6 men surrounding Fang Ruotang. Fang Xuezong was astonished. Little Six truly brings honor to us women. Fang Xingtang chuckled lightly indeed. She has captured the attention of many fine suitors in the capital. I wonder how many young ladies are gnashing their teeth at home. Observing the crown prince, Anju and Wang, and the young prince, she noted that they had already made their decisions. Fang Xuezong smiled but quickly turned anxious. Surely they are not pursuing her for the elixir of immortality. Can they truly harbor genuine feelings for Little Six? Fang Xingtang raised an eyebrow. Does it matter whether their feelings are genuine? They are all determined to devote themselves to Little Six. Moreover, if the small mirror's words hold any truth, they are drawn to her for a reason. So, we need not fear their sincerity. That is true. It stands to reason that young Master Rong's affections will eventually flourish, Fang Xuezong observed, anxiously glancing at Fang Xingtang. Fang Xingtang smiled. Do not look at me like that. I can discern the gravity of the situation. Do not be disheartened. Think positively. Fang Xuezong understood that her elder sister was indeed fond of young Master Rong. Otherwise, she would not have waited so long. Fang Xingtang forced a smile. Her expression tinged with hesitation. While I do have some reluctance, it is not overwhelming. In the realm of noble families, daughters are seldom raised to prioritize love. Yet, he is the husband I have known since childhood. To claim that I can accept everything joyfully would be an impossibility. There is certainly a sense of loss. Yet it is not excessive. Before such grand temptations, I am but an ordinary person. For some matters, unspoken truths are understood. It is evident that Little Six possesses a rare treasure, and though I may relinquish my claim to the man she has chosen, he shall not belong to another woman. As for my own family, while they shall not force me, they undoubtedly hope for my union with Yuxing, as the benefits are clear to all. Chapter 025. The Palace Intriguer. That night, countless souls found themselves restless due to Fang Ruotang's heartfelt sentiments, while she herself fell into slumber early. By the time she attended the morning court session the next day, she still appeared drowsy, listening to ministers discuss matters of state that eluded her understanding. Stifling yawns in secrecy. I feel sleepy, alas. Do not succumb to drowsiness. I shall show you something delightful.
What?
The most primal joy between man and woman. Fang Ruotang had not yet grasped the situation when the small mirror began to vividly describe the events unfolding. After a considerable moment, she covered her blushing face with her hands and stole a glance at the emperor, whose countenance was shrouded in ominous clouds. Wow, Yu Guerin is so daring. How could she possibly dare to put a green hat on the emperor? Is that crimson mandarin duck bellyband truly hanging on that rogue's head? How could they act so brazenly in the emperor's harem? Where is the morality? Where is the bottom line? What is its precise location? Truly, if we hurry over, we might still catch a glimpse. No, I must go take a look. If I feign a stomach ache, will I lose my composure before the emperor? Never mind. I must see for myself. Fang Ruotang, undeterred by the risks, rose and approached the attendant, attempting to convey her request in what she believed to be a discreet manner. With his eyes cast down, he trembled as if gripped by fear, hoping that this ancestor would grant him mercy. Fang Ruotang, utterly oblivious to the expressions around her, poked the attendant, asking, "Why are you silent?" The attendant quickly glanced at her, weariness etched upon his features. Fang Ruotang tilted her head, still not comprehending his meaning. Upon hearing of the chaos in the harem, the crown prince momentarily froze but soon masked his emotions, observing Fang Ruotang's insistence on pressuring the attendant. He feared that if the attendant remained silent any longer, he might burst into tears. Master Guesher. Startled by the sudden call, Fang Ruotang jumped, realizing it was the crown prince summoning her, and she relaxed, offering him a sweet smile. A flicker of amusement danced in the crown prince's eyes, as he decided to assist Fang Ruotang in fulfilling her small wish. For what ill intentions could a young girl harbor? She simply wished to witness the spectacle. I hear Master Guesher can read fortunes? Indeed. 3 months ago, On the day Yu Guiran was diagnosed with a dragon heir, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Rumors suggested that her child was descended from the Ziwei star. Might Master Guesher be able to provide some insight? Fang Ruotang was so elated that she sprang from her seat and hurried to the crown prince, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement. My fortune-telling is quite accurate. Let us go at once. Her eagerness stung the emperor, who regarded her with a heavy gaze, wishing to inquire if she possessed any sense of propriety. After he had intervened to deal with the Xie family yesterday and granted her the title of protector of the nation, here she was, heartlessly reveling in the spectacle. The emperor's initial fury had faded to indifference in mere moments. Having consumed a cleansing pill, he had shed his previous baseness and was now solely devoted to seeking enlightenment. Were it not for the fact that the crown prince had not yet pursued Fang Ruotang, he might have readily relinquished the throne to him. No longer caring for the trivialities of a woman he had never esteemed. The crown prince, at ease, invited Fang Ruotang into the harem, while the emperor followed with a discontented grunt. A group of inexperienced yet playful ministers hesitated briefly before trailing behind, knowing that the law would not punish the masses. The emperor was not likely to behead them for this. Under the guidance of the small mirror, Fang Ruotang swiftly located Yu Guiran's palace. The entrance was eerily quiet, devoid of any guards. As they approached the inner door, they spotted a lone maid on duty, whose complexion turned pallid upon seeing them. She fell to her knees. But before she could utter a word, the crown prince silenced her with a glance, rendering her mute, like a chicken caught by the neck. Encouraged by the small mirror, Fang Ruotang wriggled like an eel, eager to slip into the inner chamber. However, Prime Minister Fang could no longer restrain himself. Disregarding the emperor's presence, he stepped forward to grasp her by the nape, pulling her back. The affairs within the inner chamber were not meant for a young girl to witness. What do you think you're doing? I'm going to see. There are strange sounds coming from inside. Although Fang Ruotang had been privy to the live broadcast from the small mirror, she remained naive, unable to fully grasp the implications. Hearing the alluring sounds from within did not provoke any bashfulness in her, unlike the others present, whose faces flushed with embarrassment. Having consumed the cleansing pill, the emperor, rejuvenated and brimming with authority, strode into the chamber. Shortly thereafter, piercing female screams and a quivering male voice echoed, calling, "Father." Wait, the rogue is actually the prince? Did I not mention? It is the third prince. Alas, not even his own mother is spared. The third prince truly indulges. Though restrained by Prime Minister Fang Ruotang craned her neck, straining to catch a glimpse, determined to feel involved even if she could not see. Do not behave like a pig at New Year. Prime Minister Fang felt utterly exhausted, lamenting the presence of such an unmanageable granddaughter. How can you compare her to a pig? Fang Ruotang pouted, growing quiet but feeling disheartened at the thought of missing the main event, huffing as she broke free from Prime Minister Fang's hold and darted behind the crown prince. Inside, desperate pleas for mercy echoed. The crown prince showed no curiosity. The matter was merely a trivial affair between men and women. However, as a small girl poked him persistently from behind, he could not help but seize her mischievous hand. Fang Ruotang tilted her face upward, sweetly inquiring, "Shall we not go inside?" The crown prince fixed his gaze upon her, realizing her genuine curiosity about the situation, marking her as a girl who relished in the spectacle. "Do you wish to see?"
Yes, yes.
"Is that permissible?" Fang Ruotang instinctively learned to coax the crown prince, her soft plea rendering him unable to refuse. Noticing that those inside had donned their clothing, he led Fang Ruotang into the inner chamber. The emperor wore a stern expression, exuding an air of intimidation, as a disheveled pair knelt at his feet. Spotting the crown prince bringing Fang Ruotang inside, the tension in his brows eased somewhat, though he disapprovingly questioned, "What purpose does it serve to bring her here?" "To observe the child she carries." The crown prince raised an eyebrow, and the emperor understood. Fang Ruotang, however, Novelli believed the crown prince sought to inquire about the Ziwei star. Chatting with the small mirror for a moment, she soon grasped the reality. But Yu Guiran carries the third prince's child. Fang Ruotang, lacking subtlety, spoke plainly. None of them are the emperor's offspring. How could it be the descent of the Ziwei star? "Please spare me, your majesty. Father, have mercy." Two anguished cries accompanied the heavy sound of kowtowing. followed closely by Fang Ruotang's voice. Chapter 26. Chaos in the harem, take them away. The emperor could hardly spare them another glance. With such time wasted, he would rather contemplate how to deceive Master Guesher into revealing the secrets of cultivation. He firmly believed the small mirror bound to Fang Ruotang could yield results. Father, she seduced me. The third prince, noticing the emperor's indifference and lack of reprimand, panicked and instinctively shifted the blame onto Guerin. Guerin, taken aback, turned to him, her heart sinking, yet unlike the third prince, she dared not shirk responsibility, instead calming herself. Lowering her head, she knelt and began to plead for her life. I am a shameless woman, causing turmoil in the harem. I dare not hope for your majesty's mercy, but beg you to spare my family, who know nothing of this. Bring forth poison. At this command, the third prince was petrified, clinging to the emperor's leg, weeping profusely. Father, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I shall not do it again. Father, I beg you, spare me this once. The third prince repeated this plea, his voice desperate. The emperor, feeling embarrassed, kicked him away, ordering his imprisonment in the dungeons pending judgment. Soon, a eunuch arrived with poison in hand. Fang Ruotang's complexion paled as she bit her finger, silently screaming in panic to the small mirror, have I doomed her? If I had not come, would she have lived? Not at all. It is of no concern to you. In the original timeline, her affair with the third prince was also uncovered. Fang Ruotang's heart raced in a flurry of anxiety. It was all her own folly. Having entered the palace as a consort, she still believed in the third prince's deceitful words, pursuing what she fancied as love. Such a woman deserved to perish. Her death would be a relief, yet it would implicate her entire family. However, Fang Ruotang understood the reasoning behind it all. Otherwise, she would not have reacted so angrily when the little mirror suggested she seduce young Master Rong. Some mistakes could not simply be erased by her demise. They would burden all the sisters in the household. The matter concerning noble Lady Yu was even graver. She could face execution and confiscation of her estate. Do not dwell on it too much. Noble Lady Yu, daring to engage in such acts, is not someone who values familial ties. Now, as she faces death, her insincere pleas to the emperor to spare her family are utterly futile. The little mirror held no sympathy for such a person. To knowingly engage in the forbidden is sheer folly. I just feel a bit uneasy, Fang Ruotang confessed, discreetly rubbing her chest. Initially, she thought such matters were unfamiliar to her, driven solely by a desire to see the world. She had not anticipated the consequences. Now, as she watched the emperor prepare to poison noble Lady Yu, she realized that exposing this affair could cost a life. The emperor felt a touch of discomfort, but would never admit that taking a life before Fang Ruotang was his fault. He merely seethed with disappointment at the crown prince. Why haven't you hurried to escort the national master away? Why do you wish to partake in this sordid spectacle? We must leave. The crown prince hesitated and gently tugged at Fang Ruotang's sleeve. She followed him a couple of steps before casting a glance back at the kneeling noble Lady Yu. Your Majesty, it was the third prince who seduced noble Lady Yu. She did not entice him. Fang Ruotang paused, feeling it necessary to clarify the situation. Very well. I shall spare her family, the emperor responded impatiently, waving his hand. The humiliation of being cuckolded did not incite the fury one might expect. Thus, there was no need for bloodshed to quell the emperor's wrath. However, while she may escape the death penalty, the good days for noble Lady Yu's family had come to an end. Next time, remind me not to seek out such spectacles. You are not at fault for wanting to watch. It is they who have erred. Indeed, while that is true, there is a disconcerting sensation in being the one to uncover the truth, akin to pushing them towards their demise. You are too kind-hearted. The third prince and noble Lady Yu are not virtuous individuals. In the original timeline, the empress was the first to sense something amiss, but she was poisoned and killed by the two. It was only after the emperor's outrage led to a thorough investigation of the harem that the truth came to light. Noble Lady Yu faced dismemberment, and her entire family was executed. Even the third prince was beheaded, and the favored concubine was cast into the cold palace, with her maternal clan suffering the consequences. Although Emperor Jiankong was not known for his fidelity, the empress held a unique place in his heart. Otherwise, the crown prince's position would not have been so secure. In the original timeline, noble Lady Yu and the third prince sought to take the empress's life. And Emperor Jiankong would not have let them escape unscathed, unlike the current situation where there were no real repercussions. The crown prince's brow darkened as he fixed his gaze on the third prince, who had grown noticeably pale and was now sitting helplessly on the ground, no longer daring to speak. What kind of woman does the third prince desire that he cannot find? Why must he covet the emperor's consort? To seize the throne, of course. Among the new consorts, only noble Lady Yu gained favor, and her family is influential. The third prince had met her several times prior to her entering the palace and had intentions of taking her into his harem. It is madness. If he wishes for the throne, he should compete for it honorably. If he excels beyond the crown prince and proves himself capable of becoming a wise ruler, the emperor and the court will choose him. What use is it to exploit a woman? Fang Ruotang felt a wave of revulsion. The Fang family feared being entangled in such power struggles, hence, the sisters were betrothed at an early age. Even the fourth sister, born of a concubine, was initially promised to a cousin from the maternal side, but fate was unkind, and that cousin had passed away years ago. Speaking of which, the daughters of the Fang family had faced many obstacles in their pursuits of marriage, which was precisely why Fang Ruotang had been manipulated by Madame Xia before her wedding. Let us not concern ourselves with these matters. The emperor will decide the outcome. I shall accompany you to the Li family's gathering. Forget it, I have lost interest. Fang Ruotang hesitated, her enthusiasm waning.
Go.
Today, the Li family is staging a grand performance of the true and false daughters. You will regret missing this spectacle. Fang Ruotang paused, curiosity piqued. True and false daughters? The womenfolk are all in the rear courtyard giving birth. How could a child be swapped? Why not? The father could personally switch the child. It would be quite the drama. The stage is already set. Are you certain you do not wish to see? Fang Ruotang had been frail as a child, raised in the rear courtyard. Now that her health had improved, her thoughts had grown wild. She had developed a penchant for indulgence, playfulness, and revelry, traits that were hard to conceal. Chapter 027. The True and False Daughters, Let Us Go. Fang Ruotang, shedding her burdens, even whimsically informed the crown prince, the Li family is showcasing a grand performance of true and false daughters today. Would you care to attend? I foresee it will be quite lively. Very well, I shall accompany you. The crown prince displayed little interest in such affairs. If Fang Ruotang could mutter a few names of corrupt officials in her heart, prompting him to root them out and enrich the national treasury, he would prefer that. Today marked the 12th birthday celebration of the eldest daughter of the Li family, an event of considerable grandeur. Family and friends, nearly everyone they could invite, were present, creating a magnificent spectacle. Fang Ruotang, accompanied by the crown prince, could not remain inconspicuous. She presumed it was due to the crown prince's status, unaware that she herself had become even more sought after than he. In fact, just moments ago, a number of ministers had followed her after witnessing the emperor's spectacle, some donning casual attire while others had no time to change out of their official robes. Your Highness, National Master. Madame Li greeted them with a beaming smile. Though she found it puzzling that the crown prince would attend her daughter's birthday party, nonetheless, it was of no consequence. It sufficed that she could elevate her daughter's standing. Where is Li Shiyun? Madame Li's eyes lit up as she glanced at Fang Ruotang, a sense of pride swelling within her. Her daughter was indeed worthy of the National Master's admiration. She is with her biological mother. Madame Li's expression faltered, surprise evident as she turned to Fang Ruotang. Fang Ruotang avoided meeting her gaze, while the crown prince cast a cautionary glance, leaving Madame Li speechless. Go, summon the eldest daughter to greet our guests. Madame Li suddenly instructed a nearby maid. Why is Madame Li suddenly calling for her daughter? Does she wish to take advantage of the crown prince's presence? The little mirror observed the divergence from the original fate. Indeed, the crown prince was never meant to be at the Li residence. Such an opportunity is too precious to pass up. Madame Li's heart raced, realizing the implications. She had not considered that her daughter was only 12, far younger than the crown prince. Moreover, the intended bride for the crown prince was the eldest daughter of their Li family. Her husband belonged to a collateral branch. How could she be so blind as to offer her daughter to a potential humiliation? Furthermore, Given the crown prince's current demeanor towards the national master, it seemed he harbored intentions to withdraw his engagement. The Leaf family could not afford to offend even their own kin, let alone the national master. She had not lost her senses. The crown prince is quite handsome, Fang Ruotang remarked, having taken the little mirror's words to heart. Studying the crown prince and arriving at this conclusion, it is only natural for young ladies to wish to marry the crown prince, the little mirror replied. What are you thinking? His looks pale in comparison to the power he wields. That is what truly matters. Fang Ruotang pursed her lips, dismissing the notion that appearance was of great importance. Madam, our young lady requests your presence, said the maid, who had just encountered the lady accompanying Madame Li on her way to the young lady's courtyard. Madame Li, attuned to Fang Ruotang's sentiments, was eager to see her daughter. Before she could greet the crown prince, she was drawn in by Fang Ruotang's thoughts. Li Shiyun has asked Madame Li to come over to inform her that her biological daughter has been swapped, Fang Ruotang mused, astonished by the young lady's integrity. How righteous she is, she thought, placing herself in the young lady's shoes. If someone were to tell her that she was not a child of the Fang family, she feared she would struggle to make an immediate choice. Such a wonderful family was not something she could easily part with. Indeed, her moral compass is commendable. Nurtured well by Madame Li, she is also a dutiful child, though her fate is unfortunate, born of a concubine, which is a sin in itself. Fang Ruotang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that as a legitimate child, she could not harbor affection for one born of a concubine. Madame Li's heart sank further, her eyes reddening as she clenched her handkerchief tightly, hurrying towards her daughter's courtyard. She did not refuse Fang Ruotang and the crown prince, as she too wished to learn more. The appearance of both the crown prince and Fang Ruotang naturally drew attention, and a crowd quietly followed them. Li Shiyun stood at the entrance of her small courtyard, her complexion pale and anxious, as she eagerly awaited her mother. Upon seeing Madame Li, she rushed forward, tears brimming in her eyes. Mother, what has happened? Madame Li embraced her daughter, filled with maternal concern. Li Shiyun gazed longingly at Madame Li, took a deep breath, and prepared to reveal everything when she noticed the gathering crowd. The words caught in her throat. Although puzzled by her mother's entourage, she refrained from asking questions, consumed by her own turmoil. Is she about to expose everything? Fang Ruotang wondered. Indeed, the truth of the Li family's true and false daughters will be revealed by her own confession. If she remains silent, her future may be smooth. The small mirror, an enchanted spirit, felt sympathy for the young girl. Li Shiyun tightened her grip on Madame Li's hand, who, despite her own distress, offered a gentle smile. Do not fear. You can share anything with me. Stealing a glance at Fang Ruotang, Li Shiyun bit her lip and divulged, Mother, just now, Father brought a woman to my courtyard, claiming she is my true mother, stating that I am not your biological daughter. He swapped me with your real daughter at my birth.
Madame Mr. Gerard.
Her complexion draining of color. Fang Ruotang's words had sparked a suspicion, but she never anticipated that her husband had orchestrated such a scheme. Why would he exchange her daughter? If Li Shiyun was not her daughter, then whose was she? I am the daughter of father's concubine, Li Shiyun continued, as if reading Madame Li's thoughts. That concubine is father's cousin. Cousin? Madame Li furrowed her brow, recollecting such an individual, and asked in a hushed voice, the widowed one? Yes.
Li Shiyun, Gattering Harkaraj.
Added, they also have a son. Madame Li swayed, her body weakening. Fortunately, Li Shiyun and the nearby maid caught her, preventing her from collapsing. This Miss Li is truly bold, revealing such secrets, Fang Ruotang observed with admiration.
Why?
How many possess the courage to denounce their own parents? Moreover, she stands to gain from it, using her biological mother as a stepping stone to please her adoptive mother. Li Shiyun's expression faltered. I am not. I do not wish for my mother to be deceived. She has no other daughter. Father and my biological mother seek to claim all of mother's dowry through me. I revealed the truth only to spare her. Such nonsense. Madame Li nurtured her with utmost care until the age of 12. If she had not disclosed it, she would be the true ingrate. Do you think Li Shiyun's fate will be unfortunate simply because Madame Li might misplace her anger? Chapter 28. Singular water spirit root Madam Li is the head of the household. As long as she values Li Shiyun, her life should not be difficult. Indeed, in a household, the matriarch standing often depends on the respect granted by the male master, especially since Madam Li has no son, and Lord Li clearly favors his concubine over his wife. The servants will naturally act accordingly. If the head of the family does not favor Li Shiyun, how could she expect a favorable life? In the original timeline, Madam Li would soon be overwhelmed with her troubles, and Li Shiyun wished not to add to them, merely hoping for a good marriage. Alas, before she could marry, Madam Li passed away, leaving her to the mercy of her despising biological parents. How tragic! Fang Ruotang gazed at Li Shiyun with sympathy. Unlike her, who would never leave the Fang family, she could not help but admire such a person. Fang Ruotang murmured to herself. Madam Li, being the head of the family, had regained her composure after the initial shock. She gently patted Li Shiyun's small hand in silent reassurance, all the while vowing to protect this obedient daughter, regardless of her origins. Altering her tragic fate is simple. She is kind-hearted, upright, and well-educated. As long as she marries a decent man in the future, her life will not be lacking. Fang Ruotang contemplated the mirror's words and glanced at the chubby-faced young girl before her. The girl had yet to mature, but perhaps due to her innate charm, she appeared exceedingly endearing. Marriage? Why must one always marry? To pin all hopes on another, determining one's fortune based on their whims, seems an unsatisfactory path. Fang Ruotang mused. Perhaps influenced by her upbringing, her first thought was not to marry a good man. This isn't your previous life. In this world, if a woman remains unmarried, her family will not accept her. Do you think everyone is like the Fang family? Fang Ruotang's eyes brightened. Indeed, she could come to our Fang family.
No.
The small mirror interjected, but the crown prince was quicker to refuse. Fang Ruotang looked up in bewilderment.
What?
Put away your thoughts. Her status does not warrant such an opportunity. The crown prince gazed at Fang Ruotang with resignation. She seemed unaware of how sought after the Fang family's offspring were. Not only her biological brother, but even her half-brother's marriage prospects were under scrutiny by countless families. After all, the harmony between the two branches of the Fang family was well known, and anyone could ascertain the advantages of marrying into the family. Fang Ruotang was astonished.
Ah!
Is there such a high standard for being my disciple? Disciple? The crown prince was taken aback. Fang Ruotang replied, Yes, I am the national master. It should not be too much to take in 1 or 2 disciples to serve me, should it? The crown prince had not anticipated Fang Ruotang's thoughts on this matter. The small mirror was also surprised, having previously asked Fang Ruotang if she wished to take in Miss Zhao as a disciple, only to receive a flat refusal. However, if Fang Ruotang had changed her mind, he would support her. Take this and let Li Shiyun give it a try. What is this? Fang Ruotang had heard from Xiao Jingzi about the concept of spiritual roots, though her understanding was rather vague. Nevertheless, she was filled with astonishment. Xiao Jingzi, you are truly kind to me, always offering your assistance, she expressed. Of course. Whatever you wish to do, I shall aid you. If Li Shiyun possesses a spiritual root, you may take her under your wing. It is entirely possible to bring her to the realm of immortal cultivation in the future, Xiao Jingzi replied. These words incited envy among the onlookers, their gazes fixed jealously upon Li Shiyun. What merits does she possess? They pondered. Yet they simultaneously grasped a profound truth. The so-called destiny of immortals was merely Fang Ruotang's affinity. As long as Fang Ruotang favored someone, the spiritual entity bound to her would offer its support. Miss Li, might I trouble you to hold this? Fang Ruotang inquired, extending the spirit-testing stone. Neither the master nor the servant were particularly meticulous in their thoughts, and they did not consider explaining the purpose of the stone. Yet, fortunately, Li Shiyun was aware. She bit her lip, her cherubic face serious, trembling as she reached out to cradle the stone. Moments later, it emitted a radiant blue light.
Oh.
It turns out to be a single water spiritual root. Did you not mention previously that a single spiritual root is exceptional? Indeed, in the realm of immortal cultivation, her root could grant her entry into a prominent sect as an inner disciple. Fang Ruotang gazed at Li Shiyun with sparkling eyes. You are truly remarkable. Li Shiyun's face flushed with excitement, her hands trembling uncontrollably. She had momentarily forgotten her humble origins and simply stared at Fang Ruotang, grinning foolishly. You may directly accept her as your personal disciple, and I shall provide you with suitable cultivation techniques for water spiritual roots. Once the evolution of the heavenly Tao is complete and the two continents are connected, this realm of mortals, with its few prodigious individuals, shall not become a slaughterhouse for demonic beasts, Xiao Jingzi remarked. Fang Ruotang pouted, visibly displeased. If the evolution fails, this continent is doomed. If it succeeds, it will merely become a place for the lowly, subject to humiliation. Neither outcome is favorable. Such are the laws of the world. It is not solely your realm that must endure these trials. Moreover, this world has already reaped significant benefits from your birth. It is not I who brings benefits, but you, Fang Ruotang countered, feeling inadequate to contribute anything, entirely reliant on the exceptional items provided by Xiao Jingzi. Xiao Jingzi felt a swell of pride. As a tool spirit, when had he ever received such praise from his master, especially in front of the one who held her heart? If we do not wish to be looked down upon, we should establish our own sect, seek out promising talents early on, and cultivate them. However, the spiritual energy has yet to revive. If we begin cultivation now, it will require a vast quantity of spirit stones to set up formations. In truth, once the passage is connected, it would be quite beneficial to find a sect nearby for protection. This is the way of all realms of mortals. Xiao Jingzi believed that Fang Ruotang could not possibly remain in this realm for long, rendering such efforts unnecessary. However, Fang Ruotang held a different perspective. Having restored her divine soul, she could depart at any moment. What would become of her family? This is troubling. To be under someone else's protection is akin to being a vassal state. Furthermore, to cultivators, mortals are regarded as mere insects. Their status even lower than that of the subjects in a vassal state. As Xiao Jingzi revealed more, Fang Ruotang began to comprehend many things. Fortunately, she harbored these thoughts without Xiao Jingzi mocking her for her ambition. Indeed, given the tone of Xiao Jingzi's words, it seemed entirely feasible for her to accomplish these tasks. Fang Ruotang could not help but feel a sense of pride, pondering how formidable her true self must be, an existence capable of effortlessly creating a small world. Chapter 029. Accepting a disciple, would you care to become my disciple? Fang Ruotang inquired, fiddling with the spirit-testing stone in her hands, somewhat perplexed. If she was as impressive as Xiao Jingzi claimed, then why did she lack any spiritual roots? Master, please allow your disciple to pay her respects, Li Shiyun interjected, instinctively kneeling and earnestly bowing 3 times. Fang Ruotang nodded and retrieved the bamboo slip given by Xiao Jingzi, gently pressing it to Li Shiyun's forehead. How does it feel? What sensations do you experience? Fang Ruotang asked, brimming with curiosity, as this was her first time performing such an act. Li Shiyun was left speechless, astonished as she proclaimed, "Suddenly, my mind is flooded with a technique. An influx of knowledge has been bestowed upon me. It's quite extraordinary." Fang Ruotang took another glance at the bamboo slip and, intrigued, pressed it against her own forehead, instantly grasping the enigmatic sensation Li Shiyun described. "Wow, this is delightful," Fang Ruotang exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over as she raised her hands and rushed towards the prince. The prince bent slightly, complying, and even he, typically indifferent, widened his eyes in astonishment. "Isn't it enjoyable? There is a little figure dancing in your mind." "Dancing?" the prince replied, bemused. The eager onlookers, no longer concerned about anything else, surged forward like chicks released from their coop, a chaotic throng. "Master National Teacher, may I have a look?" "Master National Teacher, allow me to see." "Master National Teacher." After some thought, Fang Ruotang generously offered the bamboo slip, saying, "You may all press it to your foreheads, but it will bear little significance for you. Currently, with the spiritual energy not having revived, you cannot cultivate, nor can you even perform the basic technique of drawing energy into your body." Unaware of the potential offense her words might cause, she cheerfully produced a ring, presenting it to Li Shiyun. "Just drop a drop of blood on this ring. It contains the technique for drawing energy into your body, as well as some spirit stones. Learn from it, and if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask me." Fang Ruotang maintained a calm demeanor, appearing quite knowledgeable. "I hope she doesn't come to me for questions. I am equally at a loss." She won't ask you, after all. A single spiritual root is never foolish. They are all cultivation prodigies. If she cannot comprehend even the entry-level techniques, you need not concern yourself with her further, Xiao Jingzi remarked, pulling Li Shiyun back down from her lofty demeanor. Li Shiyun silently resolved to absorb this knowledge independently, vowing not to disturb Master National Teacher. Madame Li observed Li Shiyun, who was eagerly donning the ring, and mused, "How marvelous! This ring can actually resize to fit my finger." At merely 12 years old, this was Li Shiyun's first encounter with such a wondrous object. After trying it on her thumb, she moved it to her index finger, eventually trying it on all 10 of her fingers in quick succession. Master National Teacher, Madame Li suddenly stepped forward, earnestly stating, "Although my daughter is still young, she possesses the utmost diligence and thoughtfulness in her endeavors. Having received your favor today, if you do not mind, might you consider keeping her by your side as a maidservant?" Li Shiyun's smile faltered, feeling somewhat awkward. "Did you not say that Madame Li did not treat Li Shiyun poorly due to her background? Why then are you trying to send her away now?" "I am uncertain." Xiao Jingzi, being a tool spirit, lacked understanding of human emotions. The prince, observing the scene, seemed to comprehend the underlying reason. "Do you no longer desire this daughter? She will undoubtedly become quite formidable, and she is far more filial than your biological daughter, who has already been led astray and finds it difficult to connect with you." "No," Madame Li quickly countered, glancing at Li Shiyun, who appeared anxious as she grasped her hand and turned to Fang Ruotang. "Master National Teacher, may I have a moment of your time?" Fang Ruotang readily consented and followed Madame Li into Li Shiyun's chamber. As soon as the door closed, Madame Li knelt with Li Shiyun beside her. Fang Ruotang was taken aback, immediately rushing to assist them. Just moments ago, when Li Shiyun knelt before her, she found it to be appropriate, considering Li Shiyun would be her disciple, akin to how her brothers would pay their respects to esteemed scholars. However, Madame Li was a senior. "Master National Teacher, I understand that my words may bring you much trouble, but I have no alternative," Madame Li explained, rising to her feet. She merely wished to convey her respect and did not intend to use her kneeling as a form of coercion. "You regard my daughter highly, accepting her as your disciple and gifting her such remarkable techniques and a magical ring. I am deeply grateful. However, she is still young and may struggle to safeguard these treasures. The situation at home is not ideal. To be frank, her life at home may become increasingly difficult. Thus, I humbly ask if you might accept my daughter, allowing her to serve you as a diligent little disciple." Li Shiyun is wise, upon understanding her mother's heart. She no longer fears being cast out. She obediently expresses her determination to serve her master wholeheartedly, vowing to avoid causing any trouble. "Should I accept her? Would it be inappropriate to let her serve me? It feels a bit like bullying." "Of course. What's wrong with that? Isn't it customary for disciples to serve their masters? Moreover, having her by your side allows you to guide her regularly. If she feels humiliated, it merely indicates a lack of discernment. Expelling her would be a solution." Li Shiyun fervently shakes her head, wishing to assert that she is not foolish. She understands the propriety of treating the tutors and seamstresses invited to her home with respect, let alone her master, who guides her in the pursuit of immortality. Truth be told, if circumstances permitted, she would gladly support such a master. Do not be too accommodating. They are currently ignorant and unaware of your esteemed status. Gaining an audience with a revered immortal in the realm of cultivation is no small feat. Fang Ruotang indeed lacks the sense of superiority that often accompanies high status. She remains vague about the remarks made by the small mirror. "Thank you, esteemed national master." Lady Li expresses her gratitude repeatedly, anxiously inquiring, "Shall I have Shirshir accompany you shortly? I will send her belongings to your residence later. Is that acceptable?" "That is fine," Fang Ruotang replies noncommittally. "As the Prime Minister's residence is vast, you two may share heartfelt words. I shall step outside for a moment and return shortly." Fang Ruotang is quite considerate, recognizing that much has transpired during this brief time, and the mother and daughter have yet to exchange a few words. "Thank you, esteemed national master. I only need to convey a few words to Shirshir. Please wait outside for a moment. It will be but a short while." Lady Li's attitude towards Fang Ruotang is nothing short of obsequious. Fang Ruotang bounces out of the room, and the crown prince inquires, "Have you decided to accept her?" "Indeed. She wishes to stay by my side as a humble maidservant serving tea and water. I do not require additional maids. So she may reside at the Prime Minister's residence as a guest for now." Chapter 030. The initial display of competition. Why such an abundance of gifts? Fang Ruotang stands at the entrance, observing her aunt, Lady Cui, as she counts gift boxes accompanied by maidservants and matrons, feeling somewhat surprised. Upon seeing Fang Ruotang, Lady Cui smiles, and upon noticing the crown prince at her side, she promptly hands her notebook to a nearby matron and approaches to pay her respects.
These are all for you.
"For me?" Fang Ruotang incredulously points to herself, her voice laced with disbelief. To speak frankly, Fang Ruotang has never received gifts from anyone aside from her family throughout her life. She has never even received a handkerchief. Given her delicate health since childhood, the household has been particularly protective of her, and girls from similar backgrounds have refrained from approaching her, fearing that associating with her could tarnish their own reputations. It is a novel sensation, and Fang Ruotang eagerly reaches for the pile of gift boxes. This gold hairpin with a butterfly pattern is exquisite. She opens a brocade box, instantly captivated by the first hairpin. Is it beautiful? Indeed, it is beautiful. The crown prince, inexperienced in flattering women, observes Fang Ruotang's joyful expression and contemplates gathering even finer adornments to present to her in the future. Fang Ruotang examines the hairpin, delightedly exclaiming, "I too find it lovely. My elder sister would look splendid in it. It poses a headache. Had those young ladies not been akin to these trinkets, they might have also been stacked at the Prime Minister's residence entrance." However, Lady Cui, seeing the crown prince present, refrains from discussing the matter with Fang Ruotang and casually glances at the honest and unassuming Miss Li standing nearby.
Why?
Although Fang Ruotang lacks acquaintances for socializing, she has often witnessed the handling of such matters while residing in the Shu's quarters. If Lady Shu, a second wife, is so busy, how much more so is Lady Cui, who oversees the entire household's finances. This is Fang Ruotang's first encounter with the concept of returning gifts. They bring gifts hoping to solicit your assistance. If you accept these items, what will you do if they later ask you for favors? Fang Ruotang clearly does not grasp the intricacies involved. "If I like them, I will keep them." The crown prince sees no issue with this. If the subordinates wish to express gratitude, they may leave what they find appealing. It is a gesture of respect to them. Lady Cui finds herself momentarily speechless, unable to argue further. "I do not desire these, aunt. Please return them. Regardless, you always buy me what I like." This statement holds truth. Lady Cui manages the household's finances. Not everyone can simply draw silver as they please. Yet Fang Ruotang is an exception. From childhood to adulthood, everything she possesses is of the finest quality. As Lady Cui speaks, she gently caresses Fang Ruotang's jade-like cheek, her eyes reflecting deep affection. "Very well, thank you, aunt." Fang Ruotang playfully nudges Lady Cui with her fluffy little head, a childish gesture that is typical of her. This intimate action brings a smile to Lady Cui's face, but mindful of their location and the crown prince's presence, she soon prepares to invite guests into the residence. At that moment, the emblematic carriage of the princess arrives slowly. Accompanying the carriage is the unremarkable, mounted on a tall, handsome steed. Fang Ruotang, standing beside Lady Cui, leans forward to see the unremarkable arriving with 3 carriages carrying numerous large chests, and she cannot help but click her tongue in surprise. "Are you here to present me with gifts as well?" After dismounting, the unremarkable is approached by Fang Ruotang, her curiosity piqued. Lady Cui subtly twitches her lips, casting a meaningful glance toward Fang Ruotang, who remains oblivious. The unremarkable, noticing the uncollected gift boxes at the entrance, gradually smiles, saying, "Yes, I too come bearing gifts for you." Fang Ruotang spreads her hands. "No need. My aunt has said I cannot accept." Lady Cui's expression resembles one who has tasted bitter herbs, casting another glance at Fang Ruotang, wishing to awaken her understanding of the situation. This is not the same. The people who arrived earlier with gifts were seeking Fang Ruotang's assistance, while the unremarkable comes to express gratitude for saving his mother's life. Nevertheless, even so, this token of appreciation seems somewhat excessive. Those unaware might mistakenly think the princess is proposing marriage. I am deeply indebted to your esteemed household's sixth young lady for her timely assistance in saving my mother's life. Compared to her life, these gifts are trivial and should not be refused. My mother intended to come in person today to express her gratitude, but she was delayed by guests arriving at the house. She will certainly visit next time to thank you personally. I hope you will not take offense. The Anjuan speaks with a gentle, flowing voice that naturally invites listeners to pay close attention. Your words are too gracious, Lady Cui begins. But she is interrupted by Fang Ruotang's inner voice, which prompts her to continue the pleasantries with the Anjuan. You saved the princess's life. Yet you haven't even held the Anjuan's hand. What a loss. Hurry up. I did not save the princess for the Anjuan. I genuinely admire the princess. I do not care. You must approach him. You must kiss the Anjuan today, or I will never give you any pills again. The small mirror rolls around in Fang Ruotang's mind, throwing a tantrum. Just then, the Anjuan, who had been conversing with Lady Cui, suddenly falls silent. As Fang Ruotang inadvertently gazes at his lips, he subtly presses them together, followed by a gentle swallow that causes his throat to move slightly. The crown prince, observing this, furrows his brow, letting out a soft snort that emanates the unique aura of an authority figure, instantly altering the atmosphere. Ziki, the emperor intends for you to handle the matter of new grain. You must enter the palace to meet him. The sooner you cultivate the new grain, the sooner the people will be spared from hunger. The Anjuan evades Fang Ruotang's innocent yet piercing gaze and raises an eyebrow at the crown prince, finding the situation somewhat amusing. He is grateful to Fang Ruotang for saving his mother and believes that offering himself in gratitude is not out of the question. Yet he cannot possibly act so abruptly in front of others and tarnish her reputation. Although Fang Ruotang has already lost her reputation due to the leakage of her thoughts, it is still worth salvaging what little is left. Chapter 031. A brother is worth 10 points. Ziki, is that your courtesy name? Fang Ruotang remained oblivious to the subtle clash between the two men, stepping forward with an expression of curiosity. The last time, Prince Anjuan had merely informed her of his name, Cui Shirshu. Indeed, I am Cui, with a given name Shirshu and courtesy name Ziki. Henceforth, you may address me as Ziki, as I am a few years your senior. You may even call me Brother Ziki, for you saved my mother, and I shall cherish you as a sister. How strange to call him Brother Ziki. Are we that close? Fang Ruotang internally lamented to her little mirror, her face betraying no hint of her thoughts. Prince Anjuan slightly lowered his gaze, an inexplicable air of despondency enveloping him. I have overstepped, dear Miss Liu. I did not mean to put you in an awkward position. I merely wished to express my gratitude for your kindness in saving my mother and hoped to cultivate a friendship. Not at all. Fang Ruotang was one who could be swayed by both gentleness and firmness, given the princely demeanor of this noble figure, who now looked at her with the forlorn expression of a drenched dog. She felt a twinge of sympathy if she refrained from calling him anything. Tilting her head, she gazed at Prince Anjuan. Upon tentatively addressing him as Brother Ziki, she noticed his countenance brighten, a smile returning to his face. This title suits you well. I shall grant you 10 points. Why didn't he mention that earlier? I hesitated for that fleeting moment out of respect for the points. Prince Anjuan observed the girl, her thoughts plainly etched across her features, a smile illuminating his eyes. It was the first time he had encountered an untamed noblewoman. As free as a bird. Brother Ziki, she repeated, offering him a radiant smile. It was merely a title, and for the sake of points, it bore no disgrace. The crown prince scoffed coldly. Does she not have a brother? Why permit her to call you brother? Prince Anjuan's brow arched slightly. I have no sister. Then remember this. She is your sister, the crown prince warned, his tone devoid of warmth. Is the crown prince feeling envious? You should comfort him. Is he? Fang Ruotang finally noticed the crown prince's low spirits. Considering he was the same age as Prince Anjuan, she hesitantly called out, Brother Crown Prince? Since I have addressed the crown prince, grant me 10 points. That is not permissible. Each task grants points only once. Otherwise, you would exploit the system, receiving points for each person who calls you once. What is your station? Do you look down upon the crown prince? Why should he lack what Prince Anjuan possesses? Do you believe I won't inform the crown prince and have him deal with you? While I am within your consciousness, should you strike me, you must first contend with yourself. Inflicting a self-damage of 10,000 while harming your opponent by 800 is not advisable. Fang Ruotang puffed up in indignation, bickering with her little mirror unabashedly. Although Prince Anjuan was displeased that the Crown Prince had benefited from his goodwill, he could not help but chuckle at the Crown Prince's flustered demeanor. The Crown Prince shot a glance at Prince Anjuan. Are you not returning to the palace? Prince Anjuan raised an eyebrow. You truly wish to delegate the matter of the new grain to me? Otherwise? The Crown Prince's expression remained impassive. It had been his intention to suggest this, seizing the opportunity to ensure these matters were resolved outside of the capital. Wouldn't this build a reputation among the common folk? Why would you not handle it personally? Prince Anjuan reiterated. A flicker of impatience crossed the Crown Prince's stern visage, revealing his disdain for Prince Anjuan's verbosity. With a light chuckle, Prince Anjuan noted that Fang Ruotang and her mirror were still engrossed in their quarrel over 10 points. He gently patted her on the head. Though Prince Anjuan had no sister, it did not mean he lacked social interactions. At past banquets, he had witnessed young ladies flying kites, a pastime he found dull. Yet the joy radiating from them suggested that Fang Ruotang might also enjoy it. Indeed, I have yet to fly a kite. Fang Ruotang's eyes sparkled. Due to her poor health, she had been unable to run or jump. Whenever her sisters flew kites, she could only watch from the sidelines. Each time she expressed a desire to join, her 3 elder sisters would become defensive, and seeing their reaction, she hesitated to press the issue further. The Crown Prince tugged at Fang Ruotang's sleeve, pulling her away from Prince Anjuan, and coldly remarked, "How come I never noticed your lack of decorum before?" Prince Anjuan raised his brow, surprised that the Crown Prince only grasped her sleeve, knowing they could hear Fang Ruotang's thoughts and that physical contact could earn her points. Understanding the Crown Prince's implication, Prince Anjuan's warm smile faltered slightly. It was indeed he who had been presumptuous. He patted my head. That earns points. Prince Anjuan, you lack propriety, which puts me in a difficult position. The Crown Prince found himself equally perplexed, casting a complex glance at Fang Ruotang, but ultimately saying nothing. After all, it was her choice. They were drawn to her for her unique qualities. Other matters were secondary, and she remained blissfully unaware of the advantages they sought. In this era, women invariably bore the brunt of societal inequities. Are we not leaving? The Crown Prince spoke coldly. Prince Anjuan chuckled lightly. Let us go together. I have matters to discuss with the Crown Prince. As they spoke, Prince Anjuan glanced at Fang Ruotang. The Crown Prince did not decline, as they were already headed to the palace together. After all, they could not follow her home, and until then, Prince Anjuan had been managing the affairs of the new grain. After exchanging farewells with Fang Ruotang, they nodded at Cui Shi before departing. Their manners were impeccably refined, unlike the current Crown Prince and the only legitimate son of the Grand Princess. Aunt, shall we enter? Fang Ruotang cheerfully linked arms with Cui Shi, resembling a little sticky rice cake. Cui Shi looked at Fang Ruotang with a mix of joy and concern, attempting to gauge her sentiment. I observe that the Crown Prince and Prince Anjuan treat you differently. Are they infatuated with you? The Crown Prince admires me. Prince Anjuan is likely playing the role of a savior, hoping to repay his debts with affection. Cui Shi was momentarily speechless, taken aback by Fang Ruotang's confidence.
And you? What are your thoughts on them?
Well, they are both quite handsome. Fang Ruotang displayed a clear lack of romantic experience, causing Cui Shi to feel both anxious and relieved. She certainly did not want her obedient little darling to be taken away. What does your aunt mean? Does she wish for you to choose one as a husband? How could she think such a thing? Only children make choices. You are a mature adult now. You can have both. It is merely 2 strands. Cui Shi blushed, embarrassed by such boldness. Ignoring the little mirror, Fang Ruotang recalled Fang Shengtang's marriage arrangements. By the way, she said, stealing a glance at Cui Shi, I learned some skills from an immortal and can read fortunes and match fates. Are you aware? What of it? Cui Shi furrowed her brow, likely aware of what Fang Ruotang intended to convey. Regarding this matter, Shengtang had already confided in her about Yu Sheng, and she had also met him. To be honest, aside from his handsome appearance, which did not resemble that of a servant, she could not discern much else. At the very least, Without Fang Ruotang's words, she would never have considered marrying her daughter to a man who possessed nothing but looks. Although Xingtang had shown kindness to Yu Sheng in his youth and had not forced him into servitude, it did not alter the fact that he was merely a servant in the Prime Minister's household. Chapter 032. Wishing to change sisters-in-law, I'll let you in on a secret. Yu Sheng and my elder sister share a bond. Despite his humble station in this life, he is a celestial being who descended to experience trials, inherently noble. Fang Ruotang, what are you doing? You just revealed Yu Sheng's identity to your aunt so openly? Did I not tell you to refrain from interfering with celestial trials? I am not interfering. I am merely speaking. Such a splendid opportunity. Even she understood the importance of helping her elder sister secure her soulmate. Oh my! You disclosed this to your aunt, and you claim you are not interfering? My aunt may not necessarily believe me. You had better pray that your aunt does not believe you. Otherwise, it could jeopardize your elder sister. How so? At that moment, the little mirror wished it could transform into a human and stand before Fang Ruotang, rolling its eyes incessantly. Are you foolish? If he is indeed a celestial being, upon completing his trials, he would return to his true form. If he perceives your manipulations, then even if he shares a deep bond with your elder sister, it is unlikely he would seek her out and elevate her to the celestial realm. What should I do? Regarding the future of Fang Xingtang, Fang Ruotang was exceedingly anxious. Cui, who stood by her side, dared not breathe, fearing she might disturb Fang Ruotang.
What shall we do now?
My words have already been spoken. Do you possess any treasures that could erase my aunt's memories?
Cui replied.
There is no need for that. Well, it is said and done. What can we do? Fortunately, there is a successful precedent. The little princess of the fox tribe once fell in love with the war god from the upper realm. Aware that the fox tribe could not match the war god, she learned that he intended to descend to face tribulations. Utilizing the fox tribe's treasured artifacts, she persuaded several elders to exhaust their powers to forge a passage. She followed the war god for 7 lifetimes, entangled with him for 7 eras, before he finally opened his heart. Following for 7 lifetimes, it is evident there are complications. This contradicts your earlier statements. The war god was schemed against. Did he not care? Fang Ruotang listened, somewhat confused, but Cui understood the implications and contemplated deeply, making a secret decision. Thus, Fang Xingtang was compelled to learn various skills of the green tea persona, embarking on the path of a captivating beauty. Your aunt certainly believes your words. However, we are merely mortals living in this mundane world, and we must still consider the opinions of others. Moreover, your elder sister is already betrothed, and young Master Rong is indeed a commendable individual. This was true. Fang Ruotang had secretly investigated and found that young Master Rong had no vices, and marrying him would lead to a blissful life. After all, in the Rong residence, only the elderly lord remained, and once Fang Xingtang married in, she could take charge without a difficult mother-in-law to contend with. Life would not be unfavorable. Let your elder sister ponder her own matters. Do not exhaust our little Ruotang, Cui said, patting Fang Ruotang's hand, relieved to see her through the situation. Just as they set aside the elder sister's affairs, news of the third sister's situation arrived, as her brother-in-law, Xia Jinyan, came to fetch her. Fang Ruotang, emboldened by her favored status, stood beside them, not allowing them to whisper in private, and within her heart, she loudly chirped, Xia Jinyan, is there truly no other immortal to face tribulations? There is none. What a pity. If there were, then third sister could divorce and marry the tribulation-facing immortal. And once this life is over, she could also ascend to the upper realm. Little Mirror remarked, does it seem that all the good fortune of the world should be monopolized by your family? That is not right. My third sister cannot ascend to the upper realm. What will she do? She will age and die. I refuse this. Fang Ruotang's heart suddenly erupted with turmoil. Xia Jinyan, who had just darkened his expression, was momentarily at a loss, knowing how dearly his little wife cared for her sister, and he dared not show anger. Instead, looking at Fang Ruotang with a sense of grievance, hoping she would still care for him as before. Unfortunately, before Fang Ruotang, he had never won a victory. What is wrong? Why do you look as if you are about to cry? Fang Ruotang immediately embraced Fang Ruotang, gently patting her back. Is it that you worry about your sister's well-being? I assure you, I will live well, all right? Fang Ruotang subtly shifted the narrative. Xie Jinyan picked up a slightly broken heart and immediately supported his wife's assurance. Sixth sister, I promise I will treat your sister well. If I err in any way, feel free to reprimand me. I will accept it. Fang Ruotang sniffled twice, slightly disdainful. You cannot even manage your mother. She has always bullied my sister, and you do not intervene. Xie Jinyan's expression stiffened, falling into silence. Fang Ruotang, finally feeling sympathy for him, merely offered a comforting glance while still holding Fang Ruotang. Do not speak nonsense. As long as your brother-in-law is at home, I will never suffer. He cannot choose his parents. Do not overthink it. The Xie family, aside from the mother-in-law, treats me exceptionally well, especially my husband. Xie Jinyan forced a smile. A sister-in-law once said he could not control his mother. How annoying that you let your sister suffer because of your mother. Fang Ruotang spoke candidly. Fang Ruotang had always indulged her, yet this time, she rarely darkened her expression and called out her full name. Fang Ruotang, apologize to your brother-in-law. Humph. I did not say anything wrong. Fang Ruotang stood tall, but her gaze furtively sought Fang Ruotang's face, noticing her displeasure and feeling a mix of pity and anger. Believing her sister did not cherish her as before. Do not speak like that. Your sister and brother-in-law have a good relationship. In the original timeline, when the heavenly Tao's evolution failed, the world's essence was plundered by other realms, leading to countless calamities and the invasion of beasts. When your brother-in-law protected your sister during their escape, he was tragically torn apart by the beasts. Fang Ruotang burst into tears, closing her eyes and wailing, Brother-in-law, you are so weak. But how tragic. The couple exchanged glances, their eyes reddening. Yet before the mood could fully settle, they were interrupted by Fang Ruotang again. They found themselves in a flurry, trying to soothe her. While Fang Ruotang wept and wailed, she did not forget to reach out to Little Mirror in her heart. Give me 2 cleansing elixirs, immediately. Little Mirror replied, I truly owe you. Fang Ruotang effortlessly obtained 2 cleansing elixirs, shoving one into Fang Ruotang's mouth and the other into Xie Jinyan's. Brother-in-law, strive to protect my sister well. Sister, you too, otherwise, you'll have to witness your brother-in-law torn to pieces by the beasts. Fang Ruotang and Xie Jinyan replied, Thank you. But there is no need to describe it so vividly. I shall take my leave now. You both hurry and find a room to hide. Remember to have the maid prepare water, ready for use, at any moment. With that, Fang Ruotang swiftly departed. Her love for her sister was not enough to compel her to endure the foul odor. Third sister would surely not be pleased to have her bridal chamber sullied. She was truly considerate and had thought of these details for her sister. Fortunately, the maids acted swiftly, preserving a semblance of dignity for the couple, preventing them from seeing each other in such a disheveled state. After all, few normal individuals would wish to appear so foolish before someone they cherished. Fang Ruotang's actions were anything but subtle. The commotion quickly reached the ears of the entire household, and even the womenfolk at home did not find it offensive. Even the grandmother came to join in the excitement. Fang Ruotang adamantly refused to witness it, calling out from a distance, Do not look. It stinks. Shu, observing her troublesome daughter from afar, truly found herself at a loss. Such a precious item, given away so readily. However, Fang Ruotang intervened, continually praising her son-in-law, allowing her to suppress her feelings of pity for Fang Ruotang and refrain from directing her ire at Xie Jinyan. The household of the Prime Minister was simple, devoid of intricate scheming, and with the affluence of the estate, each person had their own small kitchen. Particularly, in Fang Ruotang's courtyard, the kitchen was always bustling with activity. After all, she had previously been weak and had a small appetite, requiring frequent meals. The estate mandated that her kitchen always have food prepared. Axingbai, inform the small kitchen that there is no need to prepare medicinal soups daily. My health has improved. Let them prepare some richer dishes for variety. Fang Ruotang savored the fragrant soup, free of medicinal scents, happily making her requests. While all the ladies had their small kitchens, only those in her courtyard employed chefs hired at great expense. Few women could achieve such culinary excellence. Understood. I shall relay the message. Axingbai smiled brightly, satisfied with her mistress's good appetite as she exited the room. Fang Ruotang then instructed Taohong, Go find my aunt and ask her to arrange a courtyard for Miss Li. Preferably near my own. No, let her handle it as she sees fit. She contemplated, primarily reminded of the fact that as the cherished darling of the family, the surrounding courtyard had been entirely claimed by her sisters, leaving no small garden available for her. Li Shiyun promptly rose, addressing her mentor as Miss Li. If you don't mind, you may call me Shir, just as my mother does. Very well, Shir. Fang Ruotang gestured for her to sit down quickly, saying, Here. There is no need for such formalities. Just enjoy your soup. Being frail, who would demand her etiquette to be flawless. In gatherings, as long as she did not err in the public eye, it was already commendable. Family would not be overly critical, and thus she appeared somewhat languid, distinct from ordinary noblewomen. After a long day, Fang Ruotang enjoyed a restful night, showing no curiosity about her third sister's situation, having seen it once before, which was largely similar. The following day at court, Fang Ruotang arrived sleepily as the ministers convened. While they discussed matters, she found herself distracted. Must we attend court every day? Although Emperor Jiankong is diligent, he is not so excessively so. Traditionally, small court sessions are held every 3 days with the prominent ministers, and only once every 10 days is there a grand court session. Fang Ruotang was suddenly wide awake. Is this a small court session or a grand court session? It is a grand court session. Haven't you noticed the officials practically standing at the entrance? Small court sessions typically only include ministers favored by the emperor, who meet in the imperial study. The emperor is targeting me. Fang Ruotang glared at the emperor in indignation, noticing the emperor gazing back at her. She rolled her eyes in response. The emperor found the situation amusing, yet could not help but acknowledge that awakening at the third watch each day was indeed somewhat taxing. Fortunately, he had undergone a rigorous regimen, endowing him with boundless energy. The recent visits to the harem had not drained him, unlike before, when a single visit would require days of recuperation. However, since the Grand Master had expressed dissatisfaction, he certainly could not allow her displeasure to linger. He contemplated that once the issue of the new grain was resolved today, they would revert to the 3-day court sessions. However, this would reduce the opportunities to overhear the Grand Master's insights, hampering the swift purification of the court. It appeared that the Crown Prince would have to intervene, ensuring he praised the ministers before the Grand Master, knowing that should any irregularities arise, the Grand Master would undoubtedly voice his objections. While the Emperor contemplated these matters, he finalized the personnel for dispatching the new grain. This Emperor is truly remarkable. Amidst numerous capable ministers, he chooses a spy from a rival nation. Do you suppose this spy will not simply cart away the new grain?
A spy? Who?
It is the Minister of Revenue, Lord Fu, whom the Emperor just appointed. He hails from Bailiang.
What?
A spy from Bailiang infiltrated our Ministry of Revenue? Isn't that akin to releasing a rat into the granary? How does the Emperor select his officials? Is he blind? No wonder the heavens have faltered. Despite De Yong's vast territory and populace, it is the quickest to fall. The Emperor's expression darkened, casting a deathly glare at Lord Fu, as did the other ministers in attendance. Only Lord Fu himself appeared pale, feigning calm. Regarding Fang Ruotang's concerns, the rumors had already spread among the ministers, and Lord Fu had also heard of them, yet he could not discern Fang Ruotang's innermost thoughts. Later, when they conferred privately, they confirmed that her concerns were indeed targeted, ensuring that ordinary folk and servants remained oblivious, thus protecting them. However, these spies were left uninformed, placing them in a disadvantageous position, and Lord Fu, not being a fool, could deduce that he was the one exposed. Chapter 34. Yi Qing's perspective. The Emperor recognized that Fang Ruotang was not an official and had not undergone any pre-service training. When she had something to convey, she would call out casually, waving her hand slightly, imploring them not to select Lord Fu from the Ministry of Revenue, for he was not a good person. Being a spy from Bailiang. Seize him. The Emperor issued his command without hesitation. Fang Ruotang hesitantly followed the procedure, saying, I possess some skills in fortune-telling. It is evident he is not a good person. The humiliation was profound. A spy from a rival nation had reached the position of Minister of Revenue, which not only slapped the Emperor's face but also trampled the dignity of the entire De Yong dynasty. Undoubtedly, De Yong also had its spies within other nations, similarly infiltrating various sectors, and some had even entered the court, yet these matters were of little significance. What truly mattered was how many spies Bailiang had dispatched and who they were. Besides Bailiang, had Shizhou also infiltrated their ranks? This matter was to be jointly handled by the Ministry of Justice, the Censorate, and the Court of Judicial Review. I give you 3 days to uproot the forces behind them. The emperor's fury was palpable, yet he understood that these spies were deeply hidden and not easily extracted. He turned to Fang Ruotang. As the Grand Master is adept at fortune-telling, I hope you can assist us in this matter. Certainly, Fang Ruotang nodded earnestly. As a citizen of De Yong, she naturally wished to protect its interests. Natural disasters are beyond human control, but man-made calamities can be averted. The first step, naturally, was to cleanse the court. This was beneficial for the people of De Yong and an obligation she could not shirk. Could you assess the officials appointed by the emperor to supervise the grain distribution? Are they competent? Not at all. None are upright officials. Xiao Jingzi spoke bluntly, causing Fang Ruotang to cast a suspicious glance at the emperor. What kind of selection was this? Not a single person capable of handling affairs was chosen? Ahem. The emperor cleared his throat uncomfortably, hinting to the Grand Master not to be too direct in her gaze. Did he not possess a sense of dignity as an emperor? The emperor's expression darkened, realizing this day would be challenging. He had always believed that under his governance De Yong, if not a flourishing era, was certainly better than what his father had achieved. However, upon reflection, the court was rife with corruption. Remove all of them. Once the evidence of their crimes is established, none shall be spared. The emperor, feeling humiliated, spoke with a fierce tone. As for the dispatch of new grain to various provinces and states, did anyone volunteer for the task? The emperor hesitated to choose anyone himself, his gaze critically sweeping over the ministers like a butcher assessing meat. The ministers shrank back like quails, including Prime Minister Fang. Which family had not one or two unseemly relatives? Matters that seemed inconsequential before could now become serious. If implicated, there would be no place to weep. The Fang family was a prominent clan, as noted. His granddaughter had pointed out a certain minister's family's land annexation and seizure of arable land, which reflected a current societal issue. The emperor was aware and did not wish to improve matters, yet was unable to do so. Many issues were left unaddressed, with eyes shut to them. The Fang family, to his knowledge, had not directly seized the common people's arable land, yet they had consolidated land and taken in many dependents who lived off the Fang family. Thus, even Prime Minister Fang, as a grandfather, dared not voice his opinions at this moment, let alone others. For a time, the entire court fell into a profound silence, each minister lowering their heads, fearful of being scrutinized by the emperor and subsequently exposed by the Grand Master for serious crimes. The emperor snorted coldly. Disdain etched across his face, causing discomfort among the ministers. They too bore their own burdens. It was not uncommon for those emerging from prominent families to be well off. Yet for those from humble origins who had served for years and climbed to high positions, how many remained impoverished? Such officials existed, yet they were rare. Father, perhaps we should appoint Lord Yi from the Ministry of Revenue as the person in charge of this operation. Lord Yi is known for his integrity and righteousness. Entrusting this task to him would surely ensure the new grain is smoothly distributed to various counties and villages. The Crown Prince suddenly proposed. However, Vice Minister Yi did not even lift his eyelids in response.
No.
Absolutely not. Xiao Jingzi's sharp voice rang out. Fang Ruotang glanced in the direction of Vice Minister Yi. Surprised, she had assumed that the men Xiao Jingzi chose for her were all exceptional individuals. It seemed, however, that this was not entirely the case. Is he not a good official? Fang Ruotang's voice carried an unrecognized hint of disappointment. She was unaware of it, but both the Crown Prince and Minister Yi, who could hear her thoughts, took note, particularly the Crown Prince, who suddenly lifted his gaze towards her, his expression inquisitive. How could Fang Ruotang expect anything from Yi Wuxia? Someone she had never conversed with? Could it be true, as the little mirror suggested, that she would ultimately marry him? The Crown Prince, lost in contemplation, unconsciously twirled the ring on his finger, feeling a wave of discomfort within. He is, of course, a good official, but he cannot go. It would take him 2 or 3 months. How will you manage to assign him tasks to earn points? Fang Ruotang asked, who taught you to speak like that? There are many who can handle this task perfectly besides him, such as the youngest son of Lord Gu, the young master of the Yongi Marquis, and the second son of the loyal and brave general's household. The little mirror enumerated, pointing out the names, which caused the relatives of those mentioned to wear peculiar expressions, not to mention the other officials who were aware of their characters. Are they really that capable? Oh, not exactly. They are known as dandy youths in the capital, having lived carefree lives, supported by capable elder brothers, hence they have no worries, somewhat like you, the little mirror replied. But how will they manage important matters? If they mishandle the new grain, many lives will be lost next year. Fang Ruotang selectively ignored the last remark of the little mirror. She nodded thoughtfully, not knowing those young masters and not immediately recommending anyone to the emperor. The fathers, uncles, or elder brothers of those young masters in the court were all in a state of bewilderment, questioning their own identities and the words of the national master, clearly unable to believe that their prodigal sons could handle such a task. The emperor, however, had no doubts and directly asked Fang Ruotang to name names. Considering the little mirror's previous accuracy, she followed his suggestion and listed the names. The emperor nodded. Very well, let it be them. Shilai, you shall personally deliver the edict. Crown Prince, prepare for oversight. General Zheng, you will dispatch troops to ensure the safety of the traveling officials and ensure the new grain leaves the city within 3 days. The Crown Prince bowed his head and respectfully replied, Father, these individuals are undertaking significant responsibilities for the first time. To prevent mistakes, I request that Ministry accompany them to oversee this matter. The Emperor understood the Crown Prince's intentions and would not hinder his plans. What does Ministry think? The minister bowed his head, unable to express his thoughts, staring at the ground. After the court session concluded, Yi Wuxia did not rush to leave. For Fang Ruotang's unvoiced thoughts continued to resonate in his mind. Initially, he was surprised to discover that her thoughts revealed she would be his wife. However, upon learning that their marriage would lead to his humiliation, he began to think that perhaps this union did not need to come to fruition. He could choose not to marry, or have someone else take her hand. Yet, the Crown Prince's recent maneuvering left him somewhat vexed. If the Crown Prince was intent on pursuing her, so be it. He, on the other hand, was not only being pushed out of the capital but was also being forced to confront potential rivals. Hurry and deliver your sachet to him, wishing him success on this journey. This is rather strange. Which decent girl would gift a sachet to a stranger without reason? I refuse. The thoughts tugged at him, and Yi Wuxia, feeling numb, struggled with whether to give it or not. If he didn't, he might miss the opportunity, and there was much to attend to. The significance of the new grain was undeniable, even though the Crown Prince had plotted against him. He could not forsake the people and was determined to see this matter through. 10 points?
No.
20 points? Still no. What must I do for you to undertake the task? The outstanding points shall be written off. Do not mention it again. The little mirror gritted his teeth in agreement. Fang Ruotang, with delight, clutched the small sachet and approached him. The Crown Prince's expression darkened momentarily as he observed. Lord Yi, this sachet is for you. It contains various herbs effective against snakes, insects, rodents, and mosquitoes. Thank you, National Master. Yi Wuxia smiled, internally relieved that he was finally embarking on a task. Noticing the Crown Prince's displeasure, he lowered his gaze while maintaining a warm smile as he brought the sachet to his nose. It smells delightful. I truly appreciate it. You had it close to your heart, so he has inhaled your fragrance. Silence. Yi Wuxia initially intended to mildly retaliate against the Crown Prince, but he had not anticipated the sachet's proximity would make such a statement feel inappropriate. What was their relationship that he would speak so thoughtlessly? Nevertheless, Yi Wuxia was not angered, for the delight on the young girl's face pleased him immensely. Really? Will you bring me gifts? Of course. What would you like? I was often unwell and have not tasted many delicacies. Could you bring me some long-lasting, delicious specialties from various regions? Although Yi Wuxia had not traveled extensively, he had read widely and recalled several culinary delights. I shall bring them for you. Is there anything else?
No.
It's too much trouble for you to bring me gifts while you are on official business. Quickly, give me a strong body pill and a nurturing essence pill. Since Lord Yi is bringing me gifts, I cannot be stingy. Though they are mere mortals, Their spirits are stronger than ordinary people. You need not worry about them. Lord Yi will certainly return safely from this journey. I know, but gifting is my intention. I cannot withhold simply because he has. After exchanging a few words with the little mirror, Fang Ruotang cheerfully wrapped 2 pills in a handkerchief and presented them to Yi Wuxia. Yi Wuxia paused for a moment, taking the opportunity to quietly and seriously observe the girl who would one day be his wife. She was somewhat understandable, and it made him believe he might grow fond of her in the future. After all, how could any young man remain indifferent to the smile of such a grateful, gentle, and endearing girl? He certainly could not. A simple and bright young lady would likely be the object of desire for many a complex and dark-hearted individual. Are you finished? The crown prince approached slowly, his expression inscrutable. In truth, the oblivious Fang Ruotang failed to notice anything amiss. Seeing the crown prince lingered, she cheerfully approached. Crown prince brother? Indeed. Fang Ruotang's radiant smile widened as she walked ahead, waving goodbye to Yi Wuxia. We are off. Wishing you a successful journey.
Thank you.
Yi Wuxia's mouth opened slightly. He had intended to tease the crown prince further, but the words never left his lips as he noticed Fang Ruotang eagerly inquiring about their dining plans. He tightened his grip on the sachet and the pills. Never mind, he thought, seeing the little girl so joyful, he would not dampen her spirits. After all, the crown prince was hardly leisurely. If he could spare time for a meal, it was already a stretch. Having been raised in privilege, the crown prince had tasted and seen all manner of delicacies. The restaurant he selected for Fang Ruotang was certain to offer exquisite flavors. When Fang Ruotang contentedly set down her chopsticks, the crown prince casually handed her a cup of mouthwash, followed by a pristine handkerchief to wipe her mouth. The crown prince's actions were so instinctive that Fang Ruotang, accustomed to being attended to, did not react until the entire process concluded, at which point her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Have I eaten too much? The crown prince observed her subtle actions, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes, though his expression remained impassive, wary that the young lady might feel embarrassed due to her modesty. You are too slender. You ought to eat more, he remarked. Yet, Fang Ruotang felt a twinge of shyness. After all, as a young woman, she consumed more than a grown man. However, it was not her fault. How many times had she indulged in sumptuous dishes? The crown prince had enjoyed such fare for many years. Shall we take a stroll downstairs together? Chapter 36. Lovers ultimately become siblings. Mother, I genuinely adore Sanyang. I beseech you to support us. A young man clad in fine garments knelt before the gates of the Minister of Right's residence alongside a young maiden. A considerable crowd gathered, primarily composed of the noble families residing in the area, as common folk seldom dared to frequent such places without cause. Consequently, when Fang Ruotang arrived, she immediately attracted attention, and even those engrossed in the spectacle turned to observe her. Are they truly fated for each other? The lady of the minister's expression darkened. Her teeth clenched as she stood behind the door, reluctant to reveal herself, yet seething with indignation at her son's embarrassing display. Upon hearing Fang Ruotang's thoughts, her heart raced. For a fleeting moment, she contemplated that if they were indeed destined partners, she could accept it. Even if her son struggled independently in the future, at least his marital life would be fulfilled. But alas, that is not the case. The voice of the small mirror chimed in, causing the lady of the minister to sigh in relief, yet feel a pang of melancholy. It seems they appear deeply enamored. But who can say who might waver in their affections, male or female? It is not a matter of fickleness. Rather, they are devoid of any destined connection, for they are siblings. When Fang Ruotang was momentarily stunned into silence, the small mirror continued, they are siblings born of the same mother, akin to fraternal twins. Do you comprehend? Fang Ruotang was rendered speechless, gazing at the kneeling pair as if they were monsters, while the onlookers wore expressions of disbelief. What nonsense is this? The young man abruptly rose, staggering slightly from kneeling too long, while the young woman beside him collapsed to the ground, her complexion ashen. He had implored his mother for days, yet she had remained steadfast. This scene was meant to attract the national teacher's attention, hoping to gain her endorsement of his relationship with San Yang, but he never anticipated it would lead to the revelation of their sibling bond. What is he shouting about? The lady of the minister rushed out. Fang Ruotang craned her neck to see. Her vantage point was excellent. In events such as these, even if she arrived late, the crowd would part, allowing her an unobstructed view. She felt exceptionally fortunate. Longevity? The lady of the minister gazed tearfully at the young girl who had collapsed. It dawned on her, she had always been exasperated by her son's insistence on marrying a commoner without any background, yet this girl did not provoke her ire. It seemed a maternal instinct rendered her unable to feel animosity. How did the lady of the minister recognize her daughter? In the original timeline, she did not acknowledge her, ultimately relenting to her son's desires and permitting him to take this girl as a concubine. The lady of the minister's complexion fluctuated between green and white. She had already been irked by her son, and now she felt a surge of blood rising in her throat. Mother! Huang Jinrong rushed forward to support her. The young girl on the ground was splattered with a few drops of blood from the lady, feeling her cheeks burn with a metallic tang. Confused and helpless, she looked up at the pale-faced noblewoman, whose lips moved soundlessly. Unlike Huang Jinrong, who was already aware of Fang Ruotang's uniqueness and had orchestrated these events, she was encountering the situation for the first time, feeling as though her very soul had been drained. The words spoken were utterly bizarre. How could she possibly be the daughter of the Minister of Rites? And how could Huang Jinrong be her brother? San Yang cast a pleading glance towards Huang Jinrong, but his immediate reaction was to recoil, for he understood the implications that she did not. Fang Ruotang had never erred in her assertions, and indeed, he had a sister born of the same mother. Yet, she had passed away at birth. How could this be? The sudden reappearance of his deceased sister should have filled him with joy, yet he found himself unable to smile, with tears welling in his eyes. The only solace he could find was that although he and San Yang harbored mutual affection, they had remained within the bounds of propriety, never crossing any lines. How tragic they are! Fang Ruotang's small face twisted in sympathy as she gazed at the family before her. But one cannot entirely fault them. This is what is known as hereditary attraction. What does that mean? It signifies that when a pair of siblings grows up apart and is unaware of their kinship, the likelihood of them falling in love upon meeting is significantly higher than in other relationships. This is determined by ingrained genetic predisposition and is beyond their control. Fang Ruotang's mouth fell open in astonishment, her knowledge expanding, deepening her sympathy for the young couple. But what if other long-lost siblings also develop feelings for one another? Indeed, and the probability is quite substantial. How frightening! Thus, parents must oversee their children, ensuring they are raised together. Otherwise, they could inadvertently harm their own offspring. The lady of the minister coughed up blood but remained conscious, feeling another stab of guilt pierce her heart at the thought of these two children. It is all my fault. It is all my fault. Suddenly, Fang Ruotang heard a voice in her mind that was filled with disdain. If I had not been raised alongside Xiao Qi, might I have developed feelings for him? That little brat? Old seventh of the Fang family, her biological younger brother, was merely 10 years old, at an age when some might despise children. The small mirror remarked, "You do have quite the imagination." The onlookers, who had initially found the atmosphere heavy, could not suppress their laughter at Fang Ruotang's outburst. I find these families rather peculiar. I recall when concubine Hui gave birth to the 8th and 9th daughters, my mother personally stood guard to ensure no malevolent spirits approached. How is it that children go missing in other households? The children lost from the Minister of Rites residence were due to the midwife being bribed. The lady of the minister and her sister were both twins, marrying around the same time. However, her sister's husband died shortly after their marriage, leading her to resent her sister and swap babies, hoping to make her sister experience the pain of losing a loved one. Fang Ruotang was left utterly bewildered, her expressions shifting from confusion to incredulity. Even the noblewomen who had rushed out to witness the commotion upon hearing Fang Ruotang's name could not comprehend the connection between these events. The lady of the minister recalled that her midwife had been sent by her sister, but how could she have anticipated treachery from her own blood? In truth, her sister had initially sought to swap for a male infant, but the lady of the minister delivered twins prematurely. Unable to find a recently deceased male child, her sister resorted to substituting a recently deceased female infant, believing the emotional toll of losing a male child would be far greater. Yet it resulted in the loss of a child regardless. Fang Ruotang, the crowd, Huang Jinrong cast a guilty glance at San Yang. realizing that the hardships she had endured over the years were all due to his actions. She was the one who should have been taken away and discarded in the mountains. San Nyang's eyes glazed over, lost in thought. "Mother, let us enter the residence," Huang Jinrong said, his voice tinged with anguish. The truth had unraveled completely, and he wished to spare his family from becoming the subject of public ridicule. Chapter 37. Encountering an assassination, do you think I should reveal the truth to them? If they remain unaware, their relationship may not affect others. Not having children would be unaffected, but should they have offspring, it is highly likely that the children will possess intellectual deficiencies or physical imperfections. Is it truly that severe? Fang Ruotang was aware of the custom against intermarriage among those sharing the same surname, yet the precise reasons eluded her understanding. Indeed, it was not merely a matter of siblings. Even cousins and distant relatives bore a significant risk of producing offspring with cognitive impairments. Given the affection shown to her by her cousin and uncle, she contemplated that marrying into their family might not entail any obligations, perhaps even allowing her to remain in her current residence. However, upon noticing Huang Jinrong and the others approaching the estate, she felt compelled to act. Gently tugging at the prince's sleeve and whispering her request, "Could you convey a message to Lady Guanglu? Inform her that this woman is her biological daughter and urge her to prevent them from uniting." After a brief pause, Fang Ruotang anxiously added, "If they must be together, let them refrain from having children. As long as there are no offspring, all will be well." The prince regarded her with a complex expression, gaining a deeper insight into her bold thoughts. "Very well, I shall relay your message. You need not worry about it." "Oh, splendid." Fang Ruotang was relieved, for she did not wish to deliver such an awkward message herself. "You believe their children would encounter problems?" The prince pondered this, not missing the underlying implication of cousins in her words. Fang Ruotang, seizing the moment, elaborated on the topic. Those nearby overheard her remarks, their expressions turning intricate. Even if they had not personally engaged with cousins, what of the children in their families? Or their nephews? Some clung to the hope that their lineage had never produced any offspring with deficiencies, while others recalled those who had tragically succumbed in infancy or suffered from ailments that hindered their growth. Indeed, it would be prudent for the prince to enact legislation prohibiting consanguineous marriages, for even should they miraculously bear a healthy child, the potential for future generations to suffer from similar afflictions remained high, not to mention the increased likelihood of early mortality or infertility post-marriage. The prince's lips tightened, his demeanor grave. He did not doubt Fang Ruotang's assertions, but was apprehensive about the chaos that might ensue should such matters be made public. Considering the countless families throughout the realm that engaged in such unions, what would become of those individuals? "Prince," Fang Ruotang gently tapped his arm, puzzled by his sudden distraction.
Oh, dear.
It would be prudent to act swiftly. At least those yet to bear children could return home, as remarrying would be far preferable to bringing forth afflicted descendants. Upon hearing Xiao Jingzi mention that early marriage and pregnancy were also undesirable, she refrained from disclosing her thoughts to the prince about mandating that citizens wait until 18 to wed. In her previous life, she had observed that people's average lifespan exceeded 80 years, whereas in this world, it was barely over 40. Early marriages at the age of 15 were regrettable but unavoidable. The continuation of the population was paramount. Once the natural order evolved and spiritual energy was restored, humanity would grow stronger, rendering such concerns obsolete, and by then, the pursuit of progeny might not even be a priority. With cheerful exuberance, Fang Ruotang bounded towards Madame Xu, who, upon seeing her daughter so lively, was taken aback and rushed to intervene. "Stop bouncing. You'll only end up with chest pains again." "Mother, I am well. Have you forgotten?" Fang Ruotang replied with a bright smile, linking her arm with her motheress and nuzzling her head against her shoulder, embodying the innocence of a cherished daughter. Madame Xu's expression softened, but years of habit were not easily cast aside. She gently patted Fang Ruotang's hand, offering a few warm words of caution before shifting to serious matters. "Why, pray tell, would the proud Princess Anning come to serve as my maid?" Madame Xu, having sheltered her daughter from the sordid affairs of the world due to her frail health, now spoke candidly. "It is undoubtedly because of the treasures you possess. Those who feign kindness often harbor ulterior motives. You must not trust them lightly." Fang Ruotang nodded vigorously, her expression innocent. But those things are not mine, mother. I must secretly tell you, a divine artifact has been bestowed upon me. Madame Shu regarded her daughter, bemused. There was no need for secrecy. This had long since become a public secret. You silly girl. Madame Shu playfully tapped Fang Ruotang's forehead, choosing not to elaborate further. For some matters were beyond her purview as a mere woman. This is a gift from the virtuous prince to our branch, celebrating your grandmother's recovery from illness. Why would congratulations for grandmother's recovery not be delivered directly to her, but instead come to you, mother? Fang Ruotang asked, her eyes wide with confusion. Though Madame Shu assisted her aunt with household affairs, matters of external relations were always managed by her aunt, as having two authoritative voices in one household would only lead to chaos. Everyone has their own agendas, Madame Shu implied. Fang Ruotang pouted, exclaiming, these people are so bothersome. She detested how they schemed to take advantage of her. For instance, Princess Anning, who had previously bullied her during her rare outings, had once mocked her as a frail, sickly child. The virtuous prince had a commendable reputation, yet he had never associated with her, making his overt hints seem oppressive. Would those in positions of greater power than the Prime Minister's household expect to employ such tactics to procure her possessions? Her treasures were not inexhaustible. Fang Ruotang, unreserved in her honesty, reported the matter directly the next morning at court, and the emperor could not allow her to be wronged. He promptly reprimanded both the virtuous prince and the father of Princess Anning, leaving them visibly perturbed, while Fang Ruotang remained displeased. However, to her astonishment, as she met her sisters at the agreed-upon street after court, she was ambushed by assassins in broad daylight, a throng of masked attackers charging forth. Chapter 38. Protective Divine Power Miss. Do not fret, an unexpected contingent of shadow guards appeared, intercepting the assassins. Fang Ruotang lifted the carriage curtain slightly, suppressing her fear as she observed the chaos outside, noting the increasing number of assailants and preparing for the worst. You must find an opportunity to escort Xiao Lu towards the palace. These shadow guards are surely sent by the emperor to protect Xiao Lu. I trust he will soon receive word and send reinforcements. Remember, ensure her safe arrival at the palace. Fang Ruotang had appointed Yu Sheng as her carriage driver not without reason. He possessed innate divine strength that had manifested even in his youth. Initially, she had wished for Yu Sheng to accompany her second brother, who also had a penchant for martial arts, believing that he might flourish under his guidance. However, Yu Sheng insisted on staying by her side as a humble attendant. Her second brother had also encouraged her, suggesting that having someone skilled in combat nearby would prevent her from being victimized during outings, which is why Fang Ruotang ultimately acquiesced. As long as Yu Sheng remained by her side, he would learn martial arts from her second brother whenever she was away, and he dedicated himself to mastering the skills, ultimately surpassing her second brother in prowess.
Miss?
This is a command. Fang Ruotang was murmuring in her heart with a small mirror, but upon hearing Fang Ruotang's words, she instantly objected. No, how can I abandon my sisters and escape alone? Yu Sheng can drive the carriage and rush over. Listen. Your life is more important than the combined lives of the three of us. Take care of yourself. Trying to escape in a carriage is too conspicuous. Those assassins will chase us relentlessly, and we do not know if there are other ambushes along the way. However, if Yu Sheng takes advantage of the chaos to help you escape alone, the chances of survival are significantly higher as long as you are cautious. Our carriage can remain here to provide some cover for you. She had witnessed Yu Sheng overpowering her second brother in combat, dominating him without giving him a chance to retaliate. Even so, her brother was able to serve before the emperor, which attests to Yu Sheng's formidable strength. It was precisely because she trusted Yu Sheng's abilities that she dared to propose such a plan. She believed that Yu Sheng could certainly protect one person while escaping. Fang Ruotang was also terrified of death, but aside from Fang Ruotang's importance in this world, as an elder sister, she could not bear to watch her sister in peril. No, I cannot allow her to abandon her sisters and flee alone, Fang Ruotang insisted. Moreover, asking them to sacrifice themselves for cover was absolutely out of the question. Little mirror, do you have any solutions? Fang Ruotang spoke to the small mirror with an urgency she had never displayed before. The small mirror responded languidly, perplexed. Why are you so anxious? Did I not say that no one can harm you? When did you say that? When we first met the prince and his companions. Fang Ruotang pondered for a moment, her heartbeat gradually calming, a look of incredulity on her face. You only said they cannot harm me. Well, what status do they hold? What status do these ordinary mortals possess? They cannot harm you. So, is there anyone in this world that can? With this statement, the three sisters in the carriage let out a sigh of relief. Yusheng, due to his status as a servant, could not hear Fang Ruotang's thoughts. He merely saw the eldest miss giving orders and then falling silent, while he kept a watchful eye on the sixth miss. He did not urge her onward, instead sensing an arrow approaching and swiftly drawing the long knife hidden beneath the seat to block it. He was not a mere servant of the Prime Minister's residence. He remained there for the sake of the eldest miss and would never abandon her to flee with the sixth miss. You should have said that earlier. You scared me to death. Fang Ruotang slumped back, a look of relief washing over her as she waved at her three sisters. It's fine, it's fine. I have celestial protection. Those assassins outside cannot harm me in the slightest. You possess the protective divine power given to you by the prince and his companions, but your three sisters do not. You will not die, but they will. Fang Ruotang's eyes widened in shock, just as another arrow pierced through the carriage, nearly striking her third sister in the head. She sat up straight, exclaiming, "Why didn't you say this sooner?" She had no time to disguise her panic. The words slipped out. Yusheng was momentarily taken aback, distracted, and nearly hit by an arrow. He watched as Fang Ruotang waved in front of him, as if nothing was wrong, and the arrow suddenly dropped to the ground as if it had encountered an invisible barrier. Though Yusheng would not heed the eldest Miss's words to flee alone with the sixth miss, he also dared not take it upon himself to leave her behind. Yusheng, let us go, Fang Xingtang urged through gritted teeth, while Fang Shadong and Fang Ruotang remained silent, not wanting to hinder their escape. They had all witnessed Fang Ruotang's earlier display. Rather than staying to allow her to be distracted protecting them, it was wiser to prioritize their own safety. After all, no one could harm Fang Ruotang, but if they were captured, the assassins might demand she harm herself to release them. The daughters of the Fang family, aside from Fang Ruotang, who was raised to be somewhat naive, were all quite perceptive and discerning, even the fourth miss, who was born of a concubine. Yusheng seized the opportunity, leaping onto the carriage and driving the knife into the horse's rear. The horse bolted frantically through the fray. A few assassins instinctively moved to pursue. But Fang Ruotang shouted, "The one you want to kill is me. I stand right here. Today, I shall see who has the audacity to kill me." The assassin's target had always been Fang Ruotang, and with her declaring herself, they had no choice but to turn their lethal intent toward her. The archers positioned above loosed their arrows, but none grazed Fang Ruotang. Instead, they were left pale with fear.
See.
Many assassins felt a mix of dread and terror, cursing under their breath. As the battle raged on, another group surged forth, and before Fang Ruotang could even see them, the small mirror had already informed her. Young Master Rong is here, bringing soldiers to rescue you. Riding in on horseback, young Master Rong spotted the chaotic scene filled with bloodshed and recognized a delicate girl standing amid the carnage. She stretched her neck, scanning the surroundings, her expression pale and fragile, clearly frightened. Yet, with her clear target before him, his heart skipped a beat. Young Master Rong spurred his horse forward with urgency, swiftly enveloping her in his arms and anxiously asking, "Are you injured?" His subordinates, pressing down on the reins, admonished him with a strange expression, "Don't move so recklessly." The horse was not large enough to accommodate both of them comfortably, and she twisted in his embrace, clearly disregarding his personal space. Young Master Rong, for the first time in such intimate proximity with a woman, consciously ignored the warmth of her presence, speaking coldly and distantly, "You should find a place to take cover. I'm Fine. The small mirror informed me that you gave me protective divine power before we reincarnated, so no one can harm me." Young Master Rong did not understand what protective divine power was, but hearing that she was unharmed eased his heart as he rushed to her side. With the arrival of young Master Rong's reinforcements, the situation gradually came under control, and soon the prince and the young royal arrived with their men. One by one, the assassins fell, and those who saw no hope of escape chose to bite down on poison hidden in their mouths. The prince and his companions aimed to capture a few for interrogation regarding the masterminds behind the plot, ultimately managing to subdue 3 who still clung to life. having their tendons severed and jaws dislocated. In a brief span, the once bustling street was strewn with bodies. The prince instructed his subordinates before stepping forward to stand before young Master Ruotang and Fang Ruotang, pausing a few steps away. In a deep voice, the prince inquired, "Are you not coming down?" Fang Ruotang glanced at the blood-soaked ground and then at her embroidered shoes adorned with beautiful pearls, shaking her head. "I will not come down." Young Master Ruotang maintained his aloof demeanor, neither assisting Fang Ruotang down nor urging her to stay, as if he were not holding a girl at all. The prince furrowed his brow, asking, "Are you injured?" The ground was filthy, and my new shoes were stained. Fang Ruotang pouted. Having donned a splendid new outfit after changing in the carriage, excited for her first outing with her 3 elder sisters. Little did she know, an assassination attempt awaited her. The crown prince, with a relaxed demeanor, extended his arms, embracing her as if she were a child, allowing her to settle comfortably in his embrace. "I just rode with Lord Ruotang. Don't forget to record the points," he remarked playfully. The crown prince observed Fang Ruotang, who was still bargaining for another man while clutching his jade crown, and couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and irritation. As she tugged harder, the crown loosened. Reluctantly, the crown prince allowed her to continue, shifting his gaze to the aloof Lord Ruotang. Although Lord Ruotang was displeased, he chose not to voice his objections and gestured to his guards before departing. The crown prince watched his retreating figure, his thoughts swirling with unease. Moments earlier in the palace, he felt a stirring in his heart, likely due to Fang Ruotang. When word came of her assassination attempt, he rushed to her side, aware that Lord Ruotang's estate was closer than the palace. Was it mere coincidence, or did he possess an instinctive connection? The crown prince, without sparing Lord Ruotang a glance, carried Fang Ruotang away. "Ensure the bodies are dealt with, and keep a close watch on the living ones. Do not let anyone die. Head to the Dali Temple and await my arrival," he instructed. Their conversation was a mirror of irritation and jest. The young prince chuckled in frustration, acknowledging the crown prince's superiority. Fang Ruotang, witnessing their banter, couldn't suppress her laughter, shaking off the fear from the earlier incident. "Thank you for your efforts, young prince." She beamed, waving at him. "Who is behind the assassination attempt?" she inquired. "Oh, there are many involved, spies from Bailiang and Shizhou, along with several officials from Daong, including the family of the third prince," came the reply. "But the third prince has been demoted to a commoner, hasn't he?" she retorted. "As you said, he was demoted. Does he not seek revenge?" Fang Ruotang huffed indignantly. "Revenge? What does that have to do with me? If the third prince had controlled himself and not pursued the emperor's woman, he wouldn't be in this predicament." The crown prince's eyes narrowed, his gaze icy. "You should inform the crown prince directly. It would save them time investigating. Just raid their homes. Those corrupt officials are bound to have evidence against them. They fear you might come after them, hence their preemptive strike." Fang Ruotang's anger flared as she playfully shook the crown prince's head. Just as his temper was about to rise, her antics seemed to freeze his ire. "Stop that," he said, gently moving her hand away. Feeling insecure in his embrace, she clung to him again and indignantly recounted the masterminds behind the plot. The crown prince had no choice but to indulge her. He wished to lower her, but the intimacy of the position felt overwhelming, despite the current circumstances. Once they exited the bloodied street, he set her down. Fang Ruotang, still pouting, expressed her frustrations. "They are utterly despicable. To conspire with spies from 2 other nations to kill me is nothing short of treachery. They must be punished severely. Their assets seized for the national treasury." Her words were not unfounded, as she had just learned from a little mirror that several greedy officials had been compromised by spies from Bailiang and Shizhou, making them easily manipulable. They already intended to kill her, so the additional support suited their needs. Yet, she had not anticipated the emperor's unwavering protection, mobilizing all royal guards to safeguard her. Their presence allowed for the timely arrival of Lord Ruotang and the crown prince with reinforcements, turning the tide in her favor. In an uncharacteristically gentle manner, the crown prince reassured her not to let their malice anger her, promising to punish them so they would never threaten her again. However, he could not guarantee that such incidents would not recur. Fang Ruotang's abilities were bound to benefit some, yet they would also illuminate the hiding places of the unscrupulous. "Could I find another like Li Shiyun to accompany you?" To learn the ways of the celestial arts? He proposed. Li Shiyan, under careful watch, had swiftly learned to harness her energy, a feat not concealed within royal circles. Of course. Fang Ruotang responded nonchalantly. The crown prince, sensing her lack of understanding, emphasized. From now on, whenever you go out, you must bring Li Shiyan with you. Do you understand? I possess your protective powers. No one can harm me, she reassured him. The crown prince intensified his tone. Promise me, will you?
Fine.
She pouted, reluctantly agreeing. She disliked the idea of being followed, a remnant of her frail childhood, where she was often restricted in her actions. Though she understood their concern, it felt like a shackle. Chapter 040. A grand bed. The crown prince escorted her to her courtyard, where the imperial physician awaited. After confirming Fang Ruotang was unharmed and watching her drink a calming potion, he reluctantly departed to attend to other matters. Once he left, Fang's three sisters rushed in, their eyes swollen and weary. The transformation in their demeanor within such a short time startled Fang Ruotang. She quickly retrieved rejuvenation and beauty pills, insisting they consume them. Initially anxious, the trio exchanged glances, reluctant to waste the precious remedy, yet compelled to comply under Fang Ruotang's intense gaze.
Do not worry about me.
As a celestial envoy, I am unlike mortals. You must have noticed, I am impervious to weapons. Nothing in this realm can harm me.
So,
please refrain from such tears in the future, all right? Fang Ruotang, touched by her sister's concern, admonished them gently, sensing that similar events might unfold in the future. We won't cry like that again, but what about you? Were you scared? They asked, as if they had rediscovered a long-lost treasure, their hands busy caressing her, making her laugh uncontrollably. This innocent gesture dispelled the lingering gloom. When others from the Prime Minister's residence visited, Fang Ruotang's complexion had already returned to its rosy glow, and she was laughing and joking with her sisters, showing no signs of the earlier turmoil. Today, their sisters-in-law had gone out to settle accounts, missing the chance to check on Fang Ruotang immediately. By the time they received news of her safe return, they hurried home, anxious. Seeing Fang Ruotang's cheerful face relieved them, and they exchanged knowing glances before scrutinizing her closely, noting no injuries before refraining from further questioning. According to what she said, I held the spirit stone. Despite your disappointment, I let it go. Fang Ruotang quickly brightened. The crown prince mentioned that I need more companions. Someone like Shir to attend to me. Though it is to attend to me, she won't have to perform menial tasks. Mother, could you and Aunt see if our cousins would be willing to try? Such fortunate events naturally compel Fang Ruotang to consider her family. Auntie, allow me to express my gratitude on their behalf, said Cui Shi with great willingness. In truth, the news had long circulated in her maternal family, seeking to make a match. Yet, she did not wish to impose upon Xiao Lu. She was certain that Xiao Lu would not refuse, but as the biological mother, her sister-in-law had not yet spoken, so how could she, as the aunt, burden her niece? Very well, I shall summon your cousins to come and assess the situation. As it mirrors that of the Shu family, both mothers dote on their own children, although they also cherish their nieces and nephews from the maternal side. The affection pales in comparison to that bestowed upon Fang Ruotang, who had been cherished for 16 years. The matter was entrusted to a servant, who swiftly ran an errand, and soon the young ladies from the Cui and Shu families arrived. Their anxiousness was palpable, evident in their lack of adornment. Ruotang, are you unharmed? I heard you encountered an assassin. The carriages from the Cui and Shu families arrived almost simultaneously, with 5 unmarried young ladies in total, 2 legitimate daughters and 3 illegitimate ones. Unlike the Prime Minister's household, where there were many children, the distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate were clear. The 3 younger girls followed their legitimate sisters closely, refraining from speaking out of turn. Cousin, come quickly and give it a try. If you possess spiritual roots, you may embark on the path of immortality. Fang Ruotang had heard from her elder sister that the sisters of the Cui and Shu families were not as harmonious as they appeared. However, these sisters treated her with kindness and care. Thus, she chose to remain indifferent to their familial disputes, which were ultimately trivial matters of competing for flowers or garments.
Oh.
Now that they have reached the age of marriage, perhaps they will also vie for suitors. Fang Ruotang discreetly glanced at Cui Shasha, the illegitimate daughter of the Cui family. What stage is Shasha at with Chiu Kairui? Just as Cui Shasha had finished testing the spiritual stone, feeling disheartened due to its lack of response, she suddenly heard her fiancé's name and looked up sharply, only to realize the meaning behind Fang Ruotang's inquiry after a moment of confusion. She turned to Cui Shasha with a startled expression. Cui Shi and Xu Shi sat nearby, their faces bright with smiles as they observed the room filled with young ladies. But upon hearing Fang Ruotang's words, their expressions darkened instantly. It has come to such a point that they share a bed. Fang Ruotang exclaimed, startled. Cui Shasha turned pale, biting her lip, her frail form swaying slightly as if on the verge of fainting. With no maids or attendants present, everyone could hear Fang Ruotang's heartfelt words, and all eyes turned towards Cui Shasha, filled with scorn. This family of girls was closely related. Who did not know that Chiu Kairui and Cui Shixian were to wed next month? What could Cui Shasha possibly seek at this moment?
Shasha.
I possess the ability to read fortunes, as you know. Unlike the other sisters who scorned Cui Shasha, Fang Ruotang held her hand with genuine concern, earnestly advising, "You must cease all contact with Chiu Kairui. He is not a man worthy of lifelong trust." She then turned to Cui Shi. "Annie, please inform the Cui family matriarch to withdraw Shixian's engagement. Chiu Kairui is not a good man, and Shixian will not find happiness in this marriage." Cui Shasha's lips trembled, tears welling in her eyes. "Trust me, my readings are remarkably accurate. I can even discern when the emperor has been cuckolded. I do not deceive you." Fang Ruotang insisted earnestly, her large eyes sparkling. Cui Shasha was left speechless, her anxiety mounting. Could such a matter regarding the emperor truly be spoken of so openly? Did she even deserve to hear such things? "Do not speak nonsense," Xu Shi chastised lightly, her patience wearing thin. Fang Ruotang pouted, wanting to assert that her words were indeed true, yet upon witnessing the fearful expressions of those in the room, she wisely refrained from pursuing the topic further. "Knowing that you are to be his future sister-in-law, yet he behaves in such an ambiguous manner, what good could he possibly be? In the end, not only will you not marry into the Chiu family as desired, but you may find yourself driven away to marry elsewhere to cover up the scandal." Cui Shasha felt as though she had been stripped bare in public, her humiliation palpable, though apart from Fang Ruotang's comforting words, no one else spoke up. Their silence pierced her like a sharpened blade. "Who is Shasha's true match? Do you fancy Chiu Kairui? Very well, I shall exchange partners. I shall give him to you, and I shall marry the esteemed scholar Kong." Cui Shixian interjected suddenly, rendering Fang Ruotang momentarily speechless. The others in attendance perceived the underlying motives, their expressions complex. Cui Shasha's demeanor shifted, caught in hesitation. "No, Kong is a man of great integrity, and his family is harmonious. Any sensible girl who marries into the Kong family shall find happiness." "Ah, I see. Then Shixian would also find happiness in such a union?" "Indeed." Fang Ruotang was taken aback, genuinely unsure of how to proceed. She quietly released Cui Shasha's hand and discreetly edged closer to Cui Shi, relaying the insights she had gleaned. Cui Shi found herself in a predicament, ultimately deciding against further involvement. After all, she was merely a married daughter of the Cui family. Could she truly govern the marriages of her nieces? Yet, given her sister-in-law's disposition, it was likely too late for Cui Shasha to harbor regrets now. Cui Shi cast a mildly irritated glance at her niece, considering that wishing to marry into an esteemed family was not inherently wrong. But sacrificing the family's reputation was a grave mistake. Furthermore, what esteemed families existed in the capital, if not those of both legitimate and illegitimate backgrounds? To fixate solely on the fiancé of one's legitimate sister? Who would believe there were no personal grievances at play here? Cui Shasha's face turned ashen, her legs weak and requiring the support of a maid to leave the room. "Aunt, is Shasha all right?" Fang Ruotang asked with concern. As the matriarch of the Cui family was known for her magnanimity, caring for her illegitimate daughters, while it was impossible for her to treat them entirely on par with her legitimate daughters. Few families in the capital could boast of such dignity for their illegitimate daughters as the Prime Minister's household did. Cui Shi, recalling her sister-in-law's temperament, felt a surge of anger. She summoned a maid to fetch paper and ink, hastily penning a letter to be delivered to the Cui residence. Had the matriarch of the Chui family not sought to demean her illegitimate daughters, Xia would not have acted so selfishly, disregarding her reputation merely to marry into a prestigious family. Look at our fourth sister. She has never feared the loss of a previous engagement and has never schemed in secret. Knowing that her aunt is a compassionate matriarch who will secure her a good match, Fang Ruotang muttered to herself, causing Cui Shi's face to flush with mixed emotions. Xu Shi, exasperated, lightly smacked Fang Ruotang's arm, signaling her to cease her internal musings. Unfortunately, Fang Ruotang remained oblivious. However, with the sweet potatoes you provided, the impending drought next year should not result in the death of so many commoners, and chaos should not ensue, right? In that case, would the Kong family still represent a good match? The state of chaos or peace does not affect the harmony of the Kong family. Moreover, that a farmer could excel in the capital and rank highly in the examinations speaks volumes of his merit. Your Prime Minister's residence has 3 libraries, housing over 10,000 books. The sons of gentry can read at will, while a farmer may not even know the titles of the books. The gap is as vast as the heavens, yet his knowledge surpasses that of most gentry sons. Such a wise and resilient scholar will surely rise to prominence eventually. You seem to hold him in high regard, Fang Ruotang remarked, sensing something amiss. When had Xiao Jingzi ever been so complimentary of someone? Because, in the original timeline, the Chui family abandoned this match, and Khan was later appointed as a county magistrate. During times of chaos, he safeguarded the peace of his region, thus earning merit. Is that so? Fang Ruotang fidgeted with her fingers, timidly inquiring within her heart. You mentioned originally, the engagement between the Chui and Kong families did not materialize? Do you believe he would be suitable to be my fourth brother-in-law? The small mirror fell silent, as did the rest of the Fang family. The Xu sisters shrank back, refraining from drawing attention to themselves, quietly observing the blushing Fang Si. It seemed that the marriage proposal, which even Fang Ruotang was vying for her sister's sake, was indeed quite exceptional. Each of the Xu sisters harbored their own thoughts, lowering their gazes. Fang Ruotang's words had silenced everyone present. The Kong family may be decent, but their poverty is undeniable. Marrying into their family will surely entail years of hardship. However, a woman possesses a dowry, and while the difficulties may not be insurmountable, improving one's life with that dowry might require supporting the Kong family as well. Would you willingly allow your fourth sister to endure such suffering? That is unacceptable. My fourth sister is such a gentle soul. With her disposition, she could never bear to indulge alone. In the end, she would likely use her dowry to enhance their lives. No, we must reconsider. There are certainly other suitable families. The Kong family is good, but they are simply too poor. Fang Ruotang's thoughts shifted rapidly. She dismissed the idea, prompting a collective sigh of relief from those around her. After all, given Fang Ruotang's current standing, who would dare to oppose her? Fang Ruotang also breathed a silent sigh of relief. She had no interest in the Kong family, only sensing that entangling herself in this matter would lead to more trouble. As Fang Ruotang had stated, she was not concerned about her marriage prospects. Although she was already 17, she knew her stepmother would secure a good match for her. Her aunt was a maid who accompanied her stepmother and was also the daughter of her stepmother's wet nurse. Both her aunt and the wet nurse were wholly devoted to her stepmother, which in turn ensured that her stepmother treated both her and her brother with great care, never imposing any hardships upon them. Her legitimate brother practiced martial arts, while her younger brother pursued academics. The Prime Minister's residence was a place of scholarly pursuits, and her stepmother never harbored any distrust towards her younger brother. Instead, she had sent him to the finest Bailu Academy in the capital for his studies, even sending the legitimate son from the second branch there this year. Even towards the illegitimate children, her stepmother exhibited such generosity in nurturing them. So how could she possibly meddle with the marriage of an illegitimate daughter? Thus, Fang Ruotang had always adhered to her family's wishes, unlike other illegitimate daughters who engaged in futile schemes and pursuits. As Fang Ruotang played with the spirit-testing stone, she thought of her second sister-in-law's family.
Fine.
Since mother had spoken so, Fang Ruotang decided to let it go. She then turned her head to her 3 sisters, saying, "Since my cousins are not suitable, do you have any friends who might want to give it a try? You can let them come and test it out, just as Mother and Annie would. Anyone who seeks your assistance may also come, but they must not harbor any resentment if they lack spiritual roots. Moreover, I will only accept one person for now. And even if they possess spiritual roots, they must have good character and be to my liking. Fang Ruotang was not entirely oblivious. The estate was bustling with visitors. And she had certainly noticed the constant stream of individuals seeking her attention. Chapter 042. You are all so impressive. Once Fang Ruotang spoke up, the threshold of the Prime Minister's residence was nearly trampled by eager visitors. It was her first realization that there were so many girls of her age in the capital, with over 50 who had business dealings with her family alone. However, it was somewhat regrettable that among these individuals, none possessed any remarkable talent. It was only then that Fang Ruotang comprehended how rare Li Shiyun's constitution truly was. Are you jesting? In the world of cultivation, Li Shiyun is a genius capable of entering the inner sanctum of a great sect. How could such individuals be found on every street? Well, if there are none, then so be it. Fang Ruotang had completely given up. She had already instructed someone to deliver the spirit testing stone to the crown prince and did not wish to concern herself further, for no one could harm her. After all, it was merely a matter of witnessing some unpleasant scenes, and with time, one could grow accustomed to it. Exhausted, Fang Ruotang retired to bed early, unaware that the entire capital was abuzz with unrest and the dungeons were overcrowded. In the morning, those who had once held high status had become prisoners by afternoon, and by nightfall, heads were rolling. The crown prince personally oversaw the case. Although he had learned of the evidence against these individuals from Fang Ruotang, he did not act impulsively to execute them. Instead, he spent several hours gathering all the evidence before taking action. Consequently, the next morning, Fang Ruotang, who accompanied the prime minister to court, was unusually alert. She wrinkled her delicate nose, inquiring, "Grandfather, do you smell a faint scent of blood?" Having been enhanced by the strengthening pill, Fang Ruotang's senses were far superior to those of ordinary individuals. Thus, she could discern the presence of numerous deaths, especially since she had witnessed some of the beheadings herself, having ordered them. In these chaotic times, with irrefutable evidence in hand, there was no need for convoluted procedures. The prisons were already overflowing, and it remained uncertain how many more individuals would be implicated. The officials who had participated in the assassination attempt against her had been captured and executed, thus intensifying the scent of blood. The Prime Minister did not conceal the details, stating that during the upcoming court session, all would be laid bare for discussion, with nothing to hide. After a night's sleep, Fang Ruotang, seemingly unfazed by the assassination attempt, nodded in agreement. Yes, it is better to eliminate them. They are all treacherous villains who bring disaster to the country. Did you not rest well last night, grandfather? No worries, my health is quite good. A sleepless night does not affect me. Fang Ruotang observed the dark circles under her grandfather's eyes and confidently reached for the small mirror. Do you have any pills that would allow someone to remain awake all night yet still feel energetic? You people in this realm are too weak. No immortal would waste time researching such useless pills. The small mirror rummaged through its bag of treasures and produced a bottle. Fang Ruotang held it in her hands, opened it, and inhaled the sweet aroma. Sweet beans. Although they are a snack for children in the immortal realm, they would have an immediate effect on you. However, your mortal bodies are too fragile. It would be best to dilute it in water and divide it into 5 portions. I fear that consuming one whole bean could keep you awake for several days. Fang Ruotang handed the entire bottle to the Prime Minister, instructing him on how to consume it. The Prime Minister carefully accepted it, pondering his colleagues from the previous night, and inquired, "Can my colleagues also partake of this, grandfather?" "Of course. It's yours. Just handle it as you see fit." Fang Ruotang was generous, and the Prime Minister understood that his question stemmed mainly from concern over the spirit's opinion. Seeing that the spirit did not voice any objections, he felt at ease. Those ministers involved in the events of the previous night were pillars of the nation. They were not young, having climbed to high positions, and unlike him, they did not possess such a capable granddaughter. As the state affairs would soon become busier, he could not allow these old fellows to fall ill. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall, the Emperor had yet to arrive, so the Prime Minister summoned a eunuch to bring water and tea sets, dissolving the sweet beans in the water to share with his colleagues from the previous night. Upon learning that it was a fine gift from Fang Ruotang, They eagerly wished to drink more, with some heedless individuals truly overindulging, resulting in all their energy being expended on dealing with treacherous officials. During the court session, Fang Ruotang received several names of treacherous ministers from the small mirror and, as per usual, openly reported to the emperor. The emperor continued to offer unwavering support for Fang Ruotang, first detaining the individuals before seeking evidence, which would lead to a series of actions involving confiscation, execution, and exile. Fang Ruotang's capabilities instilled a sense of dread among the ministers, as very few were genuinely excited. After all, who did not have a few secrets they wished to keep hidden? At the close of the court session that day, the ministers departed, each appearing as if they had lost a loved one. "Are you all right yesterday?" As the court session came to a close, Yi Wuxia took the initiative to approach Fang Ruotang and strike up a conversation. Fang Ruotang gazed at the refined and handsome young man before her, her fingers fidgeting slightly, feeling a twinge of apprehension. "I was on the outskirts of the city when the incident occurred yesterday, which is why I couldn't rush to your side in time,"
she confessed.
Yi Wuxia had been at the royal gardens with the Minister of Agriculture, tending to the newly harvested sweet potatoes, which the royal family was eager to plant. In the midst of his tasks, an inexplicable unease gripped him, and his heart raced as an inner voice urged him to hasten to Fang Ruotang's side for her protection. In that moment, he felt as if he had lost his senses, commandeering a swift steed to race into the city, only to arrive at a desolate street, already cleared but still stained with blood. On his way to the Prime Minister's residence, he was intercepted by the Crown Prince's men and was unable to meet with the prince. Yet, in that moment, he grasped the gravity of the situation and the bonds that connected them, realizing that he was not alone in his concern. Others shared his sentiments. He pondered whether General Hua, stationed far at the borders, felt the same, considering he had never met Fang Ruotang and might not even be aware of her existence. "It's all right. Even in your absence, you've protected me," Fang Ruotang said with a charming smile, playfully waving at Yi Wuxia. He bent slightly, feeling the warmth of her breath brushing against his ear. "I possess the protective divine power you granted me, as the little mirror informed me. This gift, bestowed upon me before my reincarnation, will always shield me from harm." Yi Wuxia stifled the urge to rub his ear, chuckling softly, his clear eyes meeting hers with a hint of allure. "So, it is true. I am delighted to know that it can safeguard you, little six." Fang Ruotang met Yi Wuxia's bright gaze, but felt a bit uncomfortable under his scrutiny, instinctively averting her eyes and complimenting him in a soft tone. "You all are quite remarkable." Yi Wuxia chuckled quietly, not daring to respond, as he was uncertain of the true nature of the protective power spoken of by the spirit. "I heard you were planning to shop for jewelry yesterday, but were interrupted by the sudden appearance of an assassin. Are you keen to try again today?" Yi Wuxia deftly changed the subject. The young girl sighed, her face scrunching up in dismay. Yi Wuxia noted once more how this girl differed from other noble ladies. She genuinely cared for the protection of her hidden guards. "Could you spare me some medicine?" "I shall deliver it to the secret guard," the little mirror grumbled, producing a vial of medicine with a practiced ease that was almost endearing, neglecting even to mention points. Fang Ruotang joyfully grasped it in her hands, dashing off towards the Crown Prince without a moment's pause. The Crown Prince, preoccupied with his duties, would have been engrossed in an investigation were it not for the sight of Yi Wuxia entangled with Fang Ruotang. He stood nearby, appearing to converse with other ministers while secretly listening intently to their dialogue. Such excellent medicine could hardly be acceptable for the secret guards, he mused, lowering his gaze to meet the starry-eyed young girl, reluctant to reveal the truth. "By the way, I have given my grandfather many sweet beans that will restore one's vitality instantly. You all have been so busy and weary lately. You should ask him to share some with you."
"All right,"
she exclaimed. "Did you receive the spirit testing stone I sent you yesterday?" "I did. The candidates are already being located, and they will be sent to you as soon as they are found." "Wonderful." The Crown Prince felt a sense of relief, seeing Fang Ruotang's beaming smile, seemingly unaffected by the previous day's events. However, he also noticed Yi Wuxia had not left, causing a flicker of irritation within him. After yesterday's incident, while General Hua remained unaware of the turmoil in the capital, the 5 individuals in the city were undoubtedly as disturbed as mirrors reflecting their own fears. Fang Ruotang had the power to affect their fates. She had faced an assassination attempt and emerged unscathed, yet their hearts were fraught with anxiety. Should anything truly happen to her, the consequences were unfathomable. In such circumstances, even the usually aloof and detached young Master Rong might find himself drawn into the fray for the sake of the young lady. Otherwise, how could he have been the first to arrive yesterday? Such an act required no hesitation whatsoever. Yet, the Crown Prince, recalling the emotions of the previous day, found himself unable to hesitate, as if controlled by strings, desperately yearning to reach Fang Ruotang, unable to contain himself. Afterward, he confirmed the matter, questioning the young prince and intercepting the tardy in Junwang and Yi Shirling, who had been delayed by political matters. I have uncovered significant news from the capital. Would you like to join in the excitement? The little mirror suddenly interjected, interrupting the Crown Prince and Fang Ruotang's conversation. General Hua is dead. Who? General Hua Feng, commander of 100,000 troops. Fang Ruotang was unfamiliar with the name, but those around her recognized it instantly, their expressions shifting in shock, caught off guard by the suddenness of the news. Is it true that your General Hua is merely feigning death? Why would he feign death? Because of you. Your divination skills are quite extraordinary, and he has fallen for a princess of the enemy nation. With so many officials being purged in the capital recently, he fears encountering you and has chosen to feign death to escape. Fang Ruotang. What nonsense! According to the original timeline, he would defect with the border defense map in a year. To pursue the enemy princess? Indeed, to win your favor by any means necessary, do you understand? The little mirror, a spirit, had taken to speaking in a sarcastic tone. Fang Ruotang could not help but feel exasperated. She had watched a romantic drama with the little mirror the night before, and while she found it charming then, now it was simply nauseating. My heavens, is the kingdom truly his to negotiate away?
No.
I must personally visit the general's residence to pay my respects. I need to see what this traitor, who would sell his country for a beauty, looks like. When Fang Ruotang was angry, her cheeks would flush brilliantly, and her eyes would glisten, making her resemble an adorable little kitten, all ruffled and indignant. Even upon learning of General Hua's treachery, the Crown Prince could not help but steal another glance at Fang Ruotang until she unexpectedly seized his hand, speaking earnestly, I can predict fortunes, you know? The Crown Prince raised an eyebrow. He need not hear it every time, for he had always believed her. You say General Hua is feigning death in his residence, having fallen for the princess of Bailiang and preparing to defect. We cannot let him escape. Fang Ruotang insisted, nodding vigorously. Although her family had never constrained her, loyalty to the throne and love for the country were deeply ingrained in the Fang lineage, especially since they had produced 3 chancellors, all of whom were well regarded by both monarchs and ministers alike. Boldly, I shall go capture him. The Crown Prince once again played along with her theatrics. Their conversation was not loud, but Fang Ruotang's enthusiasm drew the attention of others, who converged around them, eager to partake in the unfolding drama. The Crown Prince's brows furrowed, exuding an air of authority. Are you all so idle? The ministers shook their heads, quietly dispersing. While excitement was enticing, one must have the means to enjoy it. Moreover, they were all too busy to even spare a moment for a warm meal. It was best to refrain from attending, lest they become the next spectacle. The Crown Prince glanced at Yu Wuxia, noting his discretion in not approaching, and said nothing further. Gathering the necessary entourage and heading directly to General Hua's residence with Fang Ruotang. The entrance to General Hua's estate was eerily quiet, devoid of any signs of mourning. Why is there no commotion? Has nothing begun? Fang Ruotang quietly inquired of the little mirror. The family wishes to keep it low-key. How could a funeral be ostentatious? They have already instructed the family to handle matters discreetly and have entrusted trusted subordinates to secretly transport his body out of the city. I see, Fang Ruotang replied, reassured, as she boldly led the Crown Prince into the general's residence. Outside, there was no indication of the somber occasion, but upon pushing open the grand doors, they found the interior bustling with activity as white mourning banners were being hung. The previously despondent servants were startled into submission upon seeing the Crown Prince and the National Master enter, immediately dropping to their knees. The Crown Prince and Fang Ruotang proceeded straight to the main hall, where the spirit altar had already been set up. A woman clad in white mourning attire. Her face etched with sorrow, lamented. Why this haste? I have already heard the general's wishes. Why inform no family or friends? Why must the spirit be set for only one day?
Ha!
A talented individual? How could the national master be any less formidable? As the two conversing individuals were engulfed in intense emotions, the maidservants and attendants outside had long been subdued by the prince's men. Thus, they did not immediately notice Fang Ruotang at the door, allowing her to overhear their dialogue. With a haughty demeanor, she interjected, "Does she know that General Hua is feigning death?" Observing the haggard figure of the lady before her, Fang Ruotang surmised that she was likely unaware of the truth. Nevertheless, she decided to inquire with Xiao Jingzi, as the answer held significant implications for her own fate. Chapter 044. The young Master Rome comes to withdraw the betrothal. I do not know. She is a woman of misfortune. In the original timeline, after General Hua's betrayal, the entire general's mansion was subjected to confiscation and execution. How tragic! Fang Ruotang thought sympathetically, unable to bear the sight of Lady Hua being deceived. General Hua had not perished. He had fallen in love with the princess of Bailiang and planned to elope, betraying his country. He had ingested a false death potion. You can ask your steward about it. Lady Hua's eyes widened as she turned to the steward, her eyes bloodshot from a sleepless night. And hoarsely demanded, "Is what the national master said true?" The steward, loyal to the general and unaware of Fang Ruotang's extraordinary abilities, scoffed, "Preposterous. If he was poisoned, why did nothing happen before?" Suddenly claiming to be poisoned these past 2 days, refusing to let the imperial physician examine him, and calmly awaiting death. Fang Ruotang, incensed, rushed forward. The prince, usually unflappable, felt a twitch of anxiety and quickly followed her, fearing that this seemingly loyal steward might become violent towards Fang Ruotang. After all, was it not within his capacity to protect them? As long as he was a good official for the country and a hero safeguarding the people of Daeong. How could she not intervene? With her chin held high, Fang Ruotang knew she had to assert herself, as she was physically smaller than the steward. "Are you not aware of the situation with the princess? Have you not heard?" "Humph. To still dare to argue." She tugged at the prince, urging him, "Take this treacherous steward away. He possesses the antidote that can revive General Hua." With a gesture from the prince, the royal guards subdued the steward and indeed found the antidote on him. Lady Hua staggered and fell heavily to the ground. The household physician was summoned promptly. It was determined that Lady Hua was merely suffering from emotional distress and would recover with some rest. The physician waved a pill beneath her nose, and soon she regained consciousness. Upon awakening, Lady Hua was momentarily dazed. Her eyes darted around until they fell upon the prince and the national master, at which point she realized that the previous events had not been a mere dream, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Last night, when the general succumbed to poison, she had forced herself to comfort her children and handle the aftermath, enduring without the luxury of mourning. Yet now, the pent-up sorrow surged forth. She wept, her body curling in anguish. Will she die? Will she be exiled? Fang Ruotang cast a sympathetic glance at Lady Hua. Feeling her plight deeply, her husband's betrayal and the impending threat of exile loomed ominously. Was there truly no way to save her? How innocent she was! If only she could obtain a divorce decree. What would happen to her children? This was an insurmountable dilemma, for they were also General Hua's offspring. Fang Ruotang felt a profound empathy for this family. Their original timeline had led them to execution, and now they faced the specter of exile. What misfortune had befallen them to be connected to General Hua? Had he sought power for himself, she would not have viewed the others in the Hua household as innocent, for they had enjoyed wealth and privilege. Yet now, General Hua was jeopardizing the lives of his family for the sake of a princess from an enemy nation. Such actions were utterly deplorable. Suddenly, the prince placed a gentle hand on Fang Ruotang's slender shoulder, guiding her away. Startled, she leaned back. "I have yet to see General Hua consume the antidote. I wish to witness the outcome of his fate. Given his crimes, he cannot escape a severe punishment." The prince was determined to shield Fang Ruotang from witnessing the inevitable brutality. "Ensure that no one escapes from the general's residence," he commanded, "or face grave consequences." Thus, he half-carried, half-dragged Fang Ruotang away. Once outside the general's mansion, Fang Ruotang's face was a picture of indignation, her lips pursed in discontent. If it weren't for me informing you, you would still be oblivious to General Hua's treachery. How can you prevent me from witnessing the aftermath? It is not that I wish to deny you. Treason is a grave offense, and the penalties are undoubtedly severe. I fear it may be too much for you to bear. The prince's expression remained neutral, yet his tone was gentle, soothing Fang Ruotang's discontent. Instantly, her grievances dissipated, and she looked at him with wide, curious eyes.
What has happened to you?
You seem different. When we first met, you were so cold. The prince raised an eyebrow slightly. Are we revisiting past grievances? Fang Ruotang pouted. Indeed. I remember you took a step back when I stumbled in front of you. Next time, I shall open my arms to catch you, if you would allow it. The prince recalled their first encounter, a smile gracing his features. Fang Ruotang's cheeks flushed as she playfully chided, should there be a next time and you fail to catch me, I shall refuse to acknowledge you as my prince. Very well, I shall comply with your wishes. Though their acquaintance was brief, the prince had come to grasp her essence. She was remarkably innocent, like a blank canvas, oblivious to the complexities of the world. Upon returning to her residence, Fang Ruotang learned from her attendants that young Master Rong had visited. The realization struck her. He had rescued her with his soldiers yesterday, and she had forgotten to express her gratitude. You are becoming increasingly brazen, Xiao Jingzi complained, yet she still provided the necessary items. With a cheerful demeanor, Fang Ruotang entered the main hall, where she found not only young Master Rong but also the princess and an elderly lady. Her aunt and mother were receiving them. Mother.
Aunt.
Fang Ruotang's lively voice resonated in the hall as she greeted the princess and the others with a smile before eagerly approaching young Master Rong. Are you here to withdraw the betrothal? Fang Ruotang gazed at young Master Rong in astonishment, her desire to thank him waning. Chapter 045. The thoughtless sisters praise Fang Ruotang was not adept at insincere pleasantries, having been surrounded by kindness throughout her life. She had never encountered unkindness, and thus felt no need for pretense, speaking directly and honestly. You wish to withdraw the betrothal with my elder sister? She asked, her brows knitting together, resembling a kitten whose fish had been snatched away. Young Master Rong, possessing striking features and an air of aloofness, exuded an almost ethereal distance, even as he came to withdraw the engagement. Yet, when he looked at Fang Ruotang, a flicker of warmth ignited in his eyes, akin to snow atop a mountain melting into a teapot, gradually coming to life. This is a letter from your elder sister. Young Master Rong produced an envelope from his sleeve, gesturing for Fang Ruotang to take a look. With skepticism, she opened the letter, which contained only a few brief lines, conveying that her elder sister harbored another affection, apologizing to young Master Rong, and requesting that he withdraw the engagement to preserve his dignity. Oh, I see. Fang Ruotang crumpled the letter into a ball and tucked it away, realizing that such correspondence should not fall into the wrong hands, as it would tarnish her elder sister's reputation. Young Master Rong lowered his gaze, observing Fang Ruotang's small actions without objection. Their matter was hardly a secret in the capital. Only this young girl still endeavored to maintain a facade of harmony.
I apologize.
Fang Ruotang gently cupped her cheeks, casting a sympathetic glance at young Master Rong. You are quite admirable, and my elder sister is also exceptional. However, perhaps you are not meant for each other. It is merely a matter of fate. Please do not be too disheartened. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment for her earlier impulsiveness, she continued, this cleansing elixir is a gift for you, meant as compensation for my elder sister's broken engagement. I hope you will not hold any resentment towards her. If you have any other requests, we, the Prime Minister's household, will certainly do our best to accommodate. Fang Ruotang retrieved the cleansing elixir from a small mirror. Although the dissolution of an engagement is often more painful for a woman, it was clear that her elder sister's heart lay elsewhere, which must be a significant blow to young Master Rong's dignity. Cui Shi, the sixth sister, chuckled helplessly, interrupting Fang Ruotang's words. Everyone present, except for her, was aware of the true reason behind the engagement's dissolution. Young Master Rong would never confront the Prime Minister's household in anger. After all, he had merely shifted from being the son-in-law of the first branch to that of the second, maintaining a familial bond with the Prime Minister's household. Fang Ruotang cast a sympathetic glance at young Master Rong before moving to her aunt's side, wisely refraining from inquiring about the reasons for her elder sister's broken engagement, recognizing that it was not an appropriate moment. This engagement dissolution is mutually agreeable. Do not fret unnecessarily about it, understand? Shu Shi gently patted her daughter's head, her eyes filled with concern. While the 6 commendable young men mentioned by the mirror would be a source of joy for any mother if there were even one, the prospect of 6 at once struck her as absurd. Even more disheartening was the realization that, as a mother, she could not make decisions for her daughter, and could only watch events unfold helplessly.
Ah?
Fang Ruotang's eyes widened, and impulsively, she turned to ask, "Do you not like my elder sister?" "Surely not. She is so wonderful." Her expression was so candid that it seemed as if she were about to poke young Master Rong's nose and accuse him of being blind. The others present could not help but laugh at young Master Rong's discomfort, as it was common knowledge that he had rescued Fang Ruotang the day before, even sharing a mount with her. Young Master Rong was known for his fastidiousness. He preferred to maintain a distance of 3 paces from others, detesting the odors of those around him, a fact that was no secret in the capital. Having found a woman who caught his eye, he was dismayed that she remained oblivious to his feelings, viewing him merely as an extension of Fang Xingtang. "You are also quite admirable. It is all right. You will surely find another romantic connection, though perhaps none will compare to my elder sister," Fang Ruotang declared, unabashedly extolling her elder sister's virtues, for in her heart, her elder cousin surpassed even a biological sister. Young Master Rong regarded Fang Ruotang with a profound gaze. Feeling provoked, she pouted, but ultimately refrained from continuing, recognizing that her earlier comments had been somewhat unpalatable. Yet, she was resolute in her conviction that her elder sister was the finest woman in the world, and no one could possibly surpass her. "His future romantic connection is you," the mirror interjected playfully. "I am not as exceptional as my elder sister." "That is apparent to anyone with eyes," Fang Ruotang retorted. "Then what are you so proud of?" The mirror was bewildered, while the others could not suppress their laughter. In the wake of this broken engagement, young Master Rong had invited her and an elder matriarch from the family to come forward. Though he found himself in competition with her son post-engagement, she was astute enough to discern that none of the 6 young men would be able to claim her son exclusively, even the crown prince himself. "Do not mention it. It is a minor matter. I hope your health has improved?" "Much better now. Fortunate to have you by my side." "It is because the Grand Princess is deserving." The Grand Princess smiled, recalling how the little girl had spoken to young Master Rong with a tongue as sharp as a dagger, and now she seemed as sweet as honey. "I have procured a box of deep-sea pearls, each perfectly rounded and plump, ideal for crafting jewelry. Do you find them to your liking?" The Grand Princess had anticipated meeting Fang Ruotang and brought a gift for her. Upon opening the box, Fang Ruotang exclaimed in delight, "How beautiful! I adore them." "Thank you, Grand Princess. You are truly kind. As long as you like them, if there is anything else you desire, do tell Ziki, and he will fetch it for you." The Grand Princess subtly sought to enhance her son's standing. Fang Ruotang nodded absent-mindedly, her focus entirely on the exquisite pink pearls. Counting them, she noted there were 20. Her face beaming with joy as she inquired, "There are so many. I cannot wear them all by myself. May I share them with my sisters?" "Of course. Once given to you, they're yours to decide. If you wish for more, I shall send someone to procure them." No, this is more than enough. Grand Princess, you are truly wonderful." Fang Ruotang hugged the box and nestled closer to the Grand Princess, playfully nudging her head against hers. The Grand Princess was momentarily taken aback. Having only raised a son, she had never experienced the joys of nurturing a young girl and found it unexpectedly delightful. Chapter 046. The Power of Belief. In the following days, the skies over the capital were thick with a scent of blood. Decrees flowed from the palace, with severe punishments meted out to wrongdoers. Those guilty of grave offenses faced execution, while lesser transgressors were exiled. The remaining officials implicated were dismissed and imprisoned, with their assets confiscated. In the end, not a single guilty party escaped the loss of their fortunes, and the national treasury was swiftly replenished. Even the emperor could not contain his joy, declaring a suspension of taxes for the next 3 years, simultaneously announcing that the national advisor had predicted a severe drought within that time frame. The populace, though alarmed, felt a glimmer of hope as the emperor's tax relief came first, followed by the promise of new grain supplies. Despite the grim nature of the edicts, even the illiterate farmers understood that the emperor had not abandoned the common people, but was earnestly striving to address their plight. Most importantly, they had a divine national advisor. The incident involving Fang Ruotang's attempted assassination had been witnessed by many. Although the commoners feared to intervene, some brave souls had dared to peek from behind their windows. With the emperor's vigorous promotion of the event, it took mere days for Fang Ruotang's identity as a celestial being to spread throughout the capital, with the populace spontaneously erecting longevity tablets in her honor, seeking her protection. Little mirror, I have felt so comfortable these past few days. It feels as if I am soaking in a warm spring, Fang Ruotang exclaimed. It is the power of belief nurturing your spirit, the mirror replied. From the moment this power began to coalesce, the mirror had sensed it, and now it was fortifying Fang Ruotang's fragile spirit, much to his delight. Is it because the people adore me? She inquired. Indeed, the mirror confirmed, observing that the spirit within Fang Ruotang was no longer as fragile as a gossamer wing, and felt great joy, wishing to share this news with his master, though they were currently unable to connect. Is the power of belief truly this remarkable? Then grant me more new grain, and I shall have the emperor distribute it to the people. They will surely love me even more, Fang Ruotang mused. Her thoughts simple and straightforward. She believed that just as she cherished those who nourished her, so too would the common people. For how else could they have come to admire her so much simply for the new grain? Sweet potatoes are not a crop currently found in this small world. I have borrowed the power of the world's origin to obtain them. Then trade for more. Fang Ruotang insisted, willfully ignoring the implication of theft, reaching out with conviction. She vaguely understood the significance of the world's origin, recognizing its impact on the growth and decline of her small world. However, the lives of the people took precedence in her heart. Very well. Wait for my message. After all, there exist countless miniature worlds, collapsing and being reborn at every moment. It is hardly excessive for him to seize a fragment of the original essence before these worlds fall apart. Even if he refrains, other celestial paths from different worlds will inevitably plunder. His presence does not significantly alter the balance. The little mirror, a self-persuading entity, acted swiftly. For he is indeed a superior being, transcending the multitude of small worlds, making his endeavors all the more effortless. In the normal realms, the little mirror could not act. Yet in those worlds where celestial paths have perished and are on the brink of dissolution, many others are already taking action. He concealed himself in the midst of it, extending his hand to gather a handful, unnoticed and undetected. Thus, in a short while, the little mirror brought good news to Fang Ruotang and conducted a trade with the previous world she inhabited, acquiring a substantial quantity of potatoes and corn. Little mirror, you are truly remarkable. I admire you immensely. He 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 he. The little mirror grinned foolishly as Fang Ruotang led him to the palace. With a grand gesture, the new grain piled high in the vacant space of the former dynasty. The crown prince, having toiled for several days, bore bloodshot eyes. Upon witnessing this scene, his body jolted. He felt joy, yet also trepidation. How did so much new grain appear so suddenly? I requested it from the immortal. Am I not impressive? Fang Ruotang lifted her chin, beaming with pride, eager for compliments. The crown prince's mood had not been splendid these past few days, as the court was rife with corruption. However, upon seeing Fang Ruotang's smiling face, he relaxed considerably, his fingers gently rubbing together, restless. Is it a challenge for you? Though the crown prince's expression remained neutral, Fang Ruotang could sense his concern. Not at all. The immortal said that sharing the grain with the people would earn their gratitude, benefiting my health. I see. That is good to know. If there are no drawbacks, then it's fine. I haven't eaten properly in days. Would you accompany me to a tavern for a meal? It was not the first time receiving new grain, so the crown prince immediately instructed the officials of the Eastern Palace to take charge of it, following Fang Ruotang's lead. Of course. Fang Ruotang glanced at the crown prince's reddened eyes. As the days passed, the number of officials in the court dwindled. Naturally, she would never admit it was due to her influence. She attributed it all to the malevolence of others. What if I attend court tomorrow and refrain from reporting any grievances? Fang Ruotang eyed the crown prince. Her presence in court resulted in the daily dismissal of one or two officials, and as time went on, the officials were rapidly diminishing. There are hardly any left, she remarked, her expression slightly uneasy. Moreover, the crown prince had not dined with her in several days. You are doing good deeds. There is no need for concern. The court will not lack officials. Some scholars who excelled in the previous imperial examination have yet to be assigned positions, and this presents an opportunity for them. Furthermore, the emperor has decided to open additional opportunities for those in need this year. The court will never lack officials, only those who genuinely serve the people. A great calamity looms. We must purify the court for the people's survival.
Is that so?
I wonder if my fifth brother will take this into account. Fang Ruotang thought of her fifth brother and seventh brother, who had not returned home for 2 months. Last month, due to the academy's major examination, they had not come home. It was just the right time to convey this news to her fifth brother. The crown prince was already well acquainted with the situation in the prime minister's residence and had some knowledge of Fang Wu's scholarly prowess. Despite being only 15 last year, he had passed the imperial examination, though ranked lower and lacking confidence to continue. As they conversed, they exited the palace gates. Upon reaching the tavern, the young prince approached, clad in his signature crimson attire. With his fair skin and striking features, he appeared radiant like a summer bloom, captivating as a flame. You two are dining without me? He teased, leaning against the entrance with a flirtatious gaze directed at Fang Ruotang, making no effort to enter the room. The crown prince raised his eyelids, observing the scene with a detached demeanor. The young prince's expression shifted dramatically as he stepped into the room, gritting his teeth. Your Highness, please remember, I am merely an idle young prince. I implore some individuals to refrain from abusing their authority. Chapter 047. The Return of Second Brother and Sister-in-Law. I am still very much alive. The young prince wore a thin smile, his frustrations nearing the breaking point. For the past 20 years, he had lived in carefree indulgence, yet the crown prince, this wretched schemer, busied himself with state affairs as his duty. While he had to contend with rivals, he had been assigned to investigate corrupt officials, but at least he remained in the capital. Others fared worse, being dispatched far from the capital by the crown prince. What kind of brother would turn against another for a woman? When the Anjouan prince departed, the facade of gentility nearly cracked. The only one spared from being dragged into servitude was young Master Rome. But even he had been subtly coerced by the crown prince regarding his broken engagement with the prime minister's daughter. Had young Master Rome not remained hidden within his residence, he too would have been ensnared by the crown prince's machinations. Regarding the new grain, the young prince declared, I will not allow myself to be enslaved. Should you persist, I will sever our ties. What are you saying, little prince? The crown prince calmly placed a piece of food into Fang Ruotang's bowl, gesturing for the wide-eyed girl, who was watching the exchange, to partake in the meal. Fang Ruotang took a bite, glancing between the two as they argued, finding it rather entertaining. The crown prince remained as steadfast as a mountain, while the young prince flared up like a startled chick. I will not budge. I am just a carefree individual. I thought you didn't want to assist Xiao Lu. I will not trouble you. The crown prince's pretense of hesitation was rather disingenuous. The young prince was not easily deceived. Yet Fang Ruotang's displeasure was evident. Did you not say you wanted to be my friend, that I could seek your help in times of need? Are you deceiving me? The crown prince lowered his gaze, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. The matter of new grain was of great significance. In the past, he would have taken the initiative, but now he preferred to remain in control from the capital. The young prince's expression faltered as he explained, No, you do not understand. The crown prince deliberately transferred us away from the capital. These tasks could easily have been assigned to others. The new grain is crucial. The crown prince trusts you, which is why you were chosen. Fang Ruotang regarded the young prince with disapproval. Such matters were precisely what the crown prince, a master strategist, would anticipate, even deliberately guiding Fang Ruotang to suggest that these individuals undertake the tasks. After all, Fang Ruotang had limited connections among officials, and even fewer she could trust. Unless the little mirror provided a list, the names she could recall were scarce. The crown prince subtly steered the conversation, ensuring Fang Ruotang would unwittingly fall into his trap. Moreover, with the endorsement of the little mirror, in Fang Ruotang's eyes, The 6 most capable individuals were indeed these 6. Xiao Lu required the people's faith. In addition to securing the new grain, it was essential to spread her good name along the way. This was not something she felt comfortable entrusting to others. If you are unwilling, I will think of another way. The crown prince's indifferent voice interjected at the right moment. Fang Ruotang puffed her cheeks, glaring at the young prince with indignation. What kind of person are you? She accused.
You deceived me.
Just days prior, when the crown prince had been preoccupied, the young prince had approached her, claiming he could accompany her in play. He could assist her as well, yet now he would not. The young prince took a deep breath, biting back his irritation as he shot a sarcastic smile at the crown prince. You are something else.
Then,
as if flipping a switch, he turned to Fang Ruotang, eager to appease. I had no idea this matter concerned you. Had I known, I would willingly leap through fire for it. Fang Ruotang's clear, bright eyes widened. Really? Will you go? Indeed. The young prince gritted his teeth, forcing a smile. Fang Ruotang, visibly delighted, smiled back at him and remarked, the little mirror mentioned that this power of belief greatly aids in the restoration of my spirit. Have I not told you all that my soul is incomplete? That is why I am not as clever as you. Once my spirit is restored, I shall surpass you all. She lifted her chin proudly, her face radiant with arrogance. The first part was directed at Fang Ruotang, while the latter addressed the crown prince. Just moments ago, within the palace, upon hearing Fang Ruotang's words, he contemplated assigning this matter to the young prince and young Master Rong, leaving others to handle it. Fearing they would not be sufficiently committed. Some matters, wise individuals need not elaborate upon. After the recent turmoil of heart and mind, apart from the temporarily absent General Hua, the circumstances of whom were unknown, everyone else who had crossed paths in the capital were undoubtedly united in their hopes for Fang Ruotang's well-being and would not engage in actions detrimental to her. The crown prince and the young prince both fixed their gazes on Fang Ruotang, while the young prince did not forget to unilaterally criticize the crown prince's character. The crown prince cast a disdainful glance at him, his demeanor indifferent. Although the young prince was accustomed to the crown prince's irritable temperament, he still found it amusing enough to provoke laughter. If you have the ability, do not delegate the task to me. The young prince raised an eyebrow. Really? You should speak with Xiao Lu yourself. He pointed at the crown prince, tilting his head and biting his teeth for a moment before huffing in frustration. Fine. I shall not hold it against you. The crown prince raised an eyebrow and scoffed. Suddenly, they found their path obstructed by 2 groups of people, and Fang Ruotang, holding a sugar figurine, observed the unexpectedly crowded street. The crown prince and the young prince quickly joined her side, while 6 concealed guards emerged from the shadows of the street, subtly encircling the 3 of them for protection. Fang Ruotang jumped up upon spotting the carriage, joyfully waving. Da Fu, Da Fu. Da Fu, hearing his name, looked around and immediately recognized Fang Ruotang, exclaiming in surprise, Miss Lu. Meanwhile, Fang Zhihui, riding ahead and negotiating with someone, did not hear, but Lei Pingting, who appeared ill inside the carriage, did. She lifted the carriage curtain and glanced around. Is Xiao Lu out? Second sister-in-law. Second sister-in-law. I'm here. Fang Ruotang cheerfully waved, moving forward in the crowd. Lei Pingting quickly dismounted the carriage, while Da Fu anxiously shouted, Madam, your health is fine. Hurry and bring Xiao Lu over. Don't let her get jostled. Lei Pingting's beautiful eyes focused intently on Fang Ruotang, with the crown prince and others safeguarding her. Fang Ruotang effortlessly approached Lei Pingting, her beaming smile slightly dimming. Second sister-in-law, are you unwell? You look so pale. Your second sister-in-law is not ill. She is pregnant, and the journey has caused her discomfort. Second sister-in-law, you're pregnant? Fang Ruotang exclaimed in delight, carefully assisting her and urging her to board the carriage. Upon mentioning the child in her womb, Lei Pingting's lips curved into a faint yet tender smile, her pale face softening. Your second brother is currently negotiating with someone. Which house is this? How rude. The encounter between carriages from 2 prominent families in the capital is a common occurrence, where one party yields to the other based on status. Since the Fang family's carriage did not yield, it indicated their superiority over the opposing family. It's from the left minister's estate of the censorate. No wonder. Why are they not yielding? Fang Ruotang anxiously peered ahead, Noticing her second brother and 5 men in discussion, their expressions hinting at an unpleasant argument. The left minister, being of the first rank, showed blatant disregard for the prime minister's estate, so surely the crown prince's intervention would not be unwarranted. Fang Ruotang's thoughts were blunt yet effective. Stepping forward, the crown prince faced the 5 sons of the left minister who had been obstinately refusing to budge, and they immediately parted ways, albeit with displeased expressions. Only then did Fang Ruotang notice the long line of carriages behind them. No wonder they were reluctant to yield, considering the many carriages laden with goods. Yet, their own side was not insignificant either. Second brother, Fang Ruotang called out, and Fang Zhihui promptly approached, his face alight with a smile as he looked at his beloved little cousin. "Why are you out alone? Did your elder sister and fourth sister not accompany you? I have heard rumors about you on the road. Is it true?" "Indeed, it is all true." Fang Ruotang nodded vigorously, her small face brimming with pride, her chin held high like a peacock displaying its feathers. "Our Xiao Lu is truly remarkable." Knowing the temperament of his little sister after years of care, Fang Zhihui naturally joined in her praise. "Have you recovered from your illness?" Hearing that his little sister had become the national master startled him at first, but upon learning about her miraculous pills, he had hoped for its truth, wishing for her health to be restored. A warm current flowed through Fang Zhihui's heart as he reached out to pat Fang Ruotang's head. "Our Xiao Lu is truly exceptional. I thank you in advance." "Not at all." Fang Ruotang beamed. "Now that your second sister-in-law is pregnant, will using the cleansing marrow pill be too much for her? If she endures it, the child may be gifted, but if she cannot, the child may be lost. The agony of cleansing marrow is not something an ordinary person can withstand. Otherwise, Fang Ruotang would not have refrained from using it until now. Of course, whether she used it or not was inconsequential, as this body was not her original form. Thus, when the little mirror noticed her distress, it refrained from further persuasion. "Is that so? What should be done then? If second brother undergoes the cleansing marrow, and it allows him to channel energy into his body, how will their lifespans differ? How can they grow old together? You can allow your second sister-in-law to decide for herself, or perhaps wait until after the child is born to take it. A year's time is not critical."
Oh.
"That makes sense," Fang Ruotang exclaimed joyfully, whispering to Lei Pingting. Lei Pingting smiled gently, her lips curving as she listened to Fang Ruotang speak. In such moments, she felt exceptionally fortunate to be married into such a harmonious family. "Second sister-in-law, you look unwell. Let us wait for you in the carriage." Fang Ruotang, a bit concerned for Lei Pingting, wanted to ask the little mirror for pills. Feeling somewhat reassured, Fang Ruotang followed Lei Pingting to the carriage, not forgetting to inform the crown prince. He nodded, while the young prince leaned in, eager to say more. "Got it. You ungrateful wretch," the young prince muttered under his breath. The crown prince shot him a glance, scoffing lightly. "She only knows you exist." The two lingered for a while, waiting for the opposing party to retreat before the prime minister's carriage moved towards the palace. Once aboard, Fang Ruotang eagerly handed the cleansing marrow pill to Lei Pingting. "Second sister-in-law, this is for you." Observing Lei Pingting's somewhat haggard visage due to her pregnancy, Fang Ruotang reminded her of the timing for consumption and the pain of cleansing marrow. As Lei Pingting was the daughter of a military general, Fang Ruotang believed she could endure the agony, which is why she had prepared it early. Lei Pingting was quite aware of her own body. Despite her pale complexion from the taxing journey, she felt no abdominal pain, indicating the child's stability. "Is there a significant difference in the child born if the cleansing marrow pill is used?" Lei Pingting pondered aloud. "Of course. After cleansing the marrow, one can achieve an extraordinary memory, able to remember complicated ancient texts after just a couple of readings. In martial arts, one's innate talent flourishes, allowing one to surpass ordinary practitioners who have labored for years within mere months." Fang Ruotang held considerable authority on the matter. After all, with Li Shiyan around, it was clear, though gifted, even the less talented Qiao Yuandai vastly outstripped the average person. "Is using it during pregnancy likely to protect the child?" Lei Pingting asked, prompting Fang Ruotang to swiftly consult the little mirror. "In early pregnancy, it's about a 50-50 chance. However, once the fetus is stable after 3 months, there are hardly any issues. After all, the process of washing the marrow is primarily aimed at enhancing one's constitution and does not harm the body. It is merely the process that is somewhat painful. Did your third sister not endure it as well?
Indeed.
The third sister's constitution is not as strong as that of the second sister-in-law. Fang Ruotang recounted the words of the little mirror verbatim to Lei Pingting, concluding with, "When you take it, let me know. I will watch over you, and even if something goes awry, I can protect both you and the little nephew." Fang Ruotang was not exaggerating. She had already astutely discerned the secrets of the little mirror, which held a divine status in their world, possessing boundless capabilities. Her assertion was met with the little mirror's tacit approval, instilling a sense of certainty. The next day, the family joyfully enjoyed a meal together, after which Fang Jia also took the marrow cleansing pill. Those who had witnessed the scene previously kept their distance. Lei Pingting had initially wished to observe the suffering, but the foul odor proved too overwhelming for a pregnant woman, and she fled almost instantly.
It was terrifying.
She felt fortunate to have heeded Fang Ruotang's advice to prevent Fang Ziya from using the medicine in their courtyard. Otherwise, it would have become uninhabitable. Fang Ziya, having practiced martial arts from a young age, was resilient. Once Lei Pingting distanced herself to avoid the stench, she could no longer hear any sounds. When she next saw Fang Jia, her eyes widened in astonishment. As a fellow martial artist, she could discern the differences in Fang Jia's demeanor, which was evidently distinct from before. Fang Jia clenched her fists, her face alight with excitement. How wondrous! Lei Pingting circled around her, wishing fervently for the month of March to arrive soon, so she too could undergo transformation. When Fang Jia arrived at the training grounds to practice her punches, Fang Ruotang presented the martial arts manual, and at that moment, Lei Pingting's eagerness peaked. Though she had initially been thrilled about her pregnancy, she could not help but think that it would be better if the child arrived 2 or 3 months later. It was a pity that Fang Jia did not possess a singular spiritual root, but was a dual root of water and thunder, which was still remarkable, allowing her to cultivate thunder-based techniques. Fang Jia toyed with a small bamboo slip in her hands, her eyes brimming with interest. Second brother, practice diligently. The world will undergo great changes, and only by becoming strong can you protect our family. I will, Fang Jia promised. Given that their grandfather was the head of the civil officials, his sons faced limitations in their advancement within the court, so they focused on achieving merits in distant lands. Sixth Miss, there are guests visiting. The madam requests your presence, a young maid announced. Fang Ruotang pointed at herself in surprise. Me? My aunt wants me to receive guests? She was astonished, as she had never been tasked with such duties before. After a night's rest, Lei Pingting's complexion had regained some color. Looking at her innocent and lively sister-in-law, she could not help but smile. Your mother has called for you, likely because the visitor wishes to see you. I will accompany you to find out.
All right.
Fang Ruotang was not intimidated. After all, she was someone capable of offering guidance in court matters. She merely found it curious that the person seeking her audience was someone her aunt typically refused. The two women arrived in the main hall, where towering gift boxes immediately caught their eye. A beautiful woman then stood to greet Fang Ruotang, smiling warmly. Fang Ruotang waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No need for excessive formalities." The woman promptly rose and introduced herself, cautiously flattering. Yesterday, we welcomed home my recently widowed sister-in-law. My husband, feeling sympathetic towards her frail condition, had an altercation with the chancellor's carriage on the street. I hope the national master will forgive us. Fang Ruotang did not regard the previous day's incident between the two households with much concern, but seeing the woman so meticulously apologizing and bringing significant gifts, she decided to clarify matters, lest the other party remain anxious. Such overt obsequiousness was all too apparent. Fang Ruotang was accustomed to such situations, and although a flicker of surprise passed through Lei Pingting's eyes, she quickly understood given her sister-in-law's newfound aura and the crown prince's personal intervention the previous day. Regardless of the circumstances, the left minister's residence needed to display its stance. This divorced sister-in-law of the left minister is remarkable, almost as if she has stepped out of a beloved character in a story. Beloved character? Oh, doesn't that sound like me? My mother and aunt have always said I am the most cherished little darling in the household, and my brothers and sisters also call me their most beloved little sister. Fang Ruotang beamed, sharing a smile with Wan Shi, feeling a kinship with them. Wan Shi paused at the mention of a cherished figure. Then, upon seeing Fang Ruotang smile at her, managed a forced grin, unable to voice that she did not particularly favor the returning sister-in-law. As the eldest daughter-in-law of the left minister's residence, she had entered the household early, and her sister-in-law had been quite troublesome during her youth. Even after marriage, she remained a source of concern, and now upon returning home, the situation was uncertain. Unlike you, his 5 brothers blindly dote on their sister, paving the way for her with their wives' blood. Her 5 sisters-in-law have suffered greatly, with some captured and sullied, their families destroyed, and others banished or even worse fates. Fang Ruotang was left astounded, her smile frozen on her face. Wan Shi, standing opposite her, turned pale, her lips quivering, at a loss for words. But what had she just heard? Why? Fang Ruotang stammered, her teeth chattering. Because Renlingshan is a beloved character. No, that's not right. It's not like that for me. I'm also cherished in my family, yet I don't act like that. When my second brother treats me well, I treat my second sister-in-law even better. How could I harm her? Second brother would be so heartbroken. Fang Ruotang exclaimed, bewildered. Lei Pingting was left dumbfounded. She recognized Fang Ruotang as the darling of the household, for since her marriage, she too had been drawn to pamper this little sister-in-law. Any good things were delivered to her first, not to mention the clothing and jewelry purchased for the household. Even gifts from her own family were promptly sent to Fang Ruotang's courtyard. Yet, she never thought much of it, as Fang Ruotang deserved it. When she first married into the chancellor's residence, she felt apprehensive, but this little sister-in-law, despite her frail health, was like a ray of sunshine, quickly helping her acclimate to the household and establish her footing. In a sense, Fang Ruotang's fondness for her had endeared her to everyone in the residence. Her husband, Fang Zia, also grew close to her quickly as they found common ground, building a bridge of understanding between the two who were initially brought together by a matchmaker. Their bond was not born from instant love at first sight, but developed through the opportunity to discover each other's admirable qualities. Which is why Lei Pingting chose not to speak, but instead expressed her sentiments through her actions. The eldest brother, divorce her. Wan clenched her teeth in silence, fearing that she might burst into tears or lose her sanity. Your household welcomed a calamity yesterday. If you wish to avoid turmoil, it would be prudent to send this disaster far away. How could that be possible? Even if I divorced her, I could never rid myself of Renlingshan. The mirror shattered Fang Ruotang's naive words. The Prime Minister's residence cherished Fang Ruotang for her frail and obedient nature, deserving of affection from all.
Yet,
the left minister's household lavished an almost boundless affection on Renlingshan, simply because their lineage had not seen a daughter for 3 generations. And she was the long-awaited daughter born after 5 sons. However, it was perplexing to claim that they favored their daughter, as Wan's own children received no such affection. All the love within the family was directed towards Renlingshan, yet she was poorly raised, resulting in her selfish and capricious demeanor. Perhaps you should request a divorce yourself.
take your daughter with you.
Otherwise, you will perish and your daughter will be sold. Your family will be implicated, facing annihilation. Think it over, Fang Ruotang bluntly informed Wan. Taking a deep breath, Wan suddenly knelt before Fang Ruotang, who stepped back in alarm but immediately rushed forward to assist her upright. Wan grasped Fang Ruotang's small hand, her eyes reddened with gratitude. Thank you, esteemed national master. Your kindness is unforgettable. No need for thanks. Just focus on living well, Fang Ruotang replied with a sympathetic expression, helping her to her feet. Xu pondered the situation regarding Renlingshan with disbelief. I once thought she was quite a charming girl, so innocent and pure. Although Xu was considerably older and had never played with Renlingshan, she had witnessed the young girl during matchmaking discussions. She recalled Renlingshan's delightful appearance, her smile lighting up her face with dimples, never suspecting her true nature could be so dreadful. Indeed, my family was considering a match between my younger brother and her. Cui interjected, feeling a shiver of apprehension. My family too, Xu replied. Ren Lingshan had a good reputation in her early years. The left minister's household was prestigious, and her 5 elder brothers were all exceptional, making her a preferred match for many. Thankfully, that marriage never materialized. Marrying her would have spelled disaster for anyone involved. Chui remarked with relief, "I must write a letter to my family, alerting them to this situation." They could not allow their families to be deceived. Although they had no eligible sons, they feared their mothers might take it upon themselves to act as matchmakers, which would be disastrous. "I shall write a letter too." Lei Pingting chimed in, eager to join the conversation. Although her family resided far from the capital, making a union with Ren Lingshan impossible, her mother enjoyed gossip. And sharing this news would be entertaining. "I'll inform my sisters about Fang Ruotang's background. After all, we are family, and such news must be shared." She narrowly escaped a slap, but could not avoid the family's accusations. In a moment of madness, she revealed everything Fang Ruotang had said about Ren Lingshan being a calamity. Which woman could calmly face such a dire fate, especially with her family utterly extinguished? The other 4 sisters-in-law initially offered counsel, but one recounted their fates, each one ending tragically, which stirred up a hornet's nest. When I went to apologize, I heard Ren Lingshan's insinuations. "And you all think I am the one who cannot accept her returning home," prompting me to the Prime Minister's residence to apologize. "How can you be so capable?" one exclaimed, grabbing a vase from the hall and hurling it at the feet of Ren's family. "And you've been a troublemaker since childhood. After marrying into the Ren family, how much hardship have you endured? You even caused the loss of your first child through deliberate actions. And instead of teaching her a lesson, you blame me for not protecting the child. Alas, I lost only one child, yet she was the one who suffered the fright. Such a pity, such a tragedy." Wan's tone dripped with sarcasm. The other 4 sisters-in-law shared her resentment, except for the 5th sister-in-law, who had only married into the Ren household after Ren Lingshan had left. The others had heard whispers of her infamy, but had never confronted her directly. It was only when the 3rd sister-in-law, still recovering from childbirth, had to plead for her to enter the household that the chaos had reached this point. Even that sister had not fared well, receiving multiple rebukes from her husband and family. "You are pregnant, yet do not consider the well-being of your child nor inform us. Instead, you expect us to shoulder the blame for your loss? You should reflect on how many years you have been married and how many people reside in our household. If it were not for the need to accommodate so many, who would occupy your old courtyard?" Ren Lingshan's courtyard was the finest in the residence, but as the family grew, it became untenable. Her daughter was also growing older and had only recently moved in. Previously, the courtyard had remained vacant for Ren Lingshan, but now it had become the reason for her family's grievances, a terrifying notion indeed. "I state this clearly, either your family sends this calamity away, or I shall divorce and return home," one declared with fierce resolve, unwilling to remain in such a toxic environment. Ren Lingshan let out a cold laugh. "If you wish to leave, then go. Do you think anyone would want to keep you here? What are you, to drive me from my home?" With an air of arrogance, Ren Lingshan looked down at Wan, defiantly proclaiming, "Elder brother, divorce her. If she wishes to leave, I shall not grant her wish." Ren's elder brother did not genuinely want a divorce. After all, not only was the Wan family's power comparable to his own, but one had committed no wrong over the years. "Elder brother, why are you silent? You wouldn't hesitate, would you?" Ren Lingshan twisted her brother's arm playfully. The elder brother's affection for Ren Lingshan was ingrained, and he quickly turned to Wan, urging, "You must apologize to my sister and seek her forgiveness." The light in Wan's eyes dimmed instantly. Initially hopeful that her husband would understand and protect her and their daughter like a sturdy tree, she soon realized her hopes were misplaced. What do you mean I should apologize? What wrong have I committed? If you wish to divorce me, so be it. I would rather be divorced than endure this foul atmosphere. I am eager to witness what fate awaits your family with such a poisonous woman among you." Wan's resolve was unwavering, leaving no room for negotiation. Although the remaining 4 sisters-in-law did not immediately join the fray, they privately conferred. The eldest sister-in-law, always the most decorous, found it unacceptable that matters had escalated to this point, suggesting they must have received distressing news from the national master. "Our fates may mirror hers," she warned. "I have already sent a letter to my family, urging them to ascertain the national master's opinions. He is kind-hearted, and when faced with such matters, he will speak directly. I too have sent a letter, the others chimed in, each following suit. As their families received the news, they promptly took action. After days of serving alongside Fang Ruotang, their families wasted no time in preparing gifts to seek counsel. Before departing, they ensured to reprimand their respective husbands. The Ren family, prominent and well-connected, found the situation spiraling out of control, akin to a plague spreading through the capital, leaving all astonished and unable to believe the absurdity of it all. Who would ever imagine that someone would abandon their wife to a den of beggars for the sake of pleasing a sister? And who could fathom that a wife, having borne 2 legitimate sons, would be cast into a military camp for amusement? It was utterly heartless, for even if one did not value the wife, one should consider the dignity of the legitimate sons. Ultimately, the matter escalated to the Grand Hall, where the 5 relatives of the Ren family beseeched the emperor to take a stand. The emperor, having received wind of the situation beforehand, felt a heavy burden. He dreaded the prospect of having to adjudicate these trivial disputes. Yet, he was unable to evade the raucous outcry from the 5 relatives who vehemently condemned the Ren household. Facing such an onslaught, the Ren family could not possibly hold their ground, yet they obstinately refused to acknowledge any wrongdoing, as the events in question had never truly transpired. Seated in the high position, Fang Ruotang was thoroughly exasperated with Ren Lingshan, for she too was a favored one within the family, and felt that Ren Lingshan had sullied the very meaning of the term. This situation made her hesitant to consider herself a beloved member of the household. Previously, she had reveled in the affection lavished upon her by her family, but now she felt that this love had taken on an unsightly hue due to Ren Lingshan's presence. Master Guesher, what is your perspective on this matter? The emperor tossed the conundrum towards Fang Ruotang. With an eye roll, she retorted, what do you expect me to say? I can only observe with my 2 eyes. They wish for me to make a decision. What do you believe should be done, Master Guesher? The emperor asked, his demeanor overly solicitous. Having acquired the skills from Fang Ruotang, he was now reluctant to govern, yearning instead to pass the throne to the crown prince. However, the crown prince was unwilling to accept the position, leaving him to endure the tediousness of court affairs, including the trivial matters concerning his minister's offspring. Fang Ruotang requested a review of the connections related to the left minister's household. It appeared that Minister Run held no damning evidence against him, as he was a loyal servant of the emperor. As for the 5 sons in the family, each had their own accomplishments and were not guilty of any crimes. The entire household was, at present, a commendable ally to the emperor and a well-regarded official among the populace. Yet, when it came to Ren Lingshan, their minds seemed clouded, as if obstructed. Most crucially, Ren Lingshan's previous mischief had only affected her own family, causing harm solely to her kin. The true extent of her potential had yet to be revealed. Wait, the time is not yet ripe, Fang Ruotang cryptically remarked. How long until Ren Lingshan encounters the Prince of Shizhou? According to the original timeline, the 2 have already crossed paths. The prince, injured, sought refuge in her courtyard, where she offered him care. It was only later that her husband discovered this and met an untimely demise. And the child within her is indeed her husband's, though she intends to terminate the pregnancy and seek an opportunity to marry the Prince of Shizhou. Fang Ruotang cast a troubled glance towards Minister Ren, who was utterly bewildered. He had not been privy to this information from his youngest daughter. He was aware of his son-in-law's untimely death, but had no inkling of any connection to his daughter. So, Minister Ren would ultimately betray our Daong to support his daughter in becoming the Prince of Shizhou's consort? Fang Ruotang scrutinized him closely. A cold sweat broke out on Minister Ren's back as other court officials began to calm down. The forthcoming revelations would determine the fate of the Ren family. Not quite. Minister Ren is fiercely loyal to the current emperor. By the time he learned of this affair, his 5 daughters-in-law had already met tragic ends. At that time, the crown prince was in power, and to protect his youngest daughter's life, Minister Ren sent her to Shizhou. When the capital fell, he sacrificed himself for the nation. This revelation left Fang Ruotang's mind in a quandary. She turned to the crown prince for assistance. Understanding her plight, he stepped forward and leaned in. As she whispered the details concerning Minister Ren, noticing her furrowed brow and worried expression, he gently reassured her from afar. You need not concern yourself with this. It is merely a trivial matter for them to resolve amongst themselves. The crown prince had no intention of indulging such trivialities. He promptly reprimanded Minister Ren and ordered him to send his daughter back to her husband at once. Minister Ren, taken aback, questioned, "Do you dare defy the imperial decree?" The crown prince's expression darkened, the weight of imperial authority pressing down on him. Though this was not something the crown prince should have uttered, the emperor's silence indicated tacit approval. Minister Ren's face turned ashen. Upon realizing that his daughter might bring ruin to her 5 sisters-in-law, he had foreseen her precarious future.
Now,
With the involvement of his son-in-law's life, the situation had escalated further. His daughter had audaciously entangled herself with the Prince of Shizhou. Previously, he had hesitated to believe that his daughter's rebellious nature could lead to such dire consequences for her sisters-in-law. It was only upon learning of the Prince of Shizhou that he grasped the full implications. The 5 sisters-in-law were merely pawns in a larger game. Their family's destruction the ultimate aim. Chapter 52. Encountering the flirtatious elder sister after the court session, Fang Ruotang gazed at the crown prince. Knowing that the Prince of Shizhou was in Daeong, how could one not devise a plan to capture and eliminate him? Moreover, this man was akin to a venomous serpent. Without his support, Ren Lingshan, no matter how favored, could not possibly possess the capability to annihilate her 5 sisters-in-law's family. Having grown up in the depths of the palace, the crown prince never underestimated a woman's capabilities, especially those driven mad by love, who disregarded the lives of their kin. The repercussions of such fervor could scarcely be imagined, as exemplified by Ren Lingshan in the original timeline. "There's no need for me to accompany you. You continue with your affairs. I can seek my own amusement," Fang Ruotang remarked, reflecting the habits formed over the past few days. Currently, every official in the court was overwhelmed with work, scarcely finding time for rest. They were busy reforming governance, sowing new crops, conducting population surveys, suppressing land consolidation, and alleviating the aftermath of the floods in Jiangnan, among other pressing matters, all occurring simultaneously. In addition to internal issues within Daeong, spies from Bailiang and Shizhou were emerging like mushrooms after rain, launching wave after wave of attacks. As far as she knew, the Prince of N, who held no official title, had been entrusted with significant responsibilities, leading a team to investigate the major family strongholds and clandestinely assess population and land conditions. Given the Prince of N's noble status, he was incomparable to ordinary officials. This mission, though labeled as a secret investigation, included officials from the prominent families. With Fang Ruotang as a formidable asset, the various families, rather than resisting, were eager to cooperate, even if it meant parting with a portion of their wealth to ensure their safety. For the first time, the once mighty families lowered their pride to collaborate willingly, making the Prince of An's tasks remarkably manageable. Otherwise, he would have nearly lost his usual composure before departing the capital. However, since the crown prince spoke with authority and the mission was genuinely for the nation and its people, the Prince of An could only grit his teeth and proceed. It was rumored that a theater troupe from Jiangnan had been performing at the Spring Garden for several days, garnering positive feedback. "You should enjoy it. I have secured tickets for tomorrow's afternoon performance." "A theater troupe from Jiangnan? Excellent. Let us attend tomorrow. May I invite my sisters to join us?" "That is entirely your decision. For tomorrow's afternoon performance, it will only be the 2 of us, but feel free to invite a few friends along for entertainment." Having recently survived an assassination attempt, the crown prince was cautious, even reluctant to take Fang Ruotang to crowded places. He relished her carefree demeanor, which made the world's trouble seem trivial and inconsequential. At present, the emperor was preoccupied with few matters, essentially leaving the governance in the hands of the crown prince. With a singular focus on his cultivation, the emperor was aware that, following the resurgence of spiritual energy, power was paramount. Hence, no one questioned his apparent detachment from worldly power. In their world, it was essential to have a few formidable figures to prevent being preyed upon once the gates were opened. Furthermore, the emperor, possessing remarkable talent and a dual spirit root like Fang Ji, had covertly aspired to attain immortality. Now that he saw an opportunity, he was unlikely to cling to earthly power, swiftly delegating authority to the crown prince and entrusting him with the responsibilities of governance. "Elder sister, what are you 2 doing?" Fang Ruotang inquired with wide, expressive eyes, curiously observing Yusheng, who was not supposed to be in the backyard. The two were standing quite close, with Yusheng's cheeks flushed red and beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Startled by Fang Ruotang's sudden appearance, Fang Xingtang nearly stumbled backward. But Yusheng swiftly caught her in his arms. They are flirting.
What?
They were rubbing their feet. Fang Ruotang's gaze immediately shifted to Fang Xingtang's small feet, obscured by her long skirt, but her keen eyes caught sight of the stockings beside her. Wow, she silently marveled. Fang Xingtang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, as if she could sink into the ground. She gently nudged Yusheng's chest, but the fool seemed as immovable as iron, stubbornly holding on. You have an injury, Yusheng explained in a deep voice, yet he refused to let go. Fang Xingtang bit her lower lip, casting a playful glare at Yusheng. After all, they had been massaging each other's feet for quite some time. How could he not know if she was hurt? Yusheng's handsome face flushed crimson as he turned his head away, unable to bear looking at the captivating young lady any longer, yet his arms tightened around her instinctively.
Miss.
You smell so delightful. The enchanting fragrance wafted directly to his nose, and he adored the way she had looked at him just moments ago. He felt as if his chest might burst from the intensity of his emotions. No wonder I didn't see a maid around. Am I interrupting something between the elder sister and Yusheng? Should I leave? Fang Ruotang muttered to herself, lifting her skirt and tiptoeing backward. Fang Xingtang, amused yet no longer feeling embarrassed, realized that in front of her sister, there could be no secrets. Stop right there. Fang Xingtang called out to Fang Ruotang, then patted Yusheng's chest, forcing herself to maintain her composure. Let me go first. Yusheng, towering in stature, made Fang Xingtang appear exceptionally petite in his embrace. He looked at her, and then at the stockings nearby. Suddenly, he bent down, lifting her effortlessly and placing her onto a nearby chair. He swiftly took hold of her delicate, pale foot, slipping the stockings back on and adorning her with embroidered shoes, his movements fluid and practiced. Your elder sister has already confided in Yusheng, the little mirror remarked with a hint of discontent. She told him of her extraordinary lineage and her desire to be with him. Let her say what she wishes. My elder sister has always been forthright. Such a decision is only natural. Besides, marriage is a matter of mutual interest. Otherwise, why do we not see women marrying beggars or young masters marrying plain girls? If a person lacks any remarkable qualities, why would another seek to marry them? Some pursue talent, others power, and some beauty, each with their own desires. No one is inherently superior or inferior. Fang Ruotang had 3 eligible sisters, and she had heard this simple truth more than once, finding it quite reasonable. Fang Xingtang knew that Yusheng could not hear her thoughts, but instinctively glanced at him. His gaze remained fixed upon her, and upon meeting her eyes, he immediately leaned forward, awaiting her command, as if to him, nothing else in the world existed apart from her. A tremor ran through Fang Xingtang's heart. In just a few short days, she had developed genuine feelings for him. Coming from a prestigious background, she was accustomed to proud and arrogant young masters. All she had ever sought was mutual respect.
Now,
being cherished like a precious gem by a man, Fang Xingtang's heart burned with warmth. During quiet nights, when she reminisced about Yusheng's gaze, she found herself lost in thought, contemplating that even if he did not possess an extraordinary background, his sincerity was worthy of her regard. As for revealing the truth to Yusheng, it was a calculated strategy devised by the Cui family and Fang Xingtang. She intended to candidly inform Yusheng that she treated him differently because of his remarkable lineage, amplifying his desires for her and inciting his ambitions to possess her. However, she understood that the realms of immortals and mortals were distinct. When he returned to his rightful place, her schemes would be transparent to him. Rather than obstructing him, she would rather guide him. What's the matter? Fang Xingtang quickly composed herself, and when she spoke again, her face, though still flushed, betrayed no other emotions. Fang Ruotang's large eyes flitted between Fang Xingtang and Yusheng before she approached with a smile. Big sister. The Crown Prince has arranged for a performance at Chuanry Garden tomorrow afternoon and said I could invite some friends. You know I lack experience, so I came to seek your assistance. Chuanry Garden? The theater troupe that just arrived from Jiangnan? You know about it, big sister? Yes, I've heard. She had been confined at home these past few days, receiving countless invitations. Whether sincere or not, she had no desire to differentiate. Whether they wished to connect with Xiao Lu through her or entice Yuxing, she preferred to dismiss them outright. Very well, have Ingchun invite the second young mistress. The third miss and the fourth miss over, Fang Xingtang instructed Yuxing to summon them. Then, she beckoned Fang Ruotang to come closer and explained, in recent days, we've received no fewer than 100 invitations. Nearly every family in the capital wishes to connect with you through us. Some families we can afford to disregard. But there are also many of equal standing whom we cannot simply dismiss. When everyone arrives, we shall carefully select a few to send invitations to. The Prime Minister's residence held significant power and Fang Ruotang was the national teacher, but they were not solitary wolves. Everyone knew that one could not see Fang Ruotang without expecting some benefit in return. Repeated invitations and rejections might inevitably offend people. And while the Prime Minister's residence was not currently fearful, it was unnecessary to act carelessly. All right, Fang Ruotang happily agreed. In truth, she rather enjoyed the lively atmosphere. Especially since when there were many people around, she could watch the performance. Then send someone to speak with the Crown Prince about our intentions, and, if possible, extend the invitations. No need to ask, it will certainly be fine. The Crown Prince is merely concerned that I might become bored and encouraged me to invite others to join. Fang Xingtang insisted that Fang Ruotang inquire about it. After all, the Crown Prince was fully responsible for Fang Ruotang's safety, and the difference between inviting 3 to 5 friends and 30 to 50 was quite significant. All right, Fang Ruotang called out, and just as she finished her sentence, a figure dressed in black appeared, obediently disappearing upon receiving the command. With 4 individuals, each having a few close connections, it would be a considerable gathering. Since Fang Ruotang herself had few friends, she decided to call upon Li Shiyun, asking her to invite Madame Li to watch the performance tomorrow. After all, it had been some time since the mother and daughter had seen each other since leaving the Li residence. For Qiao Yuedi, Fang Ruotang also sent an invitation. Although there was a significant age gap between them, making it unlikely they would play together, Qiao Yuedi had visited the Prime Minister's residence frequently, resembling a devoted follower. Beyond these two, Fang Ruotang pondered whom else to invite and decided to send invitations to her cousins. These invitations comprised individuals she genuinely wished to invite, and the Crown Prince had no reason to object, so she sent a maid to deliver them. The next day after court, while it was still early, Fang Ruotang accompanied the Crown Prince to the Eastern Palace for a meal, after which she changed into a beautiful shimmering outfit. When the time approached, the Crown Prince lifted his head from his paperwork, donning a black robe with golden embroidery. At first glance, their attire seemed distinct, but upon closer inspection, one would notice that the embroidery on the Crown Prince's collar matched the floral patterns on Fang Ruotang's sleeves, subtle yet proclaiming their connection. When they arrived at Chuanri Garden, the stage had not yet begun, but the garden was already abuzz with excitement. Upon their arrival, everyone rose to greet them. The Crown Prince, with an air of composure, gestured for everyone to rise and led Fang Ruotang to the center table, the one with the best view. It was Fang Ruotang's first banquet, and she felt a rush of excitement, pondering whether she should say a few words to welcome the guests. However, with a mere gesture from the Crown Prince, the performance began, leaving her no choice but to focus intently on the show. The performance was splendid, explaining its swift rise to fame in the capital. Yet Fang Ruotang was not one to remain quiet. With the little mirror teasing her, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Is it true? The young lady from the Pingxi Bo residence is indeed destined for great fortune?" Fang Ruotang, once a frail and reclusive figure, had heard whispers that when Renya of the Pingxi Bo mansion was a harbinger of misfortune. Both when Renya and her mother suddenly stiffened. The Prime Minister's residence had not issued a notice to the Pingxi Bo mansion, and their presence today was secured through a hefty bribe to gain access via another's invitation. Although their intention was to discreetly inquire if the national master had any means to alter when Renya's fate, they never anticipated that they would directly capture her attention. Indeed, as long as she sincerely prayed and bestowed blessings upon others, the recipient would easily achieve their desires under her auspices. However, it was imperative that the recipient engaged in virtuous deeds, otherwise, the good fortune could backfire. Unbeknownst to others, when Renya silently wished for the well-being of those close to her, which ironically led to their misfortunes. She was not a harbinger of doom, but rather possessed a unique fate endowed with the power of blessings. Such a miraculous fate exists? Fang Ruotang's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she eagerly inquired, what if we wish for her blessings to ensure the smooth evolution of the heavenly path? Do you wish for her demise? Came the swift retort.
Ah?
To have her, a mere mortal, influence the evolution of a realm's heavenly path, do you not desire her death? Fang Ruotang promptly silenced herself, ceasing further discussion with a small mirror, and gestured for Renya to approach. The 15-year-old girl, with her youthful apple-like visage, nervously stepped forward under her mother's encouragement and whispered a greeting. National Master, I hope you are well. Fang Ruotang returned a friendly smile and began with her customary phrase before continuing. Your abilities are rather unique. Use them wisely. If they fall into the hands of malevolent individuals, the consequences could be dire. And remember, after bestowing blessings, remind the recipient to engage in good deeds, such as providing porridge to the impoverished. Do you understand? When Renya gazed at Fang Ruotang with admiration, realizing that despite being only a year her senior, Fang Ruotang possessed far greater wisdom. National Master, may I stay by your side to serve you? She impulsively blurted out, her cheeks flushing crimson. She recalled her mother's wistful thoughts about Li Shiyan being allowed to remain beside the National Master, wishing for the same fortune. Fang Ruotang was somewhat taken aback. You wish to serve me? There is no need. Your unique fate does not require my protection. You will thrive on your own. When Renya's face flushed with embarrassment as Fang Ruotang seemed to see through her feelings. Her mother had mentioned the desire to serve the National Master, naturally for the sake of protection, making her feel like a person with ulterior motives. If you do not find me distasteful, you may keep her. The Crown Prince suddenly whispered, so only Fang Ruotang could hear. Fang Ruotang blinked in confusion but, trusting the Crown Prince, did not press for further clarification. Instead, she replied,
If you are willing, you may stay.
When Renya immediately cast aside her discomfort, exclaiming excitedly, I am willing. Fang Ruotang chuckled, You are truly adorable. When Renya shyly pressed her lips together, recognizing it was best not to linger and disrupt further. The Crown Prince had already secured land on the outskirts of the city and would soon commence the establishment of a sect. In time, you will be the master of our sect, and when you encounter talented disciples, you may take them under your wing.
Ah?
I will be the master? Fang Ruotang was taken aback, then incredulously asked, Shouldn't that role belong to the Emperor? Is there anyone else more qualified than you? The Crown Prince responded, My father has no objections. He prefers to avoid mundane matters, merely wishing to be a nominal elder. Fang Ruotang was flabbergasted. But I have never expressed a desire to manage such affairs. You have me. I will assist you, the Crown Prince reassured, gently grasping her small hand before releasing it. Very well. I shall entertain the notion of establishing a sect, the small mirror encouraged. Fang Ruotang remained skeptical. Are you certain I need not do anything? None at all. The Crown Prince guaranteed. Reluctantly, Fang Ruotang acquiesced, her excitement bubbling forth. Then can I choose whoever I wish to recruit? Can I bring my sisters into the sect? The Crown Prince raised an eyebrow, his normally stoic demeanor brightening with animation. Of course. How could that not be permissible? After all, aside from the exceptionally talented Li Shiyan and the most powerful emperor, few could rival Fang Ruotang among her siblings. Regardless of talent, all her siblings possessed the qualifications to cultivate, undoubtedly surpassing ordinary folk. What shall we name our sect? Fang Ruotang's interest peaked, momentarily forgetting the play. The Crown Prince, his eyes filled with delight at Fang Ruotang's joyous expression, replied, You are the master. You may name it as you wish.
Me?
Fang Ruotang tilted her head, pondering before uncertainly suggesting, How about Tiani sect? It implies being the foremost sect in the world. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. It sounds promising, the Crown Prince affirmed.
Fang Ruotang beamed. Tiani sect. Splendid.
It sounds formidable. Your happiness is all that matters, the Crown Prince replied, adopting a playful demeanor that left onlookers astonished. They never expected the Crown Prince could display such a side, and envy filled them. They longed to assume his position. Imagining the myriad of benefits of being the National Master's favored attendant, the Crown Prince chuckled, How dare you mere mortals covet? As the performance concluded, The fruits before Fang Ruotang had nearly vanished. The crown prince glanced at the empty plates and then at her flat stomach. I have ordered a feast from Jinxiu Tower. It will arrive shortly. You should refrain from snacking too much. Are those my favorite dishes? She inquired eagerly. Every single one, he confirmed. Satisfied. Fang Ruotang clapped her hands to rid them of crumbs. The crown prince retrieved a handkerchief, first wiping the corner of her mouth, then tenderly taking her small hand to carefully clean it. Their intimate gestures caught the attention of those present, yet Fang Ruotang remained oblivious to the significance. In her eyes, the crown prince's attentiveness was akin to that of her attendants, Tao Hong and Xing Bai, who also served her during meals. Drink some water, he urged, pouring hot tea into her cup. Noticing her fidgeting and glancing about, eager to socialize with others, he finally relented. Go play. At his words, Fang Ruotang dashed towards her sisters, a liberated spirit. The crown prince watched her with a smile, his eyes betraying his affection. She appeared naive. Though on the surface she seemed mature, yet, in their interactions, he found her childlike innocence captivating, making it difficult for him to act upon his desires. Amidst the group of sisters, a young woman whom Fang Ruotang did not recognize stood out. Dressed in a vibrant green gown, she appeared to be around 17 or 18. Her figure graceful and her beauty striking. National Master, it is a pleasure to meet you. I humbly present this token of my esteem. I hope you will not find it lacking, the young woman said, offering a brocade box containing a palm-sized red jade stone, its color pure, with what appeared to be a liquid glimmering within. Who might she be? Fang Ruotang asked, hesitant to accept the gift as she sought guidance from the small mirror. The mirror's response came swiftly, the only daughter of the wealthiest man in Jiangnan. Had the third prince not encountered misfortune, she would have already been wed to him, as a concubine. Fang Ruotang grimaced, realizing the third prince was not a commendable figure, though he had entangled himself in many affairs. She is the sole daughter of Jin Wanguan, who feared that, should he pass, his family would seize his fortune. Thus, he arranged this marriage, risking everything for her sake, the mirror explained. Fang Ruotang remarked, Jin Wanguan's judgment leaves much to be desired. Chapter 055. Accepting the wealth of the Jin family in the original timeline, Jin Wuyo married into the prince's residence, bringing with her all her wealth. However, despite the financial backing, the third prince ultimately failed in his bid for the throne. This, however, was of no consequence to Jin Wuyo, as she quietly passed away in the prince's courtyard after just 6 months, never having participated in the power struggle. The third prince's demeanor is truly unseemly, Jin Wuyo thought, clenching the handkerchief in her grasp, a flicker of anguish crossing her eyes. She lamented her lack of a male form. She is akin to a child carrying gold bricks through the market, as numerous noble families in the capital wish for their younger sons to take her as a concubine. Why not accept her?
Me?
I am a woman. How could I do that? We are just establishing our sect. We need startup capital. If you bring the Jin family under our wing, they can manage the mundane affairs. That seems inappropriate. Isn't that akin to the third prince's actions, unjustly claiming another's wealth? It lacks integrity. Very well. Wait until the crown prince is done with his matters, then publicly recruit. By then, who knows how many people the Jin family will demand to approach the crown prince for such an opportunity. Fang Ruotang was momentarily taken aback. Is there contention over bestowing wealth? My dear, times are changing. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, who still values gold and silver in the realm of cultivation. It is all about spirit stones now. I wonder if this world possesses any spiritual veins. If not, it cannot develop. Jin Wuyo, having heard news from a young master interested in her, spent nearly 20,000 taels to acquire a ticket for entry. Her purpose in coming here was to offer her entire fortune in exchange for the opportunity to serve beside the esteemed national master.
Now,
not only had she gained that chance, but the circumstances were far more favorable than she had anticipated. Managing the affairs of a sect? The national master is akin to the moon in the sky, oblivious to the hardships faced by merchants. If such an opportunity truly existed, she would not hesitate to fight tooth and nail for it. Jin Wuyo immediately knelt before Fang Ruotang, pleading for mercy. Fang Ruotang, taken aback, poked at her small mirror. Can you control people? Why did Jin Weo offer to exchange all her wealth for a chance to be my maid immediately after you spoke? Is being my maid such a desirable prospect? Fang Ruotang mused, still unaware of her own allure to others. The small mirror responded with a series of murmurs. But Fang Ruotang dismissed it, lifting Jin Weo and bringing her before the crown prince. Your Highness, she is the only daughter of the wealthiest family in Jiangnan, claiming she wishes to offer her entire fortune in exchange for a chance to serve as my maid. Our sect is opening. Shouldn't we consider recruiting someone to manage our affairs? Is her family suitable? The crown prince, having gleaned everything from Fang Ruotang's unspoken thoughts, did not spare a glance for Jin Weo. His focus remained solely on Fang Ruotang. If you wish to keep her, do so. If not, let her go. You should be happy and true to yourself. Others will handle the rest. The crown prince did not display anger, nor did his voice fluctuate. Yet everyone present sensed his displeasure, particularly Jin Weo, who felt her legs weaken and knelt directly on the ground. Fang Ruotang moved to assist, but the crown prince preemptively grasped her arm. Do you wish to keep her? I am amenable. Fang Ruotang, since childhood, had been adept at discerning the sentiments of others. Jin Weo's plea was devoid of malice, and she felt an overwhelming sense of compassion, fearing for Jin Weo's fate should she fail to extend a helping hand. Perhaps it was the foreboding from the small mirror regarding Jin Weo's tragic destiny that influenced her thoughts. Then do not, Fang Ruotang replied, momentarily stunned. Isn't the court also in need of food and silver? I assumed the crown prince would refuse. Should we accept her? Fang Ruotang cast a glance at Jin Weo, whose eyes brimmed with tears, radiating despair. The crown prince fixed a steady gaze upon Fang Ruotang, then abruptly turned his attention to the others present, raising his voice in warning. This is a one-time offer. Should anyone dare to exploit the national master's kindness again, I shall not show leniency. Fang Ruotang, feeling uneasy, fiddled with the crown prince's palm. The tension dissipated, and he felt a tingling sensation in the arm she held. I can differentiate between good and bad. And with the small mirror's presence, I will not be deceived, Fang Ruotang whispered hesitantly into the crown prince's ear. He bent down, attentively listening, though his focus lingered on her crimson lips. A shadow flickered in his eyes as he enveloped her small hands within his own. He understood that with the small mirror, Fang Ruotang could not be tricked, yet once this precedent was set, others would inevitably come seeking similar favors. Under absolute temptation, such situations were impossible to eliminate. The crown prince did not intend to utter a single word that might encourage such thoughts. Yet he knew he must maintain a certain demeanor to prevent anyone from making demands. He wished to spare Fang Ruotang from undue burdens. Very well, pursue what you desire. Leave the matters you do not wish to handle to me. Before the crown prince, he had no principles. Moreover, he could not wholly stand in for Fang Ruotang. Indeed, I am quite perceptive when it comes to people, Fang Ruotang declared, her eyes sparkling with mirth. The crown prince gently toyed with her small hand, casting a cold command toward Jin Weo, who remained kneeling on the ground. Within 3 months, relocate the Jin family's primary assets to the capital. You may seek 2 allies. Aside from the head of the family managing affairs, each of the 3 families may send 1 representative to our sect for learning. Jin Weo's pupils dilated in astonishment. The extreme highs and lows of fortune were no more than a heartbeat apart. One moment she was in despair, the next she soared to unimaginable heights. She had not anticipated such fortuitous news landing upon the Jin family, elevating them, and securing alliances with 2 other families. Such opportunities had yet to be found by any noble families in the capital. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, National Master. Jin Weo expressed her gratitude, clearly discerning the nuances of rank. The crown prince was satisfied with her response. Fang Ruotang, oblivious to the unfolding developments, awaited the arrival of exquisite dishes from the restaurant, as a new play began to unfold on stage. Chapter 056. A friendship of mutual pursuit. It had been over half a month since their outing in the spring garden. During this time, Jin Weo visited every day without fail, always appearing before Fang Ruotang after her afternoon nap to offer her greetings. Miss Jin has arrived.
Yes.
Let her wait a moment. I shall be out shortly. Fang Ruotang changed into a fresh dress and went to greet her. National Master. It is a pleasure to see you again. Jin Weo said with utmost respect, adhering to the decorum expected of her. Fang Ruotang had reiterated on multiple occasions that such formalities were unnecessary, yet Jin Weo remained steadfast in her adherence to tradition. Thus, Fang Ruotang chose to let her be. Yesterday, our shop received a new shipment of soft smoke gauze. I found the quality excellent, so I brought some over. With summer approaching, it will serve well for making canopies to ward off mosquitoes. What do you think, National Master? Upon awakening, Fang Ruotang found herself in a lackluster mood. Though she did not respond, the two maids behind her, Tao Hong and Xing Bai, exchanged a knowing glance. It was evident that Miss Jean had overheard their previous conversation and promptly sent over a box of delicate pastries. They had merely mentioned in passing that summer was approaching, necessitating a change of bedding, unaware of how seriously Miss Jean would take their words. Compared to the earlier topics, it was the allure of food that truly captivated her, especially when it involved delicacies she had yet to savor. Just as I passed by Baobaya's, I chanced upon freshly baked pine nut and lily pastries and purchased a box for you to try. Baobaya's is renowned in the capital for its bustling business, with servants and maids queuing before dawn for their delectable offerings. It was indeed fortuitous to acquire pastries that were just out of the oven, particularly ones that Fang Ruotang had recently taken a liking to. Having just awoken, I find myself a bit peckish, Fang Ruotang remarked, her eyes brightening at the sight. Jin Weo smiled even more sweetly, eagerly unveiling the pastries. The warmth still lingered around the box, promising an exquisite taste. This is delightful, Fang Ruotang exclaimed, taking a generous bite and blissfully squinting her eyes in pleasure. She consumed 3 pieces in quick succession, prompting Xing Bai to offer her a cup of tea.
Miss, do moisten your palate, she suggested.
Fang Ruotang accepted the tea and continued indulging in the pastries, which, being petite, contained only 6 pieces in total. Naturally, Jin Weo had not purchased merely 1 box. Several others of different flavors were arranged nearby. Noticing Fang Ruotang had paused, she shifted to address more pressing matters. The Zhuang and Ding families have arrived, but they sent more than 1 representative from each. They are uncertain which of their children would be suitable, hence the surplus. They wish for the National Master to make a decision. Would you like to meet them? Certainly. Where are they? They await at the entrance. Shall I permit them to enter? Yes. Fang Ruotang agreed, and Jin Weo promptly instructed Chuanfin to summon them. In the Prime Minister's residence, it was customary not to leave guests waiting at the front gate. However, it remained uncertain whether the 6th Miss would receive visitors. Thus, the guests were settled in a side hall of the outer courtyard. Before long, the young gentlemen and ladies from both families arrived, and upon seeing the assembly, one could not help but be astonished by the sheer number, over 10 individuals. We greet the National Master. They collectively bowed respectfully. Fang Ruotang lightly gestured for them to rise, then handed the spirit-testing stone to Jin Weo. Having previously undergone a test, Jin Weo's results revealed rather mixed spiritual root, indicating a lack of innate talent. Although she felt disheartened, her spirits lifted after a couple of days, recognizing that her status and experience still afforded her opportunities that many gifted individuals would envy. Fang Ruotang, not wishing to engage deeply, focused instead on querying her small mirror regarding the Group S character. Are there any among them with dubious character that should be eliminated? Do you see that girl in the pink attire? The girl in question cast a glance at her outfit, realizing she was the sole one adorned in pink. And her expression shifted dramatically. Has she already gained a reputation for mischief? Not exactly. Her situation is dire. According to the original timeline, she has less than a month to live. The girl in pink sighed with relief, only to then adopt a mournful countenance. Is she afflicted with a grave illness? Not precisely. She has been wronged. Fang Ruotang's eyes widened in disbelief as she scrutinized the girl in pink, noting her expression of impending doom. What troubles her? She lacks a spiritual root and cannot be selected. Oh, how unfortunate, Fang Ruotang observed, her heart softening at the sight of the girl who was now weeping profusely, as if mourning a great loss. It was disheartening to see someone so despondent over a mere rejection. Unknown to Fang Ruotang, the girl in pink, Zhuang Fuer, was acutely aware of the gravity of her predicament. National Master, she is Zhuang Fuer, the only legitimate daughter of the Zhuang family, Jin Weo interjected. casting a warning glance at Fuer. Fuer wiped her tears and stepped forward. Forgive my disarray, National Master.
I
am reminded of a dear friend lost to tragedy, she lamented, her composure slipping. Fang Ruotang, already sympathetic towards the girl, could not chastise her further, though she felt compelled to address the situation. I possess a talent for divination, and upon observing your features, I can discern that you are facing a fatal tribulation. The one who seeks to harm you is someone entwined in your fate. Fang Ruotang's enigmatic words faltered as she wrestled with the gravity of her revelations. Very well. I shall be forthright. You have a close friend who confronted your fiancé over his infidelity, which led you to break your engagement. In retaliation, your former fiancé has plotted to tarnish your friend's reputation under the guise of banditry. You must have suspected the presence of bandits on that road, and have been investigating your former fiancé's involvement. Zhuang Fuer nodded through her tears, finally able to shed her facade as the pearls of sorrow cascaded from her eyes. Do not pursue this matter further. Your former fiancé is aware of your inquiries and is plotting to eliminate you as well. You both are like characters in a tragic tale, destined for calamity. National Master, can you assist me? Fuer implored, desperation evident in her voice. He is the son of a governor, a man of power. I am but a commoner, powerless against him. He has caused my friend's demise, and I must avenge her, regardless of the cost, even my own life, if it means achieving vengeance. Suddenly, Fuer knelt before Fang Ruotang, her head touching the ground with urgency. Let us converse civilly.
Yin Wuyo interjected, rusing to lift Fuer.
There is no need for such excessive humility. Fang Ruotang was taken aback by the girl's earnestness. The force of her bow had drawn blood from her forehead, revealing the fervor behind her plea. Now that I am aware of your plight, I shall seek a way to assist you. I cannot allow your sacrifices to be in vain. What a beautiful friendship you share, so tragically disrupted. Chapter 057. The first kiss with the Crown Prince. The Jin and Ding families did not possess particularly gifted individuals either, ultimately leading to the selection of two young men by the small mirror. Fang Ruotang expressed her surprise. This appears to be my first time accepting male disciples. Disciples? They are merely apprentices. With their mediocre talent, how could they ever be worthy of your mentorship? Once the sect is established, they can be entrusted to Shirshir. Jin Wuyo remarked. Shirshir is only 12. Can she truly manage them? The two young men appeared to be well past their youth. Shirshir is exceptionally talented and was your first disciple. She will undoubtedly become the sect's eldest sister. In the realm of cultivation, strength prevails over age, Jin Wuyo asserted. Very well, I shall leave them in her care, Fang Ruotang conceded, relieved at the prospect of not having to personally instruct them. Having finalized the selection, Jin Wuyo dismissed the others, leaving only Zhuang Fuer. Before long, Fuer's eyes were swollen from weeping. Fortunately, she had sent word to the Crown Prince, who arrived swiftly. She promptly recounted the misfortunes endured by the sisters to him. The Crown Prince had already been apprised of the situation en route and had brought along an official from the Eastern Palace, who was instructed to oversee the matter immediately. Zhuang Fuer departed with the official, leaving only Fang Ruotang and the Crown Prince in the room. The small mirror suddenly spoke up. How long has it been since you undertook a mission? Do you recall? Fang Ruotang blinked, feeling somewhat guilty. After all, the little mirror was quite accommodating. She had grown accustomed to it. The little mirror had also noticed the underlying issue and cleverly presented her with numerous scripts from her previous life, primarily focused on strategies. Each time Fang Ruotang became engrossed in reading, it subtly brainwashed her, gradually leading her to accept the presence of the Crown Prince and his companions. It had been a challenge to persuade her to cooperate previously, but now, in the capital, aside from the Crown Prince, the others had been dispatched at his behest. The Crown Prince himself was busy, and they could not meet daily. Even when they did, they were never alone. It was also the Emperor's fault for no longer holding morning court daily, opting instead for a court every 3 days. What do you want me to do? Fang Ruotang felt a bit embarrassed, having taken so much from the little mirror. He claimed that the washing marrow pill was rare, and although each family member had consumed one, it felt somewhat regrettable since her second brother had the best talent, while the others were less promising. However, the little mirror assured her that once the passage between the two realms was established, they would be able to find rare treasures to cleanse her family's spiritual roots. It was precisely for this reason that Fang Ruotang agreed to cooperate with the tasks, not because of the little mirror's brainwashing, but out of curiosity about affection and intimacy. Go kiss him, hurry. Zhuang Fuer's trivial matter was hardly worth the crown prince's visit. He would only come to take Fang Ruotang to Jin Yumantang to see the newly arrived jewelry. Previously indifferent to such matters, the crown prince now had his subordinates specifically monitoring the situation, gathering fine items to first stockpile in the Eastern Palace before presenting them to Fang Ruotang. In a short span, unbeknownst to her, her little storeroom had expanded by 3. In addition to the crown prince, gifts from various factions had flowed in. However, at this moment, the crown prince was in no hurry to leave, leisurely awaiting the young lady to approach him. Kiss him? Fang Ruotang's gaze wandered, and she unconsciously bit her soft lower lip, a small gesture that stirred a tumultuous reaction in the crown prince's eyes. Crown prince, may I kiss you? Even Fang Ruotang, who was somewhat simple-minded, felt a tinge of shyness, her cheeks flushed, and her little eyes dared not meet his. The crown prince, unable to suppress the movement of his throat, slightly curved his lips, meeting her gaze, and through his actions, provided his response. Fang Ruotang's first kiss was innocent. She simply pressed her lips against the crown prince's thin ones before quickly retreating. Yet his reaction was profound. He seized her slender waist and, in a hushed voice, said, Xiao Lu, that is not how one kisses. Fang Ruotang's luscious red lips, paired with her naive gaze, were irresistibly alluring to the crown prince. Let me teach you. Shall I? He coaxed in a muted tone. Without waiting for her reply, he leaned down to capture her red lips, and with a soft gasp from her, he easily pried open her small mouth, finding her warm little tongue. The crown prince was already restrained, fearing that an overly reckless first kiss might frighten the girl in his arms. However, she was anything but considerate, twisting restlessly in his embrace, her small hands igniting sparks, gradually leading him to lose his composure. His movements became increasingly fervent until she melted like spring water in his arms. For the first time in 20 years, the crown prince savored the sweetness of a woman's lips, wishing to devour her whole. Yet, unbeknownst to him, at that very moment in 5 different locations, 5 individuals experienced an explosive sweetness that surged to the heavens. Those with less restraint bent down sharply to shield themselves from embarrassment. No more kissing. Fang Ruotang covered her mouth, delicately refusing, glaring reproachfully at the crown prince, her little tongue aching. Crown princess? Fang Ruotang tilted her head, suddenly recalling that the crown prince was already betrothed, a hint of displeasure creeping into her voice. Didn't you set the Li family girl as your crown princess?
No.
The engagement has been annulled. When did that happen? How come I didn't know? The crown prince chuckled, ruffling Fang Ruotang's hair. From the moment he realized he was destined to love her, she became his fated beloved, and how could he bear not to give her everything? Regardless of whether she married him or not, the position of crown princess would ultimately belong to her. He would ensure she had it, never allowing another woman to take her place. Otherwise, how could he dare to pursue her? He had not anticipated that happiness would arrive so abruptly. The young lady seemed to have suddenly agreed to undertake tasks. Had she experienced a moment of enlightenment? Did she perhaps harbor a slight affection for him? Wouldn't that make her sad? Fang Ruotang felt a pang of distress. She did not wish to hurt the other girls and had no intention of becoming the crown princess. Fang Ruotang's expressive demeanor made the crown prince, who had just begun to inquire about her thoughts, feel as though he had been doused with cold water, losing interest in pursuing the matter further. Be my crown princess, or join the Tianyi sect. I will let her choose. If she chooses the Tianyi sect, it is certainly more enticing than becoming a mere crown princess in the mortal realm, is it not? The crown prince discerned Fang Ruotang's thoughts and spoke accordingly. In truth, gaining entry into the Tianyi sect was a form of compensation after the annulment, but it was genuine that the other party accepted it willingly, as no one was foolish. Is that so? Then that's good. Fang Ruotang sighed in relief. The crown prince would inevitably have more than one woman by his side, so Fang Ruotang felt no burden in merely kissing him. However, causing another girl to be rejected in marriage was an entirely different matter. Generally, women who had their engagements annulled did not have a favorable outcome. Yet if it was a choice made by the girl herself, it was different. Just like the elder sister, who was now passionately involved with Yu Sheng, Fang Ruotang thought that was quite delightful. Chapter 58. Drunken madness with the crown prince's warmth and tenderness enveloping her, although she could not immediately persuade Xiao Lu to agree to marry him. It did not hinder their intimacy. However, Fang Ruotang turned a blind eye, cheerfully demanding points from the little mirror, even pushing away the crown prince's approaching head. Feeling he was in the way, the crown prince, though helpless, dotingly held Fang Ruotang in his arms, patiently waiting for her to finish discussing points with the little mirror before calming the impulses within him. A new batch of jewelry had arrived at Jin Yuman Tang, and, according to his subordinates, it was quite remarkable. Shall I take you to see it? Do you fancy anything? Yes. Fang Ruotang had just acquired a significant amount of benefits from the little mirror and was in high spirits. The two set off from the manor to the carriage. Inside the carriage, the crown prince could not resist kissing Fang Ruotang again. After all, he was a 20-year-old young man, and this was his first encounter with a woman. Once he took the initial step, even his normally indifferent demeanor transformed, akin to a frenzied beast, wishing to keep her close at all times. The crown prince found himself in such a predicament. In his eyes, Fang Ruotang resembled a delectable morsel, and he was a starving dog, desperate to devour her whole. "Shall I have my father decree our marriage?" he murmured, burying his face in her neck, his prominent nose nuzzling against her, persistently pressing for an answer. Before Fang Ruotang could respond, the little mirror interjected sharply. No way, absolutely not. Why not? If you marry the crown prince, you will be the crown princess. What about Prince and the others? As the wife of the minister, other individuals with higher status than Minister Yi might dare to seduce you. But once you become the crown princess, a future matriarch, would they not risk everything, even their 9 clans? Who would dare to pursue you? And how would you accomplish your tasks? The crown prince's expression darkened. He had forgotten the little mirror's purpose. It would not only facilitate his bond with Xiao Lu, but also connect her with others. Since childhood, his heart had been as calm as an ancient well, rarely stirred by people or events. Yet now, he felt a surge of agitation, nearly driven to madness. Why couldn't this little spirit be a bit more devoted, only matchmaking him with Xiao Lu? What did others matter? Did they possess more power than him? Did they care for Xiao Lu more than he did? Can I not only undertake tasks with you, Crown Prince? You need to broaden your perspective. Have you forgotten the scripts I showed you? 1 is too few. 2 is not enough, but 3, 4, 5, or 6 is just right. The small mirror, heedless of the consequences, urged on, completely unaware of his master's intentions to crush him. The crown prince is destined to ascend the throne, burdened with governmental affairs that would preclude him from accompanying you daily. However, if you include 5 others, amidst their busy schedules, one of them will surely find time to keep you company, preventing your solitude, wouldn't it? The small mirror had transformed from its former self into an adept brainwasher. Moreover, if you refuse, I shall truly withhold everything from you in the future. I speak with conviction, and should you press me, I shall resort to self-harm. The small mirror threw a tantrum in Fang Ruotang's mind. Fang Ruotang stole a glance at the crown prince, noting his darkened expression, a clear indication of his displeasure. She leaned in and kissed the corner of his mouth. "Crown Prince, have you forgotten? I shall not marry." The crown prince gazed at Fang Ruotang, his expression grave. He had noticed her slight concession. He could discern that if not for the small mirror's interference, given time, she would indeed marry him and become his sole princess. "Crown Prince, are you not happy?" Fang Ruotang asked nervously, to which he immediately concealed his emotions. "No, I am merely a bit saddened." He could not bear to blame Fang Ruotang. She was still young and understood so little. It was all the small mirror's influence. Otherwise, she could not possibly entertain such rebellious thoughts. And she would certainly become his one and only princess. He recalled how vehemently she had resisted the idea of undertaking these tasks when she first voiced her feelings, and how she opposed entangling herself with all 6 of them. "Do not be upset. I am an immortal, with the responsibility of saving the world. Thus I cannot marry." Fang Ruotang pecked the crown prince's cheek like a woodpecker. The crown prince, helpless, recognized the frivolous nature of her words, but did not wish to miss this opportunity for affection, so he pointed to his own lips. "Kiss here, and I shall not be sad." Fang Ruotang pouted her rosy lips and pressed them against his, prompting the crown prince to seize her waist, reversing their roles, as if he longed to devour her whole. By the time they alighted from the carriage, Fang Ruotang's lips were swollen, necessitating the use of a veil. Frustrated, she tugged at the crown prince's side. He felt no pain. Her small hands could not twist his firm muscles, and he had captured her hands, rendering her unable to escape. In the opulent shop, they selected several newly arrived pieces of jewelry before the crown prince took her to dine. Upon entering the private room, they overheard voices from the adjacent room.
Ha!
They say our Tan family is a noble house, yet the daughter raised here is nothing but a debauched harlot. Not even a virgin on her wedding night. The drunken voice was rife with venomous hatred. The Tan family is shameless for sending such a wretched thing to me. Thinking I would accept this silent humiliation? Brother Xiao, do elaborate. Another man's voice chimed in, clearly reveling in the chaos, followed by several others jeering. The man surnamed Xiao, evidently intoxicated, unleashed his grievances, spewing vile curses at the Tan family's daughter, who was none other than his new bride. This Tan is so brazen. Why not let us have our fun with her? Suddenly, an exceedingly lewd male voice interjected. Fang Ruotang, eavesdropping, furrowed her brow uncomfortably. Let us go. Head to my house now. I'll make her kneel and serve you all, since she is nothing but a shameless whore. The Tan family dared to deceive me, so I shall make their daughter a plaything for 1,000 men. A group of drunken men, emboldened by malice, moved with intent. Fang Ruotang suddenly lost her appetite for food. Noticing her displeased expression, the crown prince raised his hand and lightly tapped her forehead. Dear girl, do not frown. If you dislike this, I shall send someone to intervene. Caught up in her eavesdropping, Fang Ruotang had forgotten that she possessed a knowledgeable companion. She immediately summoned the small mirror in her mind. Tan Yueying merely did not bleed on her wedding night. But did she lose her virtue before marriage? Fang Ruotang cautiously inquired, receiving a negative response, which prompted her to express her indignation to the crown prince. I just asked the small mirror, and Miss Tan did not lose her virtue before marriage. How dare that man surnamed Xiao bully a newlywed like this? The crown prince waved his fingers. Having heard the spirit's words, he did not comprehend how there could be no bloodshed without loss of virtue, yet he sensed there were circumstances he did not understand. Chapter 059. You are too young. No, we must go and take a look, otherwise, Miss Tan will suffer dreadfully. I cannot stand by and watch a girl fall into a fire pit. As Fang Ruotang spoke, she tugged at the crown prince's sleeve, and he rose in compliance with her. I have noticed your unusual concern for those women, whether it be Chao Yuedi or Li Shiyun. It seems you cannot bear to see them in distress, Fang Ruotang remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the crown prince. You, as a man, naturally do not understand the hardships women endure. I am capable, and when I encounter such situations, I must extend a helping hand if the other party is of good character. She was not entirely certain, merely echoing what her elder sisters had advised. Surely, following their guidance would not lead her astray. The crown prince, somewhat taken aback, had not anticipated Fang Ruotang to articulate such sentiments. Fang Ruotang proudly puffed out her small chest, her face beaming with pride. The crown prince's gaze drifted downward, momentarily flickering before he feigned indifference and averted his eyes. We must act swiftly, or it will be too late. Suddenly, a young girl's voice sounded at the door. A small head adorned with yellow fuzzy flowers peeking in and out, amusingly. Fang Ruotang stepped out to meet her, discovering the girl was a head shorter than she, likely of similar age to Li Shiyun. I greet His Highness the Crown Prince and the esteemed National Master. I am Tan Yuliao, daughter of the Minister of Justice. That gentleman surnamed Xiao is my sister's husband. Fang Ruotang gasped in surprise, her mouth slightly agape as she looked up at the Crown Prince. He lowered his gaze to meet hers, unacquainted with the name of the minister's daughter. However, with this girl's reminder, he recalled the recent marriage between the Minister of Justice and the Xianping Marquis family, for which he had sent a congratulatory gift. National Master, my sister is innocent. Can you help save her? You are the only one who can. Tan Yuliao's small face was pale, tightly clutching the handkerchief in her grip, followed by two small maidservants who looked anxious and pleadingly at Fang Ruotang. Fang Ruotang nodded. I know your sister is innocent. The Crown Prince and I were just about to go there. I shall go too. I accompanied you to Tanyurao, immediately answering the call. Fang Ruotang, noting her youth, initially intended to prevent her from going. However, upon witnessing the unshakable concern in her eyes, she recalled her own feelings. If the roles were reversed and it were her sister in trouble, she would crawl over, even if it meant breaking her legs, just to support her sister. Very well, you shall join us, Fang Ruotang declared, promptly tugging at the crown prince's sleeve. The prince remained noncommittal. After all, it was rare for him to carve out time to accompany Xiao Lu. Yet, should Xiao Lu seek to uphold justice, his unwavering support would be hers. Furthermore, the heir of the Xianping Marquis had utterly shamed manhood. A flicker of disdain crossed the prince's eyes as he recalled the former Minister of Rights, Lord Dou, who had also taken pleasure in wearing a metaphorical green hat. The Xianping Marquis's residence was abuzz with commotion. The young heir, Xiao Ziqing, appeared as if he had just been fished out of a river, alongside a few other similarly disheveled gentlemen, cornered before the entrance of the Marquis's quarters. At the gate, servants wielded wooden sticks, each one seemingly eager to devour Xiao Ziqing with their fierce glares. Before him stood a woman, presumably the Marquise of Xianping. Her eyes reddened with fury as she scolded him while gripping a handkerchief. After just a few sips of horse urine, you can no longer tell east from west? How could I have borne such a wretched creature? She had just received word from her daughter-in-law that her son, intoxicated, had brought men into her courtyard to wreak havoc. A claim she initially dismissed. Though her son was not exceptionally talented, he was not one to act recklessly. Rushing over, she overheard him cursing his wife as a harlot, threatening to share her with a group of his companions. Dizziness nearly overtook her. She promptly instructed the servants to restrain the drunken men and douse them with buckets of water until they were revived. Xiao Ziqing, by so grievously insulting my sister. The Tan family shall not rest until we have our vengeance against the Xiao family. I have already informed my father, and he is on his way. If you do not provide an explanation today, we will not let this matter rest, Tan Yurao interjected, stepping boldly to the forefront, her eyes blazing with indignation directed at Xiao Ziqing. Meanwhile, Tan Yuzhao, who had been weeping in the courtyard, emerged upon hearing her sister's voice, calling out, Yurao, what brings you here? Sister, are you unharmed? Tan Yurao rushed to her sister's side, noticing how, in just a few short days since her marriage, Tan Yuzhao appeared noticeably diminished and far more haggard. Overcome with rage, she began to berate Xiao Ziqing. Having seen her son bring an outsider into their inner sanctum to indulge in drunken folly, she had known at once that this would not end well and had immediately dispatched someone to inform the Marquis. Your Highness, esteemed National Master, the Marquise of Xianping said, pressing her palms together in respect as she approached, eager to address the two dignitaries. My household has produced a disgraceful offspring. I apologize for the embarrassment caused. He has committed a grave offense, and I do not wish to offer any excuses. Whatever punishment is deemed appropriate should be meted out, even if it means sending him to the Dali Temple to face death. She did not believe that the daughter born of the Dali Temple's esteemed family could engage in such behavior, and even if she did, the current circumstances required concealment. One could argue that should she find this intolerable, the National Master was present. A few insinuations directed at him would suffice to clarify the situation. Fang Ruotang scoffed, observing the Marquise's lowly demeanor, momentarily stifling her ire, though her displeasure lingered. Your son has wronged an innocent. She had inquired during her journey about why Tan Yuzhao had not lost her virginity before marriage, yet did not bleed on her wedding night. Xiao Jingzi, an encyclopedic resource, had provided her with the necessary information. The hymen, medically referred to as the vaginal flap, is a ring-shaped structure surrounding the vaginal opening. Its natural design allows for menstrual blood to flow smoothly, and each individual's hymen varies in form. Most brides experience bleeding due to the physical trauma of first intercourse. But given the unique circumstances surrounding your family, Tan Yuzhao's lack of injury explains the absence of blood. Thus, she did not bleed because you are inadequate, not because she was unchaste before marriage. Fang Ruotang suddenly pointed an accusing finger at Xiao Ziqing, her voice booming and startling everyone present. The prince placed a hand on his forehead, having anticipated an unpleasant scene after hearing Xiao Jingzi's explanations. Indeed, do not make a spectacle of this. It is hardly a sight for sore eyes. Chapter 60. The prince's composure, Fang Ruotang, was as restless as a pig before the new year, and it took the prince both hands to secure her in his embrace. He found her struggling, her small face flushed with anger, simultaneously exasperated and amused. This is a family matter. We should not intrude. To marry him is to endure his humiliation? Fang Ruotang protested, dissatisfied with the prince's passive stance. Gently, he caressed the nape of her neck, guiding her aside. What do you wish to do? Tell me, and I shall assist. As an unmarried young lady, it was inappropriate for her to meddle in such matters. It could easily invite gossip and even lead to blame being cast upon her. Miss Tan is innocent. The heir of Shao must publicly acknowledge his wrongdoing and seek her forgiveness. We cannot wrongfully accuse her. The prince tenderly brushed the corners of Fang Ruotang's reddened eyes, his gaze darkening with irritation. Very well. Do not be upset. I shall handle this. The prince, naturally indifferent, was more concerned with his own affairs than those of others. Yet, seeing Fang Ruotang so agitated, he felt compelled to intervene. However, determining how to address the situation proved somewhat challenging. He was not as naive as Xiao Lu. Ultimately, the resolution depended on Tan Yuzhao's wishes. As long as she sought to continue residing in the Xianping Marquis' household, the matter would need to be approached delicately. Fortunately, Tan Darren arrived promptly. With a dignified bearing befitting his high position, he approached the prince and the national master to pay his respects before striding directly toward Xiao Ziqing. Without uttering a word, he delivered a swift kick. Father! Tan Yuzhao gasped, stepping forward, her face awash with anxiety. The prince's expression darkened as he looked at the little girl still locked in his embrace, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Shall we depart? It would be inappropriate for us to stay and witness what unfolds. Just a moment longer. I want to see more. Fang Ruotang protested, eager to witness Tan Darren's impressive display. The prince, half embracing her, led her away from the Xianping Marquis' residence. He did not wish to dampen her spirits, but feared she might be left disappointed if she lingered until the end. Once Tan Yuzhao has divorced, I shall instruct Xiao Jingzi to find her a suitable husband, a man of sound mind who will respect his wife. Fang Ruotang remained preoccupied with this thought as they neared the prime minister's residence. The prince, aware that she had already predicted the outcome, refrained from disclosing his own suspicions. Little did he anticipate that the following day, rumors would begin to circulate throughout the capital regarding Fang Ruotang's assertion that the hymen was already ruptured. The gossip sparked considerable backlash from traditionalists, who placed the blame squarely on her shoulders, directing their ire towards her. Seizing this opportunity, they sought to tarnish Fang Ruotang's reputation, accusing her of promiscuity and suggesting that the entire spectacle was merely an excuse for her future indiscretions with men. They claimed her intentions were insidious, inciting women to seek divorce, following in the footsteps of Chao Yuedi and the 5 sisters-in-law of the Wan family, now adding Tan Yuzhao to their ranks. With so many disreputable women emerging, her future liaisons with men would go unnoticed. Fortunately, the prince had anticipated such a turn of events. To uphold Fang Ruotang's good name, he kept a vigilant eye on public opinion. The slanderous remarks aimed at her had not gained traction when his people swiftly intervened, apprehending those responsible. It was at this juncture that the prince made a significant decision, releasing a new announcement. The following day, the whispers traversing the streets transformed. What of Fang Ruotang? As a celestial envoy, having a few attendants? Is it not natural? Which deity does not have a handful of youthful acolytes? Fang Ruotang has merely 6. What is the issue? The crown prince wore a dark expression as he listened to his subordinates report the situation. At that moment, his subordinates felt he resembled a giant. Yet for some inexplicable reason, they also felt a tinge of pity. Several days later, the matter had reached Fang Ruotang's attention. By this time, the populace had come to accept the narrative, for since ancient times, the ruling class has mastered the art of deceiving the masses. Most commoners lack independent thinking. They hear what the powerful wish them to hear, and see what they are told to see. The thoughts and concerns of the lower class are few. Survival is their only priority, and the manner of living is of little consequence. Moreover, the grain that Fang Ruotang had provided had genuinely reached the hands of farmers around the capital, with the swiftest already planting it in their fields. As a result, in this male-dominated dynasty, The crown prince's rhetoric was implemented with remarkable ease. However, he himself felt anything but satisfied. The atmosphere in the Eastern Palace had been stifled for several days, with the palace attendants acting with great caution, fearful of incurring the crown prince's displeasure and facing dire consequences. In stark contrast, Fang Ruotang was brimming with joy. The crown prince must be quite smitten. It's just a routine affair. One becomes accustomed to it. Xiao Jingzi remained indifferent. If not for the circumstances, he would have even considered indulging in a post-event smoke. Then I shall treat the crown prince with greater kindness in the future. You should appoint him as your esteemed husband, with his demeanor, if he is not great.
Who else could be?
Fang Ruotang covered her flushed face, feeling somewhat elated. Fang Shengtang rolled her eyes, her delicate fingers playfully poking Fang Ruotang's forehead as she teased, "Sister, I did not come here to witness your infatuation. The crown prince has been quite inconsiderate of my well-being. You are unaware that during my outing today, I encountered two young ladies who indirectly expressed their desire to serve alongside me for the rest of my life. They even mentioned that we are all celestial beings and should not be treated differently, urging me not to monopolize my future and to learn from the crown prince." How absurd! Fang Xingtang possessed striking features, her beauty exuding a captivating intensity. When in public, she would often lower her gaze and feign modesty, yet in Fang Ruotang's presence, she held her head high, resembling a blooming thorny rose. She cast a playful glare at her sister, though inwardly, she felt happy for her sibling. Whether Fang Ruotang found one partner or several mattered little to her, as her sister's happiness outweighed all. In her eyes, societal norms and etiquette paled in comparison to Fang Ruotang's smile. After all, their chancellery had long since strayed from the conventional path. Otherwise, they would not have resolutely decided to keep Fang Ruotang in the household as a maiden, disregarding societal judgment merely due to her heart condition. "What are your thoughts?" Fang Xingtang inquired with curiosity. Fang Ruotang, lost in thought, simply smiled. "It is just the crown prince," she mused. Fang Xingtang considered her sister's relationship with the Duke of Un and others, realizing that the crown prince had moved on. As her words circled her lips, she rephrased. "Do you intend to marry him and become the crown princess?" "No, I do not wish to marry." Fang Ruotang firmly shook her head. She had read some novels collected by Xiao Jingzi, who had suggested that she be a woman who neither refuses, commits, nor takes responsibility. This way, she could maintain relationships with both the crown prince and the Duke of Ziki. In the future Xiao Jingzi envisioned, Fang Ruotang found great beauty. Throughout her life, the concept of marriage had never been a part of her existence, and presently, she had no inclination to become the crown prince's sole consort. "What do you think of the crown prince's suggestion to have more young attendants serve you?" Fang Xingtang continued to inquire. "I have no idea," Fang Ruotang replied. Her mind as light as a feather, she could not fathom such complex matters. For now, she simply felt content. As the crown prince treated her with more affection than her own family, Fang Xingtang, realizing she could not extract any clarity from her sister, ceased her questioning, reassured that they would ensure Fang Ruotang would not be wronged. A few days later, Fang Ruotang received gifts from both the Duke of An and Minister Yi, who had synchronously sent her boxes brimming with items. Minister Ye's box contained an array of delightful trinkets, many of which Fang Ruotang had never seen before and was unsure how to enjoy. The Duke of An's box, however, dazzled with opulent jewelry and fine fabrics, interspersed with playful items. Each had penned her a letter, detailing their circumstances and inquiring about hers. Notably, both had specifically asked about what she had been doing at a particular hour a few days prior. Fang Ruotang stared at the letters, perplexed. Fang Xingtang, witnessing the entire scene, felt a surge of complex emotions. Suddenly, she felt sympathy for the Duke of Un and others. "I hope their hearts are resilient enough." When the young prince's letter eventually arrived at the chancellery, Fang Xingtang was already somewhat numb. However, the young prince had not inquired about Fang Ruotang's activities at that hour. Instead, he had vehemently scolded the crown prince. Fang Xingtang became intrigued and pressed for details, perhaps gleaning a hint of the reason, yet something felt amiss. "How did they learn of the crown prince's affection for you? Surely, not even in the capital could they have known." Fang Ruotang's secret guards, numbering no fewer than 20, were all loyal to the crown prince, leaving no room for outsiders to intrude. The crown prince's subordinates could not possibly be bribed by the Duke of Un and others. Could it be that the crown prince himself could not contain his pride? Oh, how coy the crown prince is! Fang Ruotang could not help but think. And thus, misunderstandings often take root in such ways. As for Fang Ruotang, her eyes were wide with confusion, utterly unaware of her elder sister's musings. Eager to depart, she urged, "Sister, shall we not be on our way?" Fang Ruotang gazed at her beautifully dressed younger sister, raising an eyebrow and teasingly remarked, "You need not go, after all. The Li family is hosting a banquet, and one can never know whether it will be good or bad." Fang Ruotang, fearing that her elder sister might genuinely leave her behind, showered her with sweet words, a veritable cornucopia of flattery. Fang Ruotang's eyes sparkled with an uncontainable smile. She allowed Fang Ruotang to cling to her arm and act coy for a while before suppressing her laughter and stating seriously, 5 years ago, the emperor designated Li Mingyu as the crown princess. If it weren't for the crown prince's persistent delay in marrying her, she would have long been wed to the Eastern Palace. Her visit to the capital this time, specifically to send you an invitation for an outing, could be either a blessing or a curse. In truth, Fang Ruotang did not wish for Fang Ruotang to meet Li Mingyu. Li Mingyu was an astute individual, unlikely to offend the influential Li family, yet Fang Ruotang feared the possibility of her casting cold jibes at Fang Ruotang, something she could not tolerate. After all, the imperial authority loomed large. The crown prince's marriage was not a pursuit of the prime minister's household, nor was it something her sister could demand he rescind. Fang Ruotang, protective by nature, was reluctant to send her sister into a situation where she might face humiliation. Even if Li Mingyu harbored grievances, they ought to be directed at the crown prince rather than towards her sister. "I want to go out and have fun," Fang Ruotang declared, disregarding the concerns. She was not particularly skilled in any art, be it music, chess, literature, or poetry, but she relished attending such gatherings, finding joy in watching others recite poetry, paint, play music, and dance. Moreover, every time she attended a banquet, her little mirror would share intriguing stories with her, which she adored. With summer now upon them, the invitation from Miss Li to row on the lake was not something Fang Ruotang could possibly miss. "Very well, just stay close to me when the time comes." Fang Ruotang resigned herself, knowing she could not dissuade her sister. She reminded the fourth sister accompanying them, "Little Six cannot swim, so keep a close watch on her. It would be unfortunate if she fell into the water after drinking." "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on her," Fang Ruotang replied with a gentle smile. Despite Fang Ruotang's forlorn gaze, Fang Ruotang, having been frail in the past and never having tasted alcohol, had recently sampled some fruit wine brewed by their family. And to her surprise, she found herself intoxicated after just one sip, which she had been longing for ever since. When the three sisters arrived at the lakeside, Li Mingyu was already waiting there, having invited many guests aboard her grand boat. While she did not recognize Fang Ruotang, she was familiar with Fang Ruotang. Upon catching sight of Fang Ruotang, she addressed her. "You must be Miss Fang Lu. I am Li Mingyu. A pleasure to meet you at last." Li Mingyu was a gracious and poised young lady. Fang Ruotang stared at Li Mingyu for a moment, astonished, and inwardly exclaimed to her little mirror, "She actually doesn't dislike me." She understood that her elder sister feared Li Mingyu would blame her for hindering the crown princess's position. "You are so beautiful and wonderful. How could she not like you? If she doesn't, she must be blind, foolish, or simple-minded." Li Mingyu's smile faltered momentarily. She had yet to say anything, and already she was being reprimanded by the voice of the spirit. "In this world, there can be no one who does not like you. Those who do not are simply not worth your concern." The little mirror continued to instill confidence in Fang Ruotang. Naturally, Fang Ruotang was not a heavy-hearted individual, and having been raised with such beliefs, she straightened her back and beamed with delight.
"You are absolutely right."
Li Mingyu observed Fang Ruotang as overly innocent and understanding demeanor, with a complex expression. She had long been aware of the crown prince's dissatisfaction with the marriage arrangement and simply wished to see what the woman he favored was like. It turned out that the crown prince was fond of such simplicity. Cough, cough. Fang Ruotang gently coughed into her handkerchief, subtly signaling Li Mingyu to temper her gaze. For the way she looked at Fang Ruotang was rather unbecoming. She acknowledged that while her little sister might be a tad naive compared to the well-trained daughters of noble families, she was by no means foolish. Purity and kindness are indeed rare treasures. Li Mingyu quickly composed herself, her face adorned with a warm smile as she spoke softly. I have long admired the national master. The crown prince mentioned he could provide me with an opportunity to join the sect. Unable to contain my excitement, I arrived early, and I hope the national master will not take offense. No offense taken, Fang Ruotang waved her hand dismissively. She admires me? Indeed. What discernment she has. As Li Mingyu absorbed Fang Ruotang's enthusiastic thoughts and the spirit's childlike tone, her smile became somewhat stiff. Her father had told her that spirits were akin to the servants of the national master, which she had doubted, considering the celestial nature of such beings. Yet now, it appeared that they possessed not only humility, but also a hint of playfulness. Perhaps I should present her with a gift. Being a member of my sect, and having lost my position as the crown princess. Furthermore, since she admires me, I shall extend my affection to her, she mused. What will you give her? A beauty elixir, perhaps? Girls typically adore that, especially since her destined partner is 6 years younger than her. Maintaining her beauty would be vital. 6 years younger? Does she fare so well? Fang Ruotang's interest was piqued, her eyes sparkling as she regarded Li Mingyu. Being from ancient times, she understood the dynamics between men and women and recognized the kind of stories the little mirror often revealed to her.
Li Mingyu Stefanat.
Her cheeks flushing as she contemplated her age and then that of her supposed match. Overwhelmed, she felt as if the sky were collapsing around her.
Ha.
The romantic plot of Li Mingyu is quite thrilling. I shall reveal it to you. Yes, yes. Fang Ruotang's eyes gleamed with excitement, her face flushed with eagerness. Li Mingyu felt her heart race, torn between the desire to know who her destined partner was and the embarrassment of uncovering such details in public. After all, she too had her pride. Sister, I like you. Don't seek others. I will grow up. Fang Ruotang was engulfed in darkness as she heard the sticky voice of a young boy and the sound of slurping. No longer was she the naive girl who had merely observed the world around her. Vivid images suddenly flooded her mind.
Ah!
Is this? Fang Ruotang's face turned pale as she looked at Li Mingyu, who was blushing furiously, mortified and furious. Had they truly crossed that line?
Li Mingyu.
Sensing the attention of those around them, hurriedly covered her face with a handkerchief, shaking her head in panic. I am not. Not at all. Li Mingyu was drunk. She was taken advantage of and did not even realize.
Ah!
Fang Ruotang's excitement quickly waned. What a lecherous man, taking advantage of someone in distress. He is coming. He is approaching with his obsessive and fervent feelings. The little mirror suddenly cried out. Fang Ruotang looked around. Where? Then she spotted a remarkably exquisite young man, as if he had stepped out of a painting, approaching with a jug of wine. Though still young, he stood as tall as Li Mingyu, with porcelain-white skin, delicate features, and a beauty mark beneath his right eye, lending him a charm beyond his years. He was striking without being gaudy.
Ah!
At such a tender age, how could he harbor any ill intentions? He merely adores his sister. How can that be wrong? You are such a superficial admirer. Her brother, Yan, bit down on his plump, rosy lip, his enchanting eyes glancing at Li Mingyu with a mixture of longing and hesitation. Before their arrival, he had heard tales of the national master's prowess and anticipated that his secret would be unveiled. He was unafraid of exposure, even finding it preferable for the matter to be brought to light, for how else could he bridge the 6-year gap? Yet, he feared that his sister might reject him. Yan? Li Mingyu called out in confusion, her gaze complex as she looked at him. She never imagined that the destined partner spoken of by the national master would be him. At first, she thought it was due to her joining the Tianyi sect that delayed her marriage, believing she would meet her true love years later. Upon further reflection, she realized that the person had already appeared beside her, yet she had not anticipated who it was. The answer had already been revealed. She didn't even have time to feel anger at Yan for taking a misguided path, only a heart full of complexity. Was it her fault for giving him the wrong signals, leading him astray? Fang Ruotang, with a mischievous air, sidled up next to Li Mingyu and presented her with a rejuvenating pill. Ahem, you know I'm the national master and can read fortunes, right? Li Mingyu maintained a stoic expression. No, she did not wish to know. You may not believe me when I say this, but I must tell you, you have no fate with the prince. Your true love is this young man before you. Yes, indeed, the very one you raised with your own hands. Surprised? Unexpected? Fang Ruotang grinned widely. The young lad was exceptionally handsome, resembling a delicate porcelain doll. It was hard to imagine how captivating he would be in adulthood. Thank you for the gift, National Master. Please take your seat. I've heard you have a penchant for gourmet food, so I specially invited several skilled chefs to prepare today's feast. Come and taste, see if you like it, Li Mingyu said, her words somewhat disjointed. General Liu was recently preoccupied with marriage arrangements, with auspicious dates set for next month. The 3 letters and 6 gifts would need to be delivered in 3 months, quite a rushed timeline for families of their standing. Yes. Fang Ruotang nodded vigorously, enthusiastically explaining, let me tell you, General Liu's situation is quite similar to yours. But her match is a genuine lamb, while yours is a wolf cub in sheep's clothing. Be careful. Yan tilted his head, casting a complex glance at Fang Ruotang, and nervously called out to Li Mingyu, sister. The familiar call, once sweet to her ears, now carried a different weight. She realized, with an unexpected clarity, that this young boy was indeed flirting with her. Yan's eyes brightened. Would his sister not hold it against him for harboring such fantasies? Even if he drew closer to her, she showed no reproach. Could he then dare to think of more? With a smirk, he lowered his gaze, and a flurry of daring thoughts surged within his mind. After Fang Ruotang took her seat, a circle of noble young ladies surrounded her, introducing themselves. Fang Ruotang showed little interest, her attention focused solely on Li Mingyu and Yan. She noted how Yan, despite his tender age, possessed an enchanting aura, his delicate fingers often playfully brushing against Li Mingyu's. As a mere observer, she felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Ultimately, she resolved to bring Yan into the Tianyi sect, eager to witness their romance unfold. After all, it promised to be as thrilling as a tale from a storybook, and she couldn't afford to miss it. Li Mingyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. In the past, she had thought nothing of Yan's small gestures, perceiving them as natural affection from a child she had raised. Yet now, when he habitually intertwined his little finger with hers, the sharp gasps that followed made her transition from initial indignation to a numbing shock in mere moments. Yan, undeterred, reached out once more, biting his lip to suppress a laugh. Even in mischief, he couldn't resist playfully tapping Li Mingyu's palm, causing her to quickly withdraw her hand, her face flushed. What had gone wrong? Li Mingyu felt tears welling up. Her eyes lit up with surprise as she asked, Are you suggesting, National Master, that Yan can join me in the sect as a disciple, to cultivate together? Indeed. Once you enter the Tianyi sect and obtain your celestial fate, you will be unlike ordinary mortals. If you do not cultivate together, your lifespans will surely differ, Fang Ruotang replied, unaware of the significant surprise her exuberance brought to those present. In an instant, Li Mingyu discarded her embarrassment. Was it merely allowing the National Master to witness her relationship with Yan? Look closely. Look intently. She hailed from the Leaf family, raised from a young age with the expectations of a future royal consort, indifferent to her feelings towards the prince, only aspiring to ascend to that position for her family's benefit. After the National Master emerged, the prince had sent a letter of engagement withdrawal, along with a decree from the emperor, which the Leaf family could not contest and accepted with utmost respect. Just days ago, the prince had once again sent word, offering her a chance to enter the Tianyi sect. Though she was unsure of the reason, she seized the opportunity to pack her belongings. Seeing the National Master now illuminated the reason behind the prince's benevolence towards the Leaf family, as well as the tangible benefits he had conferred upon her personally. It was likely due to the girl standing before her, a paragon of innocence, undoubtedly well protected. The prince had nipped any chance of their engagement being blamed on the National Master in the bud. After all, the allure of cultivating in the sect was far more enticing than being a mere consort in the mortal realm, and others would only envy her fortune, wishing to take her place. National Master, I've heard you can read fortunes. Might I ask, is my relationship with my fiancé destined? A noble young lady suddenly spoke up, secretly hoping her romantic journey would be intriguingly convoluted to capture the national master's attention, thus securing her own place in his favor. Even if it meant relinquishing her innocence, she would not hesitate. Who wouldn't he secretly envy someone like Chao Yueqi, whose exquisite beauty set her apart from the ordinary? Isn't it so? Indeed, came the reply. It is a destined match. Congratulations. Fang Ruotang offered a radiant smile. Disappointment flickered in the eyes of the young lady opposite her as she stammered. It is indeed a destined match. That's good. Fang Ruotang failed to notice her dismay, but the others present quickly caught on and began inquiring about their own romantic prospects, hoping to emulate Li Mingyu's fortune and embark on a path of prosperity. Perhaps they too had a remarkable lineage like Li Shiyun, who was now firmly established as the senior sister of the Tianyi sect. As these events unfolded, astute observers noted Fang Ruotang's preferential treatment towards women, which inadvertently influenced many, elevating the status of numerous previously overlooked young ladies within their families. After all, no one could predict who might become the next Li Shiyun. Fang Ruotang's expression darkened. She despised such utilitarianism. She attempted to intervene, but her fourth sister tugged at her sleeve, whispering, "Let the sixth one be. Look how happy she is. We can keep an eye on things from here without causing a ruckus." Fang Ruotang glanced over to see Fang Ruotang behaving rather mischievously, seemingly oblivious to the guidance provided by the small mirror as she held the hands of various young ladies, claiming to read their palms. It was utterly absurd and hard to watch. "This one has a high malice value towards you. Someone should restrain her," the small mirror exclaimed, its voice tinged with unmistakable indignation. "Is there someone who dislikes me? Why would you want the approval of such trash? But I am so beautiful. Why wouldn't she like me? Didn't you say everyone in the world would love me? My dear, one cannot expect every individual to be of sound mind. There will always be those whose intellect is lacking." The young lady before you, aged approximately 16 or 17, with a hint of baby fat, has thus far refrained from engaging in conversation, for she harbors disdain towards you. She believes you are responsible for the demise of General Hua. Had it not been for your involvement, he would not have met such a horrific end, subjected to 1,000 cuts and enduring unspeakable tortures before his death. With wide eyes, Fang Ruotang was taken aback. No one had ever recounted the gruesome details of General Hua's death to her, yet she felt no sense of injustice, only a sense of deserved fate. She immediately directed her gaze at the opposing figure, imperiously declaring, "General Hua betrayed his nation for the sake of an enemy princess. Do you comprehend the casualties his flight to the enemy's realm would have cost our kingdom? He commanded an army of 100,000 soldiers." The young girl's complexion shifted between hues of green and white, a mixture of shock, fear, and hatred, emotions that were transparent to Fang Ruotang. Fang Ruotang promptly positioned himself protectively in front of Fang Ruotang and called for Yuxing, who was stationed on the deck. Yuxing appeared instantly, his gaze landing squarely on Fang Ruotang. "Seize her immediately and deliver her to His Royal Highness. She may be an accomplice of General Hua." The fate of General Hua was no secret, yet it had not been publicly exposed due to the fear that his loyal soldiers might rebel, inciting turmoil at the borders. Consequently, the court discreetly dealt with General Hua and his faction while simultaneously dispatching personnel to the borders to assume command of the 100,000 soldiers. Has she also betrayed the nation like General Hua? Fang Ruotang could only express her disbelief. She had considered herself quite naive, only to discover someone even more foolish. General Hua could be her father, she thought, exasperated. She even incites Li Mingyu to contend with you. Li Mingyu was momentarily taken aback. Having invited someone with such ill intentions towards the Grand Master was disconcerting enough, but now it seemed she was also implicated. "Is that true?" she inquired. Indeed. However, Li Mingyu regarded her as a friend, failing to perceive her ulterior motives. Primarily, the girl did not dare to be overt in her scheming. Li Mingyu remained oblivious, as she herself harbored no grievances regarding the broken engagement. Rather, she felt elated as it afforded her an opportunity to pursue her cultivation.
Wow, Li Mingyu truly apreciates me.
She has discerning taste. Indeed. Li Mingyu felt a sting of sarcasm. She believed herself to lack discernment, failing to live up to her family's expectations. How could she have overlooked such a blatant provocation? Grinding her teeth, she resolved that should she fail to retaliate and eliminate her opponent this time, she would no longer bear the surname Li. A flicker of murderous intent crossed her eyes, unnoticed by the small boy behind her, whose eyes were dark as ink. His lips curled into an unnaturally bloodthirsty smile. At that moment, the crown prince arrived unexpectedly. Fang Ruotang sprang to her feet and rushed to the deck, where she beheld another grand vessel anchored alongside theirs. The crown prince, adorned in his regal attire, stood on the deck, gazing at her with gentle eyes. "Brother Crown Prince!" Fang Ruotang exclaimed joyfully, waving her hand. As she observed the servants on both ships constructing a bridge, she prepared to ascend. The crown prince's expression shifted subtly as he deftly leaped onto their ship ahead of her. Fang Ruotang immediately clutched the crown prince's garments, her voice bubbling with indignation as she began to recount her grievances. Is she unwell? Not only does she favor men old enough to be her father, but she also disregards the safety of the nation, lacking any semblance of correct principles. You must teach her a proper lesson. The crown prince raised his left hand and signaled for someone to step forward. Take her away for a thorough investigation. The young girl was now genuinely alarmed and spoke rapidly. Grand Master, do you wish for His Royal Highness to execute me? No, that cannot be. You are a celestial envoy. Your mission is to save the world, not to take lives. Is it not enough that you caused General Hua's demise? Do you wish to end my life as well? Fang Ruotang furrowed her brow, crossing her arms in a display of petulance. You loathe me and wish to harm me. What is wrong with my asking the crown prince to have you killed? Do not morally bind me. I possess no morals. Brother Crown Prince, you must punish her severely. Do not let her off lightly. She deliberately emphasized this to the crown prince, casting a provocative glance at the girl. Fang Ruotang, nurtured in a sheltered environment, embodied a certain naivete. Yet, such innocence often harbors a cruel edge. One who loves desires the preservation of life, while one who despises wishes for death, with no shades of gray in between. You will not appear before me again. The crown prince, observing the young girl's furious demeanor, affectionately ruffled her hair, his eyes also glinting with lethal intent. The ability to provoke such ire in his dear girl was noteworthy. He hoped her resilience matched her audacity, for he desired her to endure, lest the entertainment be prematurely extinguished. As the girl was taken away, Li Mingyu promptly approached to offer her apologies. After all, today's excursion on the lake had been orchestrated by her, and the attendees had been invited by her as well. Brother Crown Prince, this matter does not concern Miss Li. Fang Ruotang's temper flared intensely, but subsided just as quickly. Upon witnessing Li Mingyu and Yan Yan kneeling before the crown prince, she playfully tugged at the crown prince's hand, leaning in to share tales of their romantic exploits. In stark contrast to Fang Ruotang's carefree disposition, Li Mingyu knelt on the deck, her face paling. She had no time to inquire whether Yan Yan's stolen kiss had occurred before or after the broken engagement. Terrified, she contemplated where she might bury herself, while Fang Ruotang excitedly spoke of inviting Yan Yan to join the Tianyi sect. The crown prince, not casting a glance towards Li Mingyu, gently brushed aside Fang Ruotang's tousled hair caused by her playful antics. Do you hold a fondness for them? Yes. Very well, I understand. Fang Ruotang tilted her head, perplexed by what the crown prince had comprehended. The anxious Li Mingyu would soon grasp the implications of his words the following day, as she and Yan Yan were escorted to a residence adjacent to the prime minister's estate. The attendants who brought them did not engage in idle chatter, yet they were horrified to encounter His Majesty, given that Li Mingyu had previously been in the presence of the sovereign. Quickly, she discerned the current circumstances, particularly as the emperor regarded her with appreciation, remarking, "You are indeed perceptive." Li Mingyu, the cherished eldest daughter of her family, had been cultivated with utmost care, and she understood the insinuation behind his words. Having broken her engagement with the crown prince, she had not caused a scene. Rather, she had extended good wishes to the crown prince's beloved, and more remarkably, she had earned the latter's affection. It was precisely for this reason that she found herself in her current favorable position. Li Mingyu's gaze flickered as she elevated Fang Ruotang's status in her mind repeatedly. She silently expressed gratitude to the cold and unyielding crown prince for allowing her to remain detached from him throughout their 5-year engagement, thus preventing any emotional entanglements. Otherwise, a chill ran down her spine as she dared not contemplate the alternative. Sister Mingyu, you should first assess your spiritual roots. Li Mingyu and Fang Ruotang were 6 years apart, with one hailing from the main branch and residing in the capital, while the other belonged to a collateral branch and lived in the capital as well. They had never interacted previously, yet both were aware of each other's existence.
Li Mingyu,
Wary of overstepping, smiled as she held the spirit-testing stone, saying, "Since I have joined the sect, let us adhere to its customs. You need not call me sister. Simply refer to me as Mingyu. I shall address you as senior sister, just like the other disciples." Li Shiyun paused momentarily before smiling in agreement.
indeed.
Humans are creatures of powerful habits. The former version of herself would have never endured such a situation. Mingyu is actually a dual spiritual root. Her talent is remarkable, Li Shiyun praised, then invited Yan Yan to test his spiritual roots. It is a heavenly spiritual root.
Li Shiyun exclaimed.
Wait, I shall summon the sect master. In recent days, the expansive courtyard had been graced by the arrival of numerous individuals sent by the crown prince to train alongside her. Yet none had ever been blessed with a heavenly spiritual root.
Ah,
You lad are quite fortunate, the emperor remarked in a sardonic tone. Li Mingyu felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Yan Yan might inadvertently offend the emperor and jeopardize this hard-won opportunity. However, despite his tender age, Yan Yan maintained composure, showing respect without obsequiousness. Meanwhile, Fang Ruotang happened to be at the prime minister's estate, passing through a small door between the two compounds, arriving with a gleeful expression, exclaiming, "A lightning elemental single spiritual root. The future is limitless." As she spoke, Fang Ruotang took out a small mirror and handed over a bamboo slip containing the lightning attribute cultivation method. "I have great faith in you. Do you think highly of him while he is confined in a small dark room? Let us not dwell on that." Fang Ruotang rubbed her hands together, her expression filled with intrigue. Li Mingyu, feeling numb, glared at Yan Yan, convinced that something was amiss. She could not believe that the child she had raised could be so.
un fortunatelli. Li Mingyu possessa dual spiritual rots.
Her talent inferior to Yan Yan's. Otherwise, had she rejected him, it would have been far more entertaining to see Yan Yan turn dark and imprison her.
But now,
It was impossible. Yan Yan's talent surpassed hers, allowing him to seize what he desired effortlessly. Li Mingyu exclaimed, "Act like a human." Yan Yan, unfazed by her words, stared at her with bright eyes, the meaning behind his gaze causing Li Mingyu to feel embarrassed. "No worries. We shall observe as we walk. Once the passage is opened, if Li Mingyu still refuses Yan Yan, we will find her precious materials to cleanse her spiritual roots. At that point, with her single spiritual root, her strength will rise, and she will be pursued by him, unable to escape. Surely you would find that entertaining. Small mirror, you are truly wonderful. As long as the master is pleased," Li Mingyu pondered, feeling a flicker of anticipation. She had become numb to the situation and resolved to follow the script given by the master. For who could refuse the allure of precious materials to cleanse one's spiritual roots? After all, she could not refuse. It would merely be a performance to amuse the master. If even a divine artifact like a spirit tool could be accepted, what was stopping her? A mere mortal woman? For the sake of her future, playing the role of a performer was not shameful. It was only unfortunate that the master had bestowed too much upon her. Li Mingyu wiped her face, resigning herself to the unfolding events. Chapter 065. The small mirror's mini-class. Yan Yan sensed Li Mingyu's thoughts, and a bubble of happiness rose within him. The master was truly wonderful. From now on, the master would hold the second most important place in his heart. Anyone who opposed the master was an enemy to him, Yan Yan. He must grow quickly, both to protect his sister and to serve the master. He aspired to be a cornerstone supporting the master, to repay the master's kindness. When Fang Ruotang gifted Yan Yan a spatial ring, his emotions reached a peak. He felt that the master was the best person in the world, apart from his sister. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Fang Ruotang asked as she rubbed her arms, sensing the peculiarity in Yan Yan's gaze. She had not forgotten what the small mirror had said about him. He was like a mad dog, merely cloaked in a beautiful facade, with someone holding his leash, making him appear somewhat normal. After all, how many children could remain psychologically sound after witnessing their entire family slaughtered and their female relatives abused at such a young age? What does that mean? He is not sensing malice. In fact, his fondness for her is growing rapidly, almost overwhelming Li Mingyu. Fang Ruotang's eyes lit up. Does he admire me as well? Indeed. No wonder they make such a perfect pair. They both have excellent taste. Very well. I unilaterally decide to keep them together. Fang Ruotang wore a radiant smile, her emotions evident in her eyes, leaving no need for eavesdropping on her thoughts. Yan Yan was momentarily taken aback, then lowered his gaze, a soft smile spreading across his face. How could this sect leader be so wonderful? Li Mingyu caught a glimpse of Yan Yan's joyful expression, and her heart tightened with pain. Yan Yan smiled easily, a gentle expression often gracing his face. Yet he rarely exhibited true happiness. Except for the occasional indulgence in her presence, he lived as if behind a mask. Sister? Yan Yan, sensitive to her gaze, tilted his head to meet her eyes, his smile still intact, tinged with curiosity. Li Mingyu shook her head gently, watching as his face lit up with a smile appropriate for his age. Her thoughts drifted away. If her existence could keep him this happy, she could certainly endure. Yan Yan's eyes flickered, his smile growing softer and more endearing, effectively masking his possessive tendencies. He was patient. He would make her willingly succumb to his charms. In the midst of their banter, a servant from the Prime Minister's residence arrived with a message. Sixth Miss, the heir of the Su Ping Marquis, has come to visit. The First Madam has sent me to inquire if you wish to meet her. Fang Ruotang frowned, expressing her disdain. I refuse to see her. Tell my aunt to leave. She is not welcome in my home. Li Mingyu, surprised, asked, what has she done to harm the master? Nothing, but I detest her. Fang Ruotang was not one to conceal her feelings, and she quickly recounted the story of Tan Yueying's humiliation on her wedding night. In conclusion, she pouted and said, I told my elder sister that I disliked Tan Yueying, and she said she feels the same. She mentioned we should respect others' fates, and some people are not worth saving. We can merely watch as they rot in the cesspool. Fang Xingtang immediately relayed what she had learned to Fang Ruotang, fearing her simple-mindedness might lead her to be deceived. Fang Ruotang, however, was oblivious to Fang Xingtang's concerns and did not anticipate the ridicule that would inevitably follow her meddling. Thus, Fang Xingtang harbored a deep disdain for the oblivious and dim-witted Tan Yueying. Fang Ruotang also looked down upon Tan Yueying's self-deprecation, and after hearing her elder sister's words, her disdain only intensified. She did not wish to lay eyes on her even once. She hails from the family of the Chief Justice? Or is she a legitimate daughter? Li Mingyu was astonished. Is there truly anyone so foolish in this world? A prominent daughter of a great family should possess all the favorable resources. It is inconceivable that one could produce such a fool. Yet, she had encountered the rare exception. When her own matters were laid bare, she wished she could vanish into the earth, but when discussing the affairs of others, she was filled with enthusiasm, eager to share the scoop with Fang Ruotang, coaxing her with stories and details. What was the Tan family's reaction? Fang Ruotang asked. Utterly speechless, Li Mingyu replied, absorbed in the tale. As her small hands fumbled about, she ultimately produced a porcelain-white package and offered it to Fang Ruotang, who accepted it and shared the news the small mirror had conveyed. That day marked a significant leap in the relationship between Fang Ruotang and Li Mingyu. As they exchanged gossip about others, the two quickly grew closer, becoming intimate friends. When the Crown Prince received word of this, he had no objections, for he possessed a keen eye for character. Otherwise, he would not have granted Li Mingyu the opportunity to enter the sect. However, as a precaution, he felt it necessary to issue a warning. Li Mingyu rolled her eyes, feeling the Crown Prince was overthinking the situation. With a delightful, gentle girl who could tell stories and even assist her in cultivating her immortality by her side, why would she engage in competition with other women or seek a man? For now, Fang Ruotang was her deity. She could not bear a day without Fang Ruotang. If she did not hear her stories, she would feel restless. The two had nearly become a picturesque scene together. As the sun rose, They would gather, sharing sunflower seeds and gossip, prompting the ladies of the Prime Minister's residence to take notice and soon join in. This resulted in a significant surge in sales at the nut shop regularly patronized by the household, clearly showcasing the prowess of this group of women. I shall tell you a poignant love story filled with deep affection. Share it with them. They have surely never encountered such grandeur. And one of you has a personal connection with the tale. Can you guess who it is? The small mirror's mini-class commenced once again. Fang Ruotang's eyes sparkled with delight as she stifled a giggle, pretending to be inscrutable under the eager gazes of the audience, before finally diving into her tale with enthusiasm. Those surrounding her were instantly captivated, their interest piqued, for such gossip, particularly involving familiar faces, held an irresistible allure. Chapter 066, A Grievance of Annihilation. The person in question is Yan Yan's elder sister. The little mirror loudly declared the answer. Fang Ruotang had long been informed of Yan Yan's background through the little mirror's explanations. He bore a deep-seated grudge, with his entire family exterminated. How could it be that another sister suddenly appeared? Li Mingyu's smile vanished, and the sunflower seeds in her hand lost their flavor. She could only secretly rejoice that Yan Yan possessed great talent and bore a heavy burden, leaving him no time for idle chatter with them. Back then, during the massacre, Yan Yan had exchanged clothes with his brother and hid in a rice vat to escape. His sister, Yan Yan, was out late in the night meeting her lover and was not present in the manor. Was this a behavior befitting a proper young lady? The Yan and Qin families held significant power in Tongzhou. 7 years ago, a silver mine was discovered there. The Yan family advocated reporting it to the court, while the Qin family insisted on mining it privately. The two families clashed, and the Yan family was wiped out overnight by bandits. Fang Ruotang smacked her lips, her smile fading as she glanced at Li Mingyu, whose demeanor was calm. She discreetly asked the little mirror, "Are you suggesting that the Qin family annihilated the Yan family?" Indeed. Is the term tragic love referring to the daughter of the Yan family being with the son of the Qin family? Does she not know that the Qin family is responsible for her family's demise? Initially, she was unaware, but later came to know, and after a series of heart-wrenching experiences, she found herself bearing the child of her family's enemy and is about to give birth. Fang Ruotang. This tale of love was the most perplexing she had encountered among the many convoluted romantic stories she had heard. It felt akin to being fed a mouthful of excrement. Thus, she furrowed her brow, repeating the little mirror's words, while the others around her appeared even more distressed, having to listen twice. The atmosphere grew quiet. Fang Ruotang ground her teeth, unable to contain herself any longer. What does Yan Yan think about this? I don't know, replied the little mirror. After all, it was not human. It could probe the past and predict the future, yet it could not fathom the human heart. Moreover, the human heart is ever-changing. Was this merely a grudge of extermination? Fang Ruotang, though unable to comprehend, was deeply shaken. To her, no one surpassed her family, who had bestowed upon her endless care and love. Who dared to harm her family? She would annihilate them without hesitation. And to engage in romance with the adversary? That would be akin to flaying them alive.
Li Mingyu.
Fang Ruotang turned to her, indicating for her to make a decision. Li Mingyu lowered her head slightly and suddenly smiled gently, asking, "Surely the court would be very interested in the silver mine? After all, they are currently in dire need of silver and grain. Although our Li family has a good relationship with the Yan family, and my mother was close friends with the late Lady Yan, it may take years for the Li family to orchestrate the downfall of the Qin family, and success is not guaranteed. However, should the crown prince take action, it would merely take a snap of the fingers. Thus, even if Yan resents me for intervening, I do not care. I wish to swiftly resolve this matter and bury the past. Yan is only 12. He should not remain trapped in a sea of blood and hatred. He deserves a bright future. I believe the Yan family's ancestors would approve of my actions." The silver mine. Fang Ruotang's eyes lit up as she called for her maid. Quickly, summon the crown prince. Chui and Shu exchanged glances, both expressing a sense of helpless affection. Only their little six would call upon the crown prince as if summoning a familiar, expecting him to arrive promptly, and would complain if he were late. "Ruotang, when the crown prince arrives, could you possibly speak to him about including Xiao Yan in this matter, as well as Yan Yan?" Li Mingyu furrowed her brow, suppressing her malice, and said, "Can we allow Xiao Yan to handle this himself? After all, this is his last remaining relative." Fang Ruotang non-committally agreed. "Thank you." A flicker of ruthless intent crossed Li Mingyu's eyes. Having witnessed Yan Yan ensnared in a sea of blood, she could not fathom Yan Yan's sister, and even dared not imagine the pain Yan Yan must endure upon learning of this. However, some matters must be confronted, no matter how daunting. She steadied her resolve, stating, "The crown prince will arrive shortly. I shall fetch Xiao Yan."
Go, go.
Fang Ruotang waved her hand, feeling that today's tale of love was excessively heavy, far from her preference. What was Yan Yan thinking? Initially ignorant, yet upon learning the truth about her parents' murderers, how could she still entangle herself with them? Once Li Mingyu left, the remaining individuals engaged in fervent discussion. Fang Ruotang raised her hand. "I know. The little mirror mentioned that this is what we call love-struck, where the mind is consumed by romantic thoughts, leaving no room for anything else. To such individuals, love surpasses all. The women of the Fang family, we cannot comprehend it, nor can we respect it. The mere thought of producing such a descendant makes one wish to drown them in the toilet." Yan Yan arrived before the crown prince, having been led by the matriarch of the Fang family to the wrong shouting. After all, it was not a joyous occasion, and there was no reason for the family to stay and witness another suffering. Only Fang Ruotang remained, continuing her eating and drinking. Upon seeing Yan Yan, she scrutinized him for a moment. His face was as pale as a ghost, his gaze vacant. "Do not be disheartened. At least you now know who the murderer is. Though your sister has turned her back on her family, your sister Mingyu is quite good." Fang Ruotang stuffed a handful of sunflower seeds into Yan Yan's hand. Noticing his still dazed expression, she quietly retreated to continue her meal. She found herself at a loss for words that could touch the heart, and she believed Yan Yan needed Li Mingyu more. Just as she contemplated this, she saw Li Mingyu whispering something in Yan Yan's ear, after which Yan Yan suddenly embraced her waist, burying his face in her abdomen. In the hall, with only the three of them present, the silence rendered even the slightest sound deafening. Fang Ruotang heard Yan Yan's muffled, pained breaths, accompanied by the tremors of his body. "Fang Ruotang, should I leave?" She felt utterly lost, believing that her presence was preventing Yan Yan from venting his pent-up resentment, pain, and hatred. Fortunately, her hesitation was short-lived, for the crown prince soon arrived. Fang Ruotang breathed a sigh of relief, relaying the enmity between the Yan and Qin families to the crown prince, emphasizing the importance of the silver mine. The silver mine could not be mined privately. If discovered, it must be reported to the court. The Qin family's offense was a capital crime of extermination. The crown prince would not let them escape. As for Yan Yan's personal grievances, the crown prince stated, "Once the perpetrators are captured, you may handle them as you see fit. Some vendettas cannot be alleviated even by personally obliterating one's enemies. It is not as simple as witnessing their downfall and moving on." Yan Yan belongs to Fang Ruotang, and as long as he remains loyal to her, the crown prince is more than willing to facilitate his endeavors. "Thank you, your highness." Yan Yan was in a terrible state, not due to having found the killers of his family, but because of the resurrection of his sister. He could not comprehend it, only feeling as though a colossal stone weighed upon his chest, suffocating him, with no outlet for his fury, much like magma on the verge of eruption beneath a volcano. Li Mingyu felt sorrow for Yan Yan's distress, and upon seeing things settle, quickly led him away with tears in her eyes. Chapter 067. The male lead in chaos. When alone with Fang Ruotang, the crown prince instinctively tempered his imposing demeanor, appearing softer and more gentle. "Tomorrow, there is little to discuss in the court. You should skip the morning assembly and rest at home to avoid waking early."
"Why?"
Fang Ruotang blinked. After changing to a minor assembly every 3 days and a major assembly every 10 days, she no longer found early rising burdensome and had grown fond of attending court. Each assembly allowed her to expose evildoers, making her feel exceptionally capable. The crown prince gently grasped Fang Ruotang's small head, his thumb lightly brushing her hair at the temples. He cooed. "Last time you mentioned you had never participated in a hunt and did not know the thrill of galloping on horseback. So I have specially sought out a gentle little white horse for you. It will be delivered tomorrow morning for you to see if you like it." In a few days, I will take you to the hunting grounds. Fang Ruotang's eyes sparkled with excitement. The little mirror interjected. You mustn't speak of the crown prince that way. What ill intentions could he possibly harbor? He simply wishes for me to see the little white horse he has sent me at the earliest opportunity. The little mirror continued. Just indulge him. One day, you will inevitably find his possessiveness unbearable. A fleeting glimmer of destruction flashed in the prince's eyes.
Ha!
How dare he be called your highness? What an audacity to spoil his plans. Could it be? The heavenly realm has grown weaker, and this world is nearly falling apart, yet he still possesses such capability? But alas, I cannot ride a horse, thought Fang Ruotang, feeling a tinge of annoyance. The prince, dismissing his thoughts about the small mirror, focused on comforting Fang Ruotang. It's all right, I'm here. I will teach you. But what if I fall off? I don't want to. I'm afraid of pain, she pouted, appearing quite delicate. The prince found her demeanor utterly endearing and couldn't resist leaning down to gently brush his lips against hers, his voice slightly hoarse as he reassured, I will protect you. Fang Ruotang clung to the prince's arm, her small body swaying as she exclaimed, Big brother, you are so wonderful. I like you the most. The prince raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat immune to her sweetness, yet unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. If only those words weren't so frequently uttered to everyone around her who cared for her, it would be even better. He had only heard her express such sentiments to Fang Qingxiang, Miss Fang, and Commander Fang, and even to the small mirror. She had likely shared them with many others unbeknownst to him. Currently, in the grand hall of the Prime Minister's residence, despite finding the young girl utterly adorable, the prince would refrain from any overt displays. She did not wish to marry him, and given their relationship, he could only suppress his desires, indulging them only in secluded corners. In public, holding her hand was a restrained act, fearing that his presence might bring her unwanted stigma. Nonetheless, she remained his sweet burden, often jumping onto him, and he could never bring himself to push her away. Typically, the prince preferred to dine out with companions. However, on this occasion, he remarkably chose to stay at the Prime Minister's residence to avoid giving the unobservant an opportunity for an unexpected encounter. The Prime Minister himself accompanied him. The prince deemed it unnecessary, yet understood the impossibility of avoiding it. However, gazing at a certain silhouette behind the screen, he resolutely thought it would be better for certain individuals not to remain in the capital, as they were troublesome. The Prime Minister, a cunning old fox, cast a glance at the infatuated prince, feeling a sense of pride. Indeed, he was his well-behaved grandson, managing the prince with the ease of handling a kitten or puppy. Ahem. Recently, Duke N had been sending invitations incessantly, leaving the old official in a difficult position. Among them, only Deputy Y was somewhat easy to handle. The others were all quite formidable, and he felt he could hardly bear it. How could the prince, with a clear conscience, let an old man like him navigate such complexities? The prince glanced toward the obscured female figures behind the screen and spoke softly, Tomorrow's morning court. Find something for them to do, and send them out of the city. The Prime Minister wished to applaud the prince, but also longed to express heartfelt words. This time, it would be quite challenging. Today, even the Grand Princess had sought him out. Could he afford to disregard Duke N's favor, let alone the Grand Princess's? The Grand Princess was resolute in wanting to form a familial bond with him, even willing to send Duke N to him as a package. What could he do? He could not refuse. After all, who could turn down a duke willing to take on his granddaughter as a concubine? Certainly not he. The prince observed the wavering Prime Minister and scoffed, feeling immensely frustrated. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life. By the end of the meal, the prince had hardly tasted his food and felt satiated. As he departed, he concealed his emotions from Fang Ruotang and amicably discussed plans for the next day to take her to the countryside to learn horseback riding. The prince sensed the Prime Minister's betrayal and decided to take Fang Ruotang out of the capital for a few days. The Prime Minister looked skyward, resigning himself. Such matters often repeated themselves. He accepted it with nonchalance. As the prince had said, his granddaughter was like a celestial being, deserving of several attendants.
What was the harm in that?
Alas, the rumors he had set free were ones he could not accept himself. As the prince departed, he ordered an increase in security. That night, He received a report from his hidden guards that 3 groups of individuals had visited Fang Ruotang's small courtyard throughout the night.
Ha!
The prince found it both amusing and infuriating. The following morning at court, he observed Duke N and the others with a nose that was neither here nor there. Duke N and his companions showed no leniency, especially the young prince, who mockingly confronted him. Prince, don't be too excessive. Little Roro is not just yours. This is what the spirit of the artifact explicitly stated. Do you wish to monopolize her? The prince stood like a dormant volcano, his power formidable. Yet facing 4 adversaries was still quite challenging. Otherwise, he would not have been compelled to prepare for a brief retreat with Fang Ruotang. She will be the future princess. I hope the little royal uncle understands his identity and refrains from actions that would bring ridicule upon himself. The prince straightened his chest, refusing to back down. The young prince chuckled. Future princess? Why not ask little Roro if she is willing to marry you? The prince's expression darkened as he fixed his hawk-like gaze on his prey, while the young prince remained unyielding. The prime minister lowered his eyes, scrutinizing the board in his hands, determined to observe it closely. He was not foolish enough to charge forward at this moment. He was not the likes of Little Six. The prince and his companions would show him some leniency due to Little Six, but they would not cease their conflict for him. He was merely a bit carried away, not actually foolish. You cannot forever confine her and prevent us from seeing her, Dukin pointed out calmly. The prince cast a dismissive glance at those vying for his affection. Even if Wei Shirlang remained silent, he did not overlook them. Each had their own capabilities. Very well. Let us see how domineering you can be, the young prince retorted, stepping aside with a smirk. Some matters may not seem significant, but when there is contention, their significance shifts entirely. Initially, there was merely a hint of longing and gentle concern, yet once the prince intervened, everything transformed. Among the 5 men in the court, even Deputy Y, hailing from humble origins, was a paragon of excellence. How could they bear such indignation? They certainly could not. The more it became evident, the more they felt compelled to compete. The 5 men in the court became embroiled in a chaotic argument, completely unaware that Fang Ruotang had been coaxed out by the small mirror, leading her newly acquired little white horse toward the palace gates. However, not long after stepping outside, the streets descended into chaos. Rather than retreating, she, relying on her protective powers, yearned to join the commotion. Just then, she was enveloped in a warm embrace, and an excited voice rang in her ear, "I've got you." Chapter 68. Young General Fang Ruotang was momentarily stunned, urgently calling out in her mind, Little Mirror, there are bad people." The young man glanced at the adorable girl in his arms, wary of lingering in the chaotic street. He whistled, and his companions immediately shielded him as they made their escape. Fang Ruotang felt a tinge of panic, though not overwhelming, as she was led to a secluded residence. The young man who had abducted her set her down and stood before her. He exuded a proud and unrestrained demeanor, his features sharp and defiant, akin to a finely honed sword, marked by a faint scent of blood and hostility, starkly contrasting with the young aristocrats of the capital. Yet, it was precisely this young man whom even the sun seemed to favor, casting its rays upon his shoulders, as if bestowing upon him a radiant glow. While Fang Ruotang observed the young man, he too scrutinized her. She resembled a free-spirited sprite, or a fairy dancing in the sky, lacking the lofty grandeur built on wealth and lineage, yet brimming with vitality and charm, a beauty that was inexplicably natural, especially when her bright, clear eyes met his gaze. He found himself irresistibly entranced by her innocent beauty. Was this not the person he was destined to love? This pure, beautiful, and spirited little darling. He felt as though he had fallen for her at first sight. Enchanted, the young man extended his hand, calloused from years of wielding a sword, and earnestly asked, "May I kiss you?" Though inquiring, the tone was assertive and domineering, exuding an undeniable possessiveness. Fang Ruotang widened her eyes in evident shock. The young man let out a light chuckle from his throat and leaned in to kiss her. His kiss, much like his persona, bore an intense fervor. He first nipped at her lips before slowly savoring the moment. Fang Ruotang conceded that the proud youth before her was stunning enough to captivate one's gaze. Yet she was acutely aware that one should not allow their lips to be so easily claimed. Just as she was about to struggle, The now-missing mirror suddenly spoke. Let him kiss you. He is your man, Huajiga. Is he really the young General Hua? Fang Ruotang was greatly startled, momentarily forgetting to resist. It was Huajiga's first time kissing a girl, and lacking experience, he was somewhat reckless. Noticing Fang Ruotang's distraction and the unconscious furrow of her brow, he gradually eased his approach, as if tasting the sweet and sour hawthorn candy, gently nibbling at it. The joy on this side was unrestrained, while the atmosphere in the court turned rather grim. The Crown Prince once again entrusted significant responsibilities to the Prince of Un and others, who did not yield easily, making excuses to defer, and as they bickered, the five suddenly stopped and covered their mouths. Apart from the Crown Prince, the other four quickly understood the reason. The young prince found himself in a predicament. He simply chose to give up, kneeling on the ground to shield what was unspeakable between his legs, sneering repeatedly, "The Crown Prince is quite skilled at blocking us," allowing the young General Hua to take the lead. The young prince was nearly driven to madness. Damn it! I haven't tasted a morsel of meat, yet I keep catching the scent of it. This is simply inhumane. The Crown Prince clenched his fist and slightly turned his body. Without a decree, how can we enter the capital? The young prince scoffed and fell silent, implying a shared embarrassment. The Crown Prince's stern gaze fell upon the other four, who clearly were aware of secrets he did not know, compounded by the sweet torment coursing through his body. He glanced at the disinterested emperor. "Father, let us dismiss the court." The emperor instantly perked up, shaking off his lethargy as he exited the court. The other ministers discreetly followed suit, refraining from expressing too much curiosity. The Crown Prince's imposing presence was noted. The young prince turned his face away, deliberately taking an opposing stance. His close relationship with the Prince of Un and the Crown Prince meant he was clearly venting his frustrations on him. Better to have the meat rot in the pot than allow someone not present in the capital to take the lead. Thus, neither spoke. Among the five, young Master Rome was the most aloof, and thus, in the best condition. He spoke up to explain, "If I am not mistaken, the six of us share a certain sensitivity in some aspects, such as when kissing Miss Fang Lu." The Crown Prince's gaze flickered, his expression shifting abruptly.
So,
"When I kissed Xiao Lu, you all reacted." The young prince chuckled maliciously. The Crown Prince's fury erupted, akin to a man who had just been cuckolded, nearly unsheathing his sword to strike down those before him. "Damn it! How long does that beast Huajiga intend to keep kissing her?" The young prince's physical reactions intensified, veins bulging at his temples. The poor boy, a virgin, had been repeatedly struck by the Crown Prince over the past 2 months, leaving his body so easily ignited, unable to withstand any provocation. Yet, the Crown Prince, being who he was, understood boundaries and maintained decorum, being mindful of Fang Ruotang's reputation as a young lady. Thus his intimacy was not excessive. However, the young General Hua was an entirely different matter, purely beastly. Fang Ruotang found herself breathless from the kiss, her small hands pushing against Huajiga's chest, struggling to create some distance, but he clung to her like an adhesive bandage. "Just a little longer, just a little longer," Huajiga murmured, his voice sticky as he held onto Fang Ruotang without letting go, his large head leaning toward her like a canine that had encountered its affection. Nuzzling incessantly, Fang Ruotang swiftly covered Huajiga's mouth with her hand, playfully scolding, "No more kisses. My lips are swollen. It won't look good if you keep kissing me. If you do, I'll get angry." This adorable yet spoiled demeanor only excited Huajiga further, unable to resist stealing a few kisses on her tender little hand before clasping it in his. Fang Ruotang looked at Huajiga in confusion and said poignantly, "I won't even become the Crown Princess. Why would I be your general's wife?" A crack of uncertainty appeared on Huajiga's usually confident face. What to do? The little darling makes a compelling argument. What would it take for you to agree to accompany me? Upon realizing who he was, Fang Ruotang's courage swelled. Moreover, she had secretly observed Huajiga's predatory gaze, reminiscent of how he looked at older women. Chapter 69. The Crown Prince Arrives. Fang Ruotang furrowed her delicate brows, pouting in displeasure. "If you don't listen to me, I won't want you." Huajiga felt an ominous premonition cross his mind. After all, the little mirror said, "I have 6. One more, or one less makes no difference. You can leave, I don't want you." Fang Ruotang found herself cradled in Huajiga's embrace, Unable to distinguish between the young princes, her chin held high as she waved her hand at him. Hua Zhiga reassured. Don't be angry, don't be angry. No, I am angry. I need to let it out. Hua Zhiga lowered his head and bit down gently on Fang Ruotang's poison lips. Knowing she was delicate, applying just enough pressure to warn her, next time, do not say such things. I do not wish to hear it. Fang Ruotang, intending to swat Hua Zhiga's head away, inadvertently slapped his face. Hua Zhiga turned his head slightly with the force of her movement, gently nudging his cheek where she had struck, feeling no pain but experiencing a peculiar sensation rising within him. Little girl, do not strike. Hua Zhiga took Fang Ruotang's delicate hand, gently rubbing it. Did your hand hurt? Fang Ruotang. The little mirror suddenly laughed in Fang Ruotang's mind. What a twist. Fang Ruotang agreed, placing her hands on her hips and admonishing, if you don't listen to me, bully me, I will tell my brother the crown prince to chop off your head. Hua Zhiga paused. He did not take Fang Ruotang's words to heart. After all, he had thoroughly investigated her affairs, including her extraordinary intelligence. How could he hold grudges against such a simple, innocent darling? However, what troubled him was her trust in the crown prince. You have a good relationship with the crown prince? Hua Zhiga's eyes sparkled with madness, as if ready to wreak havoc should Fang Ruotang utter words he disliked. Fang Ruotang pouted, feeling wronged. I am not close with my brother the crown prince. I am good with you. You don't compare to him at all. When my brother the crown prince kisses me, it feels wonderful. When you kiss me, my lips hurt. And you bite me. Hua Zhiga's madness froze momentarily. Is the little darling criticizing my kissing skills? Surely not. That couldn't be. I am inexperienced. It being my first time kissing a girl, after a few more kisses, you'll find it comfortable. The crown prince is surely different. He must have kissed others before, making him more adept at pleasing you. Hua Zhiga's face flushed, unwilling to concede. Fang Ruotang glared at him angrily, retorting, no way. The little mirror said my brother the crown prince is pure, and you could never kiss other women. You would feel disgusted and want to vomit. Hua Zhiga snorted disdainfully, but did not argue further. In matters of intimacy with Fang Ruotang, the six of them shared a connection. In other aspects, some similarities existed. So, what was impossible?
No.
Hua Zhiga abruptly lifted Fang Ruotang, seating her on his arm, coaxing, wait a little longer. We will leave the city. Humph. Fang Ruotang turned her little face away, unconvinced he could take her out of the city, defiantly stating, I am hungry. I will have someone buy food immediately. You just wait here. Hua Zhiga set Fang Ruotang down and took a few steps toward the door, snapping his fingers to summon someone. He did not ask Fang Ruotang what flavor she preferred or what she liked to eat. He had memorized all that after his investigations. Fang Ruotang comfortably spread a handkerchief on the steps and sat down. Little mirror, did you know Hua Zhiga was coming all along? Was that why you coaxed me out of the manor? Indeed. Why didn't you tell me? Fang Ruotang felt a flicker of anger as she observed the shy little mirror. If you refuse to undertake the task and they approach us, should we turn them away? What if you inform the crown prince? Given his possessiveness, how could Hua Zhiga possibly smuggle you out? Fang Ruotang exclaimed, she will undoubtedly inform my elder brother, the crown prince. Therefore, let us proceed next time. The little mirror quivered with excitement, having achieved another intimate milestone. Simultaneously, it discreetly kept an eye on several others, pondering which active leader might emerge next. Certain that he would offer unwavering support. You are making me quite upset, the little mirror said, its earlier joy dissipating swiftly. Please don't be angry. I know Hua Zhiga would never harm you. That's why I chose to remain silent. Just consider it a playful excursion. No, I am still very much displeased. Fang Ruotang crossed her arms, her small lips pouting adorably. If you continue this way, I shan't speak to you again. I promise. Next time something like this occurs, I will inform you in advance, all right? That sounds more acceptable. Fang Ruotang relented, savoring a nameless red fruit, her lips glistening with juice. Hua Zhiga pondered. Does he appear to be someone who covets delicacies? Reduced to snatching food from this little darling? Just as he was about to clarify his position, one of his subordinates arrived, announcing that the crown prince was approaching with his entourage, and immediate retreat was imperative. Hua Zhiga swiftly scooped up Fang Ruotang, who instinctively leaned back, her body stiffening in protest, prompting him to shield her with both hands. Your actions are unwise, Huijiga wished to admonish, fearing for her safety. Fang Ruotang's eyes brimmed with tears of grievance. I refuse to accompany you. You wicked person, you wish to cast me adrift. I cannot endure such turmoil. Huijiga's lips moved, but the words eluded him. You will not suffer. Yes, I will. I will not go, I will not. Seeing the genuine sadness in Fang Ruotang's reddened eyes, Huijiga felt a pang of helplessness and embraced her. All right, if you choose not to go, then do not cry. Tell me what you wish, and I shall comply. But you must stay by my side. Really? Fang Ruotang tilted her head, casting a skeptical glance at Huijiga, before biting into another red fruit. Indeed, upon their first meeting, how could he bear to see her distressed? Her teary eyes pierced his heart. As they grappled with their emotions, the crown prince and his retinue arrived. His gaze immediately fell upon Fang Ruotang, who was nibbling on fruit, her eyes glistening with tears, prompting a fierce inquiry. Have you harmed her? Huijiga would never concede within the crown prince's sphere of influence. Escape was improbable. Nevertheless, he could not allow himself to falter in the presence of a rival. The crown prince advanced aggressively, while Huijiga met him head-on. Their fists clashed fiercely. Meanwhile, a clever young prince discreetly approached Fang Ruotang, showering her with concern and warmth. Seeing their confrontation cease, Fang Ruotang leaped into the crown prince's arms, tugging at his robe, and began to complain. He bit me, attempted to abduct me, and refused to feed me. Brother crown prince, please punish him. Hit him hard. Huijiga's haughty demeanor faltered. He could hardly believe such words were uttered by his beloved. What did their earlier affectionate exchanges signify? The crown prince cradled Fang Ruotang in one arm, gently stroking her fluffy head in reassurance, his gaze towards Huijiga cold as winter. Young General Hua, should you not provide an explanation for your unauthorized presence in the capital? Do not cast unfounded accusations. I have followed the proper protocol for seeking permission to pursue the young general's affairs. After all, he cannot jeopardize the entire Hua family for a single pursuit. Huijiga shrugged nonchalantly, exuding an air of defiance, a remnant of the battlefield lingering in his demeanor. You have abandoned your post, a violation of military regulations. Fang Ruotang gasped, her innocent curiosity shining through as she regarded him. Do you wish to marry me? Indeed, I have prepared a substantial dowry. If you do not wish to marry me, I shall marry you instead. What do you think? Fang Ruotang felt a flutter of excitement. It sounded delightful. No one had ever proposed to her before. The thought of not leaving the Prime Minister's residence, merely gaining an additional companion who would provide for himself, seemed quite agreeable. With the Prime Minister's residence being so vast, allocating a room for him did not appear to be a significant issue. Most importantly, marrying him would fulfill the task assigned by the little mirror. The Crown Prince, witnessing this development, felt his heart skip a beat and immediately commanded, "Seize him and imprison him, pending further judgment." Huijiga did not grant the Crown Prince a single glance. His own men were not easily intimidated. Focusing intently on Fang Ruotang, soothing her. Your brother Crown Prince wishes to imprison me. What do you think? Before Huijiga could finish his comforting words, the Crown Prince gently caressed Fang Ruotang's lips. He has wronged you. Let us not show him sympathy, shall we? Fang Ruotang's little face puffed up, glaring at Huijiga, almost forgetting her grievances. Humph. She turned her head in defiance, signaling her refusal to rescue Huijiga. Huijiga chuckled softly, the flames of determination in his eyes burning brighter. The young prince, standing nearby, found the situation amusing. What is this? In this three-person play, am I to be nameless? You two truly underestimate me. The disdainful glances ignited his fury. Huijiga scrutinized the young prince for a moment, clicking his tongue in disdain, unconvinced of his threat. A grown man with such a delicate appearance could not possibly attract Fang Ruotang's affection. The young prince felt slighted and sought Fang Ruotang's support. But she offered him not even a glance. I had someone take him to eat feed. The crown prince found this amusing, his anger incited by Huijiga diminishing slightly. So, will we still learn to ride horses? The hour was quite late, and I was feeling rather hungry. Fang Ruotang wrinkled her small nose, visibly displeased. Upon thinking of the culprit, she shot a glare at Huijiga. Huajiga merely chuckled, unfazed by her little temper. Noticing the fire in her eyes directed solely at him, he felt a thrill of excitement. The crown prince furrowed his brows, recognizing the challenge posed by the young general. He had heard tales of Huajiga's notoriety. Knowing him to be a madman on the battlefield, he had not anticipated that he would be equally relentless off the field. Such individuals tend to be singularly focused and stubborn. The thought of the young lady in his arms being pursued by someone like him rekindled the anger he had just managed to suppress, mingled with a sense of frustration.
"Let us first dine," he suggested.
"After the meal, if you wish to ride, I shall take you to the estate for a couple of days." Rivalry could not be dispelled in an instant, for now it was paramount to care for the cherished girl in his arms. At the same moment, both Huajiga and the young prince chimed in, "I shall go as well." After exchanging a glance filled with mutual disdain, they averted their gazes, yet remained steadfast against the crown prince. Particularly Huajiga, who was eager to win over the charming girl, was unwilling to allow the crown prince to take her out alone for the night. That would be akin to leading a lamb into a den of wolves. The crown prince chose to ignore the two, refraining from any threats of imprisoning Huajiga, for such actions would be futile, given that he would be released the following day. With an army of 300,000 under the Hua family, antagonizing the young general would only lead to chaos at the borders. Moreover, casting his eyes downward at the innocent face of the girl in his arms, he was reluctant to admit, but had to concede that all 6 of them would likely remain by her side, unless someone chose to withdraw, which, given the current circumstances, seemed improbable. As he gathered his companions to head to the restaurant, word had reached the various factions of young Master Rome, who arrived almost simultaneously at the establishment. The 7 of them opted for a spacious private room. Fang Ruotang glanced around, noting the silence as the 6 men remained uncommunicative, save for the overly enthusiastic voice of the small mirror. "Are you not happy to be in the presence of these 6 gentlemen?" it inquired, each one a handsome figure. "No matter your preference, they are all here, and if they do not suit your taste, they can be transformed." Fang Ruotang, astonished, surveyed the 6 men. "They can change?" "Indeed. Their manner of speech, attire, and style of action can all be altered. It's not a monumental task. Just voice your desires, and they will comply." Her large eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked about. At that moment, all 6 men had their gazes cast downward, avoiding eye contact with her, their expressions inscrutable, rendering it impossible for Fang Ruotang to discern their thoughts. "Since they are all present, why not select one to indulge in your desires? But I have heard that the first time can be quite painful. I do not wish for that. You would not want to reconsider and betray my trust, would you? Your family's spiritual roots are not strong. After undergoing refinement, they see little enhancement. Without my generous supply of spirit stones, they could not even channel energy into their bodies. We agreed that if you fulfill your tasks diligently, I would guide you to acquire precious materials to refine spirit-enhancing pills for your family. You have not forgotten, have you?
All right.
Then I shall choose the smallest one. Who do you think is the youngest?" Her unexpected query caused the 6 men to lift their gazes in unison. Huajiga, who had been confident of securing her attention, hesitated. If she chose him, it would imply he was the youngest among them. This pertained to a man's dignity. And Huajiga's expression darkened immediately. "Whom do you hope is the youngest?" "The crown prince, of course."
"Oh.
"So, the one you wish to be with is the crown prince?" The small mirror teased, and Fang Ruotang did not refute. The crown prince felt a flicker of joy, albeit slight, especially when the mirror added, "Indeed, congratulations. It is the crown prince. He is the youngest." The crown prince scoffed, unconvinced. "No way, next time. We shall go to the restroom together and compare." His face darkened like a soot-covered pot. The young prince could not contain his laughter, bursting into an uproarious fit, thumping the table in glee. Fang Ruotang, curious, turned to him and asked, "What are you laughing about?" The young prince wiped away the tears of laughter and replied, "Oh, it is nothing, nothing at all." Unable to resist the opportunity to mock his childhood friend, who had always maintained a stoic demeanor, he relished in the rare moment of seeing him flustered. "Forget him for now. When will you be sleeping with the crown prince? Tonight, perhaps? We are heading to the estate." Upon hearing this, the young prince's laughter was abruptly stifled. as if he had been caught by the neck just before being released from a cage. The crown prince did not consider himself the youngest, but he soon accepted this notion. A little stigma was inconsequential compared to the tangible benefits at hand. What truly mattered was the prize within reach.
Given her sentiments,
Their actions today would be common knowledge tomorrow, and he did not wish for Fang Ruotang to be looked down upon. However, it seemed that matters were spiraling out of control. His meticulous care for Fang Ruotang's reputation did not guarantee that others would share his sentiments. The crown prince was not one to dither. He promptly made a decision, reaching out to pat Fang Ruotang's small head. "Once we finish eating, I shall take you to the estate for a few days. There is a hot spring there, one that you will surely enjoy." Though the crown prince was no woman and had never been intimate with one, he found that after a vigorous practice session, soaking in the hot spring provided immense relief. He assumed that a girl experiencing her first time would feel similarly. "How delightful!" Fang Ruotang exclaimed with an expression of longing. The Prime Minister's residence also boasted a hot spring, but she had been unwell in the past, often unable to enjoy even a brief soak. Each time, a retinue of 4 or 5 maids would stand guard, treating the occasion like a formidable battle, leaving her with no chance to fully relish the experience. This time, she was determined to soak until her skin wrinkled. "I shall accompany you," the young prince interjected, directly addressing the crown prince. "With me around, you shall not indulge in any mischief." Fang Ruotang tilted her head towards the young prince. "How does he know I wish to engage in mischief? Is he trying to protect the crown prince's virtue?" The young prince rolled his eyes. "Is it not possible that I am protecting your virtue instead? The crown prince is merely a man seeking to gain. We shall ignore him. I will simply make them all faint later." "Wow, you possess such skills?" The atmosphere was charged with tension, as one master and one servant engaged in a playful interplay. Aside from the crown prince, the faces of the other 5 men darkened. Huajiga, without hesitation, approached and effortlessly lifted Fang Ruotang into his arms, as if she were a mere child. The crown prince's expression soured as he released her. Huajiga provocatively glanced at the crown prince, tightening his embrace around Fang Ruotang. Perhaps it would be wise for the young general to set down little Six, lest he provoke the ire of the group. Should anything happen to her, it would be her fault, he cautioned. Each person present was a paragon of excellence, possessing an inherent arrogance akin to Huajiga's. They had never been the type to relinquish what they coveted. The fact that they could endure sitting at the table for dinner was a testament to their restraint. Any further provocation from Huajiga could lead to unpredictable consequences. After all, in such a confined space, should chaos erupt, while Fang Ruotang may not be physically harmed, she would undoubtedly be frightened. He believed that he was not alone in wishing to avoid such a scenario. Huajiga paused, observing the innocent and naive girl in his arms, who seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. She remained calm, even playfully patting his chest and chiding, "Why are you holding me so tightly? It's uncomfortable." Had anyone else dared to speak to him in such a manner, Huajiga would have surely retaliated with violence. "Please refrain from doing that again," Fang Ruotang admonished, her demeanor fierce yet endearing. Huajiga, towering over her, squatted down to appease her. "I wish to hold you," he stated earnestly. She pondered for a moment before pouting. "Then you must hold me gently." "Certainly." Huajiga's eyes sparkled with delight as he carefully encircled her, cradling her with utmost caution. The others, aside from the crown prince who appeared displeased, regarded the scene with thoughtful expressions. Directness seemed to be the most effective approach to gain Fang Ruotang's approval. The young prince, known for his vibrant personality, attempted to entice Fang Ruotang but lacked Huajiga's straightforwardness. The others were even less daring. Yet they had not anticipated that Fang Ruotang would acquiesce to Huajiga's advances. Reflecting upon it now, they realized their error in viewing her through a mundane lens. She was on a mission, and while she may have been disinterested, she did not resist their closeness. "Little Ruotang has been held. Surely you cannot deny me a chance to hold you," the young prince declared, arms outstretched towards Fang Ruotang, his smile charming yet tinged with apprehension. Huajiga instinctively tightened his grip on her, while Fang Ruotang playfully tugged at his hair. Sensing her reluctance, Huajiga's proud demeanor faltered, and he lamented, "I have not had my fill of holding you." Fang Ruotang, embodying the role of a stern overlord, gently pushed his face away, declaring, "No more holding." Discontented, yet silent, Huaziga cast a furtive glare at the young prince, contemplating whether to ensnare him in a sack and decide which limb to incapacitate.
Come on.
Fang Ruotang, focused solely on her task, displayed no hint of shyness as she addressed the others. The remaining three remained silent. The Duke of N chuckled lightly, stepping forward. "That one to do. Little Six, you cannot show favoritism, or else Brother Ziki will be saddened. You are not even attempting to hold me," Fang Ruotang pouted, dissatisfied with his lack of cooperation in her quest for points. The Duke of N playfully tapped her delicate nose. "Brother Ziki is not upset. He merely feels disheartened that Little Six did not wish to be held first." "Not saddened, not saddened," Fang Ruotang insisted as the Duke of N embraced her. Standing while she remained seated, he enveloped her in his arms, while she, in turn, comforted him with gentle pats on his back, nuzzling her small face against his abdomen. The Duke of N stiffened. The thin fabric could not shield against the warmth of her breath. Just as he was about to shift away, he was abruptly pulled back. "Cease your vile intentions." Huaziga's warning rang out as he made his move. Fang Ruotang was thrust forward, causing the Duke of N to stumble backward, and she collided with his abdomen, her legs hitting the ground.
Oof.
The Duke of N let out a soft grunt, while Fang Ruotang burst into tears, exclaiming, "My legs. They hurt. Little Six. Little Ruotang. Miss Fang." Except for Huaziga, who stood frozen in shock, the other four rushed to her side, their faces filled with concern. "Do not move. Let me see," the Crown Prince urged, his tone urgent yet steady. After examining her knee and calf, he sighed in relief. "No bones are broken. You are fine." Fang Ruotang, pouting with tear-filled eyes, protested, "It hurts. My leg, it must be broken." The Crown Prince carefully removed her shoes and rolled up her pant legs, only to be taken aback by the sight of severe bruising on her fair skin. How could it be this bad? The Duke of N, still holding onto Fang Ruotang, felt a surge of anger upon seeing her injuries. The gentle facade he wore shattered as he cast a scathing look at Huaziga. "Are you satisfied now, you brute?" Huaziga, though unwilling to admit it, felt a pang of guilt and regret upon witnessing Fang Ruotang's tear-streaked face. He had not intended to hurt her. "You must be more careful next time, young general. Miss Fang is not as resilient as the soldiers in your camp," remarked Minister Yi, who had initially intended to remain a mere observer but found himself compelled to speak out. Yet at that moment his body and mind rebelled against him. Driven by the sight of Fang Ruotang's injury, he felt a flare of resentment towards the Duke of N for being ineffectual and towards Huaziga for acting foolishly without considering the timing. As he looked between the two, he wished for nothing more than to burn them both away from his sight. The ointment was cool. The ever-observant young Master Rong was the first to produce medicine, gently applying it to Fang Ruotang's delicate leg. She flinched slightly, her eyes red and glistening with tears as she plaintively cried, "It hurts." Her voice was soft and tender, almost like a plea. Young Master Rong hesitated for a moment, while the young prince, noticing his opportunity, attempted to intervene. "I shall do it," he insisted, pushing young Master Rong aside in an effort to claim his spot. But young Master Rong remained steadfast. He lowered his head, lightly grasping Fang Ruotang's calf and gently blowing on it. Cool. Refreshing. Tears had yet to dry from Fang Ruotang's eyes, yet a smile had once again graced her face. The injury on her leg appeared grave, but in reality, it was merely a result of her delicate skin, bruising easily at the slightest touch. After all, the nourishing concoctions administered daily by the little mirror were not in vain. Her fair complexion was a product of the groundwork laid 16 years prior by the Prime Minister's residence, with the rest attributed to his efforts. Had another person been involved, the redness would not have manifested. "Come, let us take a stroll and see if it still hurts." Rong Shitzi gently placed Fang Ruotang's leg down and stepped back a couple of paces. The Crown Prince pressed his lips together, his expression inscrutable, and bent down to lift Fang Ruotang into his arms, placing her in position. "Rest for a while. We shall not ride today. Once your leg is healed, we can go next time." Fang Ruotang furrowed her brow, reluctant to comply. However, upon glancing at her pitifully small leg, she acquiesced. "It's all your fault." "I'm sorry. I promise there will not be a next time. Huajiga immediately stepped forward, raising his hand in a pledge. Fang Ruotang turned her small face away, pouting to indicate her anger, making her difficult to appease. Huajiga took Fang Ruotang's hands and placed them on his face. Do not be angry. Hit me if you must. Let go of your ire, please. Though still upset, Fang Ruotang's hands had a mind of their own, playfully tugging at his cheeks and poking his nose, eventually eliciting laughter. Pig nose, haha, you look so ugly. Huajiga breathed a sigh of relief. It was a small victory that the little darling was no longer upset. With rivals encircling him, angering her would mean he would be swiftly cast aside. If you tug a bit more, will you not be angry anymore? Huajiga's shameless demeanor truly astonished the other 5 present. How brazen! He seemed to care not for his dignity. Why did you just pull on Zikigij? Did you intend to hit him? Fang Ruotang poked Huajiga's cheek with her finger. Huajiga looked at her with a pitiful expression. He held you, and I became jealous. No jealousy allowed. I will hold you again. Without holding you, how can I earn points? Huajiga was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing he had just provoked Fang Ruotang. So, he decided to let it slide for the time being. What should I do now? Will he jeopardize my mission? Fang Ruotang's troubled thoughts echoed in her mind. The little mirror quickly provided a response. Next time, we will keep our distance, ensuring they do not cross paths and handle tasks separately. Indeed, little mirror, you are truly clever. The crown prince and the others pondered. Given that all 6 of them were in the capital, how did Fang Ruotang plan to isolate them? A great intellect accompanied by a lesser one. One dares to speak while the other dares to believe. Recalling the initial rehearsal, the crown prince sighed, realizing it was once again time for a display of skill. Once Fang Ruotang had entered the residence, the crown prince spoke. Shall we talk? Huajiga boldly retorted. Talk. About what? About your highness's magnanimity and willingness to concede? If not, I see no reason for discourse. We all rely on our own capabilities. The crown prince remained unfazed, not even acknowledging Huajiga's defiance. Having just been taught a lesson by Fang Ruotang, he seemed to be seeking another confrontation, suggesting he had not yet learned enough. There is nothing to discuss. However, I hope General Hua will possess a modicum of awareness next time, discerning the occasion before acting. The Anjuan Wang, with a cold smile, appeared markedly different from his usual self. Huajiga scoffed, refraining from rebuttal, and with a dismissive wave, swaggered away. The remaining 5 had nothing more to discuss. What was there to converse about? Coexistence? Who would willingly accept that? The crown prince turned the ring on his finger, narrowing his eyes slightly. The young prince, wearing a playful grin, issued a warning. I suggest you temper your actions, having drawn us all to the capital. Seizing the most crucial position in Xiaororo's heart is sufficient. Do not overreach, lest it escalate to the point described by the little mirror, where everyone loses. Chapter 073. Old Madam Hua. The crown prince cast a piercing gaze at the young prince, whose expression remained unaffected. As a leisurely royal, what do you propose I use to rebel? He had deduced the situation upon hearing Fang Ruotang's thoughts. The essence of rebellion lies in military power. And the young prince aimed to become the Prince of Anil, having never even entered the court as an official. What could he possibly use to incite revolt? Mere passion. Such endeavors would require allies, and that ally was none other than Huajiga. It remained unclear what pact they had formed in the original timeline. The crown prince absently twirled his ring, observing Huajiga's arrogant demeanor. He did not believe such a person would agree to coexist with the young prince. In the presence of his ailing grandmother, Huajiga tempered his demeanor, approaching her like an obedient and endearing grandson. Old Madam Hua's stern expression softened slightly. The commotion surrounding Fang Ruotang had escalated, yet she refrained from sending a letter to the border. Huajiga could not fathom why old Madam Hua remained tight-lipped, but the Hua family maintained a separate intelligence network. After all, they commanded 300,000 troops. Wary of the day when the cunning hare falls and the hounds are cooked, should the powers that be on the throne betray their own. Not every matriarch was inclined to sacrifice her son for favors. Old Madam Hua struck her dragon-headed cane forcefully. You foolish child. Grandmother, my heart is set on her. I hope you do not hinder me. Huajiga's gaze was resolute, filled with an unwavering determination. When he first received intelligence about the capital, he had scoffed. Who was he? He was the distinguished young general of the Hor family, the future commander of 300,000 troops. Would he share a woman with anyone? Women only hinder the swiftness of his blade. Until he experienced that first moment of connection with the crown prince while pursuing a fleeing enemy with his troops. He struggled to articulate that feeling, but at that instant, he felt more exhilaration than in slaying 100 enemy soldiers. He was utterly captivated. This woman was meant to be his. In truth, he had come to the capital merely to catch a glimpse of the woman who had haunted his thoughts for days. But upon seeing her, he understood he could not leave. His heart raced, and a voice within him proclaimed he was born for her. What of your dreams? What of avenging your father, uncles, and elder brothers? Have you forsaken the glory of the Hor family? Old Madame Hua lamented deeply. You are the last male heir of the Hor family. How can you indulge in romance and neglect the future of the clan? Grandfather approves of my choice. Hua Zhiga replied, his brow furrowing. He was well aware that calamity loomed at the border, and he did not believe his grandmother would be oblivious to the whispers in the capital. Nowadays, every family exerted their utmost to curry favor with the prime minister's residence, seeking even a modicum of Fang Ruotang's affection. Hua Zhiga cast a long glance at old Madame Hua, knowing full well that the battle of the past had claimed his father, several uncles and brothers, a source of profound pain for her. Yet, the realities of the battlefield dictated that it was either you or me. It was not only the Hua family that had suffered losses. The opposing forces had also experienced their share of fatalities. Revenge was sought, but it could not be achieved in such a manner. Old Madame Hua, exasperated, exclaimed, "Are you now disregarding my counsel? Have you grown wings, willing to forsake your family for a woman?" Grandmother. Hua Zhiga's voice rose sharply, and then, in a fit of rage, he smiled ironically. "Have you forgotten? I was always a useless piece of clay. My compliance for these years may have given you some false impression. I respect you, but I hope you do not meddle excessively in my affairs. If you do, you might as well treat me with the indifference you did in my youth. Does that sound agreeable?" He had truly gone too far. Madame Hua clutched her chest and fainted. Hua Zhiga looked coldly at the figure sprawled on the ground, only calling for the steward to summon a doctor after a while. The chaos in the Hor residence was unbeknownst to outsiders, yet many eyes were fixated on the events unfolding with Fang Ruotang. For reasons unknown, her injured calf appeared severe. Yet she felt no pain. Aware that someone sought her for fortune-telling, she eagerly approached. In the main hall, Mrs. Cui and Mrs. Xu were attending to guests. "Your Excellency, I beg your pardon," said Lord Meng, whom Fang Ruotang recognized as an official from the Hanlin Academy. Previously favored by the emperor for his eloquence, he often drafted edicts and expounded on doctrines. However, with the emperor now focused on ascension, most affairs were entrusted to the crown prince, though Lord Meng still held favor. "What brings you here?" Fang Ruotang inquired, curious, for despite his modest rank, he attended court daily and should have spoken to her sooner. Understanding her character, Lord Meng candidly expressed his purpose. Behind him, Madame Meng interjected, "Indeed, these two children are stubborn. The old woman merely wishes for the national master to mediate between the two families." Fang Ruotang's lively eyes darted between Lord Meng and the woman beside him. The woman's appearance was unremarkable. Her larger frame did not conform to contemporary beauty standards, yet her eyes shone brightly and cleanly. "Little mirror, are they destined for each other? How should I express this?" Fang Ruotang was no stranger to matchmaking, having become the foremost matchmaker in the capital, sought after by families. She relished the excitement of such affairs. No connection. In the original timeline, they did not end up together. However, this Lord Meng harbors deep affection for his sister-in-law and remains unmarried for her sake. Your eldest son is not deceased?" Fang Ruotang addressed him, perplexed. "Are you ill? Must you speak with such heavy breaths? Well then, what should I say now?"
Come.
Despite her annoyance with little Mirror's manner of speech, she conveyed his words as instructed. She regarded their entangled fates as mere stories, refraining from interfering in their emotional disputes, her wide eyes observing the Meng family, eager to discern their choices. In Chapter 074, The Awakening of Fourth Sister, it was clear that life persisted. Not only that, but he had also remarried and fathered children. Fang Ruotang, fearing Madame Meng had not comprehended her words, reiterated. They have children now. Are they grandsons or granddaughters? Our eldest finally has heirs. Tilting her head, Fang Ruotang scrutinized Madame Meng, perplexed by her delight, especially noticing the pale and precarious state of Madame Meng's sister-in-law. How could she support two scholars with her strength? In the original timeline, why could she not leave the Meng family and start anew? Her thoughts are constrained, despite her capabilities. She is bound by the ideals of filial piety, raising children, and moreover, she is a child bride purchased with a bag of grain. Quite tragic, Fang Ruotang mused, though sympathy did not rise within her. With her abilities, she could thrive outside the Meng family. Why remain tethered to such a twisted tree? Madame Meng was originally bought for Lord Meng as a child bride, after all, a wife for the price of a bag of grain, essentially a free acquisition. How did she become Madame Meng then? Because she could earn money. Lord Meng showed more talent in studies than Lord Meng's elder brother, leading Madame Meng and his brother to fear that if Lord Meng married Madame Meng, she would no longer support his brother's education. Thus, they arranged for his brother to marry Madame Meng, even though neither officially registered the marriage, leaving no record in the household registry. They believed Madame Meng unworthy of him, hoping he would eventually marry a noble lady.
That is what a concubine is.
Fang Ruotang exclaimed, wide-eyed. When her elder cousin was 16, her aunt arranged a similar match. But at that time, her cousin was solely focused on martial arts, with no thoughts of marriage. Fang Ruotang learned of such arrangements and, earlier in the year, when her aunt asked fifth brother if he wanted a concubine, she had vigorously observed the matter. Oddly enough, the more she immersed herself in the drama, the more he resisted, leading to no resolution. Upon hearing this, Madame Meng rolled her eyes and fainted. Lord Meng, already glancing at Madame Meng, felt both gratitude and pity for her. Although he did not love her, he believed his current success was due to her sacrifices. He hesitated to ensure that he would stand firmly by his new wife when conflicts arose, which delayed his marriage. Thank you, National Master, for your honest counsel. Should you require my assistance in the future, I will not hesitate to face any peril. For now, I must escort my mother and sister-in-law home. Lord Meng's expression was taut, inscrutable, leaving Fang Ruotang uncertain of his decision.
Go.
Quickly find a doctor for your sister-in-law, she suggested, her gaze shifting to Madame Meng, who wore a look of disdain for her sister-in-law. Alas, poor Madame Meng. As soon as they departed, Mrs. Xu sighed.
Who can argue with that?
Men fear choosing the wrong profession, and women dread marrying the wrong husband. She is but a drifting weed with no roots. A woman's life, for better or worse, is tied to men, Mrs. Xu remarked softly. Young Master Fang possesses a conscience. I hold no grievances, yet in the stillness of night, I occasionally ponder how wonderful it would be to be a man in my next life, to live differently and explore the vast world. Aunt Fang gazed at Mrs. Cui with admiration. You speak so eloquently. Mrs. Cui raised an eyebrow and chuckled. What have I said that is so profound? Your thoughts surpass even those of the sages. Surely you would not wish to marry off fourth sister to a life of hardship, would you? Fang Ruotang blinked innocently, her demeanor endearing.
MRS. Cui paused.
Her smile fading slightly. What has Little Four told you? If she does not wish to marry, why does she not speak to me herself? A hint of displeasure crept into her heart. Fang Ruotang, now 17, had previously been betrothed, but her fiancé had passed away within 2 years. It seemed that the marriages of the Fang daughters rarely went smoothly. However, thanks to Fang Ruotang, nearly every family in the capital with eligible sons had extended olive branches towards her. Recently, she and Mrs. Xu had been inundated with suitors, having identified several families they deemed suitable and awaiting further introductions. They toiled tirelessly for her marriage, while she playfully encouraged Fang Ruotang to voice her opinions. Given the current situation, if fourth sister expressed a desire to delay marriage, could they not discern the circumstances? She could have her own thoughts, but she must not impose them on Fang Ruotang. Fourth sister did not express this. I discerned it myself, Fang Ruotang declared proudly, puffing up her small chest. She envies me and looks at me with sparkling eyes, I noticed. Mrs. Cui scrutinized Fang Ruotang for a moment, confirming that it was not Fang Ruotang manipulating her, and then resumed her jovial demeanor. You can perceive this? Aunt, do you look down upon me? I have grown clever. I am no longer the same as I once was. Very well. Mrs. Chui affectionately ruffled Fang Ruotang's hair. Seeing her snuggle against her shoulder in a display of charming innocence, her heart melting. I shall inquire with your fourth sister. If she truly wishes to delay, I will not pressure her, all right? Aunt, I knew you were the most formidable. Whatever I desire, you can help me achieve. I truly admire you. You are the most impressive person in our Chancellor's residence. Fang Ruotang lavished her with compliments, winning Mrs. Chui's affection entirely. Mrs. Xu, watching from the side, chuckled slyly.
What now?
Your great aunt is indeed formidable. Am I, as your mother, not just as impressive? A mother is indeed remarkable. You are all, in my eyes, the most extraordinary individuals. Just the sight of you brings me immense comfort. Fang Ruotang, with her sweet tongue, often leaves her family in a daze. Yet the entire Prime Minister's residence is enchanted by her charm. The harmonious atmosphere of the household is largely attributed to this delightful spirit, for none would wish to confine her to a chaotic environment. Subsequently, Fang Ruotang approached Fang Ruotang to seek praise. Startled, she inquired, filled with both trepidation and joy. Did mother truly say that? Indeed. If my great-aunt has promised me, she will certainly fulfill it, Fang Ruotang declared, lifting her chin with pride, feeling like a good sister capable of alleviating her elder siblings' worries. Fang Ruotang embraced Fang Ruotang, her eyes glistening with tears of gratitude. Thank you, little six, truly. In her previous life, confined to a small world, she had only aspired to marry a worthy man. However, after hearing numerous tales, she realized that even the most admirable suitors could later reveal unsavory traits. Unlike her elder sister, who was breathtakingly beautiful, or her third sister, who was exceptionally intelligent and could easily dazzle suitors, she lacked their allure and was not as innocently virtuous as her younger sister, which made those around her instinctively want to shower her with the finest offerings. Both her biological mother and elder sister held esteemed positions. Yet from the moment she became aware, her stepmother taught her to be discreet and always place her elder sister first. This upbringing fostered her uncompetitive nature, yet deep within, she harbored insecurities, knowing she could never possess the radiant smile and pride of a legitimate daughter. Now, thanks to little six, the world seemed to be reshaping itself, presenting her with new possibilities. Though her talents were modest and her potential mixed, she was determined to explore her options. She recognized Li Shiyun's choices, understanding that only by becoming strong could she face the storms of the future. She aspired to take charge of her own destiny, living independently without reliance on others. Chapter 075. Like training a dog. Regarding Fang Ruotang's reluctance to marry, after a thorough discussion, Mrs. Chui ascertained her feelings and ceased to seek a suitor for her, thereby granting her choice. Fang Ruotang's elation led her to laughter and tears, resulting in her nearly emptying her small treasury that evening, depositing it all into Fang Ruotang's storage. However, the typically somewhat avaricious Fang Ruotang declined the offer, not out of disdain for Fang Ruotang's possessions, but because among the sisters, aside from the still-growing 8th and 9th sisters, Fang Ruotang's treasury was the most modest. On the surface, they possessed seasonal garments and jewelry, but the disparity in their backgrounds was evident. The next day, the Crown Prince arrived at the Prime Minister's residence, leading a small white horse. Upon hearing the news, Fang Ruotang joyfully dashed out of the courtyard, racing through the garden towards the front yard. The Crown Prince, observing the little figure approaching, softened his demeanor, extending his arms in welcome as Fang Ruotang leapt into his embrace. Fang Ruotang dashed before him, crouched low, and slipped under his arm to hug the horse's neck. Little White, I've missed you. Have you missed me? The sticky, sweet voice echoed behind him, momentarily leaving the Crown Prince in a state of blankness as he steadied himself. Did you name it Little White? Yes. It's all white, so it should be called Little White. The Crown Prince remained noncommittal. Fang Ruotang exclaimed in surprise. Is this the saddle you made for me, Brother Prince? Yes, do you like it? I do. I adore the large red gemstone on the whip. She beamed, admiring the ornate whip in his hand, adorned with embellishments that suited her taste. Even the saddle and stirrups were set with jewels and pearls, elevating the horse's worth. Does your leg still hurt? he asked, recalling her sprint towards him. Though she appeared fine, he felt compelled to inquire. It doesn't hurt anymore. Are you going to take me riding, brother prince? Fang Ruotang's face lit up with anticipation. The crown prince also wished to ride. But he recalled the 5 hungry wolves in the capital. How about we ride around the estate today? Once you get used to the horse, I'll take you to the countryside. His suggestion dampened Fang Ruotang's enthusiasm slightly, but she felt grateful for any opportunity to play. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before the eyes of the Prime Minister's household. The usually aloof and serious crown prince strolled in the sun, a faint smile gracing his lips as he led Little White, accompanied by Fang Ruotang, circling the garden and delighting her with laughter. How delightful! The harmonious atmosphere, however, was short-lived as Huajiga arrived, his demeanor intimidating as he perched on the wall. With his arrival came the sounds of a scuffle from outside. The crown prince's commanding presence was impressive, but Huajiga's scathing remarks cut through the air as he effortlessly vaulted over the wall. Fang Ruotang's cheeks flushed with excitement. You're amazing! You jumped down from such a high wall. Can you fly up to that roof? Huajiga paused, glancing at the roof before nimbly leaping atop it. Wow, you're incredible. Fang Ruotang clapped her hands in encouragement, her face beaming with excitement as she urged Huajiga to leap onto a tree. Under Fang Ruotang's playful encouragement, Huajiga leaped and bounded about like a performer in a circus, his face betraying an uncontrollable grin amidst her praises. Foolish dog. The crown prince muttered under his breath, feeling a twinge of irritation as he watched Huajiga amuse Fang Ruotang, contemplating whether to assert his own prowess. Shall I take you out to play? I know many wonderful places. Huajiga leapt in front of Fang Ruotang, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Fang Ruotang was deeply tempted. With her head tilted and hands clasped in a pleading gesture, she sweetly implored, Brother Prince, can I go out to play, please? Huajiga's expression darkened, and he angrily retorted, Why do you need to ask the crown prince to go out? What right does he have to dictate your actions? Because Brother Prince will protect me. Fang Ruotang replied. Huajiga hesitated, recalling the intel he had received, recognizing her unique situation, yet he remained defiant. I can protect you. I'm stronger than he is. The crown prince scoffed lightly, barely audible to Fang Ruotang, but Huajiga heard it clearly. Do you dare challenge me to a duel? The loser must forfeit their right to see her, Huajiga declared, chin raised defiantly. While the crown prince was indeed a versatile warrior, he was slightly outmatched by Huajiga's focus skill. Little Six, the young general has demanded that I never see you again. Do you agree? Fang Ruotang's eyes widened in shock.
Why?
Because he wants to duel me, and should I lose, I can never see you again, the crown prince stated plainly, his tone unembellished. However, Fang Ruotang perceived the situation differently. She pointed a finger at Huajiga, reproaching, You are mean. You bully Brother Prince and let us see each other. I dislike you for that. Huajiga felt a pang of anxiety, his face paling as he abandoned his usual brazen demeanor, looking at her with hopeful eyes. Even without the crown prince, I am here for you. I can do everything he can do, and I will do it better. I can be with you always, playing whatever you wish. How does that sound?
No.
The crown prince is indeed the crown prince. Why do you wish to replace him? Fang Ruotang shook her little head, pouting in discontent as she glared at Huajiga. Huajiga clutched his chest, taking a painful step back. The crown prince clicked his tongue. Just yesterday, Fang Ruotang had taught him how to be human, and today he was being pushed. Perhaps it was for the best, allowing him to recognize reality and avoid living in a world of unrealistic dreams. After all, a vast nation rested upon his shoulders, and he could not afford to accompany Fang Ruotang every day, constantly appeasing her. Yet, he was also the one who received the most information from the little mirror, understanding that a better world would benefit Fang Ruotang's recovery. He could not simply stand by and do nothing. How unreasonable. The crown prince's anger flared but was quickly suppressed, especially upon witnessing Huajiga's pale visage, which brought him a sense of relief. He had intended to have a serious discussion with Huajiga yesterday to inform him of these matters, but since he chose to ignore it, so be it. Let him bump into a few walls with Fang Ruotang, and perhaps after suffering some bruises, he would learn to be obedient. His little girl was not one to be easily coaxed away. Chapter 76. Showcasing Admiration. Do not look at me that way. Huajiga met Fang Ruotang's gaze and raised his hand to shield his sight, not wishing to frighten her, yet he could not suppress his ragged breaths, revealing the turmoil within his heart. The crown prince remained composed, having anticipated this. The little girl's character resembled that of a child, adept at manipulating emotions. Children often resort to crying and tantrums to achieve their desires, gradually testing the tolerance of those around them. She was no different. For instance, in her current interaction with Huajiga, she was probing his limits. Upon discovering his kindness, she felt emboldened to act mischievously. Aware of Fang Ruotang's immature mindset, the crown prince found no fault in her childlike behavior, though he occasionally struggled to suppress his urge to indulge her. It was not that he disliked her playful antics. Rather, as the crown prince, he had to maintain royal dignity. Fang Ruotang, however, did not comprehend the nuances of propriety. Though he found it difficult to scold her in private, he could not allow her to lose face in public. Having observed her personality, he believed that this approach was most fitting, close yet maintaining a semblance of authority. Are you unhappy? Is it because I do not allow you to replace the crown prince? Fang Ruotang blinked her innocent eyes.
But why?
You are you, uniquely you. Isn't that good? The crown prince will protect me, and you will fly around making me happy. You are irreplaceable, aren't you? Fang Ruotang's gentle tone was filled with confusion, her little face scrunched up in concern. The crown prince's lips twitched slightly. This was indeed troublesome. Huajiga, who had just regained control, lowered his hand, unable to suppress the smile creeping onto his face. So, am I also irreplaceable in your eyes? Yes. Fang Ruotang beamed, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Huajiga. In that moment, Huajiga felt rejuvenated, his spirit lifted, even casting a challenging glance at the crown prince. This fool. Are you not angry anymore? Fang Ruotang bent down, her sweet fragrance enchanting Huajiga. If you are not angry, can you take me flying? She stretched her arms towards him, her eyes glistening with anticipation. At that moment, Huajiga truly lost his temper. How could such a darling be at fault? The crown prince was the one and only crown prince, and he, Huajiga, was also one of a kind. Realizing this, Huajiga felt revitalized, scooping Fang Ruotang off the horse and bouncing around the courtyard, making her laugh incessantly. The crown prince pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling utterly helpless against Fang Ruotang's charm. Shall we go out to play? The crown prince inquired as Huajiga once again deliberately passed by him while holding Fang Ruotang, provoking him. After all, whether there was one wolf or 5, it made no difference. He would not deprive the little girl of her joy. Fang Ruotang immediately patted Huajiga's shoulder, signaling him to halt. Yes, yes. Are we going to the countryside? I want to bring Xiaobai along. As time was running short, and they had not prepared to leave, the crown prince suggested delaying their outing for a few days. He maintained a neutral expression, but the tenderness in his tone was unmistakable. Fang Ruotang understood that this seemingly stern crown prince was incredibly indulgent towards her, and she pouted in displeasure. But I want to ride Xiaobai today. Then I will lead the horse for you, and you can ride Xiaobai around the streets. It will be a nice stroll to see if there's anything you wish to buy. You're the best, crown prince. Fang Ruotang squinted her eyes in happiness, smiling sweetly at him. Huajiga, like a thorny bramble, could not accept any male attention directed at Fang Ruotang. She poked his cheek playfully, saying, Do not huff. Today I'll let the crown prince lead the horse for me, and tomorrow I'll let you do it instead. Don't be angry. Huajiga thought. Is that what he desires? To lead the horse? Frustrated, he walked alongside the horse, watching as Fang Ruotang beamed with delight, her little legs occasionally nudging the horse's belly as if to hurry it along. Look, it's the National Master. The National Master has come out. Someone shouted as they entered the bustling marketplace, and soon, the crowd echoed the call. National Master. National Master. Since Fang Ruotang had recovered, she had taken to venturing outside, and the citizens of the capital recognized her, greeting her warmly without being overly intrusive. Thank you, National Master. My fields are now full of sweet potatoes. Once they bear fruit, I will bring some for you to taste. Here are some eggs from my farm. Please try them. National Master, these are radishes I grew myself. This is cabbage from my garden. All right. I'll take them all. Fang Ruotang waved her hand, reminiscent of an emperor descending from the city gates to mingle joyfully with the people. Tao Hong, give them some silver. No, National Master, we do not want silver. This is just a token of our appreciation. It is not worth much, some citizens protested, while others chimed in agreement. Fang Ruotang frowned, her expression stern as she declared, "If you do not accept silver, then I shall not take your vegetables. I will not accept them in the future. National Master, my old wife has set up a longevity altar for you at home, wishing you a life of peace and prosperity. Of course, you all take care, as well." Fang Ruotang waved her delicate hand, flashing a bright smile that revealed her tiny pearly teeth. "Now, disperse. The citizens of the capital were well aware of Fang Ruotang's nature. Despite her esteemed position as the national master, she remained a pure and lovable little girl. Importantly, she did not look down upon the common folk, unlike the aloof aristocrats. Having introduced 3 new grains, and with the crown prince's vigorous promotion, her reputation among the people was high, earning their respect and admiration. Moreover, she never took a single thread or coin from the commoners. Even when they secretly left offerings at the Prime Minister's residence, they would be returned with monetary compensation. Eventually, the citizens stopped bringing fruits to the Prime Minister's door, but whenever they had the chance, they would come to see her. "Adore me, will you?" Fang Ruotang noticed Huijiga gazing at her with fervor and, with a proud smile, declared, "I take pride in you." Huijiga genuinely praised her, not merely to flatter Fang Ruotang. Indeed, as the praises echoed around her, Fang Ruotang stood taller, her small frame radiating pride. Chapter 77. Fortune-telling on the streets. National Master. A young girl dressed as a maid waved her hands energetically, calling out to Fang Ruotang. Curious, Fang Ruotang turned towards the voice and asked, "What is it?" In the bustling streets, the common folk halted the esteemed National Master. And she was neither the first nor the only one aware of the rules. She did not approach too closely, but knelt from a distance. "Esteemed National Master, I humbly beg your pardon for this intrusion. As my wedding approaches, my heart is beset with unease, compelling me to disturb your leisure. I hope for your understanding." "Not at all. Please speak your mind. What troubles you?" Fang Ruotang, who delighted in stories, took pleasure in such lively scenes. Among the commoners were the astute and those in dire straits, all seeking her assistance. Those matters she could resolve were settled on the spot. The more complex ones were handed over to the crown prince. After all, the small mirror acted like a truth-telling glass, revealing all manner of specters before her. Fang Ruotang viewed the grievances of these individuals as a form of entertainment. Although her elder sister had advised her to temper her expressions, she recognized that deriving amusement from other sorrows was unkind. Thus, whenever someone sought her counsel, she would offer a few words of guidance. This amiable demeanor only enhanced her reputation among the populace. According to feedback from the small mirror, her influence grew steadily. "I am to wed soon. Yet my fiancé has previously lost 2 wives. I wish to inquire if he is indeed cursed, and whether my fate can withstand this." Fang Ruotang blinked at the mention of a cursed husband, instinctively feeling displeasure. "Madame Xia navigates this situation with a deft touch regarding my sister's marriage. What curse? Your fiancé is merely a scoundrel. After you marry him, it won't be long before you meet a similar fate, not from a curse, but due to a contagion." Before Fang Ruotang could respond, the small mirror interjected. "What contagion?" Fang Ruotang gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. "Why does he not perish himself, yet brings death to his wives? Such is the cruel nature of fate. The affliction he carries remains dormant in men, yet it is fatal to women. You must caution her against marrying him. Should she perish, it would be tragic indeed if she were to succumb with such a vile disease." Fang Ruotang regarded the trembling woman with sympathy, who was clearly on the brink of collapse. This lady hailed from modest means, otherwise she would not be considering marriage to a widower who had lost 2 wives. Though the woman could not discern Fang Ruotang's unspoken thoughts, her emotions were transparent, and the young woman could detect the underlying currents. "Your fiancé is not a good man. He is not cursed. He merely suffers from a vile illness. And while he may live, those he infects will not. It would be wise for you to refrain from marrying him. As the woman sought assistance in the streets, the surrounding commoners began to comprehend the situation. It was unclear whether the woman's notoriety or her fiancé's reputation drew attention, or if their impending union was simply captivating. Notably, several individuals nearby were already informed of the matter. Do you see that family of 3 at the tea house to the left? Are they not blissful? The small mirror prompted, gesturing for Fang Ruotang to look. Some officials' families, having overheard her thoughts, turned to observe, while the majority of the commoners continued to discuss the scoundrel. That woman is soon to perish. Her husband and son will soon follow her to the grave, avenging her death as they do. That beautiful lady was too ostentatious. Someone coveted her, abducting and assaulting her. Her husband and son, in their futile attempts to rescue her and seek vengeance, ultimately succumbed, leaving their family in disarray. How tragic. I must warn them of the identity of the captor. I shall have the crown prince deal with him. The uncle of the minister of personnel, the small mirror divulged, followed by the name. Fang Ruotang furrowed her brow and relayed this to the crown prince, her small fists clenched in determination. This villain deserves no mercy. The crown prince must ensure he meets his end. Indeed, the crown prince replied, his demeanor unperturbed. Corruption among officials was commonplace and failed to incite his wrath, though he was displeased that such ugliness had come to Fang Ruotang's attention. Did you notice the family of 3? Go and inform them that Fang Ruotang has summoned Tao Hong to provide them with detailed instructions. Although this matter has been handled in advance, it is prudent to remind them to remain vigilant. Even she knows that beauty can lead to peril, for countless fair maidens have met untimely ends. Without the requisite strength to match, one must learn to exercise caution. Precious blooms require not only tender care, but also favorable soil. Did that old woman see? In her youth, her husband was a libertine, and when they bore no sons, she seduced her brother-in-law to produce heirs. She executed her schemes exceptionally well, Fang Ruotang observed, noting the grandmother's kind yet determined demeanor. Look, there is a girl over there. She is a formidable character, of peasant stock. Yet she boldly declares she will not be a concubine, while simultaneously accepting gifts from noble youths, and has opened a tavern. Fang Ruotang turned her head to see a modestly dressed, yet strikingly beautiful young woman, her eyes brimming with ambition and dissatisfaction with her circumstances. Noble youths? Who? Surely, you do not mean my second brother? Fang Ruotang's face registered shock. Congratulations. You guessed correctly. Partly, they are all brothers, but there is an additional courtesy name. Fang Ruotang retorted, should you dare speak to me in such a manner again, I shall not converse with you for an entire month. The small mirror immediately capitulated. I apologize, I did not mean to offend. It was merely a lively expression, much like how storytellers convey tales. Fang Ruotang pouted in displeasure, but soon remembered her elder cousin, who shared a troubled countenance. How could my elder cousin be so foolish? The farmer's daughter, who once swore never to be a concubine, will, in 3 years, arrive with twins to become one, ultimately being elevated to the primary wife. A concubine is a concubine. How could she be elevated?
Guess.
Fang Ruotang snapped. You may as well perish. Huazij, go and apprehend her. Fang Ruotang's gaze turned cold as she fixed it upon the farmer's daughter, who was reveling in the spectacle. Humph. Unashamed, trying to usurp my elder cousin's position. And she must reckon with my approval. Fang Ruotang, raised in an environment indifferent to men taking concubines, after all, which of her uncles did not have 1 or 2, was nonetheless protective and could not bear the thought of her beloved elder cousin meeting a bitter fate. Though she was indifferent to her elder cousin's choice to take a concubine, the idea of favoring a concubine over a wife was intolerable. Esteemed National Master, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I do not know your elder cousin. I am but an ordinary commoner. How could I possibly be acquainted with such illustrious personages? The woman's eyes darted, desperately pleading for mercy. Humph. Shuming Cheng is my elder cousin. Fang Ruotang, displeased, scolded playfully, covering her mouth and leading her to the Shu residence. Subsequently, a throng of people marched towards the Shu manor, with the bystanders resembling a procession of guards, pointing and whispering about the peasant girl. Though they were unclear about the specifics of the incident, it was evident that the beloved national master Yushui was incensed. suggesting that the girl had committed an act of universal outrage. The common folk, in their simplistic logic, believed that by defending the national master, they were upholding everything associated with her, and some even hurled vegetable scraps at the girl. Fang Ruotang did not find this behavior objectionable. Those she disliked should be equally scorned by those around her, for any divergence from this would be seen as betrayal. She could not abide the idea of those she cherished mingling with those she detested. Upon arriving at the Shu manor, the peasant girl appeared quite disheveled and helpless. However, the crowd wielded their finest produce, which would not dirty her but rather accentuated her pitiful plight. As Fang Ruotang swaggered into the Shu residence, the doorman, upon seeing her, announced her arrival with a welcoming smile. "The young lady has arrived. Please come in, and I shall summon the matriarch and others to the main hall." The doorman, perceptive as he was, recognized that typically, Fang Ruotang, being a junior, would be the one to pay her respects. However, given the tumultuous atmosphere and the presence of the crown prince and his entourage, it was evident that something momentous had transpired. "No need to bother my grandmother. Just invite my aunt and cousin over. I have matters to discuss with them." The doorman promptly sent a messenger to the back courtyard. By the time Fang Ruotang reached the main hall, refreshments had been arranged. The crown prince pinched her flushed cheeks and said, "Do not be upset. If you truly dislike her, simply eliminate her." Huajiga, somewhat brusquely brushing aside the prince's hand, turned Fang Ruotang to face him and gently wiped the spot the prince had touched. "For such a trivial matter, is it worth your ire? The prince may not be commendable, but he speaks truthfully. If you wish, end her." Huajiga did not forget to jab at the crown prince, who, maintaining his composure, merely shot him a glance without retaliating or addressing the insult. The peasant girl, held down by Tao Hong, knelt on the ground, her eyes brimming with tears as she shook her head in fear. Fang Ruotang huffed in dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "You two are quite foolish. If I were to kill her now, she would become the eternal ideal in my cousin's heart, forever standing between him and my cousin-in-law. I shall not grant her the chance to be his muse." To clarify, she elaborated on the concept of a white moonlight, which the crown prince and Huajiga swiftly comprehended. The prince affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Our little six has become quite astute." Fang Ruotang lifted her chin, pride swelling within her as she declared, "Right? I too feel I have grown wiser. He. It is often stated that longing beautifies memories, thus intensifying emotions." Huajiga, a man capable of military leadership, was not merely a thoughtless brute. He observed the prince's demeanor with growing intrigue, his eyes narrowing as if grasping a fleeting idea. Just as he began to piece it together, the matriarch of the Shu family and her eldest daughter-in-law entered. Though appropriately attired, they bore no embellishments and hurried towards them. "I heard you were upset. What is the matter? Has someone wronged you?" The matriarch, warmly taking Fang Ruotang's hand, noted her visibly agitated state and pondered who could be so audacious as to bully her beloved little six. Her gaze drifted to the corner where the apprehended girl knelt, connecting the doorman's words with the anxious expression of the eldest daughter-in-law. "Aunt, let me tell you, my cousin has been quite wicked keeping a concubine outside, which I have uncovered, and I have brought her to you." Fang Ruotang pouted, pointing at the terrified peasant girl. The eldest daughter-in-law's expression shifted, her gaze on the peasant girl not filled with hatred but rather curiosity. She sought to understand what sort of woman could captivate her husband to disregard propriety and their long-standing familial ties. The Wei family, raised under the principles of a virtuous wife, did not demand unwavering devotion from their husbands, but they valued their status and rights as the primary wives, which was not to be contested. The matriarch felt a sense of confirmation. Indeed, the issue lay with her eldest son. Just as she voiced her thoughts, a robust voice echoed from the entrance. "If little six wishes to see me, a messenger could have sufficed. Why come in person? Are you missing her cousin?" Shu Mingcheng, 10 years older than Fang Ruotang, treated her with familiarity, displaying no restraint in their interaction. Fang Ruotang quickly approached him, crossing her arms and glaring up at him indignantly. "Cousin, you have greatly disappointed me." Shu Mingcheng was taken aback, glancing at his mother and wife, both wearing troubled expressions, leaving him utterly perplexed. "What has happened? Has my cousin found fault with something I did?" He gently reassured her. "You can tell me. I shall amend my ways, all right? Your health is fragile. Do not let anger consume you. Xu Mingcheng immediately softened his tone, bending down to comfort her, casting a glance at his wife to encourage her to join the conversation. Chapter 79. The astute hunter Xu Mingcheng was quite satisfied with his wife, Wei, who not only managed the household with great care but also maintained a relationship with Fang Ruotang after marrying him, recognizing his fondness for her. Typically, a mere glance would suffice for her to understand his intentions. Yet this time, she turned away, refusing to engage. Xu Mingcheng realized the gravity of the situation and pondered whether he had become overly complacent due to the admiration he received as little sixth cousin. Although he had not promised anyone anything. "Cousin, do you recognize this person?" Fang Ruotang inquired, pointing at the curled-up peasant girl. Xu Mingcheng focused intently and replied candidly, "Isn't this Lu girl?" Upon realizing the circumstances, he raised an eyebrow at the Xu family. "You cannot be serious. Have you forgotten Lu? A year ago, after drinking with the higher-ups, I fell into the river and nearly drowned. Lu saved me, and you even sent her a monetary thank you afterward. Have you forgotten?" Wei was momentarily taken aback, recalling the timid girl from a year prior but struggling to reconcile that memory with the beautiful figure before her. She remembered the encounter, having met her savior and expressing her gratitude with gifts of money, fabric, and food. "Little Six claims she is your concubine." Wei clenched her handkerchief, her heart racing as she decided to afford her husband an opportunity to explain. "This is a misunderstanding," Xu Mingcheng exclaimed, then feigned indignation, turning to Fang Ruotang. "Is this truly how you perceive me, dear cousin?" Fang Ruotang regarded Xu Mingcheng with curiosity, sensing no deceit in his demeanor. "But my mirror told me so. It is an artifact that never lies." Xu Mingcheng was also flabbergasted. "I assure you, that is not the case. Lu, the young lady, took the silver given by her mother to open a modest tavern. On one occasion, as I passed by, I noticed a patron indulging in drink and behaving foolishly. Upon recognizing him, I lent a helping hand. Lu expressed that she lacked connections in the capital and was vulnerable to the whims of others. She hoped that, considering her past assistance to me, I might visit her establishment occasionally to lend her some prestige. I thought it a trifling matter, and over the course of a month, I would dine with colleagues there once or twice, as it was merely a gathering place. However, I found myself returning more frequently, 3 or 4 times this month alone, often at the behest of others who chose her tavern for our meetings. I saw no harm in it, viewing it as a way to support Lu, who had once saved me. Wei, having been by Xu Mingcheng's side for nearly a decade, could discern the truth of his words. After a conversation, it was clear that Xu Mingcheng, a man of integrity, was oblivious to the perceptions of others, but as a woman, Wei could see that Lu was ensnaring him gradually. It had even reached a point where others mistakenly believed in a deeper connection between them. Otherwise, how could those colleagues who held Xu Mingcheng in high regard consistently choose Lu's tavern for their revelry? Moreover, since consuming the cleansing elixir you provided, I had retreated into solitude to cultivate my skills, only venturing out for unavoidable social obligations. You may inquire with your elder cousin. Curiously, my recent engagements have all been at Lu's tavern. At this point, Xu Mingcheng began to grasp the implications, realizing that matters were more complicated than he had previously considered. He turned away, anxiously asking, "Sixth sister, being young and naive, you may not understand these affairs, but I trust you do. I have no need for a mistress. Do I not?" Wei nodded slowly, though she remained apprehensive about Fang Ruotang's potential misjudgment. Her gaze shifted toward Fang Ruotang, who was equally bewildered and quickly consulted her inner reflection. "Currently, Lu has just cast her net, and your elder cousin remains oblivious. Yet, based on the original timeline, it won't be long before he falls into her trap. Look how foolish he is, unaware that others perceive their connection. By the time he realizes it, he will have already stepped into the snare, and it will be too late." Fang Ruotang sighed in relief, for he was her dear cousin, and she wished for him not to be a fool. Yet, anger surged within her as she recounted the absurdities the reflection had revealed. She chastised him. "Elder cousin, how can you be so dim-witted? A man must safeguard his honor. Why can't you follow the example of my second brother? He has no lady by his side. denying any opportunistic individuals a chance. Xu Mingcheng, upon hearing the entire context, broke out in a cold sweat, immediately seeking to reassure Wei. I am unaware of the grievous mistakes I may have made in the original timeline, but I can assure you that I harbor no ulterior motives towards Liu. Trust me, I am not that despicable. My sole desire is to cultivate my skills, so that when the future sixth sister speaks of arrives, I will be capable of providing for you and the children. Wei felt a sharp pang of discomfort, acutely aware that if not for Fang Ruotang's unexpected intervention, Xu Mingcheng would have been ensnared without realizing it. After all, a patient hunter would not let slip the prey they sought. This Liu possesses an exceedingly deep scheme. Could it be that her past assistance to the elder cousin was merely a fade? Not quite. Her intentions were genuine at first. However, upon encountering your elder cousin's wife, envy and jealousy took root, prompting her to plot against him. Fang Ruotang replied, her expression a mix of disdain and concern for both parties involved. Yet is it not foolish? If your savior opened a tavern and simply asked you to dine once a month, would you refuse? Fang Ruotang pondered, considering her own frequency of dining out, realizing she likely would not decline. Then it is not entirely the elder cousin's fault. It is Liu's wickedness at play. Thus, Fang Ruotang unwittingly alleviated some of Wei's unease. Sixth sister, I heard you have arrived, even skipping the master's lessons to come here. Did you seek me out? Cousin Xu Mingling appeared, his grin wide, his presence announced before he arrived. Oh, your tool cousin is here, the reflection remarked sarcastically, issuing a warning. I told you, if you associate with him, I won't provide you with any more favors. Fang Ruotang rolled her eyes. You are truly a lackey for the crown prince. Why don't you bind them to complete tasks instead of relying on me? The master's decisions are beyond my knowledge. All I know is that you cannot be with this tool cousin. Do not call him a tool. You initially claimed he couldn't access the marketplace. And I had no designs on him, nor did I wish to marry him. Fang Ruotang and the reflection exchanged playful banter. The crown prince and Huajiga observed the exuberant young lad running toward them. Xu Mingling felt the weight of their scrutiny and was acutely aware of the reflection as thoughts. He had known this for some time. As the first time he met his cousin, the spirit had alerted her to his presence. Each subsequent meeting brought a new reminder, though he remained oblivious to any need for defense. What kind of confidence did he possess to believe he could conquer 6 others, triumphing over the crown prince and securing the beauty's affection? The reflection had far too high an estimation of him. Did he not know his own limitations? Now, before the main party, he was inciting animosity. He felt gratitude for it. Chapter 80. He likes me too. Her little expressions seemed etched in stone, and the Xu family had grown accustomed to her somewhat dim-witted demeanor since childhood. Now, with the presence of the spirit, she had not become any more astute. The crown prince had grown used to her, but for Huajiga, who had only heard tales, witnessing her firsthand was too amusing, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Pulling Fang Ruotang into his embrace and playfully tousling her hair. What a delightful treasure you are. Fang Ruotang looked up in confusion, bewildered by Huajiga's exuberance, but soon accepted his antics, continuing to pursue answers from the reflection. The reflection was vague and evasive. Fang Ruotang narrowed her eyes, threateningly. If you do not tell me, I shall abandon you, and you can seek your master. The reflection replied, can't you use another method to deal with him? In the original timeline, he did not marry or have children. He sacrificed himself to save you and was eliminated. Eliminated? By whom? The reflection glanced around the pure white space. Fully aware it was impossible to meet Fang Ruotang's gaze, yet it dared not look directly at her. Will you speak? The one who holds you is the culprit. The reflection whispered. But Huajiga likes me. How could he do something I dislike? Does he not truly care for me? Fang Ruotang pondered aloud, casting doubt on her feelings for Huajiga. At that moment, Huajiga's expression shifted, and his hands froze mid-motion. Was there an error in her reasoning? Could it not be that he adored her deeply? Why would it suddenly seem otherwise? Huajiga was indignant, his eyes burning with frustration as he gazed at Fang Ruotang. Fang Ruotang pushed him away, turning her face. Leave me be. You do not truly care for me. You would slay my third cousin. The onlookers gasped. Is that permissible to say? Oh, if the subject is Fang Ruotang, then it is acceptable. She would not shy away from speaking her mind. It was not in her nature. Xu Mingling, having just learned of his impending doom, felt a chill run down his neck.
Now,
Seeing Huijiga's pained expression brought him a sense of vindication. Well deserved. How dare you threaten me? Sixth cousin, take him down. Xu Mingling subtly gestured to Fang Ruotang. She did not notice, as Huijiga had firmly grasped her face, his gaze unwavering and sincere as he proclaimed, "You may doubt everything, but not my feelings for you. I live for you, do you remember?" Fang Ruotang, with her large eyes twinkling, playfully declared, "Will you harm my family in the future? Just so you know, if you do, I shall not allow you to like me." "I won't." Huijiga, piecing together the intelligence he had received, could surmise the reasons behind the violent actions in the original timeline. In that world, without the presence of the little mirror, Fang Ruotang's innocent nature and delicate physique would surely crumble under the pressure of 6 men vying for her affection. Moreover, these 6 men even waged war for her sake. Based on his understanding of Fang Ruotang, though she may lack worldly wisdom, she had never erred when it came to matters of great importance. In the original timeline, she likely did not harbor any feelings for him, prompting his rage against those who sought to take her away. However, Huijiga cast a glance at the Crown Prince, sensing that he was not the sole aggressor. The Crown Prince raised an eyebrow, aligning his thoughts with Huijiga's, yet refrained from acknowledging the little mirror's existence. "Then I shall permit you to continue liking me. But should you harm my family, I will not let you off easily," Fang Ruotang asserted with a youthful determination. Huijiga felt a pang in his heart, gently caressing her adorable face as he earnestly replied, "As long as you do not reject my presence, I will certainly not go mad." "Mei-chen, just be obedient," Fang Ruotang replied, entirely oblivious to the veiled threat in Huijiga's words. Instead, feeling a sense of delight at his understanding, nodding at him like an adult. Huijiga smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. As Fang Ruotang departed, she reminded Wei Shi, "Remember to deal with the Lu family, lest they become a menace." Fang Ruotang, with her innocent demeanor, was discussing matters of murder. Those present found nothing amiss. They were all privileged individuals, and secretly eliminating a commoner was no more difficult than squashing an ant. Fang Ruotang giggled, "Don't mention my cousin-in-law. Instead, let's raid my cousin's treasury. If he has no silver, he can't go to other women for drinks." Wei Shi laughed, thinking that her little cousin was truly a treasure. Xu Mingqing pleaded, Bye. Whatever you wish for, I shall procure it for you. Let us overlook this matter."
shall we?
"I feel utterly innocent." Fang Ruotang huffed in feigned pride, leaving the Shu residence with an air of triumph. 3 carriages following behind her, one filled with gifts for her, and others for the Shu family and the Chancellor's residence. The following day marked the Grand Court Assembly. On her way to the court, Fang Ruotang stifled a yawn, casting a few glances at her deliberately sighing grandfather. "Grandfather, your jealousy is quite evident." Fang Qingxiang touched his face. "Is it that obvious?" At his age, he had to walk to the Grand Hall, while his young granddaughter was carried in a palanquin, and he had to attend to her like a servant. "Quite." Fang Ruotang flipped over, covering her mouth, pretending not to see. "Grandfather is in good health." Upon reaching the Grand Hall, Fang Ruotang took her place on the National Master's exclusive throne. "Feeling a bit drowsy? Let me watch a funny video." "All right." The courtiers in the hall heard the little mirror's sycophantic voice, which, to be honest, was still an adjustment for them, shattering their illusions of the celestial beings. Soon after, the emperor arrived, and the ministers swiftly engaged in state affairs, while Fang Ruotang secretly giggled, stifling her laughter with various little gestures. Fang Qingxiang, standing below, tried to focus on both his granddaughter's cheerful demeanor and the proceedings, internally grumbling, "Though you are the foremost figure in Deyong, could you not temper your exuberance? Consider our lowly thoughts. Your behavior makes us seem ridiculous." Yet today, with so many matters at hand, the ministers managed to restrain themselves from glancing towards Fang Ruotang. However, when the young master of the Yongyi Marquisate stepped forward to present his report, Fang Ruotang exclaimed softly, her eyes scrutinizing the young man standing prominently in the center. "Did he send me numerous gifts?" "Indeed. A whole cartload. His eagerness nearly rivals that of the Crown Prince." "Does he like me?" This was the only conclusion Fang Ruotang could reach. The young master of the Yongyi Marquise, Wei Xian, suddenly stiffened, acutely aware of the scrutinizing gazes directed at him from all corners, especially from the 6 individuals chosen by the national master who were now present in the court, their eyes practically piercing him. Chapter 81. The irritable little mirror, like the kind of admiration you have for the emperor. He appreciates your support.
Huh.
I do not like the emperor. He is utterly incompetent. Fang Ruotang instinctively retorted. The emperor, momentarily taken aback by her disdainful expression, bore a youthful visage, handsome in appearance, and exuding an aura of authority developed over years of governance. It was the first time someone had expressed such overt disdain for him, prompting the emperor to wish to argue, questioning why he was unworthy of admiration. Incompetent and frivolous, always seeking to spar with Shi, never winning even once. Shi could practically fly on her sword now. Does he not recognize his own standing? Even in this land devoid of spiritual energy, Li Shiyun had achieved a foundation in 100 days, largely due to the little mirror nurturing her as Fang Ruotang's personal disciple, allowing her to progress at an astonishing pace. The emperor's face flushed with indignation as he glared at Fang Ruotang, receiving an eye roll in return. His lack of ability was precisely why he sought Li Shiyun for sparring, hoping to improve. Frustrated, he lamented yet another day of being looked down upon. How vexing. It was one thing for Li Shiyun to surpass him, but how could the later comer, Yan, also progress faster? No, after court. He would need to devote himself to training. Surely state affairs had hindered his advancement. He could not afford to lose. The young master of the Yongyi Marquise, Wei Xian, is merely a sycophant, even more so than the crown prince and his peers. Do not speak ill of my crown prince brother. They are not sycophants, they are.
Better Volvis.
Fang Ruotang recalled a phrase from a book the little mirror had shown her. A chuckle erupted from an undisclosed minister, unable to contain his laughter. Soon, as if a switch had been flipped, laughter rippled through the hall. The crown prince, long accustomed to maintaining a stoic demeanor, remained unperturbed, while Huijiga and the other 5 were even less affected, as they had not been named. They were in a state of anticipation. But as long as they did not acknowledge it, no one could mock them. Very well, you may call them battle wolves. But Wei Xian is indeed a sycophant in every regard. Wei Xian's face turned crimson, mortified to the point of wishing to vanish into the ground. He thought of a certain graceful figure and quietly countered in his heart, I am not a sycophant. I simply possess a deep affection. The girl he admires is Zhao Zhen'er, the legitimate daughter of a 5th-rank family. Her mother passed away during childbirth, and she grew up under her stepmother's care, who had a biological daughter just 2 years younger than her. It is easy to imagine that her life was not particularly pleasant. 2 years ago, she met Wei Xian. Though he had been a wayward young master before this mission, being from the Yongyi Marquise granted Zhao's family some favor, and they treated her better because of him, leading her to confuse the various princes. I, a spirit, am nearly dying of laughter. Zhao Zhen'er has completely forgotten the days when she wore ill-fitting, tattered clothes and barely had enough to eat. She looked down on Wei Xian, deeming him unworthy, and now she is too prideful to even acknowledge her past. The little mirror spoke rapidly, leaving Fang Ruotang momentarily bewildered. Zhao Zhen'er has every right to like or dislike someone. Indeed. The premise is not to desire both ways, holding on to Wei Xian while feeling embarrassed by his affection. No matter how irresponsible Wei Xian may appear, he is not someone she can dismiss lightly. After all, he is the legitimate son of the Yongyi Marquise, destined to inherit a share of the family estate upon the division of the family, with a doting ancestor above him and a protective elder brother below. Even if he were to waste his days, he would still fare better than most. She continues to gossip about Wei Xian behind his back, handling him with impatience while using his reputation to socialize with other young masters from noble families. Wei Xian, the foolish boy, remains oblivious, eagerly trying to win her favor. Wouldn't you call that being a sycophant? Fang Ruotang blinked and nodded. Yes, indeed, that is a sycophant. Wei Xian's face turned crimson, almost to the point of tears. He could scarcely believe that Zhao Zhen'er held him in such low regard privately. If that were the case, what was the worth of the gifts he had sent over the past 2 years? Coincidentally, Among the men was Wei Xian, and among the women was the fourth princess. Upon hearing this, the emperor, concerned for his daughter, immediately perked up, eager to listen intently. The fourth princess favors a son of a fifth-rank family. These noble scions and princesses seem quite fond of philanthropy, and the fourth princess has her sights set on a neglected illegitimate son. The princess had been rescued by him during her outing, which was indeed peculiar. A princess of her stature, having ventured beyond the palace gates only a handful of times since birth, somehow managed to be saved by someone through layers of guards. No wonder the celestial order in this realm feels feeble. It is utterly absurd. Xiao Jingzi clearly disapproved of this pair, incessantly critiquing them, leaving no room for Fang Ruotang to interject. The fourth princess is quite the capable individual. With her status, a mere word from her could command countless individuals to brave peril for her. Yet, she finds herself enamored with this illegitimate son because he saved her once. How amusing it is that this illegitimate son has become a coveted figure in the capital, and in return, he is dissatisfied with the princess's pursuit, forgetting that it was her affection that elevated his status. Otherwise, in a city teeming with nobility, he would be utterly inconspicuous, and no young lady from a prestigious family would ever cast her gaze upon him. Oh, by the way, this illegitimate son has taken a liking to his formerly disdainful cousin, the delicate flower. It's laughable how many fools there are in this capital. I know plenty of them. Next time I see the main character, I'll point them out to you. All right. Fang Ruotang was momentarily taken aback by today's gossip, struggling to process it, especially since Xiao Jingzi had monopolized the conversation. However, reflecting on it, these two opportunistic individuals were rather repugnant. In truth, love-struck individuals ought to be paired with other love-struck individuals, Xiao Jingzi lamented, noting that today had been yet another day of folly.
Indeed.
Only the affection shared between her master and the esteemed one was truly sweet and delightful. Everything else was mere nonsense. Fang Ruotang inquired with confusion, "Are you suggesting that Wei Xian and the fourth princess are meant to be together? These two fools are unworthy of true love. They are nothing but playthings in the end." Fang Ruotang noted the evident irritation in Xiao Jingzi's tone. It seemed he truly harbored a severe disdain for foolishness. Fortunately, her intelligence was the reason for his fondness towards her. Chapter 082. The Emperor is joyful again. Fang Ruotang recalled the multitude of gifts Wei Xian had bestowed upon her and humanitarianly cautioned, "You know, I can read fortunes. I foresee a tumultuous romantic path ahead for you. You must not wed a woman of the Zhao surname, lest you find yourself submerged in misery. It would be wise to heed your family's counsel and refrain from taking matters into your own hands regarding marriage. After all, the Yongyi Marquis would never propose to a fifth-rank official's daughter who has lost her mother. And it is nearly impossible for Zhao Zhener to ascend to a higher status through Wei Xian. In the end, she will realize that her best choice remains Wei Xian, and with a condescending attitude, she will marry him, all the while looking down upon him. Perhaps this is akin to a tale from a storybook. Just contemplating Wei Xian's future is quite disheartening." Wei Xian gazed at Fang Ruotang with gratitude, feeling that his gifts had not gone unnoticed. Even though the spirit did not wish to save him, the national master had offered him advice. He vowed to gather more peculiar treasures to present at the national master's residence. "Your Majesty, please keep a watchful eye on the fourth princess's marriage." Fang Ruotang sighed, nearly pointing at the emperor's nose to urge him to remain vigilant, lest he become too engrossed in his own cultivation. The emperor, decisive and authoritative, commended Wei Xian for his recent task and then directly granted a marriage between Wei Xian and the fourth princess. Fang Ruotang was taken aback and hurriedly nudged Xiao Jingzi. "Oh, that cannot be. Not everyone is as fortunate as the noble consort. A princess and a marquis's legitimate son possess a basic political acumen. With their marriage settled, there will be no upheaval, especially with families wishing to protect their interests behind them. The emperor personally bestowing the marriage. Who would dare to cause a disturbance? Were they courting death? What about them?" Fang Ruotang glanced discreetly at Wei Xian, who had already knelt to accept the decree. "Pay them no mind. Two love-struck individuals will naturally shift their affections after a single night of marriage," she remarked. Wei Xian thought to himself, "Who looks down upon whom? Is my affection so shallow? It is merely because I have given my first to her, and as my wife, I respect her. It is not a simple matter of changing affections. Though Wei Xian felt indignant, he could not voice it. Fang Ruotang did not dwell on it further. As Xiao Jingzi had begun gossiping about another person. Did you see that youthful lad with a feminine appearance? He is the youngest son of Lord Gu Jiran, and he is soon to meet his demise. Gu Jiran sounds like a girl's name, Fang Ruotang observed. Gu Jiran was fair-skinned and delicate-featured, surpassing most maidens in beauty. He cast a worried glance at the national master. The name is inconsequential. I believe I can still salvage my fate. Why not tell me about my calamity? It might help me avoid it. Gu Jiran's brows, unlike the typical sword-like brows of most men, were delicate and slightly furrowed, exuding a sense of vulnerability that was quite endearing. In the original timeline, he will encounter a group of drunken men at the docks and will be mistaken for a woman, leading to various unwanted advances. Fang Ruotang asked anxiously, "So he was subjected to those advances?" Xiao Jingzi replied, "Is that the key point?" Gu Jiran's fair complexion flushed a rosy hue, resembling a ripe peach, arousing the interest of the officials present, who could not help but admire his bashful demeanor. No wonder he was misjudged. "Oh, no, in the original timeline you saved him," Xiao Jingzi clarified. Fang Ruotang sighed with relief, her eyes widening in surprise. "Have I ever told you not to speak in such a manner?" Xiao Jingzi replied. "Today's joy has vanished again. You saved him. He adores you, and later, in an effort to save you, he meets his end. Don't ask who the culprit is. Just look among the 6 most distinguished young men in the court, and the murderer lies among them." Fang Ruotang's gaze swept over the crown prince, young Master Rong, the little prince, as well as Duke In and Minister Yi, finally settling upon Huajiga. Is it Huajiga? This time it is not him. Oh, then who could it be? It can't possibly be the crown prince, right? Xiao Jingzi interjected. "If anyone dares to call you foolish again, I will be furious." "Certainly not the crown prince. He is too good to commit murder," Fang Ruotang murmured. The court officials were bemused. "Do you not recall the bloody incident at the market 2 months ago? The blood has caked into mud. And now there are numerous vacant official positions awaiting the September imperial examination to select new talents. Could it be Brother Ziki? No, he wouldn't do such a thing. He is such a gentle and cheerful boy. How could he harbor any ill intentions?" Prince Rong, improbable as it may seem, was often likened to a cold, ascetic figure by his elder sister, who questioned how someone so serene could harbor the capacity for violence, asserting that he was more inclined to save lives than to take them.
Ah.
Is it Lord Yi?
No.
He wouldn't dare retaliate even when wronged. He is but a pitiable soul, far too gentle to commit murder, came the retort.
Ah.
I see now. It must be the young prince, right? He is of royal blood, after all. For him, killing would be as effortless as slicing through vegetables. The small mirror interjected. Aside from the young prince, do you have an exceptionally thick filter regarding the other 5 lords? At that moment, the young prince, who had sustained an injury, found himself the subject of laughter from the other 5, including the typically composed Prince Rong.
Xiaororo.
The young prince suddenly called out to Fang Ruotang with a bright smile. "Do I look handsome when I smile? I am quite fond of smiling. How could I possibly harbor any ill intentions?" Fang Ruotang gazed at him in confusion. His smile resembled that of a peacock displaying its plumage, yet she could not deny that it was indeed captivating. However, she was too anxious to appreciate it and subtly signaled him with her eyes. Truly, he dares to behave so audaciously in the presence of the emperor. If the emperor reprimands him, I shall come to his aid, for he has treated me well. Alas, that old fox, the emperor, will surely seize the opportunity to swindle me out of my elixirs. The young prince froze. The emperor, having entered the room, straightened his posture, his handsome face darkening as he unleashed a scolding upon the young prince for his lack of decorum in the hall. Fang Ruotang pouted and interrupted the emperor's rebuke. "Do not scold him. He is under my protection. This is for you." She then tossed a vial towards him. The emperor's furious expression softened into one of delight as he inquired, "What is this?" "Foundation pills. You wished for them after seeing Sure refine hers, did you not? Keep it for later use." The emperor, pleased, tucked it away, but, with a gluttonous appetite, queried, "Is this all?" Gu Nancheng has committed a grave offense in the hall. He deserves to be punished. Fang Ruotang's face fell, and she prodded the small mirror again, ultimately presenting the emperor with a ring containing 10,000 spirit stones, urging him to use them sparingly. Fang Ruotang believed that nurturing the emperor was far more demanding than tending to Shi and Yen combined. While her investments in Shi and Yen yielded swift results, the emperor, despite sharing dual spiritual roots with her second brother, seemed to squander resources without significant growth in power, rendering him less impressive than her brother. Well, since the national master has spoken, let this matter pass. But do not let it happen again, the emperor declared sternly, still maintaining a theatrical demeanor, yet casting a glance of approval at Gu Nancheng, implying that he had performed admirably. The young prince's face darkened with rage. The emperor was, indeed, insufferable. It was no wonder the small mirror encouraged Fang Ruotang to mock him. Chapter 083. Charm requires talent. The emperor was quite satisfied with his gains. But noticing Gu Nancheng's grim countenance, he resolved to assist him, lest this troublesome youth rebel against the system, jeopardizing the emperor's plans to extract benefits from Fang Ruotang. The national master showed great favor towards the young prince. After all, they were allies to be protected. The emperor raised an eyebrow at the young prince, remarking, "Remember the esteem in which the national master holds you." Though the young prince remained vexed, he could not suppress his growing cheerfulness, his face gradually brightening with a radiant smile. By this time, they had discerned the small mirror's capabilities. It not only housed numerous elixirs, but also countless spiritual veins. Remarkably, it could even pilfer from other worlds, truly omnipotent. His displeasure stemmed not from the spirit stones, but rather from the emperor's manipulation, using him as a pawn to deceive Fang Ruotang. Had it been anyone but the emperor, he would have retaliated. Nonetheless, the emperor proved somewhat useful today. The young prince had always felt that Fang Ruotang regarded him and the others as insignificant, never expecting that she considered them allies. The young prince gazed deeply at Fang Ruotang, causing her to shiver and rub her arms as she questioned the small mirror. Is the young prince foolish? His gaze is quite alarming. Could it be that he is sending you silent signals? Fang Ruotang clicked her tongue. Is this what they call sending silent signals? She then tested the waters with the young prince, who became visibly stiff. The small mirror turned away, unable to watch. Enough of this. The crown prince is watching you. If you continue this way, he might summon the royal physician, fearing you have a vision problem. Fang Ruotang expressed her discontent. Thank you for forcing me into the limelight when it was inappropriate. That child deserves a reprimand, the prime minister remarked. When we return home, I shall inform my eldest granddaughter so she can deal with her properly. She has embarrassed our family. Unbeknownst to Fang Ruotang, her own misfortune awaited her. As she sulked with her eyes downcast, her features contorting in a flurry. It seems that enticing others requires a certain talent. Fang Ruotang rubbed her face, feeling somewhat defeated. Please, stop your antics. You resemble a performing monkey. Do you not see everyone laughing at you? Fang Ruotang abruptly looked up, realizing the truth of it, and pouted in annoyance. Have they sorted out their own family issues? How dare they mock me? Hurry, let us retaliate. After 3 months of effort, the court's parasites had been largely purged. The officials who remained, despite their blemishes, fell within the emperor's and crown prince's tolerable limits. Thus, the ministers no longer feared for their lives, but were more concerned about preserving their reputations. The latter was deemed far more dreadful than death itself. Wow, could it be? At his age, he enjoys indulging in his wife's feet? Ugh, I feel nauseated. He does not wash his hands after relieving himself. Quick, let me see with whom he shook hands today. I hope the crown prince and his companions have not interacted with him. Panic ensued among the crowd. Fang Ruotang pointed out several individuals, their faces turning an alarming shade as they wiped their hands on their garments, glaring in one direction. The official being glared at recoiled, muttering, I was busy. My word. How remarkable. He has slept with his own dog. Fang Ruotang stared incredulously at the small mirror, then at the man indicated, her eyes wide with confusion. Was this the kind of sleeping she imagined? Oh, he slept with it while intoxicated. I thought it was something more scandalous. The small mirror's tone was laced with disappointment for reasons unknown. Meanwhile, a certain minister covered his face, wishing to escape. He regretted it. Had he known this would be the outcome, he should have joined the ranks of the corrupt officials. A swift death would have been preferable to this current predicament. Though his body remained, his spirit had departed. There's a scoundrel. Who? Count back 8 generations from your grandfather. The one with the 2 wisps of facial hair. Fang Ruotang glanced up and, perhaps due to preconceived notions, quickly formed a judgment. He appears to be a lecherous rogue, primarily because he has a virtuous and generous wife who continually brings in concubines for him, never targeting them openly. But each time he spends a few extra nights in a concubine's chamber, his wife adds yet another to his collection. Now he has over 20 concubines, and everyone perceives him as a womanizer. Fang Ruotang sensed an unsettling implication from the small mirror's words and asked, "So, he is not actually lecherous? Similar to most men of the current age, I suppose. He is not a person of impeccable virtue, yet he is not infamous either. His good fortune lies in his choice of wife, who desires a reputation for being gracious and magnanimous. To maintain this image, she has continued to take concubines for him, albeit with a fear that he might genuinely develop feelings for them. As a result, the number of people in their household has increased. Each time a new concubine is brought in, she hypocritically laments to the maid about the previous one's ineffectiveness in holding the master's heart. It is amusing. He is now surrounded by so many beautiful women that he can hardly afford to maintain them all." Fang Ruotang clicked her tongue, reflecting on her grandmother's wisdom. Indeed, marrying wisely is no mistake. The official, blushing with embarrassment, felt the weight of his own normalcy amidst the scandalous atmosphere. Even with a slight inclination towards the fairer sex, he cannot be a bridegroom every night. He had already conveyed to his wife that moderation is key, yet she continuously aids him in acquiring concubines, all for the sake of her own reputation. Is not his reputation as an official of greater importance? Frustration welled within him, yet he undeniably enjoys the situation. He silently resolved to thwart any future additions to the household before they entered. As for those already in the household, whether he shares his bed with them or not, they are already his concubines. His concubines meet unfortunate fates. After each evening's intimacy, they are given a concoction by the mistress to prevent conception. Indeed, the most harmful kind. What a gracious and magnanimous mistress. Fang Ruotang blinked a few times before turning a corner, her disdain evident. With such a wife, how can this official still hold his position in court? It is quite remarkable. She scoffed, realizing that with such a hindrance as a wife, this man might find it impossible to advance boldly, fearing he would be ensnared in the confines of the inner chambers. The humiliated official turned crimson, lowering his head and shielding his face with his sleeve, yet another victim of Fang Ruotang's wit. Under her and Xiao Jingzi's relentless teasing, the official fled the court. Unlike the usual entourage that surrounded Fang Ruotang, who strode confidently ahead. "Why are you all following me? Did you not wish to learn to ride? We will accompany you to the young prince." With a captivating smile and alluring eyes, the young prince was indeed a sight to behold. However, Fang Ruotang was taken aback, asking, "Are you all going together? What should I do? What should I do? They are grouping together again. How can I separate them and prevent jealousy?" Fang Ruotang urgently prodded Xiao Jingzi for advice. Does he appear capable of making decisions for his master? Xiao Jingzi pondered deeply, wondering if his recent show of competence had led to misunderstandings. Chapter 084. Exclusivity or coexistence. Why not take the opportunity to sleep with one of them? Xiao Jingzi, ever eager to fulfill the tasks assigned to him before his master's reincarnation, constantly sought to unite them. Sleep with one? And have the other 5 standing guard at the door? Do you want to hear the nonsense you are spouting? Fang Ruotang's delicate face flushed with embarrassment and anger, an amalgamation of emotions that turned her cheeks crimson. She may not possess great intelligence, but that does not imply she lacks modesty. This was far too awkward. To think of being alone with one of them while the other stood outside, eavesdropping on their every move, sent shivers down her spine. Could she not indulge in subtle flirtations with each in private? Why must everything be so overt? What if things went awry? What if we orchestrate something grand? What? Fang Ruotang's voice trembled, sensing that Xiao Jingzi's next suggestion would not be favorable. How about inviting all 6 of them to the estate for a hot spring retreat? Fang Ruotang exclaimed, Are you out of your mind? I only suggested it because I saw you blushing. Once you bond over a shared bath, you'll be more open with them. Besides, it's merely a physical form. Do not be shy. What will others say? If it is unacceptable, then so be it. Look at you, getting agitated and resorting to insults. Fang Ruotang sighed, feeling exhausted. She discreetly glanced up, noticing that the 6 men across from her were avoiding eye contact. Their faces flushed. Particularly, Deputy Yi, with his non-threatening features and feline-like eyes, appeared bashful, prompting Fang Ruotang to steal a few glances. It wasn't that the young prince's alluring demeanor lacked charm, nor was the cold demeanor of the heir unappealing. It was just that she found herself thinking about General L's peculiar preferences. At times, one must admit that certain inclinations have their reasons. She wondered what Deputy Yi would look like if he were to cry. Fang Ruotang shuddered at the thought, her face turning as red as a tomato, and inwardly scolded Xiao Jingzi, "Do not ever show me such inappropriate literature again. I have no desire to make a man weep." What were you just thinking? Are you angry out of shame? Be quiet. The Crown Prince had to admit that the competitive nature of the other 5 men, without the elixir that Xiao Jingzi had provided in the original timeline, had left him unable to suppress them all. This time it was likely even less feasible. Noticing Fang Ruotang's lingering gaze on Deputy Yi, the Crown Prince smirked. "Ah, the young lady seems to have varied tastes." While the Crown Prince experienced a mixture of emotions, Deputy Yi felt a secret joy and, acting on impulse, lightly brushed Fang Ruotang's fingertip before retracting it as if it were an accidental encounter. Fang Ruotang was engrossed in discussing forbidden matters with Xiao Jingzi, akin to students sneaking glances at inappropriate literature, and was startled when she felt the touch. Stepping back in alarm, "Don't come any closer." Deputy Yi smiled innocently. "Are you frightened? My apologies. I saw you standing silently, and thought that if I gently touched your hand, it would not startle you. I did not expect to alarm you." Fang Ruotang covered her fingertip, feeling as though the spot where he touched had ignited, especially in such an atmosphere and in front of the Crown Prince. Her heart raced, as if she were engaging in theft. Xiao Jingzi had been helping her study every night, yet despite having seen countless tales of women managing multiple relationships in her previous life, she still could not emulate their composure. "And no, it's nothing." Fang Ruotang's voice was weak, avoiding eye contact with Deputy Yi and the other 5 men. "How difficult it is to be a mistress." She silently lamented, repeatedly urging Xiao Jingzi to devise a plan. Xiao Jingzi, being an ethereal spirit, had no concept of romance. All his knowledge stemmed from the tales they had read together, which often contained rather risky content. Faced with such an innocent scenario, he found himself at a loss for solutions.
What use are you?
Realizing that Xiao Jingzi was of no help, Fang Ruotang decided to take matters into her own hands, declaring loudly, "I am not going." She then fled as if chased by a dog. Xiao Jingzi was stunned. "What a wonderful opportunity. Why are you running away?" "I am going to buy a house." "Why on earth would you buy a house now?" "I plan to purchase 6 houses, each for one of them to reside in. Then I can play with them in the houses, avoiding encounters with anyone else." Xiao Jingzi replied, "Are you planning to manage all 6 at once? Truly remarkable. Is that not a good idea? This way, they will not cross paths. I have thought long and hard to come up with this solution." Xiao Jingzi hesitated to dampen her enthusiasm, but wondered if such an arrangement would lead to chaos even faster. Nonetheless, as long as Fang Ruotang was proactive, they could address any issues that arose later. After all, she would be faced with the question of whom to choose among 6 men. Thus, Xiao Jingzi began to offer more dubious suggestions. Fang Ruotang was astounded. "No other world has kept me this busy. Just express whether you think this is good or not. Isn't this a bit too close for comfort? Do I not deserve some time to rest?" The conversation between the main characters was lively, as they discussed their plans with enthusiasm. The prince, accompanied by 5 others, overheard every detail of their strategy, realizing that they could not escape the fate of being concealed in a gilded cage. To his surprise, he found himself in the company of these 5 companions. The calm demeanor of the Duke of N, who remarked that they would soon be neighbors and should visit each other often, left the others astounded. "By the way," he continued, "the person ahead of me, please adhere to the schedule and do not encroach upon my time. Thank you for your cooperation." His nonchalant attitude shocked the others. especially the young prince, who could hardly believe such words could come from the Duke of N. This individual, known for his possessiveness over his cherished belongings, had unexpectedly expressed a willingness to share. With a composed smile, the Duke declared, "If you choose to withdraw, I shall not yield. Either you concede to my desire for exclusivity, or you accept sharing with me. There is no other option." He dropped this bombshell before the others could fully comprehend his stance, urging them to reflect on their choices. "Now, with little sister 6 absent, I shall take my leave." As he strolled along the palace walls, the Duke maintained a leisurely pace until the corner obscured the other 5 from view, at which point he hastened to catch up with Fang Ruotang. He could not afford to wait for the others to catch up. "Little sister 6. He called out to her as she was about to board the carriage. "There is indeed a matter to discuss," he added, noting her curious expression. "What is it?" "How may I assist you?" Fang Ruotang inquired, her brow furrowed slightly. "There is a hunting ground at my residence where the animals are multiplying excessively. I wish to invite you to join me in hunting some game to control their growth. Would you accompany me?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of hunting together. "Indeed, just the 2 of us. How delightful!" she exclaimed eagerly. Without considering the impracticality of managing an overpopulated hunting ground alone, the prince had procured a horse for Fang Ruotang, one of pure lineage, gentle in temperament, and acquired at great expense from the tribal lands. It was said that this mare was initially intended for the chief's 6-year-old daughter to practice riding. He held no jealousy. Instead, he believed that Fang Ruotang deserved the finest, regardless of its origin. As they mounted their horses and exited the city, the Duke finally felt at ease. "Little sister 6, shall we head to the hunting ground first?" he asked.
Certainly.
She responded, her enthusiasm palpable. The Duke whistled, summoning the horse that had been led by a servant, and they set off together. As they rode, Fang Ruotang marveled at the sensation of speed. Is this what it feels like to gallop? No wonder everyone seems so joyful when riding. "Would you like to go faster?" he asked, to which she eagerly agreed. With a gentle squeeze of his legs, the horse accelerated, carrying them swiftly along the path, accompanied by her delighted laughter. Yet, the Duke was cautious. He dared not let his thoughts wander as he held her securely, fearing that any unexpected movements might cause her to fall. After a while, concerned for her comfort during her first ride, he decided to switch to the carriage that followed closely behind. "I'm still enjoying myself," she protested, reluctant to stop. "Your delicate skin is susceptible to chafing, especially on your first ride. We must conserve some energy for the hunting lessons ahead, all right?" "Fine, I will heed your advice," she conceded, though her spirits were dampened. The carriage was well stocked with her favorite pastries, which provided some comfort. Just as she savored a couple of treats, her mischievous reflection, a mirror of her own thoughts, chimed in. "With such a perfect opportunity for intimacy, aren't you going to seize it?" Fang Ruotang paused, contemplating the suggestion, her gaze drifting toward the Duke, her expressive eyes revealing her unspoken thoughts. "What is causing you to smile so charmingly, dear brother Ziki?" she inquired innocently. "Surely, I am thinking of you." Quickly, go and silence him. I cannot bear to see him so joyfully content, her reflection urged. "Are you truly betraying me?" Fang Ruotang asked incredulously. "Of course not. Our bond is too strong for that." "You underestimate my loyalty," came the swift reply. "I knew you were my greatest ally." "Enough of this chatter. We must act. Such a rare opportunity should not be wasted, understand?" With a reluctant pout, she edged closer to the Duke. He leaned down, close to the pastries, and asked, "Brother Ziki just held the reins without washing his hands. Could little sister 6 possibly feed him a bite?" As he took a gentle bite, he feigned a frown. "This one isn't very tasty." "Is that so?" she replied, glancing at the identical pastries. With a soft smile, he coaxed, "Perhaps yours is a bit sweeter. Could you let brother Ziki have a taste?" Hesitant yet intrigued, she extended her hand. He playfully took the morsel from her, encouraging her not to waste it. "Why did you lick my hand?" She blushed, flustered by the unexpected intimacy. "Is that not allowed?" He teased back. "Let him lick wherever he desires," her reflection urged. Feeling bashful, she recoiled slightly, overwhelmed by the peculiar sensation. "Indeed, yours does taste better." "Really?" she replied, simple-minded and easily led. She took a bite of the pastry he had just sampled.
Is it?
He asked, his voice slightly husky, his gaze fixed on her luscious lips. It tastes the same to me, she remarked, unaware of the deeper implications. She continued eating until she noticed crumbs on her fingertips and mimicked the Duke's earlier action, licking them clean. How peculiar. Why does it taste different? She murmured, perplexed, as she licked her fingers clean. Little sister 6, he exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with desire as he gazed at her innocent confusion. What is it? She inquired, oblivious to the charged atmosphere. May I hold you, please? The Duke of An was overwhelmed with desire, yearning to embrace the person before him and place her upon his lap, eager to press his lips against the long-coveted crimson ones. However, he restrained himself. Now was not the time, for the other 5 would undoubtedly pursue them immediately. Fang Ruotang tilted her head, perplexed by the Duke's sudden request, yet with the promise of task points, she did not refuse. As she reached out, the Duke swiftly lifted her and placed her upon his lap, burying his handsome face in the crook of her neck. Fang Ruotang felt a ticklish sensation and instinctively shrank her neck, shifting uncomfortably against him. The Duke grasped her slender waist, warning her in a husky voice to remain still. Chapter 086. A fight breaks out. The youthful exuberance of the Duke could not withstand even the slightest provocation. With the girl he adored squirming atop him, even a corpse would stir to life. How much more so for him, who had often indulged in such thoughts during the stillness of the night. Every man, regardless of how dignified he may appear, has moments of vulnerability, and since meeting Fang Ruotang, such moments had become increasingly frequent. Yet, she felt discomfort. Fang Ruotang's small hand fumbled beneath her, and the Duke's back suddenly tensed, his breath hitching against her ear. Realizing what had just transpired, Fang Ruotang froze. Under the diligent tutelage of her little mirror, she had long ceased to be an innocent maiden, though she had yet to experience intimacy. She had certainly encountered enough of life's curiosities. In that fleeting moment of realization, as her hand made contact, the sound of the Duke's labored breathing in her ear left no doubt. Fang Ruotang's cheeks flushed crimson, and she instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand. The Duke, perceiving her intention, firmly grasped her wrist and hoarsely commanded her not to pull away. Fang Ruotang felt as though she might ignite from embarrassment. Her large, glistening eyes trembled, and her lips quivered, on the verge of tears. She had not intended to grasp anything, yet the Duke simultaneously urged her not to while tightly holding her hand, making it impossible for her to escape. Must you not practice what you preach? Fang Ruotang lamented inwardly. Her little mirror chimed in her mind, exclaiming its approval. By heavens! Dukan has indeed made great strides. Charge forth. I have faith in you. The little mirror's antics continued unabated. Brother Ziki, Fang Ruotang called out, startled and embarrassed, for it was her first encounter with a man's body. Yet, this cry only served as encouragement to the Duke, who seized her chin and turned her face towards him, capturing her long-desired lips in a fervent kiss. The intensity of his body's reaction suggested that the moment Fang Ruotang touched him, the other 5 had certainly sensed it. Indeed, as the Duke had anticipated, the 5 who were contemplating their coexistence were jolted into awareness, and even the shrewd Crown Prince could not suppress his ire. Cursing under his breath, the 5 of them promptly coordinated their efforts to track Fang Ruotang's whereabouts, as they all had operatives discreetly protecting her, making it a simple task to ascertain her location. Fang Ruotang, feeling uncomfortable with the Duke's grip around her neck, attempted to shift positions, but the Duke misconstrued her movement. In an instant, he flipped her over, pinning her beneath him and demanding more. Fang Ruotang lay on the soft blanket, her lips slightly parted in comfort, even playfully extending her soft tongue to tease the Dukes. The sweetness of the pastries they had just shared lingered on their tongues. Only by truly kissing the person beneath him could the Duke appreciate the exquisite delight of the moment, and he gradually succumbed to the enchantment. He was aware that the Crown Prince and the others were approaching swiftly. Men may possess a certain aptitude in this regard, from initial awkwardness to current proficiency. The Duke had, in just a few breaths, rendered Fang Ruotang dazed and disoriented. The Crown Prince and his companions arrived promptly, nearly colliding at the city gate, and then hastily mounted their horses to pursue. To the Duke, their arrival felt alarmingly swift. The The five rode with taut bodies, their eyes ablaze with urgency, experiencing time as though it were interminable.
Get off!
The crown prince's voice thundered in anger, though he suppressed it to avoid frightening Fang Ruotang. Nevertheless, the sound of his sword striking the carriage window was louder than intended. Fang Ruotang let out a soft sigh, her demeanor dazed, her eyes shimmering, and her lips slightly swollen, evidently a testament to the Duke's affection. The Crown Prince and the others know we're going hunting and have come to join us. It's fine. You can remain in the carriage while I speak with them, the Duke said, reluctantly caressing Fang Ruotang's reddened lips, eager to shield her from the sight of her alluring, post-affection state. Once he had reassured her, the Duke, noticing his somewhat disheveled appearance, chose not to tidy himself before dismounting, instead opting to leap from the carriage with a hint of pride. Quite a swift arrival, he declared, appearing as though he had just feasted to his heart's content, a blatant provocation in the eyes of the other five. They did not need to ask. They were acutely aware of what had transpired. Did you touch her? The Crown Prince pressed, his voice tinged with suppressed fury. This shared sensation was unlike any before. Previously, only kisses had been exchanged, whereas this time, an indescribable pleasure had surged from a certain intimate place, prompting even the usually aloof young Master Roang to appear. Do you look down on me, Crown Prince? Do you believe I would seize my beloved's innocence in such a place? The Duke's unspoken words were clear. Fang Ruotang deserved the best. Even though he ached with desire, he would never dishonor her in such a desolate carriage, for that would be a profound disrespect. Yet, the future held possibilities. The Crown Prince had known the Duke for many years and held a measure of trust in him, as did the other four.
Well,
who would have thought that beneath your striking brows and captivating eyes lies a cunning and unscrupulous little prince? The young lord scoffed, laughter lacing his words. For he was aware that among the six, he possessed the worst reputation, while the Duke was the most genuine. Previously, rumors of the Duke's gallantry had circulated, but now it seemed such tales were not entirely reliable. Sir Yi, you speak slowly as always, he remarked. Young Master Roang remained silent, a mere backdrop to the unfolding drama, while Huajiga, true to his independent spirit, clenched his fist and aimed a punch at the Duke. The Crown Prince, maintaining a stern expression, approached the carriage and lifted the curtain, revealing Fang Ruotang, who appeared as startled as a frightened rabbit. His anger subsided somewhat, but upon seeing her swollen, glistening lips and recalling what had just transpired, he closed his eyes tightly to suppress the fury that threatened to erupt. Come here, he commanded. His voice strained. Fang Ruotang trembled, cautiously inching closer, her voice sweetly calling out, Crown Prince brother. Her delicate tones soothed the Crown Prince's tumultuous emotions. He quelled the bitterness rising within him, resigning himself to the fact that she was a frail girl who had been wronged, unable to defend herself. What could she do? The blame rested solely on Cui Shirshu. Yet, not assigning blame did not equate to a lack of jealousy. The Crown Prince's thumb slowly pressed against Fang Ruotang's lips, his head bowing as he took action to erase the lingering essence of other men from her mouth. The heat of his touch and the sweetness of her taste ignited an eruption of emotions among the other five. Are you even human? The young prince let out a furious roar, causing Huajiga's fist to suddenly change direction, aimed at the back of the Crown Prince. In Chapter 087, You all are concubines. The Crown Prince lifted Fang Ruotang to evade Huajiga's punch, deliberately asserting his dominance before the other five by planting a kiss on Fang Ruotang's rosy lips. Like an ostrich, she clung to the Crown Prince's neck, curling up into a ball and softly whining, Please don't fight. Don't worry, we aren't fighting. We're merely testing our skills, the Crown Prince reassured, securing Fang Ruotang in his arms, one hand free to gently pat her head in comfort. Upon hearing this, Fang Ruotang cautiously lifted her gaze, only to find Huajiga's eyes reddened with anger. Please don't be angry, Fang Ruotang stammered, her voice tinged with trepidation. Huajiga, confronted with her fear, struggled to contain his emotions, feeling as though he were boiling over like water at its peak. The Crown Prince furrowed his brow, advising Huajiga to calm down. A Crown Prince destined to rule the realm, had no time for the tantrums of a mere general. He would not allow Huajiga to intimidate Fang Ruotang, regardless of any connections he might have with her. While private disputes were permissible, they must not unfold in front of Fang Ruotang. Competing for affection was acceptable, as long as it was done on equal footing. Thus, even when the crown prince found himself outmaneuvered by the Duke of N, he quickly regained his composure, refraining from causing a scene before Fang Ruotang, knowing she was oblivious to such matters. Huajiga's temper flared, but upon seeing Fang Ruotang's tear-filled eyes, he suddenly calmed down. He suppressed his voice, saying, "I'm not angry with you. I apologize for acting like this in front of you. It won't happen again." Fang Ruotang glanced at Huajiga, noticing his return to the familiar demeanor she knew, and playfully replied, "Then you must promise not to be so fierce. You scared me just now. And no more hitting, understood?" Huajiga touched his face and hoarsely agreed, "All right, I won't hit anyone." He silently added in his heart, "Not in front of you." With the most unruly among them pacified, the others naturally refrained from showcasing their more ferocious sides before Fang Ruotang. After all, the young lady cherished this illusory harmony, and they were willing to endure for her sake. "Shall we go hunting?" Fang Ruotang asked anxiously, fearing they might cancel her long-awaited outing. "Of course," Huajiga said, pinching her cheek, thinking she was blissfully unaware of the tension around her. He felt a pang of jealousy seeing her with other men, yet she was focused on the prospect of fun. "You're pinching me too hard," Fang Ruotang whined, extending her delicate hands to retaliate against Huajiga's face. Huajiga actually enjoyed her playful torment, finding it an expression of their closeness, and willingly leaned in, unconcerned about how ridiculous he might look. "Enough of this. Let us set off." The crown prince interjected gently, interrupting their playful banter. He lifted Fang Ruotang onto his horse, urging it forward. The other five immediately followed suit. The hunting grounds, bestowed by the late emperor, had originally been royal hunting grounds until a larger one was established, leaving this smaller one for the princess. The crown prince and the Duke of N had grown up together, frequently visiting these grounds. Leading the way, he considered Fang Ruotang's well-being and adjusted her position, allowing her to sit sideways in his embrace. "Do you prefer it when the Duke of N kisses you, or me?" the crown prince unexpectedly inquired. Fang Ruotang gasped, startled, and discreetly studied the crown prince's expression, only to see him gazing ahead as if he hadn't spoken. As she contemplated how to navigate this question, the crown prince suddenly leaned down and lightly pressed his lips against hers. "Who do you like to kiss?" "You, of course," Fang Ruotang replied, her large, clear eyes striving to convey sincerity, fearing the crown prince might doubt her. She understood this question well. As for the consequences of being caught later, well, that was a matter for another time. She needed to focus on the present. "Really?" The crown prince's lips curled into a smile. Fang Ruotang puffed up her cheeks and countered, "If you don't believe me, why do you even ask? I naturally trust you." "That's right. You and I are the best of friends. I surely prefer your kisses." After saying this, she pouted and planted a firm kiss on the crown prince's lips. The crown prince, considering the feelings of the five behind him, felt a rush of warmth as joy spread across his features. "Remember what you said today. Always be the best with me, all right?" "Absolutely." Fang Ruotang nodded vigorously, her expression resolute, as if she were pledging allegiance. The crown prince felt utterly content, no longer preoccupied with the presence of the other five. For as long as he was there, they could only ever be concubines. The group hastened to the hunting grounds, and Huajiga, visibly displeased, approached and seized Fang Ruotang into his arms. He realized that fighting his rival was futile. It was far more effective to focus on Fang Ruotang, just as the crown prince had wisely done. As they traveled, they had taken ample advantage of the situation. "It's getting late. Let us rest at the manor tonight and set out to hunt first thing in the morning," the Duke of N suggested, taking the lead as the host. The crown prince remained non-committal, and the others had no objections. They all understood that Fang Ruotang was unable to ride, and this journey had primarily been for her enjoyment. Going to the hunting grounds would not be enjoyable for her, especially without first learning to ride. The five were contemplating how to ensure Fang Ruotang had a delightful time. But one among them had a different idea. "I'll keep watch over our little darling tonight. She's in an unfamiliar environment and will surely be scared. You all can accompany her on the hunt tomorrow, so rest well tonight." The crown prince and the others reacted with incredulity, their expressions revealing their disbelief. What do you think? Hua Zhiga focused solely on the girl snug in his embrace. Fang Ruotang blinked, wanting to refuse. However, her inner voice chimed in. You're intentionally retaliating against me, aren't you? The inner voice denied it, continuing to encourage her. Ask them, they might just agree. We must boldly hypothesize and cautiously verify, 1 in a million chance. If it succeeds, won't we be happy? You 7 should focus on living well together. That's far better. The voice sighed, conjuring an ethereal smoke, enhancing the atmosphere. In Chapter 088, rejecting the warm bed request, Fang Ruotang's face paled. She didn't believe the inner voice's mischievous words. She poked Hua Zhiga's cheek, asserting, I don't want anyone to keep watch. I want to sleep alone at night. You mustn't disturb me. This was something she wished to tackle much later. Perhaps next time, she would seek advice from the emperor, who surely had plenty of experience and might offer some secrets. Fang Ruotang's eyes darted, filled with shyness. Moreover, she had learned that while the Sea Empress was close with several brothers simultaneously, they remained unaware of each other's existence. The Sea Empress was, after all, a master of time management. She too would learn to manage this, perhaps by acquiring a residence to keep them hidden from one another. It is essential that the 6 individuals do not perceive her intentions. Do not engage with this madman. The Duke of An deftly tapped Hua Zhiga's hand and then attempted to seize Fang Ruotang. Although Hua Zhiga's hand felt somewhat numb, it was not incapacitated. He merely wished to avoid a struggle between the two. As Fang Ruotang was injured, she instinctively let go. I have instructed the servants to tidy your room. Please rest for a while. Once you are well rested, we shall enjoy a meal together before proceeding to learn horseback riding. The Duke of An's actions today were not impulsive. Fang Ruotang had long harbored the desire to learn riding, and this outing had been meticulously planned. His earlier declaration of coexistence in the palace was a strategic move to intimidate the other 5 individuals. He believed they sensed the impossibility of monopolizing the situation. Yet no one would wish to confront it openly. By exposing the reality of their predicament, these 5 would inevitably find themselves momentarily entangled, desperately needing a space for calm contemplation, as this matter did not solely concern him. Indeed, the 5 fell into his trap, allowing him to escort Fang Ruotang away. Despite a minor mishap that resulted in the other 5 trailing closely behind like an unshakable adhesive, he was satisfied with the outcome notwithstanding its imperfections. The separate chamber prepared for her was quite luxurious, ensuring Fang Ruotang experienced no discomfort even while at the estate. The furnishings were all sourced from the princess's residence, rivaling anything she possessed at home. Many items were even familiar to her, such as the warm tea brewed from her favorite leaves. And the kitchen had prepared meals tailored to her tastes. Once she closed the door, she hastily searched for a small mirror. What should I do? What should I do? Does the crown prince know that Ziki kissed me? Do they suspect that I am entangled with both of them simultaneously? She recalled that the crown prince seemed aware of Hua Zhiga's earlier kiss, pondering whether they were secretly mocking her outside. Fang Ruotang had opened the door to a new realm and found some amusement in the task at hand. Yet, she firmly believed such matters should be approached discreetly. Presenting herself before all 6 at once felt excessively brazen. In contrast to her trepidation, the small mirror remained unperturbed. So what if they know? What are you afraid of? They wouldn't dare to act against you. Remember, those who are favored have nothing to fear. But isn't that a bit unfair? She replied. Taking advantage of their affections is one thing, but must I leave them no dignity? There are no buts, my dear. You must bravely forge ahead. The outcomes will be favorable. Really? Absolutely. Very well. However, I believe we should exercise some caution moving forward. The crown prince appeared displeased earlier, and Hua Zhiga even resorted to violence. They are merely struggling to accept it for now. With time, they will grow accustomed. The small mirror, ever blunt, feared Fang Ruotang might resist the task again, and thus reassured her. But if you prefer to take it slowly, that's acceptable. After all, we intend to secure our own residences, and once we do, they certainly cannot discover that you are juggling 6 suitors. True. The thought of arranging for the 6 men to reside in separate homes helped ease her anxiety, and she reaffirmed her decision to develop her strategy cautiously. The earlier scene had nearly frightened her to death. Fortunately, her quick wits had averted disaster. In the room, while Fang Ruotang contemplated her course of action, the 6 individuals positioned near the door overheard everything with perfect clarity. It must be said, this girl's obliviousness was truly remarkable. Discussing the crown prince's proposal, Huajiga did not storm off with arrogance, but instead followed silently, suppressing his voice. In the side hall, the 6 were either seated or standing. The crown prince spoke first. The imminent conflict between Daong and Bailiang and the Western Zhou is something you are all likely aware of. I wonder if you have any thoughts on the matter? Whether it concerned the assassins from Bailiang targeting Fang Ruotang, the Bailiang princess employing beauty as a weapon to sway a general of Daong, or the Western Zhou prince seeking to cause turmoil in Daong through Renlingshan. These unforgivable acts would provide the justification for Daong's military mobilization. Huajiga scoffed. Are you implying that we are to be dispatched? Your intentions are quite transparent. Do you believe we will simply comply? The crown prince ignored Huajiga's provocation and turned to young Master Rong. And you? What answer do you hope to elicit from me? Young Master Rong's tone was cool and detached, exuding an air of indifference. Yet his presence in that room already spoke volumes. When the assassins from Bailiang struck Little Six, you were the first to arrive. I trust you harbor a deep-seated disdain for the people of Bailiang. With General Hua commanding an army of 100,000, I intend to assign this mission to you. I am aware of your dedication over these years, training tirelessly in summer and winter, without faltering. I am confident in your capabilities, and I will ensure that provisions and support are supplied from the rear. Will you accept this task? Young Master Rong fell silent for a moment, scrutinizing the crown prince before responding coldly. Does this expedition have anything to do with Miss Fang? Although framed as a question, he already knew the answer. Otherwise, under the impending drought, it was hardly an opportune moment for military action. According to the small mirror, the 3-year drought would commence next year. Yet such a calamity does not arise overnight. This summer arrived earlier than in previous years, and the crops were in poorer condition. Most importantly, this realm is not solely inhabited by Daong. 2 rival kingdoms surround them, along with nomadic tribes. Reports indicated that Bailiang had already suffered reduced grain yields due to drought last year, and this year would likely be even more severe. Evidently, such natural disasters were not exclusive to Daong. The more lives Fang Ruotang saved in this world, the more merit she accumulated, hastening the restoration of her true form. However, Daong would not engage in self-sacrifice, unable to spare resources to assist citizens of other kingdoms. Thus, it would be better to conquer them, facilitating future management. The audacity to make such bold decisions was bolstered by the 3 new types of grain provided by Fang Ruotang, granting Daong the strength to dominate this territory. What does it mean to act for Miss Fang? Huajiga had leaned lazily against the doorframe, remaining uncooperative despite his presence. Upon hearing that this matter pertained to his beloved, he immediately stood upright, adopting a serious expression. Chapter 089. The conference of 6 Huajiga had not been in the capital previously, and given that Fang Ruotang was closely guarded by the crown prince and others, much of the information he had received was common knowledge. The more secretive matters were not thoroughly understood by him. Huajiga scoffed. Is this what you say now to remove me from the equation? What is wrong with Fang Xiaolu? Isn't she doing well? His emotionally charged words were ignored by the other 5. Or perhaps they were unsure how to respond. It would not do to directly state that Fang Ruotang was somewhat naive. Had a more ordinary person been in her place, with her ability to charm everyone, she would have long been confined to a small dark room by the crown prince, rather than given such numerous excuses. Indeed, as the small mirror said, we 6 are like lovesick fools pursuing Miss Fang, desperately trying to win her over while she traverses through lifetimes, hoping to touch her heart. Yet, due to her fragmented soul, we have faced repeated failures until this lifetime, where her soul could finally accommodate the small mirror's attachment. After consulting the fate book, we ensured the small mirror remained within her soul, accompanying her reincarnation. Huajiga frowned, listening quietly. It was quite mystical. Had anyone else spoken to him like this, he would find it absurd, perhaps even ludicrous. Yet, he knew these 5 would not jest about Fang Ruotang. No wonder I felt an instant fondness upon meeting her. It turns out that my beloved is the one I have pursued across countless lifetimes, yet never attained. Huajiga suddenly burst into laughter, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Regardless of the challenges he faced, he recognized the significant progress he had made in this lifetime. At least having the opportunity to stand before her and savor this sweetness. However, as this realization struck him, his smile abruptly faded. The Crown Prince was still uncertain about many things but confidently stated, "The little mirror has summoned the six of us." Huajiga raised an eyebrow, his sharp gaze gradually darkening. The little mirror, while serving him, possessed remarkable abilities and would undoubtedly have a backup plan for the future. When Huajiga voiced his request, the Crown Prince and his companion stared at him as if he were a fool, and even the reluctant Rongshitsi began to scrutinize him, wondering where this Na'vi individual had emerged from. The young prince retorted angrily, "You must be joking. You are the second person to be close to Xiao Roro. Are you dissatisfied? What grounds do you have for discontent? I am the one with grievances that cannot be expressed." Despite his greater chances of success, these seasoned individuals were no simpletons. With the Crown Prince and Ziki as his backdrop, he appeared somewhat foolish and innocent. "Your lack of ability is your own issue. I am not as cowardly as you." Huajiga cast a disdainful glance at the young prince. This look caused the young prince to erupt in fury, rolling up his sleeves ready to confront Huajiga in a fight to the finish. The Duke of An raised a hand to press down on the young prince's shoulder, advising him to maintain some dignity. "If you cannot win, it would be even more embarrassing." The young prince's face shifted through a spectrum of emotions, alternating between green and white. "Are you his brother or mine? What are you saying, little uncle?" The Duke of An delivered his words with the gentlest tone while piercing with the deepest blade. Huajiga clicked his tongue in displeasure, saying, "You, an old fellow who falls short in seniority, dare to compete with us for affection? Have you no shame?" The young prince trembled with anger, retorting, "We were born on the same day, in the same month, in the same year. You dare call me an old man?" Huajiga understood how to manipulate the young prince, casting a lofty glance at him, clearly dismissing him. As a martial general, he found it hard to appreciate the delicate and somewhat flamboyant appearance of the young prince, who resembled a pretty boy incapable of handling any serious task. Especially when he smiled, his unserious demeanor resembled the playful spirit of the rabbit spirit from the southern wind pavilion. If only the young prince knew what Huajiga was thinking. Had he voiced his thoughts, the young prince would have been compelled to scratch him, regardless of the possibility of being pinned down. The Crown Prince's words were not solely directed at Huajiga, but also at Rongshitsi. The two fell into silence, and even Huajiga did not rush to refute anything. Having experienced a kidnapping before, he understood that the Crown Prince had confidence in his assertion that Fang Ruotang would not leave the capital. "I will give you time to consider, but I hope you will not keep me waiting too long." The Crown Prince's current reassignment held personal motivations, yet it was not entirely selfish. The Rong family had accompanied the founding emperor in establishing the dynasty, and after several generations, the status of the Rong residents had become a thorn in the side of successive emperors. To protect his clan's lives, Rongshitzi's great-grandfather voluntarily surrendered military power and retreated into seclusion, a decision made nearly 50 years ago. Rongshitzi had never witnessed the glory of the Rong residents, only hearing tales from his ancestors. He naturally longed to revitalize his family's legacy, considering this an opportunity. The most crucial reason was that the Crown Prince learned from the little mirror that the six of them were the strongest men in this realm. He did not compel them to the battlefield out of romantic sentiments. Rather, their personal involvement could swiftly resolve issues and shorten the duration of conflicts, which was paramount. The Crown Prince's primary motivation for the war was to consolidate the territories of the three kingdoms, to promote Fang Ruotang's reputation, and to earn the people's faith, rather than subjecting the populace to the suffering of war, which would be counterproductive. "Very well, I agree," Rongshitsi responded without much hesitation. He was uncertain if the other four felt the same way as Huajiga, who gazed at Fang Ruotang as if he had known her for a lifetime. The first time he encountered Fang Ruotang was when she was just a small child, shortly after he had become engaged to her older sister and entered the gates of the Prime Minister's residence for the first time. In Chapter 090, as Rongshitzi's feelings blossomed, the little girl appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, dressed like a glutinous rice dumpling, her hair styled in 2 little buns, and her bright, rabbit-like eyes sparkling. She brushed aside the maidservants and ran up to him, adorably warning him to treat her older sister kindly in the future, or she would haunt him as a vengeful spirit. She insisted that she suffered from a heart ailment and would die young, thus vowing to become a formidable ghost to protect her sister and demanding that he treat her sister well. Otherwise, she would eat him alive. With tears streaming down her face, she threatened him, eliciting both amusement and sympathy from him. Eventually, the Prime Minister arrived and had the nurse carry her away. Curiosity piqued. He inquired about her situation, feeling a deep sense of pity for her. At 16, their marriage was officially on the agenda. On the day he visited, the tearful little girl did not come to warn him, which left him somewhat disappointed. Later, with the passing of his parents, the wedding was repeatedly postponed. He did not wish to burden her and wrote to inquire if she would consider breaking off the engagement, but she expressed her willingness to wait. Months ago, at the entrance of the Weiyuan Marquis's residence, he encountered the now-grown little crybaby, listening to her resistance to his words, feeling both exasperated and amused. At that moment, recalling the words of the little mirror, he suddenly understood. Even before his mind recognized her as his lover from a past life, his heart had already acknowledged her, causing him sleepless nights in turmoil. However, the little girl had labeled him as a threat, and it wasn't until Fang Daijun voluntarily broke off their engagement that the little girl finally regarded him, albeit with fear that he would resent her older sister. Freed from the constraints of their betrothal, he did not act immediately. Based on his understanding of the little girl, if he were to actively show her kindness, she would not only remain displeased but would also develop a dislike for him, believing he had swiftly moved on and betrayed her older sister. Fortunately, with the little mirror's presence, the day would come when the little girl would approach him willingly, so he was not in a hurry. This also explained why, whenever Fang Ruotang was in trouble, Rong Shitzi would always appear, yet he never took the initiative to seek her favor. In a short span, unbeknownst to anyone, Rong Shitzi pondered deeply. Their conversation could not continue as Fang Ruotang arrived. Even before her presence was felt, her voice echoed ahead, followed by the appearance of her fluffy little head peeking into the hall. "What are you all doing? How terrifying. Why are they so serious? Are they fighting over me?" "It's a common occurrence. In the upper realm, they have clashed fiercely over you numerous times."
Sigh.
"It must be my charm." Fang Ruotang's self-admiring thoughts resonated, her gaze sweeping over the 6 princes, feigning concern while her lips struggled to suppress a playful grin. "Let's eat first. I just sent someone to fetch your maidservants. They will arrive shortly." When it came to caring for Fang Ruotang, the Duke of An had not anticipated this turn of events. He initially thought it would be just the two of them, believing his personal attention would strengthen their bond. However, with the presence of the other 5, he realized it was better to bring along Fang Ruotang's 2 maidservants to attend to her needs. "Very well. Weo should be here as well. Just call her over," Fang Ruotang casually remarked, not anticipating the ensuing turmoil. A perceptive and lively peer suddenly appeared by Fang Ruotang's side, bringing laughter and camaraderie, which she found quite delightful. Even her time spent with Li Mingyu became less frequent, primarily because Li Mingyu had become preoccupied, especially with Yan Yan's erratic behavior, necessitating her vigilance. She feared Yan Yan's unpredictable outbursts, yet felt hesitant to intervene directly in his quest for vengeance, thus assuming a maternal role, constantly monitoring the peculiar boy, who seemed to revel in the attention. Ever since the prince entrusted Yan Yan's adversary to him, each encounter with Yan made Fang Ruotang perceive him as a villain from a theatrical play, with an ever-increasing aura of bloodshed surrounding him. One day, Li Mingyu approached her with a troubled expression, informing her that Yan had brutally opened Yan's abdomen, extracting the prematurely born child before the eyes of both Yan and their enemy, gruesomely dismembering the infant in a manner reminiscent of the torment inflicted upon his own family years prior. After dining, they made their way to the horse grounds, where a group of 6, including the prince, each led a horse to flank Fang Ruotang.
"Who do you wish to teach you to ride?"
the prince inquired. Fang Ruotang, rather simple-minded, instinctively responded, "Isn't my brother the prince going to teach me?" A flicker of delight crossed the prince's eyes, though his long-standing demeanor remained composed. And he replied in a softened tone, "Young Master Rong is soon to depart for the border to engage in battle with the Shizhou. Would it be feasible for him to accompany you in riding?" The prince's generosity caught young Master Rong's attention, who maintained a tranquil facade while feeling a flutter of anxiety within, his gaze fixed on Fang Ruotang's riding boots. Didn't you mention that he is to be my future brother-in-law, and thus unsuitable for riding together? Fang Ruotang blinked innocently. The prince clarified. The engagement has been called off. It matters not. Fang Ruotang pressed her lips together, glancing at young Master Rong, who had not spared her a glance, and nervously prodded her small mirror. Young Master Rong appears so aloof. Will he truly teach me well? Will he not be impatient or bully me? He may indeed tease you, but he will certainly not lose his patience. It seemed the confidence he had instilled in Fang Ruotang was insufficient. Otherwise, how could she doubt her own charm? I am discussing serious matters. Please refrain from frivolity. I am addressing serious matters. The small mirror noted Fang Ruotang's irritation and ceased its teasing. Why not ask him directly? That would suffice. During Fang Ruotang's conversation with the mirror, the prince and his companions remained silent, though their sharp gazes sliced through young Master Rong repeatedly. What a show of arrogance. They had all gathered here, yet he maintained an air of aloofness, clearly attempting to entice the naive girl into taking the initiative. Young Master Rong, would you care to teach me horseback riding? Very well. Young Master Rong suppressed the flutter of excitement within, mustering all his strength to maintain an air of nonchalance, concealing his exhilaration. Finally, she had approached him willingly. Did this signify that she no longer resisted his past identity and could view him as an individual apart from it? Chapter 091. Mutual discontent, what gave young Master Rong the right to teach. His riding skills paled in comparison to mine. Huajiga, dissatisfied, adjusted his horse's head, obstructing young Master Rong's path as he approached Fang Ruotang. He gazed at young Master Rong with a provocative stare. No need for you. I shall take care of this. Young Master Rong refrained from asserting himself not out of reluctance, but to avoid putting the young girl in an awkward position, not wanting her to misconstrue his intentions as malicious. Regardless of whether the engagement was initiated by Fang, they had shared a bond for several years, and he feared that expressing his feelings too hastily might frighten her away. Fang Ruotang remained oblivious to the tension between the two. When young Master Rong looked at her, she boldly questioned, "Why are you staring at me? Aren't you going to teach me?" Huajiga chuckled. Right, he won't teach you, I will. I am a seasoned young general, far more skilled than they. Fang Ruotang was somewhat swayed by his words. Young Master Rong calmly interjected, his style is too wild. It would not suit a novice like you, as it may lead to falls. Then, I definitely don't want you to teach me. Fang Ruotang immediately countered Huajiga's suggestion, her anxiety surfacing as she asked, You wouldn't let me fall, would you? Never. I shall protect you. Let us head over there. Though young Master Rong appeared unruffled, he was not one to be trifled with, having just been blocked by Huajiga. He deliberately nudged his horse against him. Huajiga's expression darkened instantly. The prince warned sternly, Do not act recklessly. Am I being reckless? Huajiga retorted, particularly irked by young Master Rong's deliberate attempt to isolate Fang Ruotang. Will you continue to be so emotional? The prince's tone lowered, hinting at his displeasure. The prince's words were sharp. Had he not just opposed the attack on Bailiang? Upon finishing his statement, the prince swiftly blocked Huajiga's path with his horse. Joined by the young prince, the Duke of N, and Lord Yi, who no longer observed passively but actively engaged. This hunting excursion is to amuse Miss Fang Lu, not for your enjoyment, do you understand? What gives you the right to lecture me? Huajiga's anger immediately turned towards Lord Yi, whose gentle and seemingly docile demeanor suddenly turned frosty. It appears your Hu family army has grown overly complacent. How else could you produce such a simple-minded brute? What did you say? Huajiga exploded with rage. His temperament was hardly gentle, after all. A youth who witnessed bloodshed daily on the battlefield finds it challenging to remain calm and gentle amidst such brutality and loss. Furthermore, he was accustomed to resolving disputes through physical confrontation. In military circles, disagreements were settled in the training grounds and the victor dictated terms, which made Huajiga appear rather reckless in front of the 5 newcomers. I do not care what grievances you harbor, but today you will suppress them. If you ruin Miss Lu's enjoyment, I shall have your hide, the Duke of N uttered, his words deceptively gentle yet laced with threats. Huajiga scoffed derisively. You think you are worthy? Do try, the Duke of N responded, his smile chilling. Due to Huajiga's prior abduction and forced kiss of Fang Ruotang, the 5 individuals in the capital, apart from the prince, had united against him. However, they shared a silent understanding to spare Fang Ruotang from their darker sides, an agreement Huajiga disregarded. Not only was Huajiga tolerating the presence of the five, but they too were exerting efforts to ignore him. Otherwise, the atmosphere would escalate into endless conflict. As tensions rose, Fang Ruotang waved cheerfully at them, her radiant smile indicating her immense enjoyment. The men, on the verge of confrontation, instinctively softened their expressions upon seeing Fang Ruotang. Even Huajiga, having promised not to resort to violence against her, fixed a somewhat rigid gaze upon her. Though he could not immediately conjure a pleasant smile, the fury within him had vanished. The young prince waved his hand, beaming brightly, yet his words dripped with sarcasm. You dare look down upon me? At least I prioritize her preferences over yours. In a display of reckless bravado, Huajiga took a deep breath and chose not to retort. Unlike the 5 individuals in the capital who directed all their efforts toward Fang Ruotang, ingratiating themselves with her, his first instinct was to confront anyone who dared to challenge him. Despite having suffered a setback moments ago, he found it difficult to restrain his temper when passion ignited. Do not presume to orchestrate my actions, he warned the prince. The prince remained non-committal. As long as Fang Ruotang proved herself capable, he believed he could manage these individuals. Even the aloof and haughty Gao Ling, who now obediently accompanied Fang Ruotang on horseback. In stark contrast to the tension on one side, the atmosphere on the other was markedly cheerful. Fang Ruotang wore a triumphant smile, her excitement evident as she asked, "Am I not impressive? Do I not have a natural talent for horseback riding?" "Indeed, you are remarkable," Rong Shitzi replied, his expression devoid of any particular emotion. Much like the prince, one appeared serious while the other seemed aloof. Yet, their conversation conveyed a sense of harmony, as if he were indulging her whims. A hidden smile lingered in Rong Shitzi's eyes. This was only the second time he had a private conversation with a lively girl, who possessed an innate ability to bring joy. "Are your inner thighs sore?" he inquired, seizing the opportunity without rushing to close the gap between them, maintaining a respectful social distance. His naturally reserved demeanor, coupled with the understanding that Fang Ruotang's perception of him was rather superficial, informed his cautious approach. He wished to cultivate a closer relationship with her, confident that she would not object given the constant reinforcement by her small mirror. Yet he subconsciously felt that he desired something beyond mere affection. Just a little. Fang Ruotang gestured with her fingers. "Let us play again tomorrow, shall we?" Rong Shitzi suggested gently. "If you get hurt today, you won't be able to join the hunt tomorrow."
All right.
Fang Ruotang hesitated briefly before agreeing, as the prospect of tomorrow's hunt excited her immensely. "My big brother the prince said you are heading off to battle, so I shall catch you a rabbit tomorrow." A full belly means strength to face the enemy. Sounds good. Rong Shitzi smiled at Fang Ruotang's innocent words, his icy demeanor melting like early spring snow. Caught up in the moment, he impulsively asked, "This departure from the capital may last 3 to 5 years, or perhaps just 1 or 2. Will you still remember me then?"
Oh.
Fang Ruotang exclaimed in surprise, completely unaware of the fervent emotion stirring within Rong Shitzi. She regarded him with curiosity, exclaiming, "You actually said such a thing. My big sister always says you should become a monk. You seem so emotionally detached. Do you truly wish for me to remember you?" Her frankness left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Torn between two emotions, he felt shame for not fulfilling his duties as a fiancé, leaving her with grievances, and embarrassment for having once belonged to another. "If you want me to think of you, I can manage that. But you must think of me a bit more than I think of you. After all, I cannot be at a disadvantage," she declared. "Is that even possible?" Rong Shitzi responded, taken aback. "I shall ensure you are not at a loss." "All right, then I will think of you and remember you. But you must not forget your own words. If you let me down, I shall not spare you," she warned playfully. Her fierce demeanor reminded him of their first meeting, when she had acted on behalf of her big sister. Now it was for her own sake. A secret joy blossomed within him. "May I write to you every day? Every day?" Fang Ruotang frowned, promptly declining. "If you write to me daily, must I do the same?" Her clever mind sensed an imbalance in their correspondence, making her feel as though she had gained an advantage. Rong Shitzi, momentarily speechless, felt as though a knife had pierced his heart. The little girl was blissfully unaware of his intentions for their correspondence and thus remained oblivious to the deeper meanings behind them. After a few moments of contemplation, Fang Ruotang assured him with a bright smile, "All right, you may write to me every day." With that, Rome Shitzi finally felt a sense of relief. "You are just like my big sister, trying to make me practice my writing, aren't you?"
she teased.
Unable to restrain himself, he gently brushed her cheek with his cool fingers, saying, "I won't pressure you. You will understand in due time." "Okay," Fang Ruotang replied, somewhat skeptical of his assurances, but willing to set aside her doubts for now. As twilight approached, Jin Wuyo arrived, accompanied by Fang's sisters and several others from the neighboring estate, including Li Shiyun. They made quite the entrance, with several carriages illuminating the dimly lit area. Fang Ruotang instantly spotted Fang Shengdang being lifted off a carriage by Yu Sheng and waved excitedly, calling out, "Big sister." Fang Shengdang looked up, her eyes sparkling with a radiant smile that was exceptionally beautiful. Fang Ruotang playfully nudged Rong Shitzi, relishing the moment as she teased, "Seeing my big sister now. Do you regret not cherishing her? You've missed your chance. Yu Sheng treats her so well." "So, he wasted his afternoon for nothing," Rong Shitzi replied. "We have arrived," Li Mingyu exclaimed cheerfully as she disembarked. Fang Ruotang mischievously peeked at the prince, thinking, "Wow, two exes bringing their current partners to crash the party. Is this what they call a battlefield of love? How thrilling!" Her excited tone suggested mischief was afoot. "Could it be that this is merely a fantasy of yours? A battlefield of love?" the prince remarked. The four of them were quite innocent, having barely met a handful of times. Where was the drama? Was it due to poor cultivation or a lack of impressive current partners? Not to mention that Fang Xingtang and Yu Sheng were currently in a passionate relationship. And even if Li Mingyu and Yan Yan were young, they were quite taken with each other. Li Mingyu hardly had the luxury to dwell on a former fiancé whose face she could not even recall. Rome Shitzi nodded slightly before taking his leave, not even bothering to concoct an excuse. Fang Ruotang watched the two retreat in disbelief, extending her hand as if to grasp the moment. "How could this happen? It's not what I expected. Be cautious. They might just burn you alive, leaving only ashes behind." "Nonsense. Others may not care, but my big sister would never abandon me," she asserted confidently. "Look into your big sister's eyes before you speak," someone warned. Fang Ruotang hesitated, noticing a glint of danger in Fang Xingtang's gaze. A cold smile that only appeared when she was ready to reprimand her. "What were you thinking when you were looking at me and Rong Shitzi?" "I wasn't thinking anything. I certainly didn't want to see the two of you quarrel." Fang Xingtang chuckled in disbelief. "Really, you are my big sister. How could I enjoy your misfortune? That would be impossible, trust me." Fang Ruotang pleaded, batting her innocent eyes and nuzzling against her big sister, who playfully poked her forehead. "Let this be a lesson," she warned. Ultimately, she thought, the worst fate would not be hers. All 6 men were eager to partner with Fang Ruotang. She wrinkled her nose in distaste and pulled the low-key Li Shiyun closer, declaring, "I want to team up with Shir." Li Shiyun's eyes lit up, and with a delighted smile, she promised, "I will definitely help you secure first place." "Well done. I have high hopes for you," Fang Ruotang said, giving her a thumbs up before attempting to leave with Li Shiyun. Yet, the others were reluctant to let them go, resulting in a large group setting off together. As the next chapter began, monsters approaching, the excitement was palpable.
"Ah!
Rabbits, rabbits!" Fang Ruotang exclaimed with excitement. Just as Li Shiyun drew her arrow, another arrow shot from behind, striking a rabbit squarely in the head and pinning it against a nearby tree trunk. "Clearly, I am far more formidable than your chosen companion. Would you care to team up with me?" "Absolutely not," Fang Ruotang huffed, directing a command at the hesitant Li Shiyun beside her. "You must hit every prey you see from now on. Do you understand?" Li Shiyun glanced at the 6 eager men and the surrounding onlookers, reluctantly murmuring, "Since there's no competition anymore, it doesn't matter who hits. We'll all roast the game together later." "That's not the point. You need to score the most hits," Fang Ruotang argued. If Li Shiyun scored fewer hits, it would reflect poorly on her judgment. She simply could not afford to lose. Fang Ruotang shot a fierce glare at Huijiga, refusing the prey he offered, her lips pouting defiantly as she rode past him on her horse. As Fang Ruotang had just begun to learn riding, her speed was rather slow, and the group advanced at a snail's pace, still on the outskirts, having not spotted many animals thus far. After a while, a wild chicken appeared in view, prompting Fang Ruotang to tilt her head and signal Li Shiyun. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw an arrow fly through the air.
Who was that?
It was me. Is there a problem? Fang Xingtang replied with a teasing smile, clearly seeking to provoke Fang Ruotang. Fang Ruotang pouted, watching helplessly as Yuxing dismounted and claimed the wild chicken she had been eyeing. Ask your older sister if she is reluctant to let go of young Master Rong, little Mirror chimed in, unable to see her master being wronged and eager to assist her in retaliating. Fang Ruotang's eyes brightened. Fang Xingtang's smile stiffened, and he lazily remarked, "Ah, with so many people gathered, there are hardly any animals to catch. This is rather dull. Let us change our path, Yuxing. Let us have some real fun." Li Mingyu stammered, and Yan Yan gently tugged at her sleeve, saying sweetly, "Sister, shall we also venture separately? I wish to catch a fox for you." Li Mingyu immediately agreed. She had no desire to get involved with the crown prince. Although Fang Ruotang was currently oblivious to jealousy, she worried about what might happen if that changed one day. Most importantly, the crown prince would be wary of her. It was simply too dangerous. For the sake of her own safety and future, she decided to keep her distance from this unpredictable prince. "You." Fang Ruotang pointed at Huajiga, the one who had first snatched her intended prey. Huajiga did not even recognize who Fang Ruotang's fourth sister was, but he was simply one of the group of young men and women gathered together. No, I'm fine with my fellow seniors. We're just here to have fun," Fang Ruotang quickly interjected, wanting nothing to do with this mess. Seeing her fourth sister's lack of cooperation, Fang Ruotang pouted, casting an annoyed glance at her rapidly retreating figure. "Will all 6 of you take one path then?" No one responded to her remark, causing Fang Ruotang's lips to curl upward in dissatisfaction. Little Mirror proposed again, "Tell them to compete among themselves. Whoever wins gets a kiss from you. Have you forgotten? We must be discreet. We can't let them discover my schemes," Fang Ruotang replied. "All right then. As long as you're happy. It doesn't matter if I'm made a fool. Then how about a pouch that you make by hand? That won't work. Who would want a pouch made from my chicken feet? You might not know what Vice Minister Yi has done with your pouch." "What has he done?" Coughing, Vice Minister Yi suddenly interrupted with a flushed face as he leaned over his horse, disrupting the conversation between Fang Ruotang and Little Mirror. Noticing his discomfort, Fang Ruotang asked with concern, "What's wrong with you?" Vice Minister Yi weakly clenched his fist against his lips, bashfully replying, "Just a slight itch in my throat. I might be coming down with something." "Oh, then be sure to drink plenty of warm water," Fang Ruotang replied casually. Unaware that this was a line from a scoundrel in her previous life, Vice Minister Yi felt a bit pleased and said, "Lady Fang Lu needn't worry about me. My health has always been robust. It's nothing serious." Fang Ruotang regarded him curiously, realizing she hadn't actually worried about him. However, she kept that thought to herself, merely nodding. After some persuasion from Little Mirror, she hesitantly asked, "Would you like a pouch that I hand embroider? Something particularly exquisite. If you go hunting, whoever catches the most game will receive one from me. What do you think?" Fang Ruotang's anxious scheming was clearly evident. "Weren't you just saying your sewing skills are terrible?"
"Yes."
"But I can't let them know that. What if they refuse? If you hand embroider it, how could they possibly resist? You've no idea how dreadful my embroidery truly is." "Fine, but the Tianyi sect members must accompany you." The Crown Prince readily agreed, recognizing Fang Ruotang's earnest desire to distance herself from them. "All right." Fang Ruotang happily concurred. Fortunately, they hadn't strayed too far, and signaling them was still possible. However, once the signal was sent, the oblivious Fang Xingtang and Li Mingyu would likely come rushing over. "Okay, they're coming. You all should hurry and leave," Fang Ruotang exclaimed cheerfully, waving her hands. Huajiga teased, "You heartless little thing." Fang Ruotang pouted at him, denying any acknowledgement of his words. The others, seeing that Fang Ruotang had someone to protect her, obliged her wishes and went off to hunt, all for her amusement, not merely for the sake of her handmade pouches. Once they departed, Fang Ruotang shouted, "Let us go. Remember, All the game you catch will be credited to me. 1 spirit stone for each animal, and 10 for larger ones. Let us go, go, go. The newcomers were all young men and women selected from the Shadow Guard camp, trained for over a decade, possessing both loyalty and skill. Fang Ruotang often acted as a benefactor, generously sharing her resources. These individuals didn't lack spirit stones for cultivation. Yet they appreciated Fang Ruotang's life-giving kindness and enjoyed playing with her. With the promise of rewards, they transformed into a group of unbridled horses, charging deep into the forest. They soon encountered a peculiar, grotesque creature, heavy and clumsy, crawling out from a glowing hole. What is that? The group murmured in confusion. For a moment, no one dared to approach, simply staring at the strange creature as it struggled to emerge, shaking itself off before suddenly inflating and growing substantially larger.
Wow. Wow, wow.
Fang Ruotang exclaimed in delight, poking Little Mirror excitedly. Look, look. Is this the monster you spoke of? Have the 2 paths connected? Is it happening so quickly? Are we about to witness a resurgence of spiritual energy here? Chapter 94. The Power of the Divine. It's a creature from the demon realm. They feed on human flesh and blood. While they lack combat capability, killing ordinary people is as easy as slaying chicks. The Crown Prince must hasten the reclamation of this land. The more survivors there are, the stronger the world consciousness will become, allowing the heavenly path to gradually evolve and strengthen. Isn't that the passage to the cultivation realm? What do we do now? Can it be sealed? It can be temporarily blocked, but every world seeking evolution must endure trials. If they succeed, all will rejoice. If they fail, all living beings in this realm will become sustenance for other worlds. Little Mirror, wary of Fang Ruotang's interference, carefully explained. This is the inevitability of the evolution process, survival of the fittest. Continuous evolution is necessary for advancement and adaptation to new environments. You have already provided them with considerable assistance. Some challenges must be faced by them alone. You all go and fight it. Fang Ruotang, not fully grasping Little Mirror's words, mainly due to her confusion, understood that ordinary people could not defeat it, so Li Shiyun and the others should possess some fighting capability. Nervously, Fang Ruotang poked Li Shiyun, asking, "Can you win?" Initially, she believed that Li Shiyun was invincible. However, after failing to capture her prey twice in succession, she began to lose faith in her. The 6 men present earlier were clearly trying to impress Fang Ruotang, causing Li Shiyun to hesitate and miss her opportunity.
Now,
as the senior sister of the sect, she swiftly drew her soft sword and floated into action. Yet, she did not fully comprehend the situation. With a single stroke, Li Shiyun severed the demon's head from its body. Quite weak, Li Shiyun remarked, to which Fang Ruotang nodded in agreement, realizing the truth. Soon another demon emerged, but Li Shiyun refrained from attacking, allowing other disciples from Tianyi's sect to handle it. Fang Ruotang also dispatched one, and without much difficulty, they resolved the threat. Within a short span, 5 demons had appeared. Fang Ruotang took an emblem and tossed it into the air. Not long after, the nearest Huajiga rode in swiftly on horseback, pulling the reins as the horse's front hooves reared high. He quickly dismounted and rushed to Fang Ruotang. What happened? Are you hurt? Fang Ruotang shook her head.
Fine.
Look over there. A demon has appeared. Huajiga turned to see a large mass of flesh on the ground, unable to discern its nature. Despite his extensive experience, he had never encountered such a creature. Soon, another one crawled out, and Huajiga recognized it as a wriggling mound of flesh. He struggled to locate its mouth, but saw several appendages extending from the mass, stuffing the remains of its companion into its body, causing it to grow slightly larger. Step back, let me try, Huajiga instructed, taking the sword from a Tianyi disciple and advancing. In past battles, he had used a spear, but though he and T brought one this time, he was somewhat familiar with swordplay. Compared to Li Shiyun's strike, Fang Ruotang could not discern Huajiga's shortcomings and curiously poked her small mirror. Didn't you say ordinary people can't do this? Do you consider him an ordinary person? Fang Ruotang was momentarily speechless. She glanced at Huajiga's hands but noticed nothing extraordinary. After Huajiga defeated the demon, Fang Xingtsang and Yusheng arrived. Fang Ruotang immediately urged, brother-in-law, You should take down that demon. Yu Sheng exchanged a glance with Fang Song, seeing no displeasure at the title. He suppressed his joy and charged at the unknown creature, easily dispatching it just like Huajiga and Li Shiyun. Fang Ruotang exclaimed, "So, he is not an ordinary person? Didn't you already know? If he were ordinary, how could he have protected your elder sister in the original timeline? When calamity struck, how could he afford to pursue women? It's precisely because these creatures pose no threat to them." Fang Ruotang sighed. This is truly unfair. When the Crown Prince and others arrived, Fang Ruotang, undeterred, insisted they each defeat a demon. Even the scholarly Yi Wuxia managed to effortlessly handle one. Are you sure their abilities are sealed? I feel as if I'm the only one whose powers are restricted. Isn't that somewhat unjust? Fang Ruotang's envy grew. She too wanted such strength. The small mirror hesitated before responding. Only this once. There will be no next time. Why can't I always be this powerful? But it will affect your soul's restoration. These are merely the weakest of demons. Even skilled, ordinary individuals can contend with them. Once you encounter stronger demons, you can reveal your abilities then. The small mirror reassured Fang Ruotang, who reluctantly agreed. Just then, another demon emerged, and she excitedly called out, "Everyone, step aside. Let me handle this." She boldly stepped forward, while the Crown Prince and others cast disapproving glances. Fang Ruotang paid them no mind, asking the small mirror for guidance. "Extend your index finger and point at the demon." "Is that sufficient?" Fang Ruotang skeptically complied, and to her astonishment, the demon was instantly disintegrated, scattering like stars, leaving no trace behind. Amazed, Fang Ruotang stared at her finger. Her mouth agape, then turned to her companions, exclaiming, "Did you see that? Did you see? Am I impressive? Am I impressive?" She laughed triumphantly, not fully understanding how she had vanquished the demon, but that mattered little. What was significant was that her method appeared the most dazzling, making her seem the mightiest. Seeing Fang Ruotang's face pale slightly, the Crown Prince anxiously approached and embraced her, asking, "Are you unwell?" "No, I'm so strong. How could I possibly be unwell?" Not just the Crown Prince, but everyone present was attuned to Fang Ruotang's thoughts, realizing that her unleashed powers offered her no real advantage at this moment. Is this the power of the divine? So formidable. A disciple of Tianyi's sect gazed at Fang Ruotang in admiration, having previously thought the sect leader to be a mere mascot due to her seemingly frail appearance, only to discover her immense strength. "Indeed, I am remarkable." Fang Ruotang beamed, her pride evident, as if she could soar to the heavens with her exuberance. "Leader, you are incredible." With just a flick of your finger, the opponent turns to ashes. "I truly admire you." The Tianyi disciple flattered her, further inflating her ego. Fang Ruotang, filled with delight, waved her hand dismissively and proclaimed, "It's merely a trivial matter. A mere trifle." The Crown Prince, seeing her so elated, swallowed his words. He recognized that the small mirror had always been prudent, possibly even more protective of Fang Ruotang due to its greater capabilities. As expected, the small mirror spoke again, "My lady, it's enough for you to understand the extent of your power, but such acts cannot be frequent. Your current faith and merit are limited. Once you have more resources, you can directly unlock some of your powers." All right. Is hunting enjoyable? Oh, it pales in comparison to my finger's divine prowess. Chapter 095. Outpacing the chase, Jin Weo observed that Fang Ruotang's face turned pale for a brief moment before regaining its color, indicating she was likely unharmed. He smiled and responded, "Yes. Thanks to your new grain, the common folk near the capital are faring better. We haven tea, distributed porridge, but we've been offering free medical consultations and treatments in your name." Jin Weo was well aware of her significance. She and the Zhuang family were the financial backbone of Tianyi sect. If that role were to diminish, they would lose their standing beside Fang Ruotang. "Oh, very well. If you need silver, just let me know. I have plenty. Alternatively, you could move everything here. It's of no use to me." Fang Ruotang had always struggled with her health, and the Prime Minister's residence made charitable offerings annually to bless her. This was the first time she had actively sought to participate. "No need for now. We will tell you when we run low," Jin Weo replied cheerfully. Knowing Fang Ruotang's nature and not pressing further, Fang Ruotang appreciated gold and jewels, yet she did not value them much, as they were easily obtained. She had nothing particularly precious to her. Anything she desired was promptly brought to her by her family. Now, aside from her family, she had gained a few more companions in the Crown Prince. Seeing that Jin Huio genuinely did not want her silver, Fang Ruotang did not dwell on it. Instead, focusing on the demons that continued to emerge, wanting to display her prowess once more, only to be sternly halted by Fang Xingsong. Among those present, only Fang Xingsong could rein her in. With a pout, she stood beside Fang Xingsong, displeased. Xiao Lu, could you inquire with the immortal if we can seal this hole? The Crown Prince furrowed his brow. Their group could not remain here indefinitely. Moreover, it was uncertain whether this was the only hole or if others existed elsewhere, which would pose a danger to the common people. It can be temporarily sealed, but it is a necessary experience. Fang Ruotang relayed what the small mirror had told her to the group. Everyone fell silent. While her words held merit, the success gained from sacrificing so many was a heavy burden to bear. Ask the immortal if this is the only location, or if there are others. If there are, could the immortal guide us in sealing the holes? The Crown Prince has already given his consent. This passage cannot possibly lead to just one location. Why not seal this place right now? Did you not just say that this was inevitable? His Majesty wishes to wait until the strength of the people here increases before dealing with these demonic creatures. After all, the drought has already arrived, and the people are struggling to find food. How can they possibly contend with these monsters? All right then. Fang Ruotang, being a well-behaved child, relayed exactly what the little mirror suggested. She then produced a talisman. You should go and stick it up. The Crown Prince took the talisman, astonished, as he felt a subtle connection to it. Brother, go and post it. Otherwise, the demons will escape again. Fang Ruotang urged him. Tell him not to be overly alarmed. This item is his own drawing, so he will sense it and can activate it directly. Is it truly that remarkable? Fang Ruotang leaned in closer, watching as the Crown Prince touched the talisman, and a flash of golden light illuminated the previously mundane talisman. Wow, brother, you are truly impressive. Fang Ruotang exclaimed, her face filled with admiration. The little mirror said this talisman was drawn by you. Isn't that a delightful surprise? The Crown Prince chuckled, responding playfully. Indeed. I am quite surprised. I didn't expect to be so capable. Yes. You're just a tiny bit less impressive than me, Fang Ruotang giggled. The little mirror interjected. Nonsense. You are not just a little bit less impressive. Even combined, those 6 cannot compare to you. Otherwise, how could they have pursued you for thousands of years without success? It's quite embarrassing. Fang Ruotang thought, I shall keep this to myself and not tell brother the truth. Speak boldly. Once their souls are restored, everything will come back to them. Otherwise, do you think they would be so eager? If they don't try, they won't have the chance. Fang Ruotang felt herself soaring with ambition, almost as if she were the sovereign of all realms. Oh, right. The little mirror did indeed say something along those lines. The complexities of the thoughts among the 6 were not to be mentioned. Others merely regarded them as novices. They never anticipated the truth could be so cruel, believing they at least possessed some fighting spirit. You are quite audacious to speak so of your sovereign. Well, as long as I can cling tightly to your coattails, their opinions matter little. True enough, I shall protect you and ensure they do not reforge you. The little mirror remarked. The Crown Prince suppressed his not-so-surprised emotions, perhaps having suspected as much. They were all individuals from the upper realm. The agreement among the 6 clearly indicated they were pursuing someone who had eluded them. If a partner originally belonged to someone, how could that person allow 5 others to follow and compete for their affection from the same starting line? All 6 were intelligent. Even Huajiga remained relatively composed, knowing that each had pondered such matters in the quiet of the night. The Crown Prince stepped forward to seal the cave, and at the moment the talisman was affixed, the opening vanished from sight. Oh, it's gone. Someone exclaimed in surprise. The Crown Prince glanced sideways. Can you not see it? Indeed. The disciple of Zhong Yi, who was conversing with the Crown Prince, felt a bit anxious, having formerly served under him. What about you all? I can see it. There's a glowing circle with a yellow talisman. Fang Ruotang exclaimed, rushing over to touch it with her delicate fingers. Can't you all see it? Yu Sheng also replied, I cannot see it. Fang Ruotang was somewhat astonished. Understanding what the little mirror had previously stated, the realm where Fang Ruotang and the others existed was the upper realm, unknown even to the cultivation world. After some inquiry, it became clear that only Fang Ruotang and the 6 crown princes could see the cave and the talisman. Others not only could not see it but could also pass through it without impediment. The talisman drawn by His Majesty naturally possesses concealing properties. If any being from your realm were to tear it down, it would be utterly futile, the little mirror quipped. Fang Ruotang readily accepted the fact that they were indeed powerful. The crown prince surveyed the distribution. There were over a dozen of varying sizes, with 9 belonging to their dynasty. He believed this was the primary reason for their rapid downfall in the original timeline, not solely due to the conflicts among the 6. This mission requires all 6 of us to lead the way. Only we can utilize the talisman. The demonic creatures do not pose a lethal threat to us. Hence, our journey should be devoid of danger. Would you care to join us in this adventure? The crown prince suddenly asked Fang Ruotang. Her eyes lit up, and the other 5's eyes shone even brighter, like wolves eyeing a piece of meat, their intentions plainly written on their faces. In due time, brother will accompany you on your journey, allowing you to observe how those citizens benefit from your new provisions. How does that sound? The crown prince proposed, volunteering himself. The others were equally eager, especially Huijiga. What is there to see? Come with me. I'll take you to slay monsters, just as you enjoy. This time, I shall protect you, ensuring you have a splendid time. Huijiga rambled on, and bring Xiaobai along. I can teach you how to ride on the way, and we'll have a blast. The crown prince frowned slightly. This expedition was a matter of life and death for the citizens, and it was not to be treated lightly. Ha! Huijiga sneered. Do not present such a facade of righteousness. Whoever manages to take the little darling along will undoubtedly prioritize her happiness over everything else. None of us are saints, so let us not pretend to be noble. If we truly cared for those commoners we look down upon, the original timeline would not have turned out so dire. Frankly, even now, our urgency to slay the demons and save lives stems from a desire for as many to survive as possible, thereby strengthening the world's consciousness and allowing the heavenly path to evolve. I am a good person. Fang Ruotang raised her hand high, her bright eyes sparkling as she gazed at Huijiga, instantly extinguishing his fiery demeanor. He awkwardly admitted, actually, I am also a good person. You believe that, right? Otherwise, how could I be on the front lines fighting for our homeland? Huijiga spoke with such conviction that he nodded to himself. Fang Ruotang, however, believed him wholeheartedly. Of course. You are a great hero safeguarding our homeland. You must be a good person. Is there even a question? She had always admired strong individuals, especially warriors like the Princess Chang and General L, as well as General Hua. Huijiga grinned broadly. So, will you join me? I can protect you. If you wish to save the citizens, I can assist you. Fang Ruotang tilted her head, hesitating. Does Xiao Lu not wish to accompany Brother Ziki? Brother Ziki is very eager to venture out with you. Shall we ride in the carriage together? Prince Jun smiled gently and enticingly at Fang Ruotang. He is trying to seduce me, she thought, her cheeks flushing as she involuntarily recalled the scene of being fervently and passionately kissed by Prince Jun in the carriage. The young prince could not bear to watch any longer. He swiftly interjected with his fan, blocking Prince Jun's advances. Among these 6, I am undoubtedly the best companion for fun. Traveling with them pales in comparison. At least I guarantee you one tea feel bored. How about it? The young prince concluded, casting a flirtatious glance at Fang Ruotang. She felt her heart flutter once more. Why not join me? I will continue teaching you how to ride. Rong Shizi's voice, cool and distant, hesitated to speak. Fang Ruotang, without a moment's thought, firmly declined. No, I already know how to ride. No need to learn. A flicker of disappointment crossed Rong Shizi's eyes. At that moment, Yi Shilang, who had remained silent, took a step back. Indeed, they were all far superior to me. You should go with them. They can protect you. Unlike me, a mere scholar incapable of lifting a chicken. If you accompany me, I would only be a burden. I am truly useless. Yi Shilang's voice was soft and melancholic. Fang Ruotang suddenly experienced an epiphany, finally understanding her hesitation. These individuals were far too formidable, traveling together. She would undoubtedly be closely guarded, leaving no opportunity for her to display her prowess. I want to travel with Yi Shirling, she declared. What you said is correct. You are all so capable, so go ahead without me. I wish to accompany him and protect him. She nearly laughed out loud at the thought. Hee, splendid. Another chance to showcase my abilities. Not so fast. The little mirror immediately interrupted her daydream. I refuse to listen. The little mirror retorted, really? But traveling with me, I won't just be unable to protect you. I might need you to protect me. Am I not a hindrance to you? Not at all.
How could that be?
Fang Ruotang suppressed her excitement, wanting to shout, I adore you for being such a delightful burden. Then my safety is in your hands. You will protect me, won't you? Yi Wuxia, only 20 years old, with an air of innocence and youthfulness, appeared like a delicate young lord in need of protection. Of course. I will surely keep you safe. Fang Ruotang couldn't help but rise on her toes to ruffle Yi Wuxia's hair. He paused, understanding her intent, and lowered his head slightly. She was pleased with the gesture. No wonder the older sisters enjoy ruffling my hair. It feels wonderful. A smile crept onto Yi Wuxia's lips, having noticed the competitive spirit within this little girl. Since they were all so strong, he would become the delicate beauty that Fang Ruotang would protect. The thought brought him a certain delight. Yi Wuxia's eyes sparkled with mischief, as he realized he had the upper hand in this game. Moreover, their journey would last at most a month, and at least half. How could it not be enjoyable? Hua Zhiga, feeling disgruntled, chimed in, Little darling, do you want to reconsider? Why were there so many pretty boys, and this one seemed particularly cunning? When battling the demons earlier, he had not displayed any weaknesses. Now, however, he appeared incapable of carrying any burdens. Most importantly, how could this little darling choose to forget so selectively? I don't want to think. Fang Ruotang shook her head vigorously like a rattling drum, then, with a hint of grievance, asked, Elder brother prince, you won't refuse me, will you? A shadow of frustration crossed the prince's brow. No, have you truly made your decision? What did it matter if he were absent? Would De Yong fall? Huajiga ground his teeth. These pretty boys were indeed not simple-minded, all scheming individuals. The young prince was no different. Since you wish to travel with Yi Shirling, and he is the least capable, then let him take charge of that position. He pointed directly to the map, indicating the nearest passage to the capital. Yi Wuxia remained non-committal. Regardless of who accompanied Fang Ruotang, they would undoubtedly travel through that area. There was no way he would allow her to roam about aimlessly. Everyone was aware of this, and he cared little about the opinions of the defeated prince. Instead, he noticed Fang Ruotang's discontent and hurried to reassure her. I apologize for being a burden. If I weren't so weak, you could venture further, resolving more passages and saving more lives. You needn't belittle yourself. I'm not that impressive either. Fang Ruotang's expression transformed in an instant. She wanted to laugh heartily, but, seeing Yi Wuxia's pale, youthful face, reconsidered her demeanor. Don't be upset. I will protect you. Will you always protect me? Yes, always. The prince and the others exchanged glances, uncertain whether to pity themselves for having fallen for a fool or to resent their rival for being a cunning little man. Chapter 97. Sealing the passage, the little mirror produced talisman paper, and they each received a share. Time was of the essence this time. Huajiga did not press for Fang Ruotang to accompany them and wisely refrained from lingering, fully aware that every moment wasted could cost many lives. The group immediately headed to Tianyi's sect to gather people. Li Shiyin suspected that Fang Ruotang might join them. Her team consisted of disciples close to Fang Ruotang. As they prepared to part ways, the prince, with a complex expression, advised Yi Wuxia, be mindful. Huajiga gestured menacingly, warning him not to act recklessly if he wished to survive, stating, We're going out to accomplish a task. You understand? While you are idle, we may not be. Be mindful of our lives. The young prince's playful demeanor belied the coldness in his eyes. Rong Shitzi and the Junwang said nothing, merely casting a warning glance at Yi Wuxia before leading their men away. Fang Ruotang blinked, watching their graceful figures retreat. Are they angry? They wouldn't dare. I was even prepared to give them communication jade, so they could contact us if needed. Fang Ruotang felt a twinge of regret, Realizing that there were not only communication talismans, but also jade for communication, meant for their leaders, not cheap single-use items, the little mirror was quite generous. Yi Wuxia felt a surge of excitement, planning to seize the opportunity to acquire the communication jade first during this expedition. Their team was closest to the destination, yet it was still about 300 miles away. Traveling until late at night, considering Fang Ruotang's condition, Yi Wuxia decided to switch to a carriage at the post station. No need. Riding is faster. But how much longer until we arrive? It looks so close on the map, yet the journey feels long. If we don't stop tonight, we should arrive by tomorrow morning. Then let's push through. If anyone is tired, they can drink some sweet bean water. Fang Ruotang encouraged the others. Sweet beans were not exclusive to their group. Everyone in the sect had them, and in a race against time to save lives, no one would stop to rest. Fang Ruotang murmured, feeling uneasy, hoping that brave souls would organize a resistance. After all, the little mirror had said that these were the weakest demons, driven solely by hunger. Even if their combat prowess were low, they could still set traps to ensnare the demons. The quicker we move, the more lives we can save. Don't dwell on it. Just your best, Yi Shirling urged. Fang Ruotang merely sighed, refusing to let such thoughts drain her energy. The group pressed forward, reaching the vicinity of the passage. As they approached a village, Jin Wuyo quietly remarked, "Something feels off. At this hour, it should be harvest time, and every household should be bustling. Why is there not a sound in the village?" Yi Wuxia glanced at Fang Ruotang, who had dozed off in his embrace until dawn. Reluctance etched on his face as he awakened her. "We have arrived. The demons must have entered the village. We need to investigate." Fang Ruotang nodded sleepily. Entering the village, they were met with the sight of demons far larger than those they had encountered in the hunting grounds, clearly in a state of having feasted. There was no blood to be seen on the ground. Had everyone fled? Fang Ruotang, harboring beautiful expectations, opened her mouth, yet the others were far from optimistic. Particularly those who had traveled with her the previous day, such as Li Shiyun, had witnessed the monstrous creatures feeding, beasts larger than humans, devouring their prey whole. Yi Wuxia spoke with a heavy heart. Our group consists of Li Shiyun, Li Mingyu, Jin Wuyo, Wenrinya, and Fang Ruotang, all peers of similar stature to Fang Ruotang. They enjoyed more resources due to their close ties with her, each possessing commendable skills. Even Fang Ruotang, the least gifted among them, could easily handle these creatures, particularly when they were satiated. Observing the pile of flesh on the ground, Yi Wuxia ordered them to burn it. Their actions created quite a stir, yet no villager emerged. "Let us seal the cave," Yi Wuxia commanded, not wasting a moment as they rushed towards their destination. With no monsters emerging, she swiftly sealed the cave and, after confirming with Li Mingyu and the others that it was safe, ventured to a nearby village. After a day and night, it became evident that multiple villages had vanished. Indeed, 3 nearby villages had been completely devoured, and only after walking a bit further did they spot smoke rising, which eased their worries. Ultimately, they found some survivors on a nearby mountain, all appearing panic-stricken. Upon revealing their identities, a pregnant woman broke down in tears, exclaiming, "Where have you been? My husband was eaten by monsters. My son, too. My elderly father as well." The crowd erupted with voices, and upon glancing around, it was apparent that nearly all present were women and children, with no able-bodied men in sight. This indicated that the men of the 3 villages had not lacked the opportunity to flee. After protecting their families, they had perished. Perhaps there had been resistance, but it was as futile as a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. They were devoured like morsels, not even a drop of blood wasted. Yi Wuxia's expression remained calm as she inquired, "Is it only you who survived?" Many fled at the time, but in their panic, some ran towards the town, others into the mountains, each seeking their own escape, creating chaos. Short term, they want to return? One boy, on the brink of despair, cried out, "What do you mean, short term? Does that imply they might return in the future?" The emotional collapse was contagious. Those who had previously been cautious in their grievances were now unleashing their anguish upon Yi Wuxia and her group. "Why are you shouting at us? We didn't release these monsters, and we rushed here as soon as we learned of the danger. The fault does not lie with us. Yet you lash out as if it does." Fang Ruotang was displeased at the accusations directed at her companions, initially sympathetic to their plight. Yet she felt they should not place the blame on her group. Humph. Such occurrences will become increasingly frequent. This time, we faced the weakest of monsters. In the future, more terrifying creatures will emerge. Instead of blaming the heavens, the earth, or us, you should contemplate how to survive to avenge your families. Chapter 098. Impersonating a government official. 6th Miss. Thank you. Without you, I wouldn't know how to handle such a scene. I'm so grateful you came with me. Yi Wuxia said, gazing intently at Fang Ruotang, her deep black eyes reflecting the small figure of Fang Ruotang. For the first time, Fang Ruotang felt needed and stood in the role of protector, eager to charge into battle for Yi Wuxia's safety. Do not be too soft-spoken or accommodating. You are a third-rank official. Speak with confidence and stand tall. Fear not, for I will shield you from harm. Fang Ruotang unwittingly took on the responsibility of caring for Yi Wuxia. Really? Absolutely. Fang Ruotang patted her chest, the sound echoing like a drum. Li Mingyu and the others exchanged incredulous glances. This is absurd. And Yi Wuxia, do you have no shame? You are wonderful, the first to claim you will protect me. Yi Wuxia gazed at Fang Ruotang as if she were a weary wanderer finally encountering a glimmer of hope. I will be here for you. Fang Ruotang tenderly reached out, while Yi Wuxia, understanding, bowed his head, allowing her to tousle his hair. Why is he so meek and easily swayed? No wonder in the original timeline. He didn't resist when I betrayed him. How tragic. I must be kinder to him from now on, Fang Ruotang mused. Just be happy. The little mirror chimed in. Li Mingyu, unable to contain herself, rolled her eyes, having completely let herself go since meeting Fang Ruotang at Tianyi sect. She feared that Yi Wuxia might not grasp her exasperation and deliberately stated, All right, stop acting like you're in a grand performance. Let us find a place to rest. We haven't slept all night. Aren't you all tired? Yi Wuxia smiled broadly, shaking his head playfully, then turned away, where Fang Ruotang couldn't see, and quickly composed himself before the grief-stricken commoners, his expression turning serious. We have dealt with the monsters in the nearby villages. You may return home. Some wanted to voice their concerns, but Yi Wuxia's chilling gaze warned. If there are further issues, you may seek the officials at the yamen, understood? The distressed villagers finally understood that this seemingly youthful group was not to be trifled with. Their previous tactics would not work against them. Yi Wuxia did not linger further, as their primary mission was to seal the passage and ensure the safety of the citizens, leaving the local officials to handle everything else. Once they descended the mountain, Yi Wuxia proposed, Shall we head straight to the yamen? This passage will eventually reopen, and the local officials need to be prepared. Fang Ruotang, accustomed to relying on the little mirror, inquired, Is the county magistrate here a good official or a bad one? You cannot classify him simply as good or bad. He is a rather explosive character. What do you mean? To put it simply, there are two brothers in the Chen family, one named Xingjia and the other Liyue. Chen Xingjia, who became an official after passing the imperial examination during the early years of Jiankong, is now the county magistrate known as Chen Liyue. However, apart from his parents, everyone believes he is Chen Xingjia. Fang Ruotang found this explanation somewhat convoluted. She silently processed it until she grasped the underlying intricacies, covering her mouth in astonishment. Are you implying that Chen Liyue is impersonating a government official? How audacious! What happened to the original Chen Xingjia? Chen Xingjia perished en route to his appointment. Fang Ruotang's expression shifted dramatically. Was it a natural death? Or... Her reactions drew the attention of Yi Wuxia and the others, who observed her with interest, as if watching a captivating performance. Fang Ruotang continued to converse with the little mirror, piecing together the entire story, before excitedly pulling her companion aside. I have a shocking secret to share with you. One that will surely astound you. What is it? Hurry and tell me, Li Mingyu urged, always the enthusiastic audience. Although she had just heard the same news, Fang Ruotang's sharing elicited a vibrant emotional response from her. This was why Fang Ruotang cherished these moments of gossip. They could exchange insights and uncover hidden truths together. Isn't it incredible? Someone killed their own brother over this matter, and the most terrifying part is that their parents were accomplices. How could they show such bias towards their own children? Some parents, it seems, do not possess an abundance of love for their children. Even the affection they offer is often calculated. Li Mingyu's smile faded, revealing a hint of indifference. Fang Ruotang discerned the bitterness concealed within her words. "Oh, it's nothing." Fang Ruotang replied skeptically. "You're just reminded of your own situation, aren't you? Your family favors sons over daughters. And your parents wish for you to relinquish your spot in the Tianyi sect to your brothers. But isn't that allocation meant for you by the Crown Prince?" She queried, recalling that the Crown Prince had indeed sought her opinion on the matter, and she had acquiesced. "Yet my parents are indifferent to all this. Now that Yen Yen has joined the sect, they want to send my brothers in my place. When I refused, I was chastised for being unfilial." Fang Ruotang was momentarily taken aback, perplexed. "Is it because your parents are biased? But you're the only legitimate daughter of the Li family, aren't you? Given your circumstances, how could you not be cherished?" "How could I not be?" "Enough of this. Let us find a place to rest and sleep well." Li Mingyu averted her gaze from Fang Ruotang's sympathetic expression. "You could invite them," Fang Ruotang suggested with a pout, her face clouded with dissatisfaction. She despised how the Li family mistreated Li Mingyu, yet she felt powerless to rectify it, which only deepened her discontent. "Silly girl." Li Mingyu pinched Fang Ruotang's cheek, finally breaking into a bright smile. "I purposely do not want them here. Had they ever shown a moment of joy for me when the Crown Prince granted me this opportunity, I would have sought your assistance to mediate. But they never did. Not even for a fleeting moment." "Sister Mingyu," Li Shiyuan interjected awkwardly, having not used that title in a long while. "Recently, the main family has contacted my parents, wishing to transfer me under their name. But rest assured, I declined outright."
"Ah?
"Oh, is that so?" Li Mingyu was taken aback, momentarily stunned. And then she quickly resumed her smile. "It's all right, you need not worry about me. If the circumstances are right, it would be acceptable to agree." Fang Ruotang shrank back, moving closer to Yi Wuxia. "I didn't mean to. No blame rests with you," Li Mingyu replied. "Had I known, I would not have mentioned it. Do not concern yourself. The fact that Miss Li can articulate this indicates her acceptance of the reality, albeit with some difficulty in reconciling it. The pain of parents, who for years have loved you, suddenly turning against you is a burden no child can bear lightly. However, one must persevere through it." Upon arriving at the county office, Yi Wuxia brandished his official seal, incarcerating Chen Liye in the dungeon and appointing the county deputy to oversee all matters of the office. As a mere assistant minister of revenue, Yi Wuxia lacked the authority to directly appoint officials, yet Fang Ruotang possessed such influence. Although she had never wielded power before, the emperor and the crown prince's edicts had long been disseminated to various provinces and counties. The emperor had granted Fang Ruotang authority that superseded even his own, for he too had joined the Tianyi sect and was part of this mission, albeit not in Yi Wuxia's team. The newly appointed deputy, overwhelmed by the sudden promotion, trembled as he took on the responsibilities, anxiously trailing behind Yi Wuxia as they discussed matters of demonic entities, feeling as if he were listening to an incomprehensible lecture while still half asleep. While Yi Wuxia dealt with Chen Liye, Jin Wuyo had already summoned Wenrinya and others to tidy up the courtyard. She possessed a storage ring, even larger than Li Shiyuan's, filled with essentials for Fang Ruotang's daily needs. This was not due to foresight of the current situation but rather because Fang Ruotang had noticed her constant search for delightful treats and had prepared accordingly. Thus, the variety of items within proved quite useful at this moment. "Looks like I need to add a bed in here next time. I still lack sufficient supplies," Jin Wuyo muttered as she organized. "Is this your dowry prepared by your mother?" Jin Wuyo teased. Wenrinya's round apple-like face flushed, and she shyly replied, "Yes. Since I am not marrying anyone now, it serves no purpose, so it's good if the sect master can use it." Wenrinya's family truly did not exhibit a preference for sons over daughters, and she was indeed cherished just as much as Fang Ruotang, even when misjudged in the past. Her family had never abandoned her. Thus, when she earned Fang Ruotang's favor, her family did not suggest replacing her with a son but rather joyfully packed her belongings and sent them to the Prime Minister's residence. Many families in the capital dote on their daughters. However, this often comes with the caveat of not jeopardizing the interests of legitimate sons. Much like in Li Mingyu's family, Those around her had benefited from Fang Ruotang's generosity, and any contributions made on her behalf were merely fitting, especially concerning material possessions. My mother also prepared abundant fine fabrics for me. They are both beautiful and rare. You should take some to make clothes for Ruotang. She loves to wear pretty garments. Of course, we can craft them together. The two engaged in light banter when Fang Ruotang, having bathed, entered with her damp hair wrapped in a towel. Jean Weo immediately stepped forward to help bring it out. When Renya stood by, and the two young ladies, once accustomed to being waited upon, quickly adapted to their new responsibilities. Jean Weo even honed her massage skills to a level that pleased Fang Ruotang.
All right.
You both should tidy up as well. Do not mind me. I fear I shall sleep until morning.
You ought to wash up and rest,
Fang Ruotang said, patting her hair and heading toward the bed. Jean Weo hurriedly urged, have a bite before you sleep. The senior sister and sister one are preparing food in the kitchen. It will be ready shortly.
me fine.
I had the fruits from Little Mirror earlier. I simply wish to sleep now, Fang Ruotang replied, her voice trailing off with fatigue. Having tasted the red fruits Fang Ruotang shared, both Jean Weo and Wenrenya knew that while they enhanced their cultivation, they did not satiate their hunger. Just as they were about to persuade her further, they noticed Fang Ruotang had already closed her eyes. Wenrenya gestured outside, and they quietly exited. If Ruotang wishes to sleep, let her be. I will keep an eye on the kitchen, and when she wakes, she can have something warm to eat. No need. You go to sleep. I will watch over things. You can take over for me once you're rested. Let me handle it. Enough of this quarrel. It is my duty to care for the sect master.
All right.
I will take a short nap and then come to relieve you. After reaching an agreement, one went to the kitchen while the other sought a quiet corner to rest. When Yi Wuxia returned to the courtyard, he found Fang Ruotang deep in slumber. Upon learning she had consumed nothing, he felt discontent but refrained from waking her unnecessarily. Observing how well Jean Weo and the others tended to her, he chose not to interfere, had a bite to eat, and settled into the room next to Fang Ruotang's for the night. His sleep continued uninterrupted until dusk. When Yi Wuxia noticed Fang Ruotang had yet to awaken, he ordered hot water to be brought in for her cleansing. Just as she finished her bath, sounds from the adjacent room caught his attention. Yi Wuxia glanced at the clear water in the tub and then at his thin nightwear. An audacious thought crossed his mind. As the door to the adjoining room opened and footsteps approached, Yi Wuxia called out hesitantly. Being inexperienced in such matters, his voice was soft and somewhat awkward. Yet for Fang Ruotang, who had undergone rigorous training, it was sufficient to draw her attention. What's the matter? Fang Ruotang knocked on the door, which swung open with ease. Yi Wuxia hesitated, his eyes conveying a myriad of unspoken words. Upon entering, Fang Ruotang took in the scene and instinctively blushed, stammering. I heard a noise from your room and thought you might need assistance, so I knocked gently. I truly only tapped lightly, and the door just opened. She pointed towards the door, eager to assert her innocence. No worries, Yi Wuxia responded slowly, turning away. Fang Ruotang's eyes widened, following his movements, and she caught sight of his fair chest glistening with droplets of water. Her mouth fell slightly agape. It was a sight she had never encountered before. Her gaze involuntarily roamed, and suddenly it fixated on a particular area, shifting from awe to alarm. Is this? The small mirror kindly aided Fang Ruotang in articulating her thoughts. Yi Wuxia was momentarily taken aback, and as his gaze fell, he noticed the thin white nightgown clinging to his form, rendering his silhouette vividly discernible. Instantly, his ears flushed crimson, and he awkwardly diverted his gaze, revealing a perfect jawline. Yet, this very physique was laid bare for Fang Ruotang's scrutiny, almost as if he were concerned she might not observe him clearly enough. Boro, are you awake? I am awake. Just a moment. Please don't come over yet. Chapter 100. You must take responsibility. Why is your face so flushed? When Renya gasped upon seeing Fang Ruotang's blushing countenance, immediately reaching out with concern. Is it because your hair wasn't completely dry when you fell asleep and you caught a chill? Shall I fetch a doctor? Fang Ruotang grasped Renya's hand, gently touching her own warm cheeks with the back of her hand, and reassured her, Don't worry, I'm fine. As a celestial envoy, how could I fall ill? When Renya, flustered, soon realized that Fang Ruotang hadn't emerged from her room and quickly shifted her focus, leading her toward the kitchen.
Let us eat something.
It's a small place, lacking in fine ingredients, but I'm not sure if you'd find it to your liking. If you can't eat much, just have a few bites. Wuyo has plenty of delightful pastries. We can seek better ingredients tomorrow. Jean Wuyo had prepared an array of pastries and fruits, though she hadn't anticipated needing to stock up on vegetables. However, after this experience, she would certainly be more prepared in the future. I'm fine with anything. Fang Ruotang was still lost in thought, her mind preoccupied with Yi Wuxia. The grand him, the small me. A wave of emotion twisted Fang Ruotang's expression as she contemplated numerous thoughts. Just then, Yi Wuxia, who had changed into his garments and joined them, overheard her musings. The previously suppressed flame within him reignited, causing his robe to stretch tautly across his form. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he cast a glance at Wenrenya, anxious that Fang Ruotang might continue her line of thought. After all, she alone was privy to the state of his body. Oh, my eyes betray me. Quack, quack.
Quack.
The small mirror in Fang Ruotang's mind erupted in laughter, mimicking a cacophony of ducks. After witnessing so many pigs run, who could resist curiosity about pork? Even a sage would steal a glance. Yi Wuxia, with a faint blush, awkwardly clenched his fist against his lips and said, "You should attend to other matters. I can manage here." When Renya, influenced by the strange atmosphere, also felt her cheeks warm. After stammering a few words, she hurried away. As soon as when Renya had left, Fang Ruotang hastily interjected, "I didn't see anything just now. Truly, not a thing." Yi Wuxia paused, his demeanor momentarily forlorn. "I am the one who has overstepped. You disdain the crown prince. So, how could you possibly be responsible for me?"
Ah?
Fang Ruotang was taken aback, quickly poking at the small mirror. "What nonsense is he spouting? Did I do something?" "You did gaze at him." "I did not." "Stop making false claims." Fang Ruotang silenced the small mirror, resolving not to speak with it for an hour. It was far too mischievous and led her astray. "But with my appearance in a nightgown witnessed by you, will there still be honorable young ladies willing to associate with me? As long as we don't discuss it, who will ever know?" Fang Ruotang remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Yi Wuxia raised his slightly downcast eyes, stealing a quick glance at Fang Ruotang. Astonishment evident within them. "Are you implying that I should deceive other young ladies?" Fang Ruotang replied, "Not deceive. We simply don't have to say anything. If you don't mention it, how could anyone ask such questions?" Fang Ruotang fidgeted with her fingers, feeling a twinge of guilt. Each time she misbehaved. As long as she wasn't discovered, she would never admit to her faults. If she remained undiscovered, she could forever be in the right. Yet, my conscience weighs heavily. Is this truly so serious? When I lie, I merely feel a bit anxious, but nothing more. We are not the same. Indeed. That much is clear. Fang Ruotang sat at the table, her bright eyes nervously following Yi Wuxia as he prepared her meal and picked up chopsticks. A sudden idea sparked in her mind, presenting a solution. If he doesn't wish to lie, then let him forget. Is there a memory-erasing potion? One for Yi Wuxia, please. There is. But are you certain you want to proceed? Yi Wuxia pondered. Is there anything wrong with my expression? Or have I been too indirect? His feelings for Fang Ruotang had always been complex, a constant struggle between desire and restraint. His mind was on high alert, urging him to keep his distance. Yet his body never obeyed his commands. He was acutely aware of his own feelings, painfully aware, until he could no longer suppress the instinctual yearning within. Thus, he took initiative, seizing this rare opportunity for solitude to propose an engagement. An insightful remark from the Prince of An County had awakened him. Since he was destined to be hidden away in a gilded cage, why not define their relationship first? At the very least, this would grant him an advantage.
Yes.
This way, Yi Wuxia will no longer feel guilty and can joyfully marry in the future. What nonsense are you babbling? Have you forgotten that your task is to win him over? The small mirror expressed its discontent. Yet such sentiments paled in comparison to Yi Wuxia, who sat across from her, suffering through bitter rice that tasted 100 times more acrid than gall. Just do it. You can manage until he marries. After all, without him, aren't there still 5 others? Fang Ruotang was remarkably generous. Yi Wuxia could no longer bear it. setting down his chopsticks as he prepared to speak directly when the small mirror interjected. He is marrying? Do you not care? I do not care. If he wishes to marry, let him. I cannot be so selfish as to forbid him from marrying when he has connections with the crown prince and the others. Of course, he may seek companionship elsewhere. The small mirror was aghast. It questioned where its teachings had gone awry. However, once they marry, I will cease my associations with them. I permit them to take other wives, but I will not accept them post-marriage.
Ah,
Right. You must convey this to the 6 of them, do you understand? Yi Wuxia could not endure any longer. He had long sensed that Fang Ruotang's interactions with them resembled a child playing house, but to hear her express such indifference toward him was unbearable. Each word was crystal clear, as he feared she might grasp even the slightest misunderstanding.
ah,
Fang Ruotang was in conversation with the small mirror when she suddenly caught Yi Wuxia's request, momentarily dazed, causing the rice she had picked up with her chopsticks to fall back into the bowl. You want me to marry you? To take responsibility? Yi Wuxia asked. Did he just say that? Fine, if you wish to marry, then let it be. Yi Wuxia gritted his teeth, resigning himself to the situation. Ultimately, they would first secure their registration together before discussing anything further. What to do? He wants me to take responsibility and marry him. Marry him. His rank is low. It won't affect anything. After all, in the original timeline, you married him. At that moment, Yi Wuxia's determination to ascend had reached its zenith. Chapter 101. I just want to touch this conflicts with our plan. If I marry him, will the crown prince and the others allow me to undertake my tasks? Fang Ruotang now had no objections to taking on tasks. Primarily, some things could be viewed by day and night. After all, everyone possesses curiosity. Moreover, with her elevated status, the crown prince had declared her a celestial envoy, capable of summoning attendants. Last time, while walking on the street, even commoners wished to offer their young children to her. The crown prince had been displeased and frightened them away, yet had he not sent them away, she would not have accepted. That young boy was simply unappealing to her. It's no trouble. Don't you enjoy observing forced affection? You could enact that upon them. They could not resist you. Fang Ruotang momentarily immersed herself in the situation. Whether it was the crown prince or Huajiga, even Rong Shizi, and Junwang and the young prince, she felt utterly powerless against them. She might not even act before they subdued her. Fang Ruotang believed the only person she could potentially dominate was Yi Wuxia, who sat across from her, awaiting her response. He appeared quite easy to manipulate. You wish for me to marry you? Yi Wuxia nodded, his heart not reflecting the tranquility on his face. He had not gleaned an answer from Fang Ruotang's heart and feared she might reject him for the crown prince and the others. It was not impossible. However, our union must be discreet. Do you understand what a secret marriage entails? It means no one can speak of it. Only the 2 of us must know. If you can agree to this, I will marry you. Fang Ruotang's eyes gleamed with calculation. Yi Wuxia replied, I can assure you I will not disclose it. But there is no wall that does not let the wind through. You must be aware of that. Fang Ruotang looked at him with suspicion. If you don't disclose it, how could it possibly spread? Am I supposed to inform others? You could, and you truly might.
Yi Wuxia silently lamented.
Observing the crafty, yet not particularly astute individual before him. For the first time, he grasped the meaning of being both amused and exasperated. No one can say for sure. And even if we marry in secret, your family will come to know. The matchmaker and the officials who prepare our documents will also be aware. Leave that to me. I have my own solutions. Fang Ruotang declared grandly, leaving Yi Wuxia speechless and rather skeptical. Given Fang Ruotang's character, even if she had no apparent flaws in her intentions, her simplistic thoughts did not suggest she could keep matters concealed. I am an envoy of the immortals, destined for great deeds. You understand that, right? Fang Ruotang's gaze scrutinized Yi Wuxia, clearly plotting something. Yi Wuxia replied, I understand. Therefore, you must respect some of my actions, even if they are beyond your comprehension.
Do you see?
You are deceiving him. What will you do if you are discovered? I am not deceiving him. It's a daily battlefield. And he certainly looks easy to persuade. My lord, when did you become so clever? Yi Wuxia was uncertain of what the little mirror meant, but vaguely understood its implication. I have my own pace. Do not interfere. Fine, I have faith in you. You mean those actions you find hard to comprehend refer to my interpersonal relationships? After all, I am an envoy. I have come on a mission to save the world. You would not understand whom I must treat specially and prioritize for rescue.
Yevukia chaklet.
His previously anxious heart now at ease. Should he thank her for the convoluted lies she concocted on his behalf?
All right. Yevukia konjedet.
Knowing that if he did not agree, he would remain nameless alongside her. Agreeing at least granted him the title of her sole husband. Fang Ruotang was taken aback, astonished by how easily he could be manipulated. So, can you accept being placed in another residence? Although guilt swelled within her, compelling her to treat Yi Wuxia kindly. Her words were self-serving, leaving her entirely unperturbed, even audaciously demanding more. Very well. Yi Wuxia numbly acquiesced, and even encouraged her, state all your conditions at once. You've already tarnished my reputation. I have no other recourse. Fang Ruotang hesitated, feeling guilty, and stammered, no. Nothing more. I promise I will treat you well. Although you cannot stay in the Prime Minister's residence, I assure you I will visit you every day, all right? Yi Wuxia's mood improved slightly. Just visiting me? You want to stay overnight? Am I to inhabit such a large residence alone? Do you not wish to sleep? That is not impossible. Fang Ruotang mused, her cheeks reddening as she contemplated something. Yi Wuxia chuckled softly. Then starting tonight, let us get accustomed to sleeping together, shall we? Ah, so soon? But I have not given you a title. Fang Ruotang felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. Yi Wuxia, resembling a sly wolf coaxing a naive rabbit, reassured her. It matters not. I trust you. Surely, you would not do anything improper. You'll respect me, right? This statement sounds rather off, the little mirror mused, sensing that such words should not come from the master. What is amiss? It is quite appropriate. I am not the sort to disregard propriety. I will indeed marry him before taking further actions. The little mirror pondered, is it possible that in their shared bed, the one who may take action could be him? Yi Wuxia felt an overwhelming sense of relief, nearly laughing at Fang Ruotang's heartfelt thoughts. The little mirror had instilled in Fang Ruotang a belief that she was the one in control of their dynamic. If Yi Wuxia were aware of the enlightening texts the little mirror had shown her, which centered around female superiority and dominance, he would understand why she harbored no desire to depend on a man emotionally. In this matter, the little mirror had its own agenda. While it tirelessly sought benefits for its master, it did not wish to dig its own grave. After all, the master was merely in slumber, not dead. Should she awaken one day and find herself the possession of 6 men, would that not spell disaster? Yet conversely, if she were to gain 6 playthings, her master might not be too displeased, as they were indeed her toys, merely expanding their functions to include companionship during the night. It was not a significant issue. After all, prior to her reincarnation, the master had only instructed her to arrange romantic connections without specifying a narrative. Incorporating a bit of personal flair was hardly problematic. The little mirror's clandestine